Chapter 1, Villain Upgrade System, Wutan City, Xiao Family. Brother, wake up! Hearing the crisp little girl's voice, Xiao Ning opened his eyes in a daze and saw a face like a little loli. The little girl looked about 4 or 5 years old, wearing a sky blue skirt. Although she was still young, from her legs that were much longer than those of her peers, it can be seen that she must be a graceful beauty when she grows up. At this time, the little girl's big watery eyes were full of worry, and she was about to cry. What's going on? Didn't I finally get a chance to take a vacation, and was sleeping at home? Xiao Ning raised his hand slightly, wanting to pat his head to see if he was still asleep or dreaming, but he suddenly found that his strong arms had turned into very tender and short arms. It looked almost the same as the arms of a 1 or 2-year-old child. Just as Xiao Ning was puzzled, a tide of memories emerged from his mind. Xiao Ning then realized that he had traveled through time and space and traveled to the Dou Qi Continent, becoming the grandson of the great elder of the Xiao family in Wutan City, and the Xiao Ning with the same name as him. The little loli holding him now is none other than his sister, Xiao Yu. After understanding his situation, Xiao Ning got up from Xiao Yu's arms in a trance and sat on the long pavilion beside him. When I was a teenager, I read the novel Dou Po Cangqiong, and I remember that Xiao Ning was quite miserable. When his sister Xiao Yu was taking a bath, the protagonist saw her and touched her legs. You know, it was when she was taking a bath. Who knows what else Xiao Yan touched? Moreover, as a hot-blooded teenager, it is normal to have a favorite object. But the tragedy is that Xiao Ning likes the protagonist's designated wife, Xiao Shuner. Such a result can be known with your toes. Xiao Ning was sad in the end. Am I only able to watch Xiao Yan pretend to be cool when I come to this world? Continue to be a tragedy? Recalling the content of Dou Po, Xiao Ning thought helplessly. I don't know if it's the protection mechanism of the protagonist's halo, but Yao Lao's ring is obviously not something that ordinary people can snatch. Moreover, the alchemist's physique with fire and wood is also extremely rare. Even if he knows a lot of secrets, his qualifications are average and he has no resources. In this Dou Qi Continent, it's useless. Ding, the villain upgrade system is successfully bound. Current villain level, little 5. Villain points, ability none. A mechanical voice sounded, and a system panel suddenly appeared in his mind, instantly making Xiao Ning's depressed face have a hint of joy. He has read some novels and knows that the system is a super golden finger. This little villain is too insulting. After Xiao Ning complained, mechanical voice sounded again. The host can increase the villain points and villain halo by changing the plot, including but not limited to suppressing the protagonist's success, plundering the protagonist's opportunities, and seizing the heroine's body and mind. Villain points can be used to purchase items in the mall or participate in lucky draws. When the villain aura reaches a certain level, a certain system reward will be obtained. Brother, have a good rest. Come with me to the reception hall. There are distinguished guests coming today. Xiao Yu, who was standing aside, looked at Xiao Ning, who was sitting on the bench in a daze, and urged. After a quick look at the system introduction, Xiao Ning stood up and said, "Let's go, sister." He is now more than 2 years old. According to the time calculation, Xiao Yan has not been born yet, and Xiao Lin has not died. It seems that only that family can be called a distinguished guest by the Xiao family, the Nalan family. Xiao Ning followed Xiao Yu through the backyard and entered the reception hall. The hall is very spacious, with few people inside. Sitting at the top is Xiao Lin, the current head of the Xiao family, and an old man who has never appeared in his memory. Below the two, Xiao Zhan and 3 elders of the clan sat. The oldest of them is Xiao Ning's current grandfather, the eldest elder of the Xiao family, Xiao Yuanhai. Xiao Yuanhai looked about 50 years old, wearing a black robe with thick black eyebrows, sitting upright on a chair with a majestic look. Ninger, Yuer, come here. Seeing Xiao Yu and his brother, Xiao Yuanhai smiled kindly and waved to them. Walking to Xiao Yuanhai's side, Xiao Ning listened quietly to the conversation between the two above. Seeing the 2 little kids, Xiao Ning and Xiao Yu, appear, Nalanji took a quick look and said thoughtfully, "This is your grandson and granddaughter, Yuanhai. The boy looks smart and the girl is very smart. They will have a great future." Xiao Yuanhai laughed and looked at Xiao Ning's puzzled eyes and introduced them. "This is the head of the Nalan family, Nalan Jie. Call him Grandpa Nalan." "Grandpa Nalan! Grandpa Nalan!" The brother and sister shouted as he was told. It turned out that they were really from the Nalan family. Could it be that Xiao Yan was engaged today? Xiao Ning took a deep look at Nalan Jie and thought secretly. Nalanje responded, took out 2 fluorescent jade pendants from his ring, wrapped them with Dou Qi and presented them to Xiao Yuanhai. I was in a hurry to come out and didn't prepare any gifts. Let's give these 2 warm sun jade pendants to the 2 children as gifts. This thing has a certain auxiliary effect on the cultivation of Dou Qi stage, and they should be able to use it soon. Xiao Yuanhai took the jade pendant and stood up and said, Brother Nalan, isn't this thing too expensive? As the eldest elder of the Xiao family, he had heard of things like warm sun jade pendants, but it was said that each piece cost 1,000 gold coins, and there was no market for it. 20 gold coins are enough to make a civilian family full for a year. Nalanje took 2 pieces at once, which means 2,000 gold coins. This gift is too expensive. I really like these 2 children, Brother Yuanhai. You don't have to refuse. Nalanje laughed heartily. Xiao Lin, who was standing by, suddenly said, Just now I heard you say that your daughter-in-law is pregnant. It just so happens that my daughter-in-law is also pregnant. Should we brothers get married? Father, we don't even know the boy or girl yet. Xiao Zhan touched his head awkwardly. Nalanje waved his hand and said, My dear nephew, it doesn't matter. If they are both boys, we will be brothers. If they are both girls, we will be sisters. If they are of the opposite sex, we will naturally be husband and wife. In that case, it's settled. Xiao Lin said seriously. He had no choice. He had recently offended an extremely powerful strong man. With the strength of his Xiao family, it was possible that he could not survive. If there was an accident, now that they had such a relationship, the Nalan family could also help. Chapter 2 Fighting Qi Cultivation Technique, Purple Qi Condensing Spirit Art. Something went wrong. It was really engaged today. This was not okay. The power of Nalan Yanran's withdrawal of the engagement was comparable to that of the Emperor-grade young pill. Xiao Ning's mind turned, and he quickly opened his innocent big eyes and pulled Zhai's robe with his little hand. Grandpa, what is a husband and wife? This. Xiao Yuanhai couldn't think of the words to explain for a while, and couldn't help but ponder. Xiao Yu whispered, Uncle Xiao Zhan and Aunt Chu Qian are husband and wife. What Grandpa Xiaolin and Grandpa Nalan just said is the arranged marriage I have heard of. It seems that Aunt Chu Qian's upcoming baby now has a wife. Seeing Xiao Yu's serious explanation to Xiao Ning, several people in the hall burst into laughter. Only Xiao Ning looked at his sister with a little surprise in his eyes. How did you know it would be a boy? This guess is too accurate. No, I want a wife too. Why can't you get engaged to me? Xiao Ning gave full play to his advantage as a child and said in a childish voice. Nalanji smiled and explained, If I'm engaged to you, it won't be called an arranged marriage. Xiao Yuanhai raised his eyebrows and said, Brother Nalan, although it's just a child's words, I think Ninger has some truth. This arranged marriage is too risky. My grandson is already born and is very talented. How about our 2 families get married? Grand Elder, what do you mean? Xiaolin said a little angrily. In terms of status, his grandson is qualified to be engaged to Nalanjay's granddaughter. This great elder wants to snatch a marriage, but he doesn't even look at his own status. He is just an elder. Knowing that Xiao Lin had gotten into big trouble and could not save himself, Xiao Yuanhai seemed not to see the anger on Xiao Lin's face and said calmly, Master, I also want my grandson to find a good marriage. Well, our 2 families getting married is a happy event. If we quarrel over this, wouldn't it be a bit unlucky? Nalanjay thought for a while and said, I have a compromise here. Why don't you listen to it? Xiao Ning said curiously, Grandpa Nalan, what is the method? Brother, do you want a wife so much? Xiao Yu asked, staring at his brother. Such interesting childish words immediately made several people smile. Nalanji smiled, looked at Xiao Lin and Xiao Yuanhai and slowly said, On Dou Qi Continent, the strong are respected. My method is, if we are destined to become relatives, let Xiao Ning and his brother compete in martial arts at the coming-of-age ceremony. Whoever is stronger, my granddaughter of the Nalan family will marry him. What do you think? Ninger has an advantage of more than 2 years. After 15 years, he has a great chance of winning. Xiao Yuanhai nodded slightly. Brother Nalan's idea is very good. Xiao Lin took a deep look at Xiao Yuanhai. If he disagreed, the old guy would definitely not accept it. Moreover, engagement is more about the woman's intention. Since Nalan Jie is interested in having a martial arts competition to choose a son-in-law, disagreeing would also be a loss of face for him. In that case, then follow Brother Nalan's wishes. Xiao Lin agreed reluctantly. The moment Xiao Lin agreed, 2 system messages suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Ning. Ding, the host caused an accident in the engagement between the protagonist and Nalan Yanran, affecting the direction of the original plot, and obtained 1,500 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist aura 75. The host's villain aura plus 75. Looking at the system message that appeared, Xiao Ning originally thought that the reward was a bit small. But then he thought about it. Nalan Yanren had not appeared in Xiao Yan's sight for more than 10 years, and having a fiancé did not seem to affect Nalan Yanren's withdrawal from the engagement, and then he felt that it was reasonable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through 10 points of the villain aura. The system begins to calculate the reward. Please wait for the host. Breaking through 10 points will get rewards. It's really a good system, Xiao Ning secretly praised. The matter was settled, and it was a happy event. Shaolin specially set up a table for a banquet. The meal lasted from the afternoon to the evening. Ding! The reward for breaking through 10 points of the villain aura has been calculated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Purple Qi Containing Spirit Art. Purple Qi Containing Spirit Technique, a Dou Qi stage cultivation method created by a Dou Emperor in ancient times, has the effect of warming the meridians and accelerating the Dou Qi cultivation speed. It is much more effective than the Dou Qi stage cultivation method circulated in the Dou Qi Continent today. Seeing the new system message, Xiao Ning followed Xiao Yuan back to his courtyard and said, "Grandpa, I want to practice now. Can you teach me how to practice Dou Qi?" With the Purple Qi Containing Spirit Technique, he had to learn the orthodox cultivation method before he could use it and enter the journey of cultivation in advance. Moreover, his physical qualifications were extremely ordinary. He had not reached the Douja realm at the age of 17 or 18. If he did not roll inward in advance, how could he surpass Xiao Yan? Practice Dou Qi? No, you are still too young now. I am afraid you can't remember the method of practicing Dou Qi? Although Xiao Yunhai drank a lot of wine, his strength had reached the level of a great Dou master, and a little wine could not affect him. Xiao Yu, who was standing by, also dissuaded him, saying, "It's very difficult to cultivate Dou Qi. I haven't mastered the essentials after 3 days of learning. Grandpa, just teach me. Let me try." Unable to withstand Xiao Ning's repeated pleas, Xiao Yuanhai circulated the Dou Qi in his body to expel the remaining alcohol in his body, and said to Xiao Ning with a clear mind, "Okay, go sit on the grass, and Grandpa will teach you." Xiao Ning sat down as he was told, sitting cross-legged, and was full of curiosity about cultivation, a thing full of fantasy. "Concentrate and calm down, and feel the Dou Qi I passed on to you." Xiao Yuanhai sat behind Xiao Ning and said in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, the Dou Qi in his body turned far away and slowly condensed on his hands, emitting a milky white light. Xiao Yunhai slapped Xiao Ning's back with both palms, and the Dou Qi in his palms immediately entered Xiao Ning's body. After Xiao Ning calmed down, he only felt an itch on his back, and there were more strange little snake-like breaths in his body, which invaded his whole body along his back. The whole person seemed to be wrapped in a warm world, and he felt indescribably comfortable. Meridians are still very unfamiliar to children, and Xiao Yuanhai used this method to tell Xiao Ning what meridians are and where the fighting spirit should be stored in the body. At the same time, he taught Xiao Ning the method of practicing fighting spirit. The practice of fighting spirit at this stage is mainly to expand the meridians and strengthen the body, strengthen the meridians, and lay the foundation for the future condensation of fighting spirit in the body. Generally, external force cannot be used. As a great fighting master, Xiao Yuanhai naturally knows this. Xiao Ning is his grandson, and he will definitely not harm him. Although the method used by Xiao Yuanhai is a shortcut compared to directly telling Xiao Ning the method of cultivation, it is extremely harmful to him. At least his 3 years of cultivation results are in vain. Cultivation is extremely precious to every cultivator, and almost no one will use this method to teach their children to learn to practice. The reason why Xiao Yuanhai did this was not only because Xiao Ning was his grandson, but also because of the engagement with the Nalan family today. The Nalan family is one of the 3 major families in the Jiama Empire. If he becomes the son-in-law of such a family, it will be of great help to Xiao Ning's future cultivation path and his power in the Xiao family. Chapter 3 Fighting Qi. A paragraph. Xiao Ning felt the warm breath in his body circulate 3 times in his body and then withdraw. Xiao Yuanhai, who originally had a ruddy face, turned pale in just a moment. He stood up and walked to Xiao Ning and said, "If you want to practice fighting Qi, you still need some hand seals so that you can condense the energy of heaven and earth and absorb it into your body." Looking at the hand seals made by Xiao Yuanhai, Xiao Ning memorized them carefully, and his tender little hands imitated them. Half an hour later, Xiao Yuanhai realized that Xiao Ning had learned some of the essence, so he said, "Ninger, you can try to practice." Remember to feel the energy between heaven and earth with your heart. The Dou Qi seed I left in your body can help you condense Dou Qi. Dou Qi is the first stage of a practitioner. Xiao Ning nodded, and the thumb pointed inwards, and the 2 10 fingers were half entwined like 2 snakes, with the index fingers pointing at the point. At first glance, it gave people an extremely mysterious feeling. The handprint solidified, and Xiao Ning's chest rose and fell slightly. Between breathing, a perfect cycle was formed. During the cycle of breath, a faint white airflow flowed along the mouth and nose, drilled into the body, and warmed the bones and flesh. It succeeded in one go. Ninger is really a genius. Xiao Yuanhai stood aside and said with a little excitement. Xiao Yu also opened her mouth slightly. She had learned the Dou Qi cultivation method for 3 days, and she was still a little unskilled. Unexpectedly, her brother, who was only 2 years old, learned it in one go. In fact, what the two of them didn't know was that although Xiao Ning's current body was still more than 2 years old, his soul had been replaced by that of an adult. In addition, Xiao Ning was not using the Dou Qi stage cultivation method commonly used in Dou Qi Continent, but the Dou Qi cultivation method, purple qi containing spirit technique, given to him by the system. After confirming that the appearance was extremely similar, Xiao Ning used it unscrupulously. As Xiao Ning entered the state of cultivation, the energy surging between the surrounding heaven and earth began to gather around his body. After a few minutes, when Xiao Ning was familiar with the purple qi containing spirit technique, his body almost turned into a black hole, continuously absorbing the energy of heaven and earth that was madly pouring into his body. Not good. Ninger has just started to practice, and the accumulation of so much heaven and earth energy will damage his meridians. Xiao Yuanhai, who was staring at Xiao Ning, said nervously. Xiao Yu asked hurriedly, Grandpa, please help your brother. Alas, Grandpa just taught Ninger to practice excessively, and now there is nothing he can do. Xiao Yuanhai said helplessly. The Dou Qi stage is the stage of laying the foundation, and it is almost impossible to use external forces to assist. The self-damaging cultivation method just now is already extremely unconventional. Now, Xiao Yuanhai can only stand aside anxiously. After absorbing the remaining soul power of the original body, Xiao Ning's soul power is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Finding something wrong, Xiao Ning immediately began to guide the energy of heaven and earth that drilled in from the pores of his body. However, because these energies are too large and contain many impurities, they must be refined by the meridians before they can be completely absorbed. Using the more obedient energy left in his body by Xiao Yuanhai, he controlled the energy of heaven and earth that began to run wildly after entering his body, and then slowly began to refine it like pulling silk from a cocoon. Under Xiao Ning's careful guidance, a part of the energy of heaven and earth that flowed into his body, after a circle in the meridians, was refined into pure Dou Qi by the purple Qi Yunling Jue and merged into his lower abdomen. With the experience of success, the next step is to work hard. Xiao Ning calmed down and slowly refined it. It was not until the next morning that Xiao Ning slowly opened his eyes. It is said that there is no time in cultivation. I just felt that 1 or 2 hours had passed, but now it is dawn. I remember that it was only 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening when I was practicing. Ninger, how do you feel? Xiao Yuanhai squatted down hurriedly, held Xiao Ning's wrist, and began to check. Before Xiao Ning could react, Xiao Yuanhai said excitedly, You actually broke through to the first level of Dou Qi in one fell swoop. Genius, Ninger. You are really a genius? It is all because of the Dou Qi that you left in my body, Grandpa, played a huge role. Xiao Ning also stood up and said. Xiao Yuanhai twisted his beard. Although my fighting spirit played a part of the effect, Ninger, your talent is unquestionable. Xiao Ning smiled silently, looking at Xiao Yu, who was lying on the stone table, covered with a white leather blanket and sleeping soundly. Grandpa, I'm tired. I'll take my sister back to the room first. Okay, you are still young now, and you should have a good rest after practicing all night. Xiao Yuanhai nodded. After breaking through to the first stage of fighting spirit, although Xiao Ning's body was still a child, he had a lot of strength. He picked up Xiao Yu and walked towards the room in the distance. They are not old now, and they still live together. Xiao Yu, who was half asleep, just opened his eyes slightly when he was picked up by Xiao Ning. After finding that it was his younger brother, he said excitedly and breathed a long sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay, brother. The stone in his heart was put down, and Xiao Yu turned his head. He leaned on Xiao Ning's arms and fell asleep again. After putting Xiao Yu on the bed and covering her with a blanket, Xiao Ning walked to his bedside and checked her new system message. Ding! The host has practiced in advance, affecting the plot of the original novel, and has gained 2,000 villain points. Ding. Yan's protagonist aura minus 100. The host's villain aura plus 100. Xiao Ning twisted his eyebrows and thought to himself, I became a genius first, so Xiao Yan, a later genius, naturally lost the attention. Compared with Nalan Yanran, who will suddenly appear in the future, this will continue to affect the next 15 years. Ding! The host's current villain points exceed 3,000, and the system mall and lottery functions are enabled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through 100 villain aura points. The system begins to settle rewards. Please wait for the host. Huh? Could it be that this reward is given in multiples of 10? Xiao Ning speculated. With the experience of receiving rewards for the first time, Xiao Ning first checked the system interface and waited quietly for new rewards. The mall contains everything, including elixirs and skills, which can be purchased with villain points. However, the cheapest elixir, called Yongqi Pill, costs 1,000 villain points. It's so expensive. Xiao Ning sighed, and then turned his attention to the lottery interface. Looking at the huge roulette wheel, Xiao Ning hesitated and said, 500 villain points per time? Do you want to try it? I can only buy 3 elixirs with these villain points, so I'd better try a lottery first. After thinking for a while, Xiao Ning decided to take a chance. Chapter 4, Physique of a Physician. Xiao Ning remembered that his aptitude in this body was average. He only reached the 8th stage of Dou Qi at the age of 17. Although he now has a skill, Xiao Ning still feels that it is a little unreliable. What if he is defeated by the protagonist Xiao Yan, who was a 4-year-old Qi refiner and a fighter at the age of 11? That would be a disaster. The roulette wheel spun quickly, and soon there was a result. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his good luck. He drew the pill worth 1,000 villain points, the soul-enriching pill. The soul-enriching pill, a pill developed by the Medicine Emperor, has a strong auxiliary effect on the Dou Qi stage, can nourish the muscles and bones, and accelerate the condensation of Dou Qi. This pill seems to have the same effect as Yao Lao's foundation-building spirit liquid. Xiao Ning was a little excited and put it in the system backpack temporarily. The Dou Qi stage is mainly to expand the meridians and strengthen the body, strengthen the meridians, and lay the foundation for the future condensation of Dou Qi in the body. Therefore, at this stage, the meridians in the human body are the most fragile and the most plastic. In this cultivation process, it is necessary to proceed step by step, and no external force can be used. But the protagonist is naturally not within this range. However, Xiao Yan also went through a 3-year period of waste, forging his meridians to be extremely tough so that he could use the pure foundation-building spirit liquid refined by Yao Lao. The reason why it is called pure foundation-building spirit liquid is because Xiao Yan used the genuine product, while others used inferior foundation-building spirit liquid refined by ordinary medicinal materials. Although Yao Lao had an extraordinary talent for refining medicine and was an 8th-grade alchemist, there was naturally a big gap between him and Yao Di. The fact that Yao Lao's foundation-building spiritual liquid could only be used externally, while Yao Di had already refined pills that could be taken directly, showed the huge gap between the two. At this time, a new message popped up. Ding! The reward for breaking through 100 points of the villain's aura has been settled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Alchemist Physique. Alchemist Physique automatically changes the body's attributes to fire attributes. Secondly, there is a trace of wood energy in the fire body to act as a catalyst for refining medicine. Suddenly, Xiao Ning felt a burning sensation in his body. In this burning sensation, there was a very gentle breath that neutralized this burning sensation. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Xiao Ning practiced the purple qi condensing spirit technique to try to reduce the burning sensation in his body. Whenever the fighting spirit passed through the meridians, it was like being brushed by a light breeze in the hot summer, which was very cool and comfortable. This comfortable feeling made Xiao Ning gradually understand why some people are so obsessed with cultivation that they forget their wives. After practicing for half a day, Xiao Ning felt hungry and had to end his practice. He was growing up now, so he couldn't not eat well. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Yu walking in with a huge dinner plate in her small body. Although the picture was a bit weird, this was a fantasy world. Even though Xiao Yu was still a child, she had already cultivated Dou Qi and left the class of ordinary people. I knew you would wake up at this time. Come and eat, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Xiao Ning's heart warmed. These people were just characters in a book he had read before, but whether it was staying up late to take care of him last night or delivering food now, Xiao Ning felt the warmth of family. What happened next must not happen anyway, especially the incident of Xiao Yan peeping at her bathing. Xiao Ning thought silently. As one of the three major families in Wutan City, the food Xiao Yu brought was extremely rich, at least for Xiao Ning. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a big bowl of rice. After practicing, Xiao Ning felt that his appetite was particularly big, and he ate it all. When he was an adult, he only ate this much, but he didn't expect that he could eat so much at the age of 2. "Are you going to practice in the afternoon?" Xiao Yu asked as he put away the dishes. Xiao Ning thought for a while and said, "Of course. I don't have anything to do now, so I have to hurry up and practice." "Then wait for me for a while. I'll put the things back in the kitchen and take you to a good place." Xiao Yu ran out of the door with a tray like a gust of wind, not giving Xiao Ning a chance to refuse. After a while, Xiao Yu appeared in front of Xiao Ning with a small bag on her back. "Come with me." Xiao Ning was a little curious about where his sister was going to take him, so he slowly followed. Half an hour later, Xiao Ning followed Xiao Yu to the back mountain of the Xiao family. According to Xiao Ning's memory, the steep mountains shrouded in mist in the distance were the famous magic beast mountains of the Jiama Empire. "Sister, you just want to bring me here?" Xiao Ning turned to look at Xiao Yu, who was laying on a leather mat. Xiao Yu laid out the leather mat and sat cross-legged on it. As a child, he only occupied half of the leather mat. The energy of heaven and earth here is a little better than at home. Although it is only a little bit at the stage of fighting spirit, which basically cannot rely on external forces, every aspect of improving the speed of cultivation should not be ignored. At this point, Xiao Yu blushed slightly and looked at Xiao Ning. "In addition, I want you to teach me how to practice. I haven't mastered the method of practicing fighting spirit yet, and Grandpa has entered a state of retreat. Only you can teach me." "So this is your plan." Xiao Ning finally understood why Xiao Yu wanted to practice with him. In his memory, their parents died for the family early, and now that Xiao Yuanhai has entered a retreat, only he, her younger brother, can teach her. Xiao Ning walked to Xiao Yu's side, sat down cross-legged, and carefully recalled the cultivation method he had mastered. Then he said, "To cultivate Dou Qi, you must first make a seal, then calm your mind, sense the energy of heaven and earth, absorb it into your body, and then refine it in your body to refine it into pure Dou Qi." "Of course I know this, but the seal is too complicated. I always can't remember it." Xiao Yu stroked her hair in front of her and expressed her confusion. "Is that so?" Xiao Ning thought for a while. "I will teach you step by step. Learn one seal at a time, and then you can connect them together." "This is indeed a good idea. Grandpa sometimes always says that my way of making seals is not accurate. That's because I don't understand it very well." Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. After careful teaching, Xiao Yu basically mastered the method of practicing Dou Qi. Calming down her mind, the milky white energy of heaven and earth was slowly absorbed into her body. After observing for a while and finding that there was no problem with Xiao Yu's practice, Xiao Ning also entered the practice state. However, he did not use the Dou Qi practice method currently used in Dou Qi Continent, but the purple Qi soul condensation technique. With someone accompanying him, Xiao Yu finished his practice and woke up until the sun set. Chapter 5. Taking Soul Condensation Pills. Looking at her brother who was still practicing in front of her, Xiao Yu could feel that since practicing, her brother had changed a lot. However, she couldn't tell exactly where the difference was. After a while, Xiao Ning also finished her practice. It was time to eat. "Sister, let's go home." Xiao Ning stood up and picked up the leather mat on the ground. Xiao Yu shook her head. "Wait a minute. Come with me to a place. It's going to get dark soon. Where else are we going?" Xiao Ning asked with some confusion. Xiao Yu pulled up Xiao Ning, who was holding the leather pad, and ran to a hidden path. "You will know in a moment." A few minutes later, looking at the steaming pool in front of him, Xiao Ning couldn't help blushing. Is it the rhythm of taking a bath with her? If he was really a 2-year-old child, this would be nothing, but his soul is the soul of an adult. "What are you still doing there? Take off your clothes quickly. After practicing, take a hot bath here. It's so comfortable." Xiao Yu, who entered the hot spring, opened her innocent big eyes and looked at Xiao Ning, who was still standing on the shore, and said. Xiao Ning tried his best to watch his nose watch his mouth, and his mouth watch his heart, avoiding looking at Xiao Yu, and soaked in a hot spring with difficulty. After returning home, Xiao Ning unexpectedly heard a piece of news. A big news. Xiao Yan was born. The news of Xiao Yan's birth made Xiao Ning feel a little oppressive. After eating, he entered the state of practice again. However, this time, he took the soul-enhancing pill he drew. Because there was only less than half a day, Xiao Ning was not sure how long it would take to refine the medicinal power of the soul-enriching pill, so he did not take it. However, now that he had a night, Xiao Ning naturally had no worries. After the soul-enriching pill entered his mouth, before he swallowed it, the soul-enriching pill instantly turned into a stream of heat and flowed into Xiao Ning's body, emitting the medicinal power it contained. This magnificent medicinal power. Feeling the swelling and pain in his meridians, Xiao Ning sighed and immediately started to practice the purple qi soul-enriching technique to absorb the medicinal power released by the soul-enriching pill. The milky white Dou Qi quickly circulated in Xiao Ning's meridians, absorbing and smelting the medicinal power released by the soul-enriching pill into Dou Qi that he could manipulate at will, and then drove this more powerful Dou Qi to practice the purple qi soul-enriching technique. However, the medicinal power of the soul-enriching pill seemed endless. Xiao Ning absorbed it for 3 hours, and still felt that the medicinal power of the soul-enriching pill seemed to have not been refined even half. Although he could break through the bottleneck of his Dou Qi by absorbing it, Xiao Ning hesitated for a moment and did not do so. Instead, he used this magnificent medicinal power to nourish his meridians. The main purpose of a cultivator in the Dou Qi stage is to expand the meridians and strengthen the body, strengthen the meridians, and lay the foundation for the future cohesion of Dou Qi in the body. You know, Xiao Yan has trained strong meridians after 3 years of waste time, and in the Warcraft Mountains, with the help of Yao Lao, he has trained his physical strength again. After all these trainings, with all kinds of protective measures, he swallowed the strange fire with a narrow escape. This shows the importance of strong physical fitness. After all, in this Dou Qi Continent, strange fire is one of the most powerful treasures. As long as you practice, you will inevitably receive strange fire in the future. Xiao Ning calmed down and carefully controlled his Dou Qi to temper his meridians inch by inch. After the milky white Dou Qi was integrated into the meridians, Xiao Ning clearly felt a sharp pain, and his body twitched uncontrollably. In an instant, beads of sweat appeared on Xiao Ning's forehead. This sour and refreshing feeling. Xiao Ning gritted his teeth, endured the pain in his body, and continued to expand his meridians. At the same time, he continued to absorb the medicinal power emitted by the Yunling pill to ensure that his Dou Qi was sufficient. Facts have proved that Xiao Ning's suffering was not in vain. The meridians that were originally as thin as a hair have become as thick as fingers after this expansion and strengthening. The milky white Dou Qi runs extremely smoothly in the body without any sense of stagnation. After Xiao Ning ran the purple Qi Yunling Zhou in his body for a cycle, he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Although taking this Yunling pill did not improve his realm, it laid a solid foundation for himself. If I digest the harvest after a while, I believe it won't take long for me to break through to the second stage of Dou Qi. After eating breakfast with Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning immediately took Xiao Yu to the place of cultivation yesterday. Xiao Yan was already born, so he had to work harder. The qualifications of his body were very ordinary. Time passed by bit. Xiao Ning's life was extremely simple. He had been practicing and eating and practicing until Xiao Shuner arrived. Xiao Ning took a little time to accompany this little sister. You know, this is the most beautiful and rich girl in Dou Po Cangqiong. Moreover, if he didn't go, it would be a bargain for Xiao Yan. Dou Qi, 7th stage. Looking at the 5 bright and dazzling characters on the test magic stone tablet, Xiao Ning's mouth corners slightly raised, his eyes full of confidence. In 3 years, he broke through 6 levels, and this was when he was almost crazy about polishing his body. Now his physical strength is enough to defeat a fighter. I believe that soon, when he becomes a real fighter, his strength will become stronger again. However, in addition to the improvement of his realm, what makes Xiao Ning even more excited is Ding. The host has shown his talent in advance and become the first genius of the Xiao family, affecting the direction of the plot, and obtaining 500 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo 25, and the host's villain Halo plus 25. Ding, the host's excellent talent, has won Xiao Mei's admiration, affecting the direction of the plot, and obtaining 500 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo 25, and the host's villain Halo plus 25. Ding, the host's super strength, has won the admiration of the Xiao family members, affecting the direction of the plot, and obtaining 500 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo 25 and the host's villain Halo plus 25. There are still 500 villain points left, plus the 1500 villain points I just got, which is just enough to buy 2 soul-enriching pills. Xiao Ning thought secretly. To be honest, the aptitude of this body is really average. Even with the blessing of the technique, it has not changed much. But as the saying goes, if the aptitude is not enough, the technique will be used to bless it. If the technique is not enough, Take drugs to make up for it. It is with the blessing of the soul-enriching pill that he can reach such a state. A middle-aged man next to the test magic stone tablet was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses, stood up straight and said, Xiao Ning, Fighting Spirit, 7th stage, level advanced. Chapter 6, Medicine Emperor Cauldron. Master Xiao Ning, congratulations, you are one step closer to becoming a fighter. The middle-aged man bowed slightly to Xiao Ning and said with a flattering smile on his face, Uncle Fu, it's still early. Xiao Ning waved his hand and walked towards Xiao Shuner and Xiao Mei at the end of the team under the gaze of everyone. Xiao Mei looked at Xiao Ning with stars in her eyes. Brother Xiao Ning, can you teach me how to practice? Brother Xiao Ning, I want you to teach me how to practice too. Xiao Shuner, who was wearing a purple dress, said without falling behind. Do we start practicing now? Xiao Ning thought about it, picked up Xiao Shuner, held Xiao Mei's hand, and nodded. Xiao Yan is only 3 years old now. If the two of them practice in advance, they may also gain villain points. In the distance, Xiao Yan, who is sensitive, heard the word practice and instantly became interested. There is an adult soul in his small body. If he practices, he will definitely practice much faster than these children. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan stood up, patted his butt, and ran to Xiao Ning. Cousin Xiao Ning, you can teach me too. I also want to practice. After looking at Xiao Yan, Xiao Ning nodded slightly. Come with me. After the four of them passed through an archway, they came to a small courtyard where Xiao Ning lived alone now. Sit cross-legged. I will teach you the hand gestures of the seal first. Xiao Ning put Xiao Shuner on the grass and said to the three people. For the words of Xiao Ning, a genius practitioner, the three people did not hesitate and quickly followed his instructions. After examining the three people, Xiao Ning stopped his eyes on Xiao Yan, or to be more precise, on Xiao Yan's fingers. Cousin Xiao Yan, why are you wearing such a big ring? This thing is extremely hindering your cultivation, Xiao Ning said earnestly. Xiao Yan raised his palm, looked at the ring on his index finger, and said with a heavy face, This is a relic left to me by my mother. I have always worn it on my hand. You should wait until you grow up before wearing it. Your fingers are too slender now. First, it is easy to fall off. It will also affect your seal practice. Xiao Ning advised seriously. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment and felt that what Xiao Ning said made some sense, so he took off the ring. I'll put a rope on it for you, and you can hang it in your room. Xiao Ning took the ring inconspicuously and walked into his room. After a while, he came out with a ring with a black rope and handed it back to Xiao Yan. The rope looked a few centimeters long. It was impossible to hang it around the neck or wrist. It could only be hung on a hook. Xiao Yan took the ring with the rope back in his hand, looked at it carefully, and looked up at Xiao Ning with some gratitude. Thank you, cousin Xiao Ning. Ding, the protagonist Xiao Yan's gratitude is obtained, which affects the plot direction, and the villain points are 500. Xiao Yan's protagonist aura is -25, 25, and the host's villain aura is +20. Ding, the host lets the protagonist Xiao Yan take off the bone inflammation ring attached to Yao Lao's soul, which affects the plot direction, and obtains 10,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist aura is 9,500, and the host's villain aura is +500. Congratulations to the host's villain aura for breaking through 1,000 points. The system begins to settle rewards. Please wait for the host. Ding, the host's current villain aura exceeds 1,000, and the query function is enabled. The host can spend 100 villain points to query character information. What a great deal! The reason why Xiao Ning taught Xiao Yan to practice was to let him take off Yao Lao's bone inflammation ring. If Yao Lao absorbed the fighting spirit and recovered, it would be a big disadvantage. After glancing at the reward, Xiao Ning sat opposite Xiao Shuner and began to teach the three people to practice. With an adult's soul in his body, Xiao Yan's learning speed was obviously much faster than Xiao Shuner and the others. After just 1 or 2 times, he learned the general idea. Xiao Shuner had extraordinary qualifications. Not long after Xiao Yan learned it, she was the second to learn the method of practice. Xiao Mei, who was more ordinary, only mastered a little bit of the key points after Xiao Ning's careful teaching, but she was far less talented than Xiao Shuner and the others who could directly cultivate fighting spirit. She had just learned to make seals. Looking at the three people sitting on the ground and entering the state of practice, Xiao Ning carefully checked the information of the system. After taking off Yao Lao's ring, I only gained 500 auras. Isn't this too low? You know, Yao Lao is one of Xiao Yan's biggest golden fingers? Xiao Ning frowned and thought for a while, then thought of a key point. Yao Lao did not absorb Xiao Yan's fighting spirit at the beginning, but started to do evil after Xiao Yan broke through the fighter. If he took off the ring, Yao Lao would only lose some of his understanding of Xiao Yan. If Xiao Yan put on the ring immediately after breaking through the fighter, the influence would disappear. It seems that I have to pay special attention to this point. Xiao Ning thought secretly. Ding! The reward for the villain's aura breaking through 1,000 points is settled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Medicine Emperor Cauldron. Medicine Emperor Cauldron. First level. Can identify the placed medicinal materials, automatically configure the best pill formula, and thus complete the medicine refining. Consume villain points to upgrade. Wow, this reward is really great. Xiao Ning was slightly excited when he saw the Medicine Emperor Cauldron that was automatically placed in the system space. With this treasure, he would not have to worry about elixirs. A few minutes later, Xiao Ning put away his excitement and tried to click the upgrade button. Do you want to consume 10,000 villain points to upgrade? After the upgrade, the Medicine Emperor Cauldron will be able to automatically refine second-grade elixirs. Xiao Ning hesitated. These 10,000 villain points are too much. Now I know a limited number of elixir recipes, and I don't have any suitable elixirs to use. I will upgrade when I need them. Xiao Ning thought for a while and temporarily gave up the decision to upgrade the Medicine Emperor Cauldron. Looking at the three people in front of him, Xiao Ning thought of the ability to query character information this time, and quickly spent 100 villain points to query Xiao Yan's information. After all, this is his enemy. Protagonist, Xiao Yan, none. Protagonist, Halo, 9/8 fillet. Skills 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young man. When Xiao Yan shouted this sentence, he would get the state blessing of improving the speed of cultivation, triggering the posture of becoming an emperor. Curiosity, because he lives in modern times, he has a strong curiosity about cultivation and may find some sleeping little lowly to experiment with his cultivation results. Aphrodisiac Master. The first time he refined the elixir, he made aphrodisiac with 100% accuracy, which is so powerful that even dueling, Douang, and even Douang level strongmen have no resistance after taking it. Not a good person, he has a very clear understanding of himself, never claims to be a good person, and does things entirely according to his heart. Peach blossom luck and difficult to peace. He has a good relationship with women, but it is difficult to take full responsibility, even if this is a world similar to ancient times without the requirement of monogamy. There are already updated books, starting from Dou Luo Stealing the Heavens, Dou Luo Supervillain, Dou Luo I Don't Want to Die, 3 stable updated books. You can rest assured to follow them. Book Friends Group, 1954413. I wish you all a happy May Day holiday. Chapter 7. Up the Meridians for Xiao Shuner. After reading Xiao Yan's information, Xiao Ning just wanted to say, System, you are really good at judging people. Basically, all of them are correct. Not good, since Xiao Yan has the skill of curiosity. After practicing today, Xiao Shuner will be in danger. Xiao Ning took a deep look at Xiao Yan and thought it was not good. Ding. The host teaches the protagonist Xiao Yan to practice in advance, affecting the direction of the plot, and obtains 500 villain points. Xiao Ning once again confirmed his speculation in his heart. Affect the direction of the plot? How to affect it? This must be to enter Xiao Shuner's bedroom in advance tonight to warm up the meridians. We can't let Xiao Yan succeed. Xiao Ning shook his still tender palm, his eyes revealing determination. With the idea of deepening his understanding of Xiao Shuner, Xiao Ning also spent 100 villain points to check her information. Xiao Shuner. Strength, none. Cannot use the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame yet. Heroine's Halo, 98325. Skills, traditional woman, extremely traditional in concept. Once the opposite sex touches her body, her favorability towards the opposite sex will be maxed out. Virgin, special bloodline, prevents her from losing her virginity before reaching Du Sheng level. Harem ecstasy, extremely tolerant of her partner, able to tolerate her having a harem, favorite of harem people. Wife protecting mad demon, regards her partner as more important than anything else. Even if it is her own clansmen, if they dare to hurt her partner, she will ruthlessly attack them. Spilled water, even if she is not married yet, she will give the good things at home to her sweetheart. After Xiao Ning saw Xiao Shuner's skills, he finally understood why Xiao Shuner fell in love with Xiao Yan. It turned out that it was her own skills that were at work. Xiao Mei is the only one left. It seems not good not to check her information. Xiao Ning, who had made up his mind to nourish Xiao Shuner's meridians again, looked at Xiao Mei. Female supporting role, Xiao Mei. Skills, admiration for the strong, will involuntarily fall in love with the strong of the same age, But if the other party is not strong enough, then sorry, not familiar, do not know. The heart to become strong has a strong desire to improve strength, especially likes to eat elixirs. Born charming body, the figure will be better developed than that of ordinary girls of the same age, and will involuntarily exude an eye-catching charm in every gesture. In addition, there are some unknown wonders. The unknown beauty? Can't you explain it clearly? It arouses people's curiosity. Xiao Ning is a person who is extremely disgusted with Yinan Ping. This one confiscates Yinan Ping, and that one confiscates Yinan Ping. Isn't it over if they all collect it? If you can't even express your thoughts, are you still a man? Originally, he was not very interested in Xiao Mei, who was a collateral family member who was separated by generations, but this natural charm directly aroused his interest. The three people's practice did not stop until the evening. The two people with auras had cultivated the fighting spirit, but Xiao Mei was unable to get the point. In this regard, Xiao Ning could only comfort her. In fact, he did not cultivate the fighting spirit when he practiced for the first time. Don't be discouraged. Just try a few more times. Leading the three children, sending them home one by one, especially for Xiao Yan, Xiao Ning personally hung Yao Lao's ring on a high place for him, temporarily preventing Yao Lao from approaching Xiao Yan. After sending Xiao Shuner, Xiao Ning stayed nearby, ready to wait until the evening to help Xiao Shuner warm up her meridians. After half a day of training, Xiao Ning, who had reached the 7th stage of Dou Qi and whose soul power was stronger than that of ordinary people, could clearly sense that after Xiao Shuner washed up, she lay on the bed and fell into a dream soon. Xiao Ning swallowed nervously. Would he be killed by the guards in secret if he went in directly? No. I am a child now. I am just a child. It won't have much impact. It won't have much impact. After self-hypnosis, Xiao Ning strengthened his courage and then walked lightly into Xiao Shuner's room. Mr. Ling, are we going to let him enter Miss Shuner's room like this? In the dark, the ancient clan guard Guojian asked in a voice transmission. Ling Ying pondered for a moment and shook his head. That man is just a 5-year-old child. What can he do? Miss Shuner came here for an important mission. Unless there are extremely special circumstances, we cannot take action. Huh? He is actually helping Miss Shuner to warm up her meridians. This kid? Sensing Xiao Ning's actions in the room, Ling Ying smiled and touched his goatee. Half an hour later, Xiao Ning walked out of Xiao Shuner's room with a pale face. This work of warming up the meridians is too tiring. I really don't know how Xiao Yan insisted in the first place. However, it seems that Xiao Yan just wanted to test whether Dou Qi exists. No one knows how many meridians he has warmed up. Ding! The heroine Xiao Shuner's favorability increases by 100 and the current total favorability is 100. Life and death together. Ding! The host has captured the heart of the heroine Xiao Shuner, affecting the plot, and obtained 200,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist halo 10,000 and the host's villain halo plus 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through 10,000 points. The system begins to calculate the reward. Please wait. Fortunately, this time there is also a lot of gains. Looking at the new system message, Xiao Ning's mouth corners slightly raised, not a loss. Cousin, Xiao Ning, how did you come out of Suner's room? Xiao Yan, who quietly walked into Xiao Suner's courtyard, looked at Xiao Ning who had just left with some astonishment. Xiao Ning secretly said, fortunately he did not hesitate, otherwise Xiao Yan would have succeeded. Ahem, I just let Sister Shuner go to bed and was about to leave. Cousin Xiao Yan, why are you here so late and not sleeping? Xiao Ning said with a serious face. Xiao Yan originally wanted to find Xiao Shuner to test whether Dou Qi existed, but he didn't expect that there would be someone there, so he had to make up an excuse. I wanted to talk to Sister Shuner about the experience of practicing Dou Qi. Since Sister Shuner has fallen asleep, I will leave first. Xiao Ning stopped Xiao Yan and advised, if you don't sleep well at your age, it will affect your physical growth, which is not good for practicing Dou Qi. Is there such a harm? Xiao Yan only knew that staying up late was bad for the body, but he didn't expect that it would also be bad for practice. He asked half-believingly. Xiao Ning nodded and said earnestly, yes, I usually go to bed very early at night. Only when I am in good spirits can I have enough energy to practice. Xiao Yan secretly took note, thanked him and turned to leave. After returning to his own courtyard, Xiao Ning walked into the room and sat cross-legged, then immediately exchanged for a soul-enriching pill and swallowed it, and started practicing the purple qi soul-enriching technique. Xiao Yan, roll you to death. After 3 years of practice, Xiao Ning's meridians have changed from the thickness of fingers to like a winding stream. The powerful fighting spirit is running rapidly in the meridians, nourishing Xiao Ning's meridians, bones, and flesh. Chapter 8. The Life of the Rich. The morning sun shines in from the gap outside the window, and the tiny spots of light dot the neat room. After practicing all night, Xiao Ning slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. It seems that I have taken too much of this Yunling pill. I have developed drug resistance, and the efficacy is getting lower and lower. Ding! The reward for the villain's aura breaking through 10,000 points has been settled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Medicine Emperor Heritage. The Medicine Emperor Heritage contains the Medicine Emperor's lifelong pill formula, which records the Medicine Emperor's life's hard work. With it, you will be able to obtain a large number of pill formulas. Not only that, you will also be extremely sensitive to some treasures. The most important thing is that you can avoid many detours on the road of becoming an alchemist, because you have the lifelong experience of the strongest alchemist. Then a memory slowly emerged in Xiao Ning's mind. A few minutes later, Xiao Ning came back to his senses and covered his dizzy head. There are so many pill recipes. Skin-quenching pill, body-quenching pill, vein-quenching pill. This is really a pillow given to you when you are sleepy. I am worried that my strength is improving slowly. Xiao Ning stood up and washed his face with clean water to make himself a little sober. Although the pill recipes are good, they are all pills that can be effective in the Dou Qi stage and even the Dou Qi stage, but the required medicinal materials are also extremely expensive. In particular, each kind of pill requires a magic core of a second-level magic beast. Not only that, these pills are 4th-grade pills, and the level is catching up with the 4th-grade gathering Qi. The Medicine Emperor Cauldron has to be upgraded. However, fortunately, my little wife Hunter gave a lot of villain points, so upgrading the Medicine Emperor Cauldron should not be a problem. Ding, do you want to spend 10,000 villain points to upgrade the Medicine Emperor Cauldron to the 2nd level? Yes! In the system space, the pure black and simple Medicine Cauldron instantly burst into a golden light. After a few seconds, some fantastic runes appeared on the Medicine Cauldron, and the entire Medicine Cauldron became extremely mysterious. Ding, the 1st-level Medicine Emperor Cauldron has been upgraded, and the current level is 2nd level. Continue to upgrade. The 2nd-level Medicine Cauldron is not enough. Xiao Ning chose to upgrade again. He is now a rich man. Ding, do you want to spend 20,000 villain points to upgrade the Medicine Emperor Cauldron to the 3rd level? The light of evolution shone again, and the upgrade was completed in a short while. Do you want to spend 40,000 villain points to upgrade the Medicine Emperor Cauldron to the 4th level? Xiao Ning was stunned. This thing really costs villain points. Upgrade it for me. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Ning chose to continue upgrading. Strength is the most important. The 3-legged Medicine Cauldron with runes was shrouded in a golden light. This time for a little longer. A few minutes later, the figure of the Medicine Cauldron appeared in Xiao Ning's eyes. The Medicine Emperor Cauldron, which was upgraded to the 4th level, has become more than twice as large. Some of the original runes have been transformed into patterns of several wild beasts. A knock on the door interrupted Xiao Ning's continued operation. Brother, it's time to practice. Got it. Xiao Ning put away the system interface, then opened the door and prepared to go to the back mountain with Xiao Yu to practice. Just as he walked out of the courtyard, he saw Xiao Shuner and Xiao Mei, who had come without an appointment. Cousin Xiao Ning, are you going to practice? Can you take us with you? Xiao Mei, who was wearing a red dress, begged with her big, watery eyes. Xiao Shuner's pretty face was slightly red, and she looked up at Xiao Ning from time to time, but did not speak. I was out with my grandfather yesterday and was not at home. What happened? Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Ning with some confusion. Xiao Ning scratched his head and said, I taught them to practice yesterday. Then go together. Xiao Yu nodded and looked at the 2 beautiful little sisters beside Xiao Ning with a smile. It would be great if one of them could be his brother's wife. The 4 of them came to the back mountain. After Xiao Ning checked the cultivation methods of Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuner, he sat aside and calmed down. He did not choose to practice, but continued to enter the system mall. After obtaining the inheritance of the Medicine Emperor, his head is still a little dizzy and not suitable for cultivation. After searching in the mall for more than an hour, Xiao Ning finally found what he was looking for, a camouflage mask and a personal guard. The camouflage mask 5,000 villain points can change the wearer's appearance, voice, body shape, and fighting spirit. It is an indispensable treasure for killing people and stealing treasures and concealing your identity. It can be upgraded by consuming villain points. The initial camouflage mask can only prevent the fighter from seeing through your identity. Personal Guard, 5,000 villain points, is a puppet made of special materials. It can change its form according to the host's requirements. The initial Personal Guard has only the strength of a fighter. It can be upgraded by consuming villain points. The higher the level, the more humane the Personal Guard will be. It is said that when it reaches the maximum level, the Personal Guard can be no different from a real human being and can produce offspring. Limited to 1. If you want medicinal materials and magic cores, you must go to the auction house opened by the Middle family in Wutan City. These 2 items need to be upgraded before they can be used. Xiao Ning, who still had more than 130,000 villain points left, was still rich and powerful, and upgraded the 2 without any hesitation. Ding, do you want to consume 10,000 villain points to upgrade the disguise mask? Yes. A second-level disguise mask can make it difficult for practitioners at or below the level of a Dou Qi to see through your identity. Dou Qi? Dou Qi is not enough, and there is also a second-level alchemist in the auction house, Gu Ni. I remember that his strength is a 3-star Grand Dou Qi. Although it was more than 10 years ago, Gu Ni is not a protagonist, and his cultivation should not be much different from what I know. At least he must be at the Grand Dou Qi level. Xiao Ning chose to upgrade the disguise mask again. Ding, do you want to consume 20,000 villain points to upgrade the disguise mask? Yes! Level 3 camouflage mask. It is difficult for practitioners below the Grand Fighting Master to see through your identity. Xiao Ning then moved his eyes away from the camouflage mask with satisfaction and put them on the Personal Guard. If there is no portable grandfather like Yao Lao, then make one. Xiao Ning suddenly felt a little strange. If you want to make one, why make an old grandfather? Isn't it better to make a beautiful guard? Xiao Siming, Da Siming, Yue Shen, Yan Fei, Qianren Shui, Tsunade, Rem. There are so many candidates. Xiao Ning struggled for a while, and finally decided on the image of the Personal Guard as the Tide Witch Madame Mingzhu. It was already going in an improper way, and Xiao Ning chose the one he liked most in his heart. As Xiao Ning made up his mind, the initial state of the Personal Guard in the system space began to expand rapidly and soon became the appearance of Madame Mingzhu. After a burst of black and purple light, Madame Mingzhu put on her dress, and the 100% restored Madame Mingzhu appeared in the system space. Wearing a black and purple long dress, Madame Mingzhu was extremely beautiful, as if she had descended from the heavens. Her delicate facial features were perfectly integrated, and she naturally exuded a mature and charming charm. She had long and curved willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of watery phoenix eyes, a nose like a hanging gallbladder, red lips and pearly teeth, delicate and transparent pink ears, and 3,000 strands of black hair hanging down to her hips. Her beautiful curves and curves were tightly attached to her clothes, and her plump but slender and charming figure perfectly matched the black and purple dress with a slightly hollow design on her body, which shocked Xiao Ning's heart. Chapter 9. The Powerful Medicine Emperor Cauldron. If this had a little more intelligence and could fully bring out the charming temperament of the Tide Demon, it would take off directly. Xiao Ning had a little fantasy, and then began to upgrade the level of his Personal Guard. Ding, do you want to consume 10,000 villain points to upgrade the Personal Guard? Yes! Xiao Ning chose yes without hesitation. Level 2 Personal Guard. Your Personal Guard has greatly increased in strength, and its strength is comparable to that of an ordinary Dou Qi. Although the camouflage mask initially required 10,000 villain points to upgrade, after a promotion it gained a new skill which is to temporarily increase the strength of the wearer. With its current level of level 3, after using the skill of Strength Surge, the wearer can obtain the strength of a 3-star Grand Dou Qi within 15 minutes. As a comprehensive auxiliary equipment, its upgrade is also worth the money. Ding, do you want to consume 20,000 villain points to upgrade the Personal Guard? Yes. Level 3 Personal Guard. Your Personal Guard has greatly increased in strength, and its strength is comparable to that of an ordinary Grand Dou Qi. Looking at the remaining 70,000 villain points, Xiao Ning thought for a while, and spent another 40,000 villain points to upgrade the Personal Guard to level 4, with strength comparable to that of a Dou Ling. It is absolutely safe in Wutan City now. Xiao Ning felt relieved when he saw Lady Mingzhu, the Tide Demon, whose strength had reached the 4th level Dou Ling. At dusk, Xiao Yu and others finished a day of practice. I have finally cultivated Dou Qi. Xiao Mei waved her hands excitedly. Xiao Yu suggested, after a day of practice, let's go to a hidden hot spring in the back mountain to take a bath. Sister, let's go home first. Xiao Ning quickly grabbed Xiao Yu's arm and dragged Xiao Yu down the mountain. Xiao Shuner is still here. If you take her to take a bath, we will be exposed to the eyes of those old guys in Ling Ying. This is not good. Looking at the backs of the two, Xiao Shuner and Xiao Mei both covered their mouths and laughed. I didn't expect that brother Xiao Ning is so old, but he still takes a bath with sister Xiao Yu. Shame on you. Xiao Ning's hearing is not bad. He stopped immediately when he heard the two people's discussion. He turned his head and shouted at them with a bit of face. It's going to be dark soon. Let's go. This is not what he asked for. Xiao Shuner and the others stuck out their tongues and then trotted down the mountain. Both of them have cultivated fighting spirit and are much stronger than ordinary children. After returning home, Xiao Ning did not stay at home. He took all his money and slipped out of the Xiao family. After staying in a dark alley for a while, Xiao Ning put on a camouflage mask, and the image of a middle-aged man in a black robe emerged in his mind. The black light flashed and instantly wrapped Xiao Ning's whole body. Almost instantly, Xiao Ning's body quickly became about 1.8 meters tall, and a loose black robe appeared on his body. After taking out a small bronze mirror to check his ordinary appearance, and feeling that there was nothing wrong, Xiao Ning walked out of the dark alley and ran to his destination, the middle auction house. He crossed a street and came to the luxuriously decorated auction house. Under the vigilant eyes of several fully armed guards at the door, Xiao Ning walked straight in. After scanning the hall, he stepped towards a counter that specializes in selling ready-made medicinal materials and magic cores. Due to the blessing of the villain's aura and his outstanding talent, although he is still young, the pocket money and New Year's money he has received add up to several thousand gold coins. Sir, what would you like to order? The middle-aged man in charge of the counter was experienced and did not complain about Xiao Ning's ordinary appearance. He still asked kindly. Xiao Ning thought for a moment and said, 6 complete purple leaf orchids, 4 bone-washing flowers, and 2 first-level wood magic cores. The total cost of the medicinal materials is 2,000 gold coins, and the total cost of the 2 first-level wood magic cores is 1,000 gold coins, a total of 3,000 gold coins. Guo Baolin calculated the price of these things while taking the medicinal materials for Xiao Ning. Although the price is a bit higher than the market, it saves time. Xiao Ning checked the things and found that there was no problem. He put the things away and turned to walk towards an extremely remote inn in his impression. He naturally didn't have the money to refine the 4th-grade elixir, but he had the 4th-level Medicine Emperor Cauldron. This thing can identify the placed medicinal materials, automatically configure the best elixir formula, and automatically refine the medicine. In his previous life, Xiao Ning was quite careful when reading books. He wrote down the recipe of Yao Lao's Foundation Building Spirit Liquid. If he sold 2 bottles of Foundation Building Spirit Liquid first, wouldn't the money come? After closing the door and summoning Madame Mingzhu to sense that there were no suspicious people around, Xiao Ning took out the Medicine Emperor Cauldron, 3 purple-leafed orchids, 2 bone-washing flowers, a first-level wood magic core, and a water-condensing flower. This medicine liquid is perfect. The genuine foundation-building spiritual liquid prepared by Yao Lao is not something that ordinary people can absorb. To be precise, ordinary people, who have not gone through Xiao Yan's 3-year waste period to train their meridians, may suffer some damage after absorbing it. Having obtained the inheritance of the Medicine Emperor, Xiao Ning naturally has a way to solve this hazard. That is to add a water-condensing flower that can be found everywhere in the Dou Qi Continent. It can dilute the concentration of the foundation-building spiritual liquid so that ordinary people can also enjoy this medicine liquid. After putting a portion of refined medicinal materials into it, Xiao Ning stared at the Medicine Emperor Cauldron that slowly appeared golden flames, looking forward to the results. After upgrading to the 4th-level Medicine Emperor Cauldron, the speed of refining medicine is very fast. Under the golden flame, each medicinal material was almost instantly refined into a perfect medicine liquid, which means that a little time was wasted on the green wood magic core. A few minutes later, the 3 pastes began to merge, and under the burning of the golden flame, they gradually turned into a drop of liquid that looked like emerald. Seeing such a result, Xiao Ning quickly took out the jade bottle left after taking the Yunling pill from his arms, circulated the Dou Qi to take out the liquid medicine, and then carefully covered the bottle cap. As a result of this action, Xiao Ning was very happy to examine his own Yaodi Ding. You know, even Yao Lao took several hours to refine the foundation-building spiritual liquid, but this Yaodi Ding was done in a few minutes, worthy of the treasure he spent heavy money to upgrade. Without any thoughts of feeling sorry for the employee, Xiao Ning also put another batch of medicinal materials into it, and the Yao Ding immediately continued to work more than tiredly. After a few minutes, Xiao Ning took back his Yao Ding, his personal guard Mingzhu Madam, and returned to the Midal auction house again with 2 bottles of foundation-building spiritual liquid. Chapter 10, Young Girl Yafei. Why is this wealthy gentleman here again? Is he going to buy something again? After Guo Baolin found Xiao Ning, he immediately began to daydream. He made 60 gold coins from the previous order, 60 gold coins. 20 gold coins are enough for a civilian family to live for a year. As a staff member of the Midal auction house, his income is not low, but these 60 gold coins are enough for his work income for half a year. Who knows, the facts are completely different from Guo Baolin's fantasy. Xiao Ning just nodded at him and walked into the treasure appraisal room. This made the originally excited Guo Baolin suddenly feel a lot more lonely, and he looked at Xiao Ning's back with some resentment in his eyes. Pushing the door and entering, the treasure appraisal room was a little empty, with only a woman in a red skirt sitting on a chair beside the table with a serious expression. The woman was wearing a bright red cheongsam, which wrapped her graceful body. Although she was just sitting quietly, it did not hinder her coquettish charm. The girl was extremely beautiful, and it could be said that she had a face that could make fish sink to the bottom of the water and geese fall to the ground, and a face that could shame the moon and flowers. She had bright eyes, white teeth, black eyebrows, cherry lips, ice-like skin, beautiful posture, and a plump and well-proportioned body. Her snow-white and smooth skin and plump body were really charming, especially the tall and plump breasts in front of her, which seemed to be about to burst her dress at any time. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, the woman raised her head and looked at Xiao Ning, who was disguised as a middle-aged man. She stood up politely, and a professional smile quickly appeared on her face. "Sir, are you going to appraise the treasure?" Looking at the girl who was receiving him, Xiao Ning frowned slightly. Although this woman is young, if she grows up a few years, she must be a top-notch person who is no less than Madame Mingzhu. Could it be? With a guess in his mind, Xiao Ning immediately checked the information of the girl in front of him. Heroine 5th, heroine's aura, 134 through, skills, Queen of Gold, has a strong talent for economic things, often able to make a small fortune, is bold in dealing with things, and is good at seizing opportunities, especially opportunities to make. Airplane King has a strong charm, and it is difficult for ordinary men to restrain themselves. With low concentration, they may even get on the plane and do needlework involuntarily. Unwilling to be bound, born charming and romantic, but with low strength, it is natural that she will be dominated in this world where the strong prey on the weak. But that strong heart is unwilling to succumb to her fate. Derivative skills, Alchemist's dream, hopes to become an alchemist and make herself independent. It is indeed Yafei. It seems that because of the time, this is just a treasure appraiser. Xiao Ning walked to the chair and sat down naturally. He smiled at Yafei indifferently, took out 2 jade bottles from his arms and placed them casually on the table. It is indeed necessary to appraise the treasure. This is. Yafei hummed softly, blinked her eyes in confusion, carefully picked up the mutton-fat jade bottle, opened the bottle stopper, and sniffed the bottle mouth gently. In an instant, Yafei suddenly felt that the fighting spirit in her body had increased a little, and her face changed immediately. Although it was only a little, but in terms of her qualifications, it was enough to practice for a long time, and the most important thing was that no auxiliary means could be used in the fighting spirit stage, which was almost common sense for the imperial people to practice. He gently covered the jade bottle and looked at Xiao Ning again with a little more awe. "Is the Lord an alchemist?" Xiao Ning nodded slightly. "Sir, can you wait a moment? I need to ask Master Gu Ni from our auction house to come and identify your spiritual liquid." Putting the one in her hand on the table, Yafei's voice was mixed with a soft voice of pleading. With her delicate face, there was almost a temptation that men could not refuse. Xiao Ning came here to raise money, so he nodded gently and closed his eyes to rest. After seeing Yafei, he had a different idea from the one who originally wanted to sell 2 bottles of foundation-building spiritual liquid to make his first pot of gold. Yafei hurried out of the room, and a few minutes later, she brought an old man in a green robe with gray hair. The old man's face was full of red, his hair was white and his face was young, and the green robe on his body was faintly flowing with light. Xiao Ning's eyes swept over the old man and saw an embroidery like a medicine furnace on the old man's chest. The surface of the medicine furnace had 2 silver ripples flashing with dazzling light. as expected of a supporting role. Even if it's about 10 years earlier, it's still the same level as when he first appeared. During this period, Guni also caught a trace and looked at Xiao Ning, someone who can increase his strength in the Dou Qi stage and also claims to be a pharmacist no matter what, is extraordinary. This is Master Guni, the pharmacist of our auction house. Yafei introduced respectfully, and then stood by the table and pointed to the jade bottle on the table with Master Guni, who was sitting down. Uncle Guni, this is the liquid medicine I want. Picking up the jade bottle, Guni also opened the jade bottle and smelled the smell of the liquid medicine, then tilted the jade bottle gently and poured out a small drop of green liquid. Under the operation of Dou Qi, the liquid quietly floated in the palm of Master Guni's hand. Without any pause, Master Guni immediately took out a silver needle to test the medicinal properties of the liquid medicine. Xiao Ning explained, "My medicine is called Quenching Body Washing Marrow Liquid, which can increase the speed of practicing Dou Qi. The medicine is extremely mild and has no side effects." Staring at the two jade bottles on the table, Yafei's eyes flashed with a determined look. If she can get the help of this medicine, even if she has average qualifications, she can immediately break through the current Dou Qi stage. Of course, the premise of all this is that the effect of this medicine is real. After a moment, Guni's Dou Qi was running, and he put the medicine suspended in his palm back into the jade bottle, capped the bottle, nodded slightly to Yafei, and looked at Xiao Ning respectfully. "This medicine is indeed as you said, and it has reached the level of a second-grade elixir." After a slight cough, Master Guni said a little embarrassedly, "In theory, our auction house should arrange an auction for you immediately. But I am also very rare for this medicine. I wonder if you are willing to sell it here? I am willing to bid 80,000 gold coins for 2 bottles of Quenching Body Washing Marrow Liquid." 80,000 gold coins? This price is actually much higher than the auction price, but Xiao Ning, who had other ideas, shook his head. "Well, sir, do you think the price is too low? Although this body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid is very effective, it only works at the Dou Qi stage, and the price of 40,000 for a bottle is not low." Without the mocking aura of the protagonist, Guni patiently explained to Xiao Ning. Chapter 11. Medium cup, large cup, extra large cup, crazy cutting of leeks. Xiao Ning looked at Yafei and chuckled. "I saw that the girl called you uncle just now. I think Master Guni wants to buy this liquid medicine for your niece, right?" "This." Yafei looked at Guni apologetically. She was so happy just now that she forgot to hide the relationship between the two. Guni smiled brightly. "That's true." As soon as the voice changed, Guni asked Xiao Ning puzzledly, "Since sir can guess the reason, why are you unwilling to sell the liquid medicine?" "Because I want to cooperate with your auction house." Xiao Ning leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on the table, and said in a deep voice, "Cooperation?" Guni and Yafei said in unison. Xiao Ning nodded slightly, leaned back in his chair lazily, and explained in detail. The effect of the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid must be clear to both Master Guni and this lady. It has the effect of promoting cultivation in the Dou Qi stage, which is unique in the entire Jiama Empire. However, the price is extremely expensive, and not everyone can afford it. Does the Lord have a way to simplify the formula and reduce the price? Yafei, who is extremely sensitive to business opportunities, said. As expected of someone with the skill Queen of Gold, Xiao Ning nodded approvingly. "Yes, I can reduce the effect of this medicine and make a simplified version. According to my plan, it can be divided into several levels. From the young masters and young ladies of the big families to ordinary practitioners, they can all use my medicine to practice." Picking up a jade bottle on the table, Xiao Ning continued with deep eyes, "This will be an important product for our promotion, and we can't sell it directly to you so easily. Medium cup, large cup, extra large cup, this method is too familiar to him. As long as the knife skills are accurate, you can harvest the leeks of the entire Jiama Empire. At that time, there is no need to worry about not having enough gold coins." Yafei's little calculation in her heart was played. If it is really possible to make this medicine liquid available to all classes, as the alchemist in front of her said. Even if one bottle only makes 1 gold coin, if the output is sufficient and this product is promoted to the entire Jiama Empire, the income, the key is that the profit of 1 bottle will definitely not be as simple as making 1 gold coin. Indicating to Uncle Guni that this was feasible, Yafei picked up another jade bottle on the table, thought about it carefully, and said to Xiao Ning, "I have a suggestion. I wonder if it is feasible?" "Tell me about it." Ning nodded with interest. "How many days can the liquid medicine in this jade bottle be used?" Xiao Ning thought about it, It can be used for about 2 months. A trace of joy appeared on her delicate cheeks, and Yafei smiled lightly. That's fine. The price of this bottle of liquid medicine is really too expensive. Even a big family can hardly afford it for a long time. If we use a delicate small jade bottle, divide it into 60 parts, and make it into an exquisite gift box, not only can it be sold as a whole set, but also individually. Divided into 60 parts, the price of a bottle is only about a few hundred gold coins, so there will be a steady stream of buyers. Hair retail, this thinking is worthy of being the most profitable person. It's indeed a good idea. Xiao Ning nodded to Yafei and said admiringly. Master Guni also understood the benefits of this at this time. He twisted his fingers on his green ring and immediately took out nearly 100 finely carved jade bottles and 4 brocade boxes to support it. I still have some collections. After distributing the medicine, I can arrange the auction. Guni stroked his beard and said with a smile. Being able to show off his collection in front of other alchemists, although he may not be as good at alchemy, Guni felt that he had regained some face. Putting the jade bottles in his hand on the table and letting Master Guni distribute them, Xiao Ning glanced at the charming Yafei. If possible, I hope to let this lady preside over the auction of this body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid. With the image of the lady, she will definitely be able to greatly promote our body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid and let the name of this medicine liquid make a sensation throughout Wutan City. It's really time for you to change your way of training. Master Guni, who had distributed the medicine, stroked his beard, neatly stacked the 4 palm-sized brocade boxes together, turned his head and smiled at Yafei. 30 exquisite jade bottles the size of pen caps were neatly placed in each brocade box, each containing a drop of liquid medicine the size of a grain of rice. Picking up the brocade box, Yafei smiled quietly and hummed softly. She had coveted the profession of auctioneer for a long time. Perhaps that was her world. The auction is going on in the #1 auction room. I'll go and arrange it for you. Also, sir, please follow me to the #1 auction room. Guni stood up and said. Ding, the heroine Yafei became an auctioneer in advance, affecting the direction of the plot, and gained 1,000 villain points. Ding, the liquid medicine was auctioned in Wutan City in advance, reducing the possibility of Xiao Yan's foundation-building spirit liquid being auctioned, affecting the direction of the plot, and gaining 2,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist halo made 100, and the host's villain halo, plus 100. Under Guni's leadership, Xiao Ning walked into the auction room where the auction was being held. The auction room was very spacious, but the light was a little dim, just like a movie theater. Only the center of the auction room was particularly eye-catching under the light. After finding a secluded place, Xiao Ning sat down quietly, looking at the system message, and his fingers subconsciously twirled. Reduce the possibility? When the low-end version of the bathing spirit liquid appears, I will make it have no market. The body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid occupies the high-end market, while the low-end bathing spirit liquid occupies the low-end market, completely monopolizing the entire market. Not long after, Yafei, wearing a red kyongsam, walked to the center of the auction room and said in a charming voice, Everyone, the auction room just received a new auction item. I think everyone will be interested. The enchanting figure and the delicate voice immediately attracted the attention of all the men present, and they were all wondering in their hearts, where did this beauty come from? She raised her jade hand to hide her face and smiled. My name is Yafei, and I will be the resident auctioneer of this auction room from now on. I believe that everyone will be interested in today's items. Miss Yafei, please introduce the auction items quickly. My wallet is thirsty. A fat man who looked to be in his 30s shouted. Yafei chuckled and picked up one of the brocade boxes on the table beside her with her delicate jade hand, gently opened it, and revealed a fine jade bottle containing 30 doses of liquid medicine. The white fingers picked up a bottle at random, and Yafei introduced it with a smile. This thing is called the Body Tempering and Marrow Washing Liquid, which is a second-grade elixir. It has a miraculous effect on people in the Dou Qi stage. The effect is just as its name suggests. It has the effect of tempering the body and washing the marrow, strengthening the meridians, and soaking the body with this spiritual liquid can speed up the practice. A jade bottle of liquid can be used for 1 day, and each box contains 30 bottles, which can be used for 1 month. If you want your family members to become a young genius, don't miss this opportunity. Miss Yafei, it seems that you can't use elixirs to assist in this stage of Dou Qi, right? As soon as Yafei finished speaking, someone asked. This is common knowledge of cultivation in the Jiama Empire, and it is something that everyone knows. Chapter 12, Body Tempering and Marrow Washing Liquid, first release. You can rest assured, this item was personally identified by Master Gu Ni of our auction house. It is of the second grade, and there is absolutely no problem. Moreover, Yafei's qualifications are extremely ordinary, but after being fortunate enough to use a small bottle of this body, tempering and marrow washing liquid to soak her body, in just one night, she miraculously broke through to the second stage of Dou Qi. She held the delicate jade bottle and slid it gently on her jade-like arm. Her smile and frown immediately made the crowd boil. This beautiful woman is really good at deceiving people. This is obviously what I just took out. Xiao Ning looked at the boiling man in the crowd with a smile. While scanning, he also saw a ruthless man sitting in the shadows, looking at Yafei on the stage with fiery eyes, and his hands were doing needlework, while the rosy cherry lips were slightly opening and closing. A fairy. I thought it was just a little exaggerated, but I didn't expect it to be true. Xiao Ning's eyes quickly skipped over the ruthless man and fixed their gaze on the two people sitting in the front row. It turned out to be Xiao Yan and Grandpa. Looking at the heated atmosphere in the venue, Yafei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that her first auction performance was not bad. A box of body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid costs 8,000 gold coins. Please start your bid. Yafei put the jade bottle in her hand back into the brocade box, picked it up and said with a smile, her eyes casually scanning the people in the venue. Xiao Ning's pupils suddenly shrank. 8,000 gold coins? The starting price of this medicine liquid is only 8,000. Now it's divided into two, and it's still 8,000. Yafei is really a good businessman. 9,000 gold coins. As soon as Yafei finished speaking, the fat man who was thirsty shouted out the price. 10,000 gold coins. The voice of bidding followed closely, instantly drowning out the big man. Fatty looked at his wallet and lay down on the recliner helplessly. His wallet couldn't afford this price. The price in the venue kept surging, and in just about a minute, it soared to a height of 20,000 gold coins. Seeing such a scene for the first time, Xiao Ning also personally experienced the pursuit of strength by people in the fantasy world. After more than 10 minutes, the voices gradually became sparse. Xiao Yan, who was sitting in the front, knocked on the armrest of the chair and said lightly, 40,000 gold coins. The old man who originally bid 35,000 gold coins was stunned, and the whole venue was silent in an instant. Not only was it a high bid, but also because of the owner of the voice, Xiao Yan, the head of the Xiao family, one of the three major families in Wutan City. This thing will definitely fall into the hands of the Xiao family. Leaning on the chair, Xiao Ning muttered inwardly. The protagonist's halo is indeed not covered. Only the Xiao family came from the three major families, and they actually encountered such a thing. If it was just a coincidence, Xiao Ning would not believe it. After twisting his fingers, Xiao Ning's eyes revealed a hint of amusement. Getting this medicine does not mean that you are qualified to use it. Since no one bids, this box of body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid will be purchased by Patriarch Xiao Yan. After a long time, no one bid again. Yafei tapped the hammer in her hand lightly and decided the final buyer. With her soft palm, she picked up a brocade box and handed it to a beautiful maid. She also placed a light golden card and asked her to give it to Xiao Yan. Don't be too disappointed. This body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid will be sold at the Mitel auction house for a long time. Each box costs 30,000 gold coins. Yafei stretched out 3 white and tender fingers like green onions. 30,000 gold coins? Then Patriarch Xiao Yan would lose a lot of money at the price of 40,000 gold coins. The fat brother, who was thirsty for money, stood up for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes also turned slightly cold, and he looked up at Yafei. The middle auction house has already thought of a way to deal with this problem. Yafei pointed to the golden card on Xiao Yan's brocade box. Any distinguished guest who purchases the body-tempering marrow-washing liquid will receive this free discount card. With this discount card, you can purchase the second body-tempering marrow-washing liquid at a 50% discount. This is the discount given by the middle auction house to the first supporter of the body-tempering marrow-washing liquid. Fatty murmured and calculated, 50% discount, the price of 30,000 gold coins. Only 15,000 gold coins are needed, including the 40,000 gold coins for the first copy of the Xiao family leader. 2 copies only need 55,000 gold coins, saving 5,000 gold coins immediately. Patriarch Xiao Yan is so lucky. After hearing the explanation of the fat brother, Many people also figured out everything and cast envious eyes on Xiao Yan if they had offered a higher price before. "Brother, you are not a shill." Xiao Ning was shocked and covered his eyes. After solving this problem, Yafei recruited 3 maids to take the body tempering and marrow washing liquid away, and chuckled, "After the auction is over, everyone can go to the body tempering and marrow washing liquid special area to buy it." Alas, what a pity. Although this thing is very good, it costs 30,000 gold coins. How can a person like me from a small family afford it? Fatty sighed. Many people around also looked at their wallets with a little shame. The price of 30,000 gold coins was too huge, even though they were considered to have some strength in Wutan City. Unfortunately, there was still a big gap from the level of the 3 major families. At this time, Xiao Ning could roughly judge that this fatty must have been a shill, and it was estimated that Yafei would have an excuse in the next second. Xiao Ning was not surprised. Yafei immediately looked up at Fatty. The middle family has also thought of the troubles of this distinguished guest. If you are interested in this body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid, but are not sure about its efficacy, you can buy a bottle separately. In addition to buying the whole set, there is also an opportunity to buy the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid, which is priced at 1,000 gold coins. But you should pay special attention to the fact that each small bottle can only be used for 1 day of practice. Wow, the middle auction house is so considerate. I, T-New, must buy a few bottles for my stinky boy. Fatty laughed. If a bottle is only 1,000 gold coins, I also want to buy a few bottles for the younger generation of the family. Brother Lu, how many bottles do you plan to buy? There are quite a few younger generations in your family. Let's buy 7 bottles first. Looking at so many people who want to buy, Xiao Ning feels that his funds will not be a problem for a long time. In order to sell the low-end product, the bath spirit liquid, Xiao Ning cleared his throat, stood up and said regretfully, "Even if this thing is sold separately, it is really not something that ordinary people can afford. 1,000 gold coins is almost enough for ordinary people to eat for half a lifetime." Glancing at Xiao Ning, Yafei chuckled and said with a lonely face, "Yes, the price of this thing is indeed extraordinary." Yafei also experienced it because of participating in the experiment of the effect of the liquid medicine. With Yafei's meager income, she can't buy such a top-grade spiritual liquid at all. Chapter 13, Earning Numb. Her delicate appearance immediately aroused the pity of the people present. Fatty immediately shouted, "Miss Yafei, I am willing to invest in buying you a bottle." "Only 1 bottle? What's enough for, Miss Yafei? I am willing to buy you 10 bottles. "Miss Yafei, I am willing to buy you 15 bottles, as long as you A lewd smile appeared on the old man's face, and the hidden meaning in his words was self-evident. Facing the fanaticism in these men's eyes, Yafei knew she would face this since she stood on the auction stage. If she couldn't even stand this, then there was no need to struggle anymore. With a smile, Yafei bowed slightly and saluted to everyone. "Thank you all for your concern and love for Yafei. Yafei would like to thank you here. Don't worry too much. Yafei has good news to tell you." Everyone quieted down, and the fat brother sitting in the front asked, "What is the good news?" Although the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid can be sold in retail, it is a pity that the price of 1,000 gold coins is not affordable for most people. The alchemist of the Mitre family thought of this and is concentrating on studying a simplified version of the liquid. Yafei explained slowly, "Although it is not a high-grade elixir liquid, it also has a considerable auxiliary effect on the cultivation of the Dou Qi stage. Because its use method is also dripping into water and soaking the body, the alchemist also gave it a very fitting name, bathing spirit liquid." "How can I buy such a good thing?" Xiao Ning mobilized the atmosphere again and began to act as a shill. Everyone also looked at Yafei curiously. If there is a cheap product, it is also a good choice. Yafei frowned slightly, and a bitter look appeared on her charming face. The bathing spirit liquid is still in the experimental stage, and it will be available for sale at the Mitre auction house in 7 days. As she spoke, Yafei's face showed a touch of excitement. Due to the simplified formula, while retaining its basic effectiveness, it also reduces the cost. Each small bottle only costs 20 gold coins. Yafei plans to use this bathing spirit liquid to bathe in the future to improve her cultivation speed. 20 gold coins is really too cheap, and it is the liquid used by Miss Yafei for bathing. I, Fatty, want to buy it all. I want to buy 100 bottles. My wallet is already thirsty. Fatty roared excitedly. Many people were also very interested. Being able to come to this auction house, 20 gold coins were not worth mentioning to them, and they all had a strong desire to buy. Seeing that the goal was achieved, Yafei's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. In order to thank everyone for their support of the Bath Spirit Liquid, you can go to the special sales office of the Bath Spirit Liquid to submit a deposit when you leave this auction room. Anyone who submits a deposit today can enjoy a 20% discount. The Bath Spirit Liquid, which costs 20 gold coins per bottle, only needs 16 gold coins to order now. Wow, there is such a discount. 100 bottles is too few. I, Fatty, want to buy 200, no, 300 bottles. Hurry up and order, it will be gone if it's too late. Fatty ran out of the auction room first. Brother Lou, let's go and order, otherwise there may not be many shares. Yes, I want to order 1,000 bottles and use them as a benefit for family members in the future. Xiao Ning laughed secretly. This Yafei is really amazing. Now even pre-sales are organized. Consumers are often blind, just like the act of grabbing salt after a nuclear leak on a certain island. While the crowd was not too crowded, Xiao Ning quickly left the auction room and walked into the treasure appraisal room. After waiting for a long time, Yafei slowly walked in. At this time, her pretty face was flushed, and her forehead was covered with sweat. It was obvious that she was very tired. Master Guni also accompanied her in. Sitting opposite Xiao Ning, Yafei's face was full of excitement. Sir, we've made a fortune. The income from the sale of the body tempering and marrow washing liquid and the income from the reservation of the soul bathing liquid add up to 500,000 gold coins. 500,000 gold coins, which is enough to buy a copy of the Xuan level advanced exercises and have some left over. It is difficult for an auction to achieve such income, even at the headquarters auction house. And this is not a one-time deal. This liquid medicine can be sold for a long time. 500,000 gold coins? Xiao Ning was also a little surprised. Although he had already guessed that the income this time was not small, this 500,000 really exceeded his expectations. Yafei reached out and took out a crystal card. Sir, this is all the income from this potion, a total of 500,000 gold coins. Master Guni was not happy about the generous income this time, but a little worried. There are so many people who ordered potions, so many orders. There are tens of thousands of copies. How can we get it in 7 days? Looking at Yafei and Master Guni, Xiao Ning took the crystal card calmly. Since I dared to let Miss Yafei release the news and also collected a deposit, I naturally have a way. Get me some herbs. First, I want to borrow the alchemy room, just to give you a reassurance. Xiao Ning said, and took out a list of herbs. In addition to the herbs needed for the potion, it also recorded some herbs for skin-quenching pills, body-quenching pills, and vein-quenching pills. Although it is very difficult and expensive to develop a recipe from medicinal materials, the cautious Xiao Ning still killed this possibility in the cradle. After taking a look at the list, Master Guni immediately took out several medicinal materials and 3 wood-attributed magic cores from his ring. My lord, everything you need is here. Take me to the alchemy room. Xiao Ning simply checked the medicinal properties of the medicinal materials, nodded slightly and picked him up. Looking at Xiao Ning's slightly rough behavior, Master Guni frowned slightly. Doesn't this alchemist have a ring? With an awkward laugh, Master Guni led Xiao Ning to his alchemy room. Alchemists are a group of people with strange personalities. Maybe this one doesn't like to use rings. Passing through a corridor, Xiao Ning entered Guni's alchemy room and immediately summoned Madame Mingzhu to shield the situation in the alchemy room and took out the Medicine Emperor Cauldron. From the medicinal materials, he found a set of medicinal materials and magic cores needed for the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid, and Xiao Ning immediately put them into the Medicine Emperor Cauldron. The golden flames ignited and immediately began to calcine the medicinal materials and magic cores, and began the process of refining medicine. Outside the medicine room, Guni whispered to Yafei, "You did a good job this time. You directly put the benefits to the alchemist." Uncle Guni, if this medicine liquid can really be supplied continuously, it will be a huge benefit. Yafei is not a person who only cares about petty profits, Yafei said calmly. Chapter 14 The Killer, Xiao Uncle Guni, if you have the recipe for the medicine liquid, can you refine it? Yafei said with some curiosity. Guni's expression suddenly became heavy and he said sternly, "The pill formula is the lifeblood of every alchemist. Don't do anything stupid. Based on my perception of that person, I haven't determined his level. It's unwise to offend an alchemist of unknown level. Remember that decades ago, the Czech family of the Gama Empire offended the Dan King Gu He because of such a thing, and the whole family was destroyed." Yafei said slowly with a little heaviness. "Since you know this, don't think about the pill formula." Master Guni breathed a sigh of relief. Yafei wiped the sweat from her forehead. The business of the medicine liquid is very good. If the channel is opened in the future, it will be a steady stream of income. I just want to increase the income. Now it seems that it's not possible. The middle family values win-win cooperation, not a single dominant family. You still need more experience. Guni took the opportunity to warn. Yafei pouted her lips and secretly remembered this. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ning walked out slowly with 3 jade bottles and threw them into Guni's hands. I'm lucky. I succeeded in making 3 original liquids. Original liquid? Master Guni looked at the jade bottles in confusion. Xiao Ning smiled calmly. This is the original appearance of the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid and the soul-bathing liquid. As long as the water-condensed flowers are refined into liquid medicine and blended, different levels of finished products can be produced. The more concentrated ones are the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid, and the ones with a lighter effect are ordinary soul-bathing liquids. It's so simple. If that's the case, the speed of refining will be greatly improved. Master Guni smiled knowingly. He didn't expect that this person was really a powerful alchemist, just using the simplest water-condensed flowers. 1 bottle of stock solution can be mixed into 2 boxes of body-quenching and marrow-washing solution. 1,500 bottles of bathing spirit solution. With Master Guni's strength, he can complete all the work by himself. After writing a mixing configuration to Guni, Xiao Ning took out the crystal card and handed it to Yafei. Exchange the gold coins on it for medicinal materials and give me a low-level storage ring. This kind of low-level medicinal materials can only be stored in a low-level storage ring. As he said, Xiao Ning quickly wrote on the thick and hard craft paper with a kohl pencil. Buying medicinal materials was his original purpose. Low-level medicinal materials can only be stored in low-level storage rings. This weird habit made Yafei laugh and cry. This alchemist is really a weird person. Taking the crystal card, he glanced at the list of medicinal materials. You actually need so many medicinal materials. Yafei twisted her waist slightly and walked towards the warehouse. Xiao Ning and Guni returned to the treasure appraisal room and waited. During this time, Xiao Ning also personally instructed Guni on how to mix the original liquid. Half an hour later, Yafei came to Xiao Ning with a wooden tray, which contained an ancient black ring. My lord, everything you need is inside. After picking up the ring and checking it, Xiao Ning nodded. I will deliver the original liquid you need this time in 3 days. In addition, I will send you the original liquid at the beginning of each month to ensure sufficient supply. Since my lord is so sincere, Mitel Auction House is willing to share the profits with you in a 3-7 ratio, with you taking 70% and Mitel Auction House taking 30%, and all the required medicinal materials will be provided by the Mitel family. Yafei said seriously. Xiao Ning did not have much experience in this division. However, sales of the liquid medicine were largely due to the market channels of Mitel Auction House and the supply of medicinal materials from Mitel Auction House. 70% was not a small amount, and it was still a case of including medicinal materials. Okay, it's settled. Wearing the ring, Xiao Ning slowly left the Mitel Auction House. After leaving the Mitel Auction House, Xiao Ning immediately removed his disguise and quickly slipped back to the Xiao family. Xiao Yan, you want to use the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid I refined? Maybe in the next life. In the Xiao family's meeting hall, a debate began about the distribution of the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid. This body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid has a powerful auxiliary effect on the Dou Qi realm. I think it should be given to the most outstanding genius in the family. Xiao Yunhai stroked his beard calmly. Half a year ago, the old guy Shaolin died together with his enemies, and the power of the Xiao family was no longer completely decided by the head of the family. Xiao Zhan kept tapping his fingers on the 2 stacked brocade boxes. It's right to give it to geniuses, but there are 60 copies in it. I think some of it should be given to the emerging genius members. 60 copies may seem like a lot, but once they are separated, each person can only get a few. The efficacy is too dispersed and I'm afraid it won't work. Xiao Yuanhai's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. He knew exactly what Xiao Zhan was thinking. His 3 sons were all good at cultivation. It was said that the youngest son, Xiao Yan, had also cultivated Dou Qi. Wasn't he just trying to give it to his son? This old man! Xiao Zhan was a little unhappy. Didn't this old man just have a genius grandson? He was so arrogant. He, Xiao Zhan, was the head of the Xiao family. Just when Xiao Zhan wanted to refute, Xiao Shuner, dressed in a purple dress, walked in slowly, causing the 4 people in the hall to be stunned for a moment. They held their breath slightly. Why did this little ancestor come? After scanning the hall, Xiao Shuner fixed her eyes on the brocade box beside Xiao Yan and walked over. Picking up the brocade box, opening it and looking at the 3 exquisite jade bottles inside, Xiao Shuner asked happily, "Is this the treasure that Uncle Xiao Yan bought at the auction?" "How did Shuner know about this?" Xiao Yan asked with an awkward smile. He had only bought it for less than an hour, so how could this little ancestor know about it? Xiao Shuner picked up a jade bottle casually, shook it slightly, stared at the green liquid inside and said, "My cousin Xiao Ning heard it on the street and told me." Xiao Ning smiled and waved to Xiao Yuanhai after showing his head at the door. It would be a bit difficult to snatch this body-quenching and marrow-washing by himself, but if Xiao Shuner came, it would be really easy. This kid usually hangs out with Xiao Shuner. Did he find something? Thinking of a possibility, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Xiao Yuanhai's old face. The wrinkled old face was like a blooming chrysanthemum at this moment. Xiao Shuner looked at it and put the jade bottle back into the brocade box, holding the 2 brocade boxes and leaving the hall. The 4 powerful men could still vaguely hear Xiao Shuner's slightly childish voice. "Cousin Xiao Ning?" Shuner got it. Chapter 15. The potential of a great villain. Xiao Zhan's face, which was once full of red, turned dark at a speed visible to the naked eye. Who can hold it back? He had just obtained the body-tempering and marrow-washing liquid, and he was thinking of ways to share some with his youngest son, Xiao Yan. Now, before he could even warm it up, someone took away the box with him. In stark contrast to Xiao Zhan's dark face, Xiao Yuanhai, Xiao Ying and the 3rd elder could not help laughing, especially Xiao Yuanhai, who laughed the loudest. The things were taken away by Miss Shuner. It seems that although the body-tempering and marrow-washing liquid is good, it still has to be obtained by those who are destined to get it. With that, Xiao Yuanhai got up and left the meeting hall with his 2 teammates. Knowing the relationship between Xiao Ning and Xiao Shuner, and that this matter was obviously led by Xiao Ning, he didn't have to worry about the ownership of the body-quenching and marrow-washing fluid. Thinking of the identity of Xiao Shuner, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but have a headache. I remember that not long after Xiao Yan was born, a refined man came to the Xiao family with a baby girl and told them that he would temporarily foster his child here. Xiao Zhan didn't dare to be sure of the man's true strength with his mysterious means, but he was sure that he was definitely above the Duhuang. The man's powerful strength meant that the Xiao family had no chance to refuse and could only agree. In the entire Xiao family, if the 3 elders were thorns, then Xiao Shuner was an extraordinary existence. As the patriarch of the Xiao family, he not only couldn't control them, but also had to treat them with great respect. Leaning back on the chair, he was extremely depressed, and the words he wanted to vent came to his lips, but they just turned into a long sigh. Ding, under the host's planning, the possibility of robbing the protagonist Xiao Yan to use the body-quenching and marrow-washing fluid is obtained, and 500 villain points are obtained. Xiao Yan's protagonist aura is minus 25, and the host's villain aura is plus 25. Seeing the new system message, Xiao Ning couldn't help but rub Xiao Shuner's head, and a smile appeared on his face. Still wanting to rise by relying on the body-quenching and marrow-washing fluid, as long as he is around, it is impossible. Under the influence of the host, the protagonist Xiao Yan has developed the habit of going to bed early and getting up early, and the time for cultivation has been greatly reduced, which affects the direction of the plot. 3,000 villain points are obtained. Xiao Yan's protagonist aura is 9150, and the host's villain aura is plus 150. I didn't expect that a casual lie would actually fool Xiao Yan and earn a lot of rewards. If Xiao Shuner hadn't been by his side, Xiao Ning would have laughed 3 times. Cousin Xiao Ning, is this body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid really as magical as you said? Xiao Shuner said with a little doubt, lowering her head to enjoy Xiao Ning's touch. Xiao Ning took the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid, took Xiao Shuner's hand, and led her back to her own courtyard. I heard from those who came out of the auction house that it has a significant auxiliary effect on the practice of the Dou Qi stage, and there are no side effects. You can use a bottle when you take a bath later. Bathing? Xiao Shuner murmured, looked up at Xiao Ning, thought about it, her pretty face blushed, and her cherry lips opened slightly. Cousin Xiao Ning, try it together, just in time for tonight's warming. The voice stopped abruptly, and Xiao Shuner immediately covered her mouth. Huh? This request? Xiao Ning looked at Xiao Shuner with a little embarrassment. Does this sister like the feeling of warming the meridians? Maybe it's true. Xiao Shuner's aptitude could not be worse than Xiao Yan's, but her promotion to Doje was so much slower. It seemed that she suppressed her own cultivation speed to experience it. Turning her head and looking straight ahead, Xiao Ning coughed dryly. In order not to violate the wishes of his concubine, Xiao Ning nodded. Okay, let me also experience this body-tempering and marrow-washing liquid. 10 minutes later in Xiao Shun'er's room. Looking at Xiao Shun'er undressing, Xiao Ning wiped the sweat on his forehead. It was unknown whether the sweat was due to the steam from being close to the large bathtub or the nervousness in his heart. Cousin Xiao Ning, why don't you move? It feels so strange if only Sunair takes off her clothes. Xiao Shun'er, who took off her purple dress and only wore a belly band embroidered with purple water lotus flowers, said a little shyly. Living in the beautiful Dou Qi Continent without any pollution, Xiao Shun'er herself is a little beauty. Although she is still young, her delicate appearance and a little baby fat are extremely cute. I'll add 2 bottles of body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid first. Xiao Ning hurriedly opened the brocade box on the table beside him, took out a jade bottle, and dripped the liquid medicine into the tub. While doing this, he hypnotized himself. I'm doing this to prevent Xiao Shun'er from having an accident when using the liquid medicine. I'm doing this to warm up Xiao Shun'er's meridians. I'm doing all this for my little wife Xiao Shun'er. I'm doing good things. Some villains always find excuses for themselves when doing bad things. Unknowingly, Xiao Ning already has the potential to be a big villain. The shackles in his heart broke through, and Xiao Ning calmly took off his robes and entered the tub with Xiao Shun'er in his arms. The green liquid immediately enveloped the bodies of the two. Xiao Shun'er immediately felt the faint medicinal power slowly flowing into her body. She said in surprise, "The effect of this liquid medicine seems to be real. I feel that the fighting spirit in my body is slowly increasing." Well, hurry up and absorb the medicinal power. Without any psychological obstacles, Xiao Ning nodded slightly. The two closed their eyes and entered the state of cultivation. Under the operation of the purple Qi soul condensation technique, Xiao Ning absorbed the medicinal power much faster than Xiao Shun'er. With the combined efforts of the two, the medicinal power that could have been used for a night was completely absorbed by the two in less than 3 hours. Ding, bathing with the heroine Xiao Shun'er, affecting the direction of the plot, obtaining 1,000 villain points, Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo 50, and the host's villain Halo 50. After soaking in the hot water for 3 hours, Xiao Shun'er, who had finished her cultivation, had a flushed face. She leaned lazily on the bathtub and didn't want to move even a finger. Shaking his head helplessly, Xiao Ning picked up Xiao Shun'er from the bathtub, dried her body, placed her on the bed, circulated the Dou Qi in his body, and began to warm up Xiao Shun'er's meridians. These meridians are so smooth. Ding, the host replaces the protagonist Xiao Yan to warm up Xiao Shun'er's meridians, affecting the plot, and obtains 1,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo -50, and the host's villain Halo +50. With a serious and responsible attitude, Xiao Ning warmed up Xiao Shun'er's meridians all over his body, looked at Xiao Shun'er, who had fallen asleep enjoying herself, exhaled heavily, and touched the sweat on his forehead. This job is really tiring. Xiao Yan must have been perfunctory at the beginning. I feel exhausted with my Dou Qi 7th stage strength. It was already past midnight, and Xiao Ning had no intention of going home. He reached out and hugged Xiao Shun'er's soft body, covered her with a quilt, and immediately fell into a dream. Chapter 16, Xiao Yan breaks the defense. The quiet night passed quietly. In the early morning, the warm sunlight shone in from the gaps in the window, and the tiny spots of light shone on Xiao Ning's face. After a tiring night, Xiao Ning was sleeping soundly at this time. Being with Xiao Shun'er, in addition to the physical fatigue of warming up the meridians, there was also psychological worry, fearing that those dark, strong men would be gone if they had a thought. It can be said that he was exhausted both physically and mentally. Moreover, in his dream, Xiao Ning dreamed that after he had grown up, the famous women in the Dou Qi Continent had become his harem. Xiao Shun'er, Xiao Mei, Yun Yun, Queen Medusa. Sleeping together in the same quilt, it can be said that he was very happy. Suddenly, Xiao Ning's nose itched, and he couldn't help sneezing. The beautiful dream was immediately shattered. He opened his eyes and saw the petite Xiao Shun'er covering her face lightly, and her white and tender fingers pinched a strand of hair. Obviously, this was the end of his beautiful dream. Apart from beauties, Xiao Ning's biggest hobby is sleeping. Xiao Ning's dream was disturbed, and his courage increased several times in an instant. A wicked smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He suddenly pounced on Xiao Shun'er and stroked her body with his palms. "Ah, brother Xiao Ning, Shun'er will never dare to do it again. Spare Shun'er." After warming up the meridians twice, Xiao Ning had already memorized some sensitive acupuncture points on Xiao Shun'er's body. Shun'er was immediately teased by him and laughed non-stop. After playing for a long time, Xiao Ning let go of Xiao Shuner, who was about to laugh and gasp, and turned over and lay flat on the bed. Taking a deep breath of the elegant body fragrance stained with Xiao Shuner, as a person who has been practicing non-stop for 3 years, Xiao Ning wanted to fall a little. "Brother Xiao Ning, it's time to get up and practice. The sun is shining on your butt." Xiao Shuner, who was wearing a green belly band, pushed Xiao Ning and reminded him. Stretching lazily, Xiao Ning sat up and said, "Get up and practice." Xiao Shuner took Xiao Ning's white robe beside her, her pretty face slightly red. "Brother Xiao Ning, I'll help you dress." "Shuner, I'm so old now, I can do such a small thing as dressing myself." Xiao Ning stretched out his hand to take his robe, but found that Xiao Shuner's hand was actually using Dou Qi. "Brother Xiao Ning, Shuner must dress you today." Looking at the tender but extremely stubborn face, Xiao Ning slowly let go of his hand and let her do it. Smoothing the wrinkles on Xiao Ning's collar, Xiao Shuner nodded with satisfaction. The look of a young wife made Xiao Ning couldn't help but smile. This kind of traditional girl was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. He didn't know how this world cultivated such a fine tradition at such a young age. Unlike the world he lives in, where friends introduce a few hundred, and Aunt Zhang introduces a few 100,000. It is so hard to have a child, and you still care whether it is your own child. You will be labeled as a scumbag in a flash. Walking towards Xiao Shuner's closet, Xiao Ning took the initiative to find a set of blue dress for her and handed it to Xiao Shuner. "I guess Xiao Mei and Sister Xiao Yu are already impatient and have gone to the back mountain to practice. We have to hurry." Nodding shyly, Xiao Shuner speeded up her dressing. Xiao Yan, who went to bed early and got up early, originally wanted to find a secluded place to practice, but found that the back mountain was occupied by someone. He had no choice but to pick a few wild fruits and prepare to give them to his cousin, Xiao Shuner. There are many people of the same age in the family, but the one he likes most is this cousin with extraordinary temperament. Based on the idea that a wife should be cultivated from a young age, Xiao Yan thinks that he should send some delicious food to this sister every day in the future. Girls always like to eat snacks. Xiao Yan was a little dumbfounded when he just stepped into Xiao Shuner's courtyard. He was so excited that he stood there in a daze. Not far away, a man, or more precisely a boy, walked out of the room of the girl he loved. Xiao Yan comforted himself. "It's okay. Maybe it was Xiao Ning's cousin who came to ask Shuner to practice together. I just thought too much. Xiao Ning's extraordinary soul power sensed Xiao Yan's presence. He smiled indifferently and said to Xiao Shuner with the brocade box in his hand, "Just take a bath in the future. There is no need for special massage, otherwise I will oversleep again." His voice was not small, especially in this quiet morning. Even if Xiao Yan had just practiced, he could hear it clearly. Xiao Yan still couldn't believe it. "It's fake. How can you know about bathing and massage at such a young age?" Under Xiao Ning's deliberate guidance, Xiao Yan obviously thought of the special massage wrongly. In fact, it was just a simple warming of the meridians. Xiao Shuner nodded faintly, completely shattering Xiao Yan's self-deception and pulling him into reality. "Thank you for my relationship that hasn't even started yet. Isn't it said that you have to start looking for a wife from kindergarten? How can someone else snatch her away? The Dou Qi Continent is also starting to roll up." Xiao Yan felt a pang in his heart and quickly left this place that made him sad. Ding, the protagonist Xiao Yan's mentality is unbalanced, affecting the direction of the plot, and he gets 2,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo 100, and the host's villain Halo plus 100. If Xiao Yan said that he didn't covet Xiao Shuner, Xiao Ning would never believe it. There are so many children in the Xiao family, and most of them are not closely related. Not to mention the distant ones, Xiao Mei is one of them. Why did he choose Xiao Shuner? It's because Xiao Shuner is pretty. Shuner can only be mine, and so can other beauties. Xiao Yan, you'd better live alone until the end of your life. Xiao Ning thought with a little disdain. Isn't it just being a hooligan to flirt with someone but not marry him? The worst one was Xiao Yixian, who had seen her naked several times, but to no avail. Xiao Yan's heavy footsteps caught Xiao Shuner's attention, and she looked up at the archway of the courtyard. It seemed like someone was there just now, and it looked like Xiao Yan's cousin. Xiao Ning said casually, "Maybe it was just a coincidence. Let's go to the back mountain to practice quickly." Xiao Shuner nodded obediently, and immediately stopped thinking about why Xiao Yan came to find her. She took Xiao Ning's hand and ran towards the back mountain. 10 minutes later, the two came to the cliff of the back mountain, and took a look at Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, who had entered the state of practice. Xiao Shuner stuck out her tongue at Xiao Ning, and her originally nervous heart relaxed a lot. She walked slowly to the two of them with light steps, sat down cross-legged and began today's practice. Looking at the system messages that kept popping up, Xiao Ning frowned slightly. Xiao Yan, who has not experienced the 3-year ridicule period, seems to have a poor psychological quality. Ding, the protagonist Xiao Yan's mentality is unbalanced, affecting the direction of the plot and gaining 2,000 villain points, Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo Mish 100, and the host's villain Halo 100. The protagonist Xian's mentality is unbalanced, affecting the direction of the plot and gaining 2,000 Xiao's protagonist Halo 100 and the host's villain Halo 100. Chapter 17. 10 consecutive draws, unexpected harvest, Xiao Yan's courtyard. Xiao Yan, who ran all the way back, sat down under a sycamore tree in the courtyard and ate the wild fruits grown on the mountain in big mouthfuls, letting the sourness flow through his throat, and his heart was bitter. Other time travelers have started a great life after traveling through time, but how come the little sister he likes is snatched away by someone else? Where is his cheat? In Xiao Yan's room, the simple black ring hanging on the window curtain at a very high position flashed a very weak white light, which was like a candle in the wind and could go out at any time. The light became smaller and smaller, and then it completely returned to calm. Han Feng destroyed his body. If Yao Lao was not an alchemist with extremely strong soul power, it would be difficult for him to hold on for decades, and he would have died long ago. However, he has relied on soul power to support his life for a long time, and he is already in a state of injury and does not have much energy. He urgently needs someone to replenish his consumption, otherwise he will die in about 10 years. After eating all the wild fruits, Xiao Yan also figured it out. He is just a child. What can he do? Xiao Yan, has plenty of opportunities. Maybe his cheat is on the way. After wiping the tears from his face, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged and entered the state of cultivation. In this world where strength is respected, only strength is the hard truth. Seeing the system, messages gradually stop, Xiao Ning put away the message interface with a little regret. If he had broken the defense for a while, he would have accumulated 20,000 villain points. Unfortunately, he was only 2,000 points short. After sweeping away the regret in his heart, Xiao Ning did not enter the state of cultivation. There are 9 levels of fighting spirit. 1 to 3 levels are low level, 4 to 6 levels are intermediate, and 7 to 9 levels are advanced. The 7th level of fighting spirit can be said to be the watershed of the initial level of fighting spirit. When you reach the 7th level of fighting spirit, you will enter the advanced level. At this time, the fighting spirit stored in the body will be several times that of the 6th level of fighting spirit. Similarly, it is increasingly difficult to enter the next level. At Xiao Ning's current level of fighting spirit, the 7th level, especially after taking the elixir, has forged a super strong foundation, and the effect of ordinary cultivation has been minimal. Xiao Ning originally planned to send Xiao Shuner back to her room last night, and then go home to use the Medicine Emperor Cauldron to refine the skin tempering pill, body tempering pill, and vein tempering pill, and use the pills to practice the next step. Unfortunately, due to the invitation of the concubine, the plan to refine the pill was disrupted. Although he did not practice, Xiao Ning was not idle. He searched in the store's practice methods. After breaking through the Dou Qi stage, he needed another, more advanced practice method. With this system store, Xiao Ning did not want to rely on his family or his concubine Shuner to practice ordinary practices, nor did he want to work hard to get Xiao Yan's burning art. Instead, he prepared to find a more powerful practice method, a practice method that is more powerful than the burning art. The practice of the burning art is too harsh. If there is no strange fire upgrade, it can only be regarded as a yellow-level practice method. Such a magical practice method should be left to Xiao Yan to practice. After all, a yellow-level practice method should be very interesting for Xiao Yan to practice. After searching for a long time among many techniques, Xiao Ning finally found an extremely extraordinary technique, Tianyan Shenjue. Tianyan Shenjue, located in the highest level of the 8 levels of heaven and earth, the wildness of the universe, the wildness level. This technique allows those with low strength to practice directly, without having to practice to an extremely strong realm before changing the technique. Note, if you practice this technique without the blessing of the flame born from heaven and earth, the level of this technique can only be barely regarded as a primary heavenly technique. Only with the blessing of the flame born from heaven and earth can the power of this technique be fully exerted. Use flames to condense fire spirits and then derive the Great Way. Therefore, it is also called Tianyan Dao Wei. Redemption requires 100,000 villain points, 100,000. This technique is interesting. It is at the heavenly level from the beginning, and it can become stronger if it absorbs flames. After reading the introduction, Xiao Ning's interest increased greatly. The strange fire is very difficult to destroy, and keeping it may be a bargain for Xiao Yan. This Tianyan divine art just solves the problem of strange fire. Not only that, it can also be upgraded to a powerful technique, far above the heavenly rank. In fact, the reason is that this technique is too cheap compared to other techniques. Xiao Ning does not have enough villain points, so he chose this somewhat unpopular technique. After all, without strange fire, this is just a technique that can barely be considered heavenly rank. Generally, a U-level technique that is one level higher than heavenly rank will cost millions of villain points, and the price of a wild-level technique is even more terrifying, reaching hundreds of millions of villain points. It is obviously an impossible task to collect hundreds of millions of villain points in a few years, unless it is a lottery, and it must be a big explosion of luck. Lottery? Looking at his villain point balance, there is still a certain distance from 100,000. Xiao Ning wants to give it a try. Maybe he will win? Knowing that it is a pipe dream to want to hit the target with one shot, Xiao Ning directly chose the 10-draw combo that he has not used yet. It is easier to draw good things with these 10 consecutive draws, and the price is only 4,900 villain points, which is 100 villain points cheaper than the usual total price of 5,000 villain points. It is worthy of being a draw that has many good things, and it is only 100 villain points cheaper. Summoning the draw interface, Xiao Ning gritted his teeth slightly and chose to draw 10 consecutive draws at a cost of 4,900 villain points. With a calm personality, he has almost never used this function of taking a small risk for a big gain, except for using the draw to win a hand of Yunling Pill. As 4,900 villain points were deducted, the roulette wheel spun rapidly, and after more than 10 seconds, rewards were drawn continuously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his great luck, and drew a pill worth 1,000 villain points, Yunling Pill. Unfortunately, the host did not draw any reward. Unfortunately, the host did not draw any reward. Unfortunately, the host did not draw any reward. The host did not draw any reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his great luck. He drew the pill worth 3,000 villain points. Unfortunately, the host did not draw any rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his great luck. He drew the fragment of the wild level martial arts, the Purple Palace Soul Art, worth 50 million villain points. Glancing at his own gains, Xiao Ning stopped his eyes on the last fragment of the martial arts. It turns out that a gamble is not a bicycle turning into a motorcycle, but a bicycle turning into a Bugatti directly. The Purple Palace Soul Art, a method of cultivation from ancient times, can train the power of the soul and enhance the strength of the soul. Note, if you can find the incomplete part of the martial arts and complete the martial arts, you can be promoted from the current Hong level to the wild level again. I wanted to draw a martial arts method for practicing fighting spirit, but I didn't expect to draw a martial arts method for practicing the soul. It seems that I have to draw more lotteries in the future. My luck is simply the emperor of luck. After taking a look at the introduction of the martial arts, Xiao Ning thought silently, this is really a big profit. Chapter 18, Little Girl. It will only affect the speed of my cultivation. There is still a lot of time before going home. Xiao Ning immediately started to study the Purple Mansion Soul Art. A strong soul is also a part of his own strength. The soul comes from the Purple Mansion. It cannot be heard or seen. It fills the heaven and earth and wraps the 6 poles. It nurtures all things and cannot be represented. Xiao Ning silently recited the general outline of the Purple Mansion Soul Art in his heart and slowly became familiar with the content of the practice. The general idea is to talk about the mystery of the soul. Although it is silent and invisible, it can change in 1,000 ways and create a world with sound and shape. The pure vegetarian way is to guard the spirit, guard without losing, and become one with the spirit. Mastering one is in harmony with the heaven. After reciting the content of the Purple Mansion Soul Art several times, Xiao Ning entered the state of mind of holding the origin and guarding the unity, and started his first soul cultivation. The soul power entrenched in the center of the eyebrows slowly became agitated as Xiao Ning's skills were running. Indistinctly, a tingling feeling spread from the center of the eyebrows. Xiao Ning noticed that there was a strange suction from his center of the eyebrows. This suction was completely different from the absorption of energy from heaven and earth. Instead, it absorbed a more refined energy and then poured it all into the center of the eyebrows. This energy does not need further quenching and purification, and can be absorbed by one's own soul to strengthen oneself. In fact, this is the special energy that enhances soul power, aura. Each book has its own unique setting. The Dou Qi Continent absorbs the energy of heaven and earth to enhance Dou Qi cultivation, while aura is needed to enhance soul power. This detail can be clearly seen in Chapter 13-19 of the Eight Commanders. As a novel reader, Xiao Ning occasionally ignores this detail, which is also in line with the normal memory law of people. After absorbing the first ray of aura, Xiao Ning gradually became handy. The speed of the Purple Mansion's soul art slowly increased, increasing the absorption of aura. The space around him was filled with strange fluctuations, and the special spiritual energy between heaven and earth poured into Xiao Ning's eyebrows and finally merged into his soul. Feeling the fullness coming from his eyebrows, Xiao Ning changed the way of making seals with his hands, and the soul power in his eyebrows quickly condensed and gathered rapidly in the Niwan Palace. After practicing the Purple Palace soul art, Xiao Ning's soul power was rendered with a layer of light purple. The purple soul power gathered in his eyebrows, and soon a bean-sized round bead appeared. This is the sign of the entry of the Purple Palace soul art practice, condensing the soul power in the Niwan Palace to form the seed of soul power. Thanks to the alchemist's physique and excellent soul power, Xiao Ning was able to enter the entry level so quickly. The Purple Palace soul art was running in an orderly manner, and Xiao Ning only felt that his mind was clear and his thoughts were unprecedentedly clear. Time slowly slipped away. The sun gradually set in the west, and the afterglow of dusk shone on the faces of several children. Xiao Ning did not immerse himself in the refreshing feeling of soul improvement, and exited the state of cultivation. He had to refine pills to improve his fighting spirit in a while. Ding! The host has mastered the soul cultivation method in advance, temporarily suppressing the soul level of the protagonist Xiao Yan, affecting the plot direction, and obtaining 5,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist aura Maish 250 and the host's villain aura. Temporarily? Looking at this precise wording, Xiao Ning smiled indifferently. With this Purple Mansion soul art, this temporary will sooner or later become complete. Standing up and taking a look at the girl who was talking to him in the distance, Xiao Ning stood up and walked over. When he looked closely, it turned out that it was Xiao Shuner who was introducing the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid to Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei. No wonder you were not at home this morning. It turns out that you went to use this treasure with Sister Shuner. Seeing Xiao Ning approaching, Xiao Yu picked up an exquisite jade bottle and said to Xiao Ning meaningfully, "It's not my initiative?" Xiao Ning rolled his eyes in his heart and said calmly, "This body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid has a significant auxiliary effect on the level of fighting spirit. You can use a bottle when you take a bath. Without your brother's company, I'm afraid the effect of this medicine will be weakened a lot." Xiao Yu took Xiao Shuner's tender and fair little hand and smiled playfully. Xiao Mei's little face was pouting like a pink bun, and she looked at Xiao Shuner with a little displeasure. Why can she use this magical body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid with cousin Xiao Ning? What's wrong with me, Xiao Mei? After hundreds of years of reproduction, the bloodline of the Xiao family has become complicated, and most of them are not closely related. Ding, the host accompanies the heroine Xiao Shuner to use the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid, causing Xiao Mei to be jealous, and gains 200 villain points. It's interesting that you can get villain points for this. Taking his eyes off Xiao Shuner, who was shyly lowering her head and glancing at the system message, Xiao Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Let's go. Go home and eat quickly. The practice of the Dou Qi stage can't replace eating. Xiao Mei stood up, hesitated for a moment, and trotted to Xiao Ning's side, grabbed Xiao Ning's robe, and opened her big almond eyes. Cousin Xiao Ning, you will also accompany me to use this body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid today. What the hell? Again? Xiao Ning was stunned for a moment, and before he could speak, Xiao Shuner, who was wearing a green dress, had already hugged his right arm and said in her soft voice, "Brother Xiao Ning, you have to accompany Shuner to practice today." "What practice? I overslept this morning." Breaking free from the arms of the two little sisters, Xiao Ning said sternly, "Eating is important." Xiao Ning immediately began to flee from here. If this happened in modern times, he would go to jail. Maybe it would be okay in a few years, but now? Little girl, it will only affect the speed of my cultivation. Looking at Xiao Ning who escaped, Xiao Shuner and Xiao Mei stared at Xiao Ning's figure somewhat unwillingly, and obviously had not given up the idea of asking him to accompany them to bathe. Coming down from the back mountain, Xiao Ning walked to the kitchen of the Xiao family and asked for a sumptuous meal. When he returned to his own courtyard, he immediately closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. Being too popular is sometimes a mistake. Shaking his head helplessly, Xiao Ning began to eat. 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, plus 2 large bowls of rice. Xiao Ning had a full meal. He used the table to prop up the door, and then he took out his own medicine emperor Ding. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Xiao Ning recalled the recipes of the skin-quenching pill, the body-quenching pill, and the pulse-quenching pill. He took out the pitch-black ring from his arms, input the fighting spirit, and took out the medicinal materials after a while. 2 50-year-old flaming grasses, 3 40-year-old daffodils, and a wood-attributed magic core. After distributing the herbs and magic cores needed for a vein tempering pill, Xiao Ning threw them all into the Medicine Emperor Cauldron. The golden flames rose up, and the Medicine Emperor Cauldron, with the automatic medicine refining function, immediately began to refine the pill. Taking advantage of this time, Xiao Ning began to look for herbs for refining skin tempering pill and vein tempering pill among the herbs. Chapter 19, Cultivation. It's just that simple pill. 3 updates. Please collect. Please recommend. About half an hour later, 3 jade bottles were placed in front of Xiao Ning, and inside them were the proceeds of his Mytel auction house, skin tempering pill, body tempering pill, vein tempering pill. Touching the corner of his mouth, Xiao Ning's eyes were filled with excitement. After receiving the inheritance from the Medicine Emperor, Xiao Ning was very clear about the power of these 3 kinds of elixirs. The fact that they can be taken at the Dou Qi stage alone can already prove a lot. What's more amazing is that these elixirs also have a significant effect on the Douji realm, and can be said to be holy medicines for cultivation. Ding, Xiao Mei, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Shunner use the body tempering and marrow washing fluid to improve their cultivation, suppress the genius aura of the protagonist Xiao Yan, affect the direction of the plot, and obtain 6,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist aura 300, and the host's villain aura 300. Pleasure. What's wrong with having a grandfather like Yao Lao with me? For refining medicine, I have the Yaodi Ding that automatically refines medicine, and for protecting me, I have the beautiful and powerful Lady Mingzhu Chao, the female demon. Xiao Yan, wait to receive the gift of blood and live in my shadow. Xiao Ning, who was in a good mood, looked at the 3 bottles of elixirs in front of him. These 3 kinds of elixirs complement each other. Strengthen the meridians, cleanse the body, and strengthen the skin, which can be said to be linked together. As he said, Xiao Ning picked up the jade bottle on the far left and took the Quench Pulse pill, and then took the Quench Body pill and Quench Pulse pill in turn. After the 3 green pills entered his stomach, his soul power increased. Xiao Ning instantly felt the 3 powerful medicinal powers in his body, 1 blue, 1 green, and 1 red. The 3 different medicinal powers all have their own targets. The cyan medicinal power moisturized and expanded Xiao Ning's meridians. Every time a ray of medicinal power penetrated into the meridians, which were already as wide as rivers, expanded a little more and became more tenacious. The green medicinal power strengthened Xiao Ning's bones, and the red medicinal power stimulated Xiao Ning's skin and flesh. With the operation of the purple Qi Yunling Jue, the speed at which the medicinal power was absorbed into Xiao Ning's body suddenly increased by more than 3 times. In the Dou Qi stage, the most important purpose is to strengthen the meridians, forge the body, and lay the foundation for cultivation. After 3 years of cultivation, Xiao Ning's foundation can be said to be very solid. With the content of Dou Qi in his body now, he can be comparable to some 1-star doge. The so-called doge is a person who has broken through the Dou Qi stage and successfully condensed the Dou Qi Xuan. They no longer practice Dou Qi, but practice Dou Qi. Dou Qi and Dou Qi, although there is only 1 word difference, there is a world of difference. From this, we can also see that Xiao Ning's forging foundation is very strong. After taking 3 kinds of transcendental elixirs, Xiao Ning followed Xiao Shunner and others to the back mountain during the day, but he did not practice Dou Qi, but practiced Zifu Shenhun Jue to improve his soul power. At night, Xiao Ning continued to refine the remaining medicinal power in his body, continued to build his foundation, and improved his strength. After practicing for 3 days, on a night with few stars in January, Xiao Ning entered the state of practice early after dinner. Under the effect of the 3 kinds of elixirs, he felt that he would be able to advance to the next level soon. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Xiao Ning skillfully operated his Ziqi Yunling Ju, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth with every breath, and speeding up the absorption of the medicinal power in his body. After practicing Zifu Shenhun Jue, his soul power was increasing every day. With the improvement of this soul power, Xiao Ning could clearly feel that his practice speed was much faster than before. No wonder Xiao Yan could rely on his keen soul power to become a remarkable genius. Suddenly, the energy of heaven and earth suddenly rioted, and the original strands of energy seeping out from the air and pouring into Xiao Ning's body suddenly turned into strands. The thin energy became like a substance, constantly invading Xiao Ning's body. Xiao Ning was like a huge magnet, rapidly absorbing the energy of heaven and earth around him. The purple Qi soul condensation technique was running at a high speed to ensure the purity of this energy of heaven and earth. A large amount of energy of heaven and earth was swallowed up by Xiao Ning, and the medicinal power in his body was also consumed at this moment, when the last strand of energy of heaven and earth around was refined by Xiao Ning. Ding, the host's strength has been upgraded to the 8th stage of fighting spirit, crushing the protagonist Xiao Yan in all aspects, affecting the direction of the plot, obtaining 4,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist halo was 200, and the host's villain halo plus 200. Xiao Ning opened his eyes very naturally. The milky white fighting spirit condensed on his fist, and suddenly punched. The pure fighting spirit, coupled with the huge force that Xiao Ning had burst out, instantly swung out a fierce fist, instantly hitting a wooden stool not far away. With a bang, the wooden stool was instantly dismembered and suddenly broke apart. This wooden stool is made of the best iron wire wood, but it was smashed by my punch. It seems that ordinary 3-star fighters are no longer my opponents. Getting up from the bed, Xiao Ning twisted his somewhat numb neck and stretched his body. Thinking of his appointment with Yafei, Xiao Ning took out the Medicine Emperor Cauldron, took out his storage ring from his arms, took out the medicinal materials for the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid from it, and started the work of refining medicine. Because a lot of raw liquid was needed, it was not until dawn that Xiao Ning gathered 15 bottles of body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid. Waving his hand to put the medicine into the storage ring, Xiao Ning glanced at the gradually brightening sky outside the house, narrowed his eyes and said in deep thought, "After completing the practice today, I have to go to the Midal auction house to hand in the body tempering and marrow washing liquid." After breaking through to the 8th stage of Dou Qi, the medicinal power of the 3 kinds of elixirs in the body has been completely absorbed. If he wants to advance to the next level, he may need to eat more. After putting the Medicine Emperor Cauldron into the system space, Xiao Ning opened the door, breathed in the fresh air, and stretched his body comfortably. Practice. Sometimes it is so simple. After waiting in the yard for a while, Xiao Yu and Xiao Shuner came one after another. Xiao Ning glanced at the two of them and said with a little doubt, "Why didn't Sister Xiao Mei come? She used to be the most diligent." After entering the practice in advance, and with the help of the body tempering and marrow washing liquid, the extraordinary Xiao Shuner quickly entered the realm of the 1st stage of Dou Qi. Unfortunately, Xiao Mei's aptitude is not comparable to that of a person from an ancient family. She has not yet made a breakthrough, but she is very hard-working in her cultivation. Her lateness today made Xiao Ning feel that something was wrong. Maybe she was delayed by something. Let's go to the back mountain and wait for her. Xiao Yu thought for a while and said, "Am I overthinking it? I hope so." He nodded at Xiao Yu. "Let's go to the back mountain to practice and wait for her. If she finds that there is no one here, she should go to the back mountain to find us." Chapter 20 in concept. There is no time in cultivation. A day passes in the blink of an eye. Looking at the sunset across the cliff, Xiao Ning, who woke up from his cultivation state, saw that only Xiao Shuner and Xiao Yu were sitting cross-legged opposite him. He frowned. Xiao her house after returning from the Midal auction house. Xiao Mei will be a rare beauty in the future, and she is also a charming type, so naturally, they must cultivate a deep relationship from childhood. After standing up and walking to the cliff to blow the refreshing wind for a while, Xiao Shuner and Xiao Yu finished their practice. Seeing that there was a red figure missing in the practice team, Xiao Yu said in a puzzled way, "Why didn't Sister Xiao Mei come to practice today? Did something happen? Go home and eat first. I'll go and see later." Xiao Ning turned around, took 2 steps forward, and walked down the mountain holding Xiao Shuner's hand. Xiao Shuner's face was also a little worried. "Brother Xiao Ning, you must remember to go and see her. Without Xiao Mei, my practice is not in that state." Xiao Ning smiled and nodded. He still advocated this kind of healthy competition. After returning to the Xiao family and staying for a few minutes, Xiao Ning immediately slipped out, used a camouflage mask in a dark street, and walked towards the Midal auction house. After crossing a street, Xiao Ning was stunned by the crowds of people in front of him. It was still 2 streets away from the middle auction house. What happened? Sir, please follow me. A very familiar voice sounded in Xiao Ning's ears. Xiao Ning turned his head and saw that although the person was wearing a large black cloak, the faint fragrance still allowed him to determine the identity of this person. Yafei! Following Yafei, he left this severely congested place and came to a tavern. After entering the private room, Yafei lifted the black robe on her body, revealing the bright red skirt underneath and the enchanting appearance. With an apologetic smile, Yafei raised her head and tidied her hair. My lord, I'm sorry for asking you to come to this place. Pulling a chair and sitting down, Xiao Ning glanced at Master Gu Ni beside the round table, and then looked up at Yafei. What happened? Did something happen at the auction? It can be considered an accident, but it's a very good accident. Yafei chuckled and sat on the chair next to Xiao Ning. After 3 days of fermentation, the powerful benefits of the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid have been spread in Wutan City. As one of the large cities in the Jiama Empire, Wutan City is very popular and close to the Magic Beast mountain range. There are a large number of mercenaries who make a living by hunting and killing magic beasts. They can't afford the high-level body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid, but for the mercenaries who are cheap and have the ability to improve their fighting spirit, the bathing spirit liquid at 20 gold coins a bottle has naturally become the object of enthusiasm for countless mercenaries. The mercenaries of Wutan City flocked in, and this is what happened just now. Twisting the ring on his finger, Xiao Ning took out the refined quenching and marrow-washing liquid, placed it on the table, thought for a while and said, although this has increased a lot of revenue, so many people gathered near the auction house, I am afraid it will greatly affect the business of the auction house itself. Yafei said with a little distress, yes, there are so many mercenaries, and it is not easy for our auction house to drive them away by force. The auction can no longer be held. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ning had an idea in his mind. The business of the auction house itself cannot fail, and the sale of the bathing spirit liquid cannot be delayed. Maybe we can try to hand over the sale of the bathing spirit liquid to the 3 major families in Wutan City, let them be agents, and we just need to control the supply. Agent? There is actually such a way. Yafei looked at Xiao Ning in surprise. It seems that this alchemist is not only proficient in refining medicine, but also has many wonderful ideas about business matters. The market for the bathing spirit liquid is to make small profits but quick turnover. If it succeeds in Wutan City, it may be possible to promote it to the large cities of the entire Jiama Empire. Master Gu Ni, who had finished checking the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid, smiled bitterly and said, although the idea is good, it requires a huge supply of goods. With the current demand of Wutan City, the current stock solution is completely insufficient. How much more do you need? Xiao Ning asked the key question directly. Yafei, who had first-hand information, said at least 50 bottles of stock solution are needed, and this is just the demand for the bathing spirit liquid. If we want to sell the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid, we will need more, at least 70 bottles. I will prepare the stock solution, and you will be responsible for the talks with the 3 major families. If you want to get more supply, pay the corresponding agency fee. Xiao Ning instructed. Don't worry, my lord. Yafei will strive for the greatest benefit. A sly look flashed in her bright eyes and a confident smile appeared on her delicate face. Perhaps to make up for the lack of cultivation qualifications, she is very easy to get started in business and has extraordinary talent. Yafei took out a golden crystal card and handed it to Xiao Ning. My lord, this is the share of the amount of the reserved bathing spirit liquid within 3 days, a total of 600,000 gold coins. I don't need the gold coins for the time being. Give me the equivalent exchange for the last medicinal materials and magic cores. In addition, help me prepare 4 50-year-old black leaf lotus, 2 mature snake saliva fruits, 20-year-old spirit-gathering grass, and a 2nd-level water attribute magic core. Gold coins are almost useless to Xiao Ning. Medicinal materials and magic cores are what he needs most, which is also an important reason for him to seek cooperation with the Mitel auction house. My lord seems to be talking about the medicinal materials needed for the Qi gathering powder. This thing is extremely precious, and I'm afraid it will take some time to prepare. Gu Ni frowned slightly. The Qi gathering powder can help people with Dou Qi to be promoted to 100%. It has a powerful medicinal effect and a very low success rate. Even the Dan King Gu, he only has about 70%. The pharmacist in front of him only asked for 1 copy, and he seemed to be 100% sure. Gu Ni felt that he had greatly underestimated the alchemist in front of him, who had no emblem on his chest. He seemed to be much more powerful than he had imagined. He reached out and touched his emerald green ring. A green light flashed, and the table was suddenly filled with medicinal materials. There are only some of the medicinal materials that the adults need. Since the medicinal materials that the adults need are extremely precious, it will take some time to prepare them. Xiao Ning put away the medicinal materials casually and turned his head to look at Ya Fei. Compared with facing an old man, he still prefers to look at beautiful things. How long will it take? It will take 3 days to gather the medicinal materials that the adults need before. Since the 20-year-old spirit-gathering grass is extremely precious, I'm afraid the adults will need to wait for 7 days. Ya Fei explained softly. Chapter 21. Eliminating Iron Wireworms. After getting an accurate information, Xiao Ning nodded and stood up and said, 3 days later, I will send the refined raw liquid to the auction house. After all, it is not more than 10 years later. Ya Fei's power is limited, and Xiao Ning can still understand this. It would take some time for him to break through to the Dou Qi level, so he was not particularly anxious. After leaving the inn, Xiao Ning removed his disguise in the dark streets and alleys, and rushed to Xiao Mei's house at the fastest speed according to the road he remembered. Xiao Mei's background was far lower than that of the grandson of the great elder like him, and the son of the family like Xiao Yan. Her father was just an ordinary member of the 3-star Doja strength, and was considered a member of the great elder's lineage. Fortunately, the land in the Dou Qi Continent was extremely cheap, and Xiao Mei's family also had an independent courtyard. Pushing open the door of the courtyard, Xiao Ning faintly smelled a faint smell of blood, and heard Xiao Mei's intermittent sobbing. Feeling that something was wrong, Xiao Ning walked quickly to the room where the sound came from. Inside the room, a man in his 20s was looking at the bed in silence, his eyes slightly dull. A pale woman was lying on the bed, and Xiao Mei next to her was sobbing with tears in her eyes. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, the man turned his head and saw that it was the grandson of the great elder. A trace of expression barely appeared on his face. Master Xiao Ning, why are you here? This place is dirty. You should come back in 2 days. Xiao Ning shook his head slightly, took a few steps forward, came to the bed, looked at the woman who was barely breathing on the bed, frowned slightly. This is a person who has been infected by the iron wire worm, and it has already penetrated deep into the body and is about to touch the heart veins. Master Xiao Ning, how do you know? Xiao Mufeng looked down at Xiao Ning in surprise. It seemed that he was too young to be exposed to strange monsters like iron wire worms, and he did not see Xiao Ning making any exploration movements. After practicing the Purple Mansion soul art, Xiao Ning's soul power can be improved every day, and with the inheritance of the Medicine Emperor, he can recognize this slight symptom at a glance. He helped Xiao Mei, who was lying on the bed, up and wiped the tears from her face. Don't cry first, I have a way to relieve your mother's pain. Really? Brother Xiao Ning, you must save your mother. Xiao Mei prayed helplessly and sincerely. Xiao Ning nodded firmly, touched Xiao Mei's little head and comforted her. When have I ever lied to you? Stand aside obediently. Xiao Mei nodded lightly and immediately stood aside, waiting with hope. Xiao Mei was young and ignorant, but Xiao Mufeng knew how powerful the iron wire worm was and hurriedly reminded her. Master Xiao Ning, although this iron wire worm is small, it is definitely the most difficult monster. Once it invades the human body, it is very difficult to find it. Once people notice it, it will invade the deep internal organs of the human body. At this time, it is too late to treat it. He sighed with regret. Obviously, the beautiful woman on the bed was in this situation. Xiao Mufeng continued, because at this time, if you want to remove the iron wire worms, it will inevitably hurt the internal organs of the human body. Even if the iron wire worms are removed, it is difficult to avoid harm to the body. The internal organs are the key to the human body. If the internal organs are injured, they cannot be cured without good healing medicine. What's more, the iron wire worms are extremely thin and difficult to get rid of. After entering the human body, it is not easy to find them at all. Xiao Ning waved his hand. No need to say more. Since I said there is a way, I am naturally 100% sure. Step aside. Looking at Xiao Ning's confident and steady expression, for a moment, Xiao Mufeng felt that he was not facing a child, but an adult. He must have a problem with his head. Xiao Mufeng smiled bitterly and could only remind him again, Master Xiao Ning, iron wire worms like flesh and blood very much, especially fresh flesh and blood. You have to be careful. Nodding gently, Xiao Ning sat on the edge of the bed, put his hand on the young woman's hand, closed his eyes, and his soul power invaded the young woman's body. The purple soul power slowly spread from the young woman's arm to her whole body, exploring inch by inch, tracking the location of the iron wire worm. Huh? It's actually entrenched near the heart. If I had come a little later, this person would have no hope. Xiao Ning frowned and controlled his soul power to gather near the young woman's heart. The iron wire worm is just a weak and inferior magical beast, but it has become a difficult magical beast because of its strange attack method. Wrapped in the lavender soul power, Xiao Ning, who has a strong soul power, immediately grasped the body of the iron wire worm tightly, slowly controlling it to leave the position near the heart and move to the arm. Under the white silk skirt, a crimson-red light was faintly visible until it reached the wrist. Xiao Ning opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Mufeng. Go and prepare a brazier. Although he had heard of Xiao Ning's genius, Xiao Mufeng was still stunned for a moment when he saw his miraculous methods and the magical methods of removing the iron wire worms. Then he came to his senses and ran out of the house. After about a minute, he came in with a gray clay basin with flames. Put it on the ground, Xiao Ning said in a deep voice, and put his index and middle fingers together on the young woman's wrist and suddenly wiped it. A blood-red light and shadow jumped out instantly. After sucking human blood, the iron wire worm had already turned from the original iron black to crimson. Suddenly separated from its host, the iron wire worm struggled with all its might, swinging its body rapidly in the air. With a bite of his silver teeth, Xiao Ning increased the output of his soul power and forcefully controlled the iron wire worm above his palm. He turned and walked towards the brazier and threw it into the brazier. The soul power controlled the escape of the iron wire worm, and it was completely burned into charcoal in the raging fire. Xiao Ning breathed a sigh of relief. It was much more difficult than he had imagined to control this kind of iron wire worm that sucked blood. With a whimper, the iron wire worm was removed, and the young woman on the bed woke up slowly, but she had lost too much blood and energy. Her face was pale, and she was very weak. Taking out a jade bottle from his arms, Xiao Ning turned around and walked back to the bed, poured out the Changchun pill inside, and fed it to the young woman. Changchun pill, a second-grade pill, can continuously treat injuries in the human body with mild medicinal properties and worth 3,000 villain points. This pill was drawn from the previous 10 consecutive draws, which was a bargain for Xiao Mei's mother. Without this pill, even if the iron wire worm was removed, it would be difficult to fully recover without a year of recuperation. After taking the elixir, the young woman's cheeks immediately regained a trace of blood, and her spirits became much better. Chapter 22. The reasons for the formation of Xiao Mei's personality. The third update. Please collect, please vote, please read. Ding. Save Xiao Mei's mother, influence the plot, and get 1,000 villain points. Thank you, Master Xiao Ning, Xiao Qingshe said softly. As Xiao Mei's mother, Xiao Qingshe is not bad looking. Willow eyebrows are crescent-shaped, autumn water eyes are bright, white teeth are like pearls, and the outline of the small mouth is clear. The lines are clear and soft, and it is slightly upturned. The watery phoenix eyes are like a pool of clear and transparent crystal autumn water. The rosy cherry mouth is slightly pursed, and the Qiangyao nose adorned on the beautiful face is delicate and compelling. She is tall and well-proportioned, and her figure is almost as beautiful as the golden ratio. Her arms are slender, her hands are like soft catkins, her shoulders are as sharp as a knife, her waist is slender, straight and graceful, and her figure is tall. The dress she wears sets off her graceful figure. Xiao Ning nodded slightly. Although you have taken the elixir, your qi and blood are seriously depleted, and you need to rest for a while. Xiao Mufeng, who came back from dealing with the brazier, looked at Xiao Ning gratefully. Thank you, Master Xiao Ning, for helping me. Waving his hand, Xiao Ning said to Xiao Mei, who was worried about refining elixirs and practicing, Don't forget to practice tomorrow. Master Xiao Ning, I'll see you off. Xiao Mufeng watched Xiao Ning turn around and leave, and immediately followed him. Today, this young master is their family's savior. After Xiao Ning left, Xiao Qingshe waved to Xiao Mei on the side and said softly, Mayor, when you look for a man in the future, you must find a strong man. Someone like Master Xiao Ning is an excellent existence. Mother, what are you talking about? Xiao Mei blushed, lowered her head slightly, and said shyly. Looking at Xiao Mei's appearance, Xiao Qingshui raised her eyes slightly and rubbed Xiao Mei's little head with her palm. After experiencing life and death, Xiao Qingshui's understanding of strength has reached a new level. In this world, if you don't have strength, you can only suffer and face danger at any time. As one of the 3 major families in Wutan City, the Xiao family's income mostly comes from the market. but some of the income still comes from family members entering the Monster Mountain range to hunt monsters and collect medicinal materials. Although there are family strongmen leading the team, the safety level is much higher than that of mercenaries who are scheming and fighting against each other, and whose strength is scattered, but sacrifices are inevitable. For example, Xiao Kao is an example. In addition, there are Xiao Ning's parents. They had an accident while hunting powerful monsters and died young. If Xiao Ning hadn't appeared, Xiao Qingshui would have died. Perhaps Xiao Qingshui's experience is also an important reason why Xiao Mei only pursues the strong. After passing through an archway, Xiao Ning returned to his courtyard. He leaned against the door frame and took a breath, a little weakly. Finally, I'm back. Otherwise, I would have embarrassed myself outside. The iron wireworm sucked blood to its heart's content, and its body struggled vigorously. Before, when it was in Xiao Qingshui's body, he had to control it tightly, which was quite exhausting. After a rest, Xiao Ning pushed the door open and entered the house, closed the door, propped it up with a table, and took out the Medicine Emperor Cauldron and the personal bodyguard, the Tide Demon Madame Mingzhu. According to the appearance in memory, this Madame Mingzhu almost copied her, appearance 100%, whether it was the clothes on her body or her plump figure. Madame Mingzhu was wearing a noble purple dress with complicated patterns embroidered on the fabric. A large area of snow-white skin was exposed on her chest. The bold but elegant cut made her plump figure even more graceful. A few white pearls adorned her hair and swayed gently, and she exuded a mature charm in every gesture. Looking at the mature beauty in front of him, Xiao Ning was a little curious. Xiao Ning was shocked. The touch seemed to be no different from that of an ordinary person. Looking up at the dull eyes, Xiao Ning sighed helplessly. If this is combined with expression and intelligence, it will be full marks. We must accumulate enough villain points to make her appear intelligent. Now isn't it just inflating? Taking out the ring from his arms, Xiao Ning's fighting spirit was transported, and he immediately took out the medicinal materials in it, selected the medicinal materials for the skin-quenching pill, body-quenching pill, and pulse-quenching pill he needed, and immediately began to use the Medicine Emperor Ding to refine the medicine. The medicinal materials he wanted were not only the medicinal materials and magic cores for refining the 3 kinds of pills, but also some medicinal materials that could be used by the fighting master, which were extremely rare, and Gu Ni could not take out for a while. During the refining of the medicine, Xiao Ning was not idle, but matched the medicinal materials and magic cores for the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid. Because of the experience, the wooden boxes for the medicinal materials were clearly marked. In just a few minutes, Xiao Ning had distributed the medicinal materials and magic cores for refining the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid. He waved to Madame Mingzhu and asked her to kneel on the ground. Xiao Ning calmly lay on her plump legs and hummed lightly with comfort. This day was really tiring. If Xiao Ning said that he had no thoughts in his mind, even a fool would not believe it. Although his body was still small, it did not hinder Xiao Ning's adult soul. While refining the 3 kinds of elixirs for his own use, Xiao Ning lay on Madame Mingzhu's legs. He could still smell the body fragrance of orchid and musk emanating from her body, and he was in a very happy mood. Half an hour later, the 3 kinds of elixirs were refined. Xiao Ning did not continue to indulge in the beauty of the land, and ordered Madame Mingzhu to use the Medicine Emperor Cauldron to refine the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid. He walked to the bed and sat down, took the 3 kinds of elixirs, and entered the state of cultivation. After taking these 3 magical elixirs again, Xiao Ning could clearly feel that his body had developed drug resistance again. Compared with the first use, the drug effect was reduced by 10%. In this regard, Xiao Ning, who inherited the inheritance of the Emperor of Medicine, had already expected that the reduction in drug effect was a very normal situation. In addition to the reason of drug resistance, his level was also improved by 1 level, reaching the 8th level of fighting spirit, and the energy required was more magnificent. It's like growing from a child to an adult, and giving him a steamed bun is not enough to eat. For such a situation, Xiao Ning has a very complete solution, and it is very simple and crude. If 1 elixir is not enough, then he has to refine several. With a long-term business like the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid, he is not worried about the lack of raw materials for the elixir. The purple qi soul-enriching technique was running, and the magnificent milky white fighting spirit in Xiao Ning's body started to run rapidly, urging the drug power to act on the places where they should act, strengthening Xiao Ning's meridians, bones, and flesh. Unlike the past, this night, Xiao Ning ended his training state an hour earlier. Looking at the 80 jade bottles neatly arranged on the table, Xiao Ning smiled calmly, and then put Madame Mingzhu and the Medicine Emperor cauldron standing beside him into the system space. Slowly walking to the table and putting the jade bottles into the storage ring, Xiao Ning went outside to prepare some water for a bath. Last night, I lay on Madame Mingzhu's legs for a while, which made me have a very strong fragrance on my body. If people, especially Xiao Shunner, suspect this, it will be bad. Chapter 24. Cow Thief Spirit. Time passed in a flash, and unknowingly entered winter. The cold wind outside was biting, and the last autumn rain fell yesterday. Going up the mountain to practice, it could only be changed to indoors. Xiao Ning, who was in the 8th stage of fighting spirit, was naturally not afraid of these. But Xiao Shunner and Xiao Mei were too weak to resist this kind of cold air for the time being. Looking at Xiao Mei, who had entered the state of cultivation, Xiao Ning couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of life and death. He had just saved Xiao Qingxue, but he didn't expect that Xiao Mufeng would be seriously injured and died the next afternoon while performing the task of hunting monsters. Perhaps, if Xiao Qingxue had died 2 days ago, Xiao Mufeng would be busy with family affairs and could have avoided this disaster. With a helpless sigh, Xiao Ning sat cross-legged and started to practice his own Zifu Shenhun Jue to cultivate his soul power. In this world, if the soul is extremely powerful, to a certain extent, you can add a layer of resurrection armor to yourself. Yao Lao, Han Feng, Tianhuo Zun and others all used this to ensure that their bodies were severely injured but not dead. So Xiao Ning did not slack off at all. Xiao Yuanhai's courtyard, living room. Alas, I didn't expect Mufeng to go like this, leaving only you and your daughter. Xiao Yuanhai sighed. Xiao Shui, if you have any requests, you can just say it. Xiao Mufeng's strength is not bad, and his daughter Xiao Mei has a good relationship with his grandson, so he has the intention to help him. If it were an ordinary person, he would not bother to care about his life or death. Wiping the tears from his face, Xiao Qingxue said, "Thank you, great elder. I know that my strength is low, and I have my little daughter Mayer to take care of. It is difficult for me to enter the Monster Mountain range to carry out missions. Seeing that there is no one to take care of Master Xiao Ning, I want to recommend myself to be a maid. Her husband is gone, and if she wants to make a name for herself in this world, she needs a good backer. Her daughter has a good relationship with Master Xiao Ning, and Xiao Qingxue is willing to take this relationship to the next level." This, Xiao Yunhai paused in stroking his beard. Ninger has liked quietness since he was a child, and doesn't like maids and servants. Looking at Xiao Qingxue's slightly frowned appearance, thinking that he had already boasted, he could only think of a compromise. "Well, you can go and try first. Maybe because of the relationship between Mayer and Ninger, he might keep you." Xiao Qingxue stood up and bowed gratefully. "Thank you, great elder. Go ahead, they should be practicing now. You can prepare some food in advance." Xiao Yunhai waved his hand. Nodding slightly, Xiao Qingxue bowed again gratefully, and then turned and left. After waiting for a while, Xiao Yunhai also left his courtyard. Today he and Xiao Zhan had to go to the auction house to finalize the matter of acting as agents for the bathing spirit liquid. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, and a strong suction force burst out from Xiao Ning's brows, absorbing the spiritual energy like a whale swallowing a cow. After practicing for a few days, the lavender bean that originally entrenched in Xiao Ning's consciousness grew a little, integrated Xiao Ning's own soul power, and broke through to the first level of the Purple Mansion Soul Art. This Purple Mansion Soul Art is divided into 12 levels, and every 3 levels are a realm, namely the 4 realms of Lingyu Realm, Lingyuan Realm, Linghai Realm, and Hualing Realm. If the fragment can be found, it can be promoted to the 13th level, reaching the Guiyuan Realm, and the technique can be automatically operated, which can increase one's soul power at all times. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ning ended his practice state. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Qingxue, who was wearing plain clothes, and walked into his room with barbecue. His brows frowned slightly. When did this woman come? Xiao Qingxue smiled indifferently and said softly, "Master Xiao Ning has finished his practice, so come and eat. The elder took care of us mother and daughter, and asked me to be a maid for Master Xiao Ning and take care of his daily life. I saw that the ear room was still empty, so I took the initiative to move in. Please forgive me, master." Looking at this rather enthusiastic woman, Xiao Ning stood up indifferently, walked to the table and sat down, picked up a string of barbecue, and started eating. This woman really didn't tell the truth. Xiao Yuanhai knew his habits best. No matter how pitiful this person was, he would never arrange for her to come here directly. It was obviously her own fabrication. However, if he directly refuted her, Xiao Mei would be embarrassed and it would ruin the current relationship. Looking at Xiao Ning's cold expression, Xiao Qingxue couldn't help but tremble a little when standing aside. Facing this young master seemed more terrifying than a monster. After thinking for a while, Xiao Ning put the bamboo sticks he had eaten clean on the empty plate beside him, and then looked up at Xiao Qingxue. Since it is Grandpa's arrangement, you can live here with Xiao Mei first. But I usually like quietness and I am busy practicing. If you have nothing to do, don't disturb me. In addition, your body has been eroded by iron wire worms, and you need to rest for a while. Hearing Xiao Ning's decision, Xiao Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief and nodded quickly. Master, there is some barbecue in the kitchen. I will bring it over right away. With that, he left like the wind. Taking a look at the delicious roasted venison on the table, Xiao Ning smiled calmly. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing to keep Xiao Qingxue. At least the food she cooks is quite delicious. Xiao Ning didn't have much aversion to Xiao Qingxue, a woman with a lot of tricks. It's just for survival. There's nothing shameful. Not to mention, if you want to look cute in filial piety, Xiao Qingxue is also very pleasing to the eye. After eating 2 skewers of barbecue, Xiao Shuner and others also ended their training state. Looking at the fragrant barbecue on the table, the 3 people who had been practicing for a day all ran to the table without caring about their image, picked up a skewer and stuffed it into their mouths. After tasting it twice, Xiao Mei suddenly said, "This tastes so familiar. It seems to be made by Mother." The little girl's mouth is really smart. Xiao Qingxue walked in with 2 plates of barbecue, smiled and put them on the table. "We will live here in the future. I will be responsible for taking care of Master Xiao Ning's daily life." As if thinking of her father who died because of hunting monsters, Xiao Mei nodded and pondered. This is also good. Looking at Xiao Qingxue's smiling appearance, Xiao Ning was once again convinced that this young woman was not a good person. Xiao Mei's personality was more or less inherited. After eating 2 skewers and looking at the sky, Xiao Ning stood up and said, "Deer meat is not easy to digest. You watch them and don't let them eat too much. I'm going out for a walk and will be back later." "Don't worry, Master Xiao Ning. I'll bring some fruit in a while," Xiao Qingxue said respectfully. Leaving the courtyard and walking out of the Xiao family, Xiao Ning took out a disguise mask in the dark alleys he had entered several times, changed his body shape, and then went to the Mitre auction house. After 3 days, the mercenaries on the street disappeared completely, and the normal flow of people returned. Under the respectful gaze of the guards of the Mitre auction house, Xiao Ning calmly entered the auction house, and immediately a maid took him to the previous treasure appraisal room. Chapter 25, Villain Level Suppression, a New Reward Method. "My lord, Miss Yafei is discussing something with Master Gu Ni and the patriarchs of the 3 major families in Wutan City. Please wait here for a moment," the maid in green clothes and beautiful appearance said respectfully. Xiao Ning nodded slightly. "You can leave first." The maid slowly left, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief after leaving the house. She patted her chest and turned to leave. "Am I that scary?" Xiao Ning shook his head helplessly. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Yafei finally appeared. Today, Yafei wore a black gauze dress, and her almost mature body was wrapped in the black dress. Her slender waist was as graceful as a willow, and her hips were connected to her waist. Her pair of long legs with golden ratios looked so charming. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. After 3 days of discussion, we finally settled the issue of the agency fee today," Yafei said with a smile. When she sat next to Xiao Ning, she took out a green crystal card casually. "This is your share, a total of 800,000 gold coins." After taking the gold crystal card, Xiao Ning calculated in his mind. Together with the 30% share given to the auction house, each of the 3 major families paid nearly 400,000 gold coins. After twisting his fingers on the storage ring, Xiao Ning placed the body-quenching and marrow-cleansing liquid neatly on the table. "All 80 bottles of the liquid are here. Are the herbs I need ready? Except for the 20-year-old soul-gathering powder, which still requires you to wait for 4 days, everything else has been properly prepared." Yafei took out a green storage ring and sent the fighting spirit for a long time before summoning the herbs and magic cores inside. Xiao Ning put it away casually and smiled with satisfaction. "I will come again in 4 days." The list he gave Yafei contained not only the herbs needed for the skin-quenching pill, the body-quenching pill, and the vein-quenching pill, but also some herbs that can be used for the fighting master level. "My lord, please wait a moment." Seeing Xiao Ning taking the things and about to leave, Yafei hurriedly called Xiao Ning to stop. Xiao Ning turned his head to look at Yafei, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Sir, many clan leaders also want to order the body tempering and marrow washing liquid, and plan to use it to motivate their clan members to practice. I wonder if we can further expand the shipment volume? Yafei asked tentatively. I'm afraid the Xiao family will also reward according to this method, so we have to pay attention. Xiao Ning's heart tightened, and then he said, Don't worry about the supply of the liquid medicine. If someone orders it, just collect the money. Yafei covered her mouth and chuckled. With your words, Yafei is relieved. Pushing the door out, 4 figures slowly walked down the stairs and saw Yafei and Xiao Ning. As the main person in charge of this matter, Yafei was naturally very familiar with several key figures of the 3 major families. After talking for a few days, they all knew that this woman was not as smiling as she seemed on the surface, and she was very arrogant in her heart. However, she did have the capital to be arrogant. As far as the grasp of business was concerned, it gave these old guys a headache. However, this proud woman, contrary to her usual behavior, led the way for a middle-aged man, which really surprised several people. None of them had ever been treated like this. Could it be that there were people in Wutan City who were more noble than them? Seeing the disguised Xiao Ning, Guni immediately abandoned the important figures of the 3 major families, walked forward, and said with a smile, Sir, have you dealt with everything? Stopping, Xiao Ning glanced at Guni and nodded slightly. The matter of the gathering spirit grass needs to be prepared as soon as possible. Don't worry, sir, it will be properly prepared in 4 days. Guni smiled and said if Yafei's respect surprised Jialebi and others, then Guni's attitude shocked them. Master Guni is a second-grade alchemist, one of the most noble people in Wutan City. Even the city lord dare not offend him, but he is also extremely respectful to the middle-aged man. As the ruler of a family, Jialebi and others are not fools. I couldn't help but speculate in my mind. Could it be that the person who could make Master Guni so respectful to him was also an alchemist, and the level of the alchemy was higher than his? Could he be the one who refined the body-tempering marrow-cleansing liquid and the soul-bathing liquid? With a guess in mind, Jialebi and Obapa immediately forced some smiles on their faces, stepped forward quickly, and asked politely, Miss Yafei, Master Guni, I wonder if this gentleman is also from Wutan City? Haha, he looks a little unfamiliar? Having become a partner with the 3 major families, Master Guni frowned slightly and kindly reminded, This gentleman is the alchemist who refines the bath spirit liquid and a distinguished guest of the Mitre Auction House. Hearing this news, Jialebi and Obapa's hearts trembled. It turned out that this was their god of wealth. Their fingers twisted on the ring, and the 2 took out a jade box and presented it respectfully in front of them. Master Alchemist, apart from this meeting, a little sincerity is not a respect. Ding, the villain level is suppressed. The little villains Jialebi and Obapa surrendered. Do you accept it? Huh? This villain level has this effect? Xiao Ning thought about it for a while. The villain is not a bear commander. Many of his subordinates cut off their heads to let the protagonist slap his face. He opened the jade box and found that the medicinal materials handed in by the 2 were extremely rare and could be used by the great fighter. He put them into his ring, turned his head and looked at Master Guni, and nodded slightly. These 2 are not bad. Ding, accept the surrender of Jialebi and Obapa, increase your own power, affect the direction of the plot, obtain 125,000 villain points, 125,000, and the villain aura is accumulated. The host's villain aura is plus 6250. Ding, the host's villain aura has exceeded 20,000 points, and the reward is being calculated. Can it be added like this? Xiao Ning was surprised and immediately checked the information of the 2 people in front of him. Little villain, strength 1-star great fighter, villain aura 3800, skill, respect alchemist, extremely respectful to the alchemist, even at the expense of family members. It seems that Lu Shi is valued not only because little villain, Obapa strength, 1-star master, villain aura 2450. Skill, follow the trend, easily driven by interests, follow the trend. Remember that Obapa followed the trend once and the whole family was gone. Xiao Ning sighed secretly. These little villains must be kept under close watch, and we have to rely on these people to fleece the sheep. Master Guni introduced to Xiao Ning with a smile. Sir, these 2 are Jialebi, the patriarch of the Jiale family, and Obapa, the patriarch of the Oba family. I've written down their names, and I'll go visit them when I have time. Xiao Ning nodded, did not continue to chat with these people, and left quickly. Xiao Luji looked at Jialebi and Obapa with some disdain. As a well-known figure in Wutan City, he was actually like a humiliator. He actually had the same name as these two people. It was really a shame. Chapter 26, Exchange for Tianyan Divine Art. Xiao Yuanhai, who was watching from the side, was anxious. This was a good opportunity to curry favor with a big shot. Alas, it was a pity that he didn't have a suitable treasure. Otherwise, he would have gone up to make friends with him. After leaving the Mitel auction house and restoring his original appearance, Xiao Ning walked back to his courtyard without stopping. With two people living in it, the small courtyard was brightly lit at this time. Xiao Qingshe, who was dressed in plain clothes, was carrying a bucket of hot water towards his house. It must be said that Xiao Qingshe was worthy of being Xiao Mei's mother. She had a graceful figure and a perky Dianyue. When she walked, she twisted and swayed. Her slender waist could be held in one hand. The narrow upper and wide lower curves made people want to walk up and touch it. Her fortune-making skills were very hot. Long legs, slender jade arms, and a willow waist that could be held in one hand. She was in her prime, extremely beautiful, and exuded a charming and sexy smell that was unique to mature women. Although she had tied her long hair behind her head, it also showed her graceful figure, adding a bit of enchantment. Xiao Ning felt that with such a beautiful woman around, Xiao Mufeng might not have lived a long life if he hadn't visited her a few days ago. Seeing Xiao Ning return, Xiao Qingshe smiled sweetly. "Master, the bath water has been boiled, but I can't find your medicine." Following Xiao Qingshe into the house, Xiao Ning sat on a chair and drank a sip of tea. The medicine is effective for people in the early stages of cultivation, but it doesn't have much effect on me. The foundation-building spirit liquid developed by Yao Lao has a miraculous effect on people under the 8th stage of fighting spirit. But after the 8th stage of fighting spirit, the effect is extremely ordinary. He has been using the Yunling pill, which is higher in grade than the foundation-building spirit liquid, from the beginning. After long-term use, the effect of this foundation-building spirit liquid is even smaller. Now that he has broken through to the 8th stage of Dou Qi, the foundation-building spirit liquid, which was originally of little use, is no longer effective for him, so that's how it is. Seeing that Xiao Qingshe did not leave after filling the tub with water, but walked towards him with a smile, Xiao Ning raised his head with a little doubt. "Master Xiao Ning, I will help you take off your clothes, and then help you bathe." Thinking back, the maids in this world do have such a job. Xiao Ning thought about it and had already shocked Xiao Qingshe. If he shouted at her harshly now, it might make such a person resentful. Moreover, this is her job, and it is really difficult for him to find a reason to refuse. Since he couldn't refuse, Xiao Ning didn't feel restrained and stood up calmly to accept Xiao Qingshe's service. Half an hour later, she dried Xiao Ning's body and put on the luxurious silver robe beside him. Xiao Qingshe glanced at the handsome Xiao Ning, and her fingers that were adjusting his clothes could not help but pause for a moment. She could not help but daydream in her heart. I wonder how many girls this young master will charm when he grows up. Seeing Xiao Qingshe's stunned look, Xiao Ning broke her hand, turned around and walked 2 steps. "Pack up your things and leave. I'm going to start practicing." After coming to her senses, Xiao Qingshe stood up and went to pack up her things after bathing. Looking at the water stains on the ground, her cheeks couldn't help but blush. 10 minutes later, when Xiao Qingshe closed the door and left, Xiao Ning looked down at his palm. It seems that having such a maid is not bad. It's so big. In his small body, there is a mature soul. Who can just stand there like a wooden man in front of such a picture? Taking a deep breath, thinking that he still had important things to do, Xiao Ning immediately walked to his practice area, sat casually on the leather carpet, and summoned his information interface. 2nd level villain. Strength, 8th stage fighting spirit. Villain aura. Villain points, 2112. Possessions, 4th level Yaodi Ding, 3rd level disguise. Mask, 4th level Mingju Madam. Purple Qi Yunling Jue. Purple Mansion Shenhun Jue. The villain level has a very clear division. Those with less than 10,000 villain aura points and more than 1,000 villain points are small villains. And as for Xiao Ning at the beginning, they are the most low-ranking small villains. Those who break through 10,000 villain auras are 1st level villains, and now Xiao Ning has broken through 20,000 villain auras and has been promoted to 2nd level villains. Looking at his villain points, Xiao Ning couldn't help but smile. 200,000 villain points. I can do a lot of things. After closing the information interface, Xiao Ning didn't rush to act, but thought, I didn't expect there was such a way to subdue the villain. It seems that I fell into the limitation of thinking that only by suppressing the protagonist and plundering the protagonist's opportunities can I get rewards. However, after subduing the villain, we have to ensure that they don't get slapped in the face. Twisting his clothes with his fingers, thinking about subduing the villain, Xiao Ning opened the system, found the skills interface in the store, and quickly searched. With enough villain points, the first step is naturally to exchange for the skills he will need. After searching for a while, Xiao Ning stopped his eyes on Tianyan Divine Art. Tianyan Divine Art, wild level skills, 100,000, 100,000 villain points. Do you want to exchange? Yes! Xiao Ning gave the system an order. As the villain points were deducted, a large amount of information suddenly emerged in Xiao Ning's mind. After absorbing it for about half an hour, Xiao Ning felt his head swelled a little and twisted his eyebrows. I didn't expect that this Tianyan Divine Art is even more powerful than the introduction. The degree of using different fires is much stronger than that of the burning art. Only one different fire is needed to condense the spirit of different fires. The spirit of different fires is a way of expressing the intelligence generated by different fires. After Xiao Yan fused the pure lotus demon fire and combined it with several different fires, he produced a form with intelligence, Xiao Yi. However, the Tianyan Divine Art only needs one different fire to produce a different fire spirit with intelligence. From this, we can see what a powerful technique this is. The nearest strange fire is with Yao Lao. Unfortunately, there are Xiaoshuner's guards around. Yao Lao's own strength is also erratic, ranging from weak to dying to dozong. If you want the bone spirit cold fire, you have to think carefully. Overturning the first strange fire he knew, Xiao Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that we still have to find the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire in the Tager Desert. This is the most suitable choice. At that time, I can communicate with Queen Medusa about my feelings. Before that, everything still needs the escort of my personal bodyguard, Madame Mingju. Xiao Ning immediately took out his big treasure, Madame Mingju, the Tide Demon. A purple light flashed, and a charming and beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Ning. Looking at the lifeless beautiful woman, Xiao Ning thought with some longing, I wonder if Madame Mingju can develop intelligence after another level up? Chapter 27. Another ruthless move. Ding. Do you want to spend 80,000 villain points to upgrade the personal guard to level 5? Yes! Level 5 personal guard. Your personal guard's strength has greatly increased, and its strength is comparable to that of a 5-star Dou Wang. The improvement in strength has allowed her to develop a little intelligence. Little intelligence? Xiao Ning asked Madame Mingju to squat down with some curiosity and carefully examined her body. It seems that there is no change. It's still that familiar feeling. Xiao Ning was a little puzzled and increased his strength. Madame Mingju blushed, opened her lips slightly, and said in a sweet voice, Master, you can speak now. Xiao Ning looked at Madame Mingju's charming appearance and was slightly excited. If she could upgrade a few more levels, would she be like a real person? Ding, do you want to spend 160,000 to upgrade the villain's personal guard to the 6th level? 160,000? Xiao Ning covered his face with a headache. If he wanted a perfect Madame Mingju, he had to work hard. After carefully examining Madame Mingju's body, he found that she could only speak now. Xiao Ning also understood that the intelligence of this 5th level Madame Mingju could only be this much. Putting away Madame Mingju, Xiao Ning entered the state of cultivation. If he wanted to live a good life, he had to work hard and diligently. Under the operation of the purple Qi Yunling Jue, the energy of heaven and earth began to swarm around Xiao Ning, and the vigorous medicinal power in his body quickly merged into every part of Xiao Ning's body. With 3 kinds of elixirs and a complete set of skills, even if there is a huge gap between fighting spirit and fighting spirit, Xiao Ning's fighting power at this time is comparable to that of a powerful fighter. The morning sun shone in from the window, shining on Xiao Ning, who was practicing cross-legged on the bed. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Xiao Ning suddenly opened his eyes. If he wanted to speed up his practice, he had to collect more resources. Ding, the bath spirit liquid is selling well, occupying the entire market of Wutan City. The protagonist Xiao Yan's chance to sell the foundation building spirit liquid is annihilated, affecting the plot direction, obtaining 5,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist aura -250 and the host's villain aura +250. It just went on sale today, and it has been well received so quickly. Seeing the new system message, Xiao Ning smiled. These villain points are the capital for evolving the big treasure in his hand. At this time, the streets around the Mytel auction house were already crowded with people. They were all people who had reserved the bath spirit liquid. Fortunately, with the command of the Mytel auction house staff, everyone lined up in an orderly manner. Although there were many people on the scene, everything was extremely orderly. After everyone received the bath spirit liquid, the Mytel auction house staff would kindly give them a flyer to inform them that the market of the 3 major families in Wutan City also had this bath spirit liquid sales point. After receiving the bath spirit liquid, these people naturally took it home with great joy. Open a small porcelain bottle, drip the light blue liquid into the bathtub, sit cross-legged in it, and the user will immediately feel that it is much faster than normal practice. In the Dou Qi stage in the Jiama Empire, it is not possible to use external objects to stimulate the speed of practice. After these people in Wutan City used the bath spirit liquid to practice, it was like a child in the mountains suddenly fell from the sky, and a fragrant pancake fruit, and the fragrance made them cry. After washing up, Xiao Ning was quite satisfied with Xiao Qingshui, who left honestly. After breakfast, his mind became more flexible. Although this has eliminated Xiao Yan's method of selling the foundation-building spirit liquid, if he has the funds, he can still buy medicinal materials to make it for himself. Maybe he can even compete with the Mitre auction house and let the Xiao family directly turn from the current agent to a producer. Xiao Ning analyzed it carefully, and suddenly a light bulb flashed in his mind. Control the medicinal materials. If the Mitre auction house controls several medicinal materials, Yao Lao's knowledge alone can only guard the pill formula in vain. After practicing step by step for 4 days, at the time agreed with the Mitre auction house, Xiao Ning slipped out of the Xiao family after finishing the practice in the afternoon. After 4 days of fermentation, the effect of the bathing spirit liquid was verified by the first batch of people who tried it, proving that it does have a certain effect on people in the Dou Qi stage. Many mercenaries and families have a lot of interest in this bathing spirit liquid, and the price of 20 gold coins per bottle is not a sky-high price for them. If they make a fortune by going in and out of the Warcraft mountain range, they can buy 2 bottles to enhance their own strength. In a city like Wutan City, the most powerful person is a great fighter. The mainstay is a fighter, and the majority are fighters. As long as you reach the fighter, it means that you have a certain weight in Wutan City and have reached the passing line of strength. Many mercenaries who have just entered the industry or have families in the industry, and large families, are naturally willing to pay for the bathing spirit liquid. There is a return only if there is investment. In this Dou Qi Continent, strength is far more important than money. With 3 agents handling products such as bathing spirit liquid with small profits but quick turnover, the flow of people in the Mytel auction house has become much more normal. Before entering the Mytel auction house, Xiao Ning also saw a new store open next to the auction house, which is responsible for the sale of body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid and bathing spirit liquid. When he stepped into the Mytel auction house, Xiao Ning saw Yafei in a red cheongsam walking slowly. With the long-term business of body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid and bathing spirit liquid, the income of the Mytel auction house broke records in just a few days. Although she was very busy all day, Yafei lived a very fulfilling life every day. She felt that although her cultivation aptitude was a little lacking, she was not completely useless and had the ability to change her destiny. After being welcomed into the living room by Yafei, Xiao Ning tapped the table with his fingers in a regular pattern and drank a sip of tea calmly. At this time, Gu Ni, who had handled some chores, pushed the door open and walked in. He looked a little embarrassed and dusty, as if he had come from a construction site. It was really hard to match him with the noble profession of alchemist. "Master Gu Ni, what are you doing?" Xiao Ning was stunned for a moment and asked with a little curiosity. Gu Ni coughed and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, sir. I was just supervising the production of porcelain bottles, which is why it turned out like this." The huge amount of the soul bath liquid also stimulated the demand for porcelain bottles to contain it. Since the porcelain bottles for the soul bath liquid are special new products, I can only supervise them to burn them as quickly as possible, and then I will distribute the liquid into the porcelain bottles and sell them immediately. Because the effect of the soul bath liquid is very good, it has attracted a group of people to order it, so we can only work overtime to produce it. Even Uncle Gu Ni has moved next to the porcelain bottle workshop. Yafei covered her brows with a slight headache, looking worried. Chapter 28, Gathering Qi. Another 3 updates. Haha! Is this about this? Xiao Ning listened to the two people's troubles and probably had an idea in his mind. Curiously looking up at Xiao Ning, Yafei opened her cherry lips slightly. "Sir, do you have a way to solve this?" Guni also looked at Xiao Ning. This alchemist master is very careful. Could he have a way to deal with such trivial matters? In fact, things like porcelain bottles do not need to be manufactured completely. They can also be recycled. As long as the buyers are given certain discounts, I think they will be very happy to return the useless porcelain bottles to us. Xiao Ning said calmly. There are many successful cases of this kind of thing in cosmetics, and Xiao Ning has a deep memory of them. As a native of Dou Qi Continent, Yafei probably didn't figure it out for a while. Otherwise, she would have thought of this method if she had been given some time. After careful consideration, a strange light appeared in Yafei's beautiful eyes. We can indeed get more porcelain bottles by processing in this way, but can they be properly and quickly handled after recycling? Sitting in front of the round table, Guni smiled heartily. This matter is extremely simple. You only need to wash it with yangshuang water to remove most of the filth, and it will definitely not affect the effectiveness of the medicine. Twisting the storage ring on his finger, Guni took out a wooden box from the storage ring without any delay and pushed it in front of Xiao Ning. "Sir, this is the 20-year-old spirit-gathering grass you need." He opened the wooden box and took a look. There was an extremely ordinary-looking grass lying quietly inside. Unlike ordinary weeds, the top of the grass branch emitted a faint fluorescent light. Satisfied with putting it into his storage ring, Xiao Ning moved his eyes to Yafei. "This time, in addition to taking the spirit-gathering grass, I have another thing to discuss with you." Her beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and Yafei sat on a chair beside her, her charming curves highlighted, and she said with a smile, "My lord, just tell me if you have something to say, and the metal auction house will do its best to do it. This is not just my business, but ours. The liquid medicine sells so well in Wutan City, we must ensure an adequate supply of this medicine. Once it is out of stock, it will greatly affect the sale of the liquid medicine." Guni smiled heartily with great pride. "So that's the matter. My lord can rest assured, with the Meidel family's material reserves, this kind of problem will never occur." Yafei, who had a keen sense of business, frowned slightly. It was not as simple as Guni thought. "Uncle Guni, this medicine cannot be sold only in Wutan City. After the experiment in Wutan City is successful, it will definitely be promoted to the entire Jiama Empire. The number of medicinal materials needed at that time will not be the current number. The key medicinal materials in the medicine are purple leaf orchid grass and bone-washing flower. These two medicinal materials are not particularly precious. With the power of the middle family, it should not be a problem to control the sale of the two medicinal materials." Xiao Ning narrowed his eyes and said his true purpose. Without the medicinal materials, with the ability of the old medicine, it is probably difficult to think of any new prescriptions in a short time. He can only sigh to the sky. After calculating in her mind, Yafei tapped her thigh with her white fingers a few times. "If you want to do this, I'm afraid you need to spend some effort. You can't do it all at once. It will be too eye-catching. Don't worry about Wutan City. You can control it in other cities first." Xiao Ning nodded slightly in agreement. It would take more than 10 years before Xiao Yan wanted to use these medicinal materials. It didn't matter much whether Wutan City could circulate them for the time being. "Thank you for your advice, sir. Yafei will report this matter to the family and let the family handle it. With the income from the liquid medicine, they have no reason to object." Yafei smiled and stood up and saluted Xiao Ning. "Ding! Under the host's planning, the purple leaf orchid grass and bone-washing flower will be controlled by the Miter family. Yao Lao will no longer have the opportunity to refine the foundation-building spirit liquid, affecting the plot direction, and gaining 10,000 villain points, Xiao Yan's Protagonist Halo 500, and the host's Villain Halo plus 500. After receiving the new system message, Xiao Ning felt much more comfortable. Now, we just need to restrain Xiao Yan from using the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid to limit Xiao Yan's development in the early stage. Thinking that he still needed certain medicinal materials to break through the 8th stage of Dou Qi, Xiao Ning raised his palm slightly, exerted his soul power, and helped Yafei up. There are still more than 10 days before next month. The previous medicinal materials still need to be given to me by the Meidel auction house. The refining share of the original liquid can be freely determined. I will come again 3 days before the beginning of the month. Your Excellency can rest assured that Yafei will naturally prepare everything by then." After nodding slightly, Xiao Ning stood up and said, Then see you in half a month." Accompanied by Ya Fei, Xiao Ning left the Mitel auction house and returned to his own courtyard again. Xiao Qingxie had already prepared the bath water according to her usual habits. With a few days of work experience, she had basically mastered Xiao Ning's habits in serving Xiao Ning. After taking a hot bath and changing into new clothes, Xiao Ning took out the Medicine Emperor cauldron after Xiao Qingxue packed up everything and left. He took out the ring in his arms, and under the transmission of Dou Qi, he took out 3 medicinal materials in the second-level water attribute wooden box, and then poured them into the Medicine Emperor cauldron, and began to let the Medicine Emperor cauldron refine this qi gathering powder. Because the person who can help Dou Qi gather Dou Qi 100%, and the difficulty of refining is quite high. Even the 6th grade Dan King Gu He has only a success rate of about 70%, so it is positioned as a 4th grade elixir. Fortunately, he had previously spent a lot of money to upgrade the Medicine Emperor cauldron to the 4th level, and this qi gathering powder happened to be within the working range of the Medicine Emperor cauldron. The golden flames rose up and immediately wrapped up the black leaf lotus, snake saliva fruit, and the magic core of the gathering spirit grass in the cauldron. As the flames leaped, they were divided into 4 clusters, and each cluster of flames was wrapped with a material. When ordinary pharmacists refine medicine, they all have a certain order for melting medicinal materials. But this Medicine Emperor cauldron seems to ignore this rule recognized by everyone, and can refine several kinds of medicinal materials at the same time. Xiao Ning felt that this Medicine Emperor cauldron was like a machine with powerful intelligence. First of all, it has an automatic recognition function that can sort medicinal materials and automatically match the appropriate pill formula. Secondly, it can manipulate several flames, accurately control the temperature, and do multiple things at the same time. Therefore, the speed of refining pills is much faster than that of ordinary pharmacists, even experienced pharmacists. In addition, it does not require any energy supply. As long as you throw in medicinal materials and magic cores, you can refine pills. It is simply a super environmentally friendly machine. Sitting in front of the Medicine Emperor cauldron and waiting for about 20 minutes, watching the 4 clusters of golden flames merge into one, Xiao Ning knew that the Medicine Emperor cauldron was about to finish its work. The golden flame flickered, gradually revealing the appearance of the pill inside. When the flame was completely extinguished, a pill with a slight hint of light blue in the green emerged from the Medicine Emperor cauldron. Chapter 29. Retreat. Prepare to practice Tianyan divine art. Under a hidden cliff in the back mountain of the Xiao family, Xiao Ning sat cross-legged in a comfortable cave, refining the energy of the skin tempering pill, body tempering pill, and vein tempering pill he had just taken. It has been half a month since he finished refining the qi gathering powder. In this half-month, he has already absorbed the energy of the previous pills. Without the assistance of the pills, his practice speed has slowed down a lot. Yesterday, he got the pill at the Mitel auction house. This morning, he came to the back mountain and found such a hidden place, ready to break through to the Doge realm in one fell swoop. After getting the magical Tianyan divine art, Xiao Ning is now like getting a courier. He is not happy. The wind and snow outside are blowing, but for Xiao Ning, who is cultivated to the 8th stage of Doji Qi, it has no effect at all. Especially now that Xiao Ning has taken 3 kinds of powerful pills, he is like a huge furnace working vigorously, and it is extremely hot. As the purple Qi Yunling Jue was in operation, Xiao Ning's breathing gradually became stable and long. The Dou Qi in his body was running at a high speed, pushing 3 different energies to strengthen his body. Absorbing the medicinal power of the Quanmai pill, Xiao Ning's meridians, which were already as wide as rivers, accumulated and expanded. Every time he absorbed a wisp of green medicinal power, his meridians would expand a little again. The integration of green medicinal power would also improve the toughness of the meridians. It brought an all-round improvement to the meridians, not a flashy vase. If it could not withstand the erosion of the powerful Dou Qi, the widest meridians would be broken in an instant and become useless. Xiao Ning's mind sank, concentrating on absorbing the medicinal power of the Quanmai pill and improving the strength of his meridians. After 2 uses, Xiao Ning discovered some of the mysteries. If you absorb the medicinal power of the Quanmai pill first and improve the strength of your meridians, you can speed up the absorption of the other 2 medicinal powers, thereby saving your overall absorption time and greatly speeding up your practice. Of course, during this process, the medicinal power of the body tempering pill and the skin tempering pill did not stagnate in the body without any movement. Their medicinal power would be integrated into Xiao Ning's body at all times and act on the bones and flesh that should be acted on. It's just that it was not as fast as Xiao Ning's active absorption. Wrapped in the Dou Qi, the Xian medicinal power of the Quench Pulse Pill, under the operation of the purple Qi Yunling Jue, followed the majestic Dou Qi in Xiao Ning's body and acted on every inch of his meridians. The Xian medicinal power continuously strengthened the strength of Xiao Ning's meridians, forging an extremely powerful foundation for Xiao Ning. Every time the meridians became stronger, the thick and substantial energy of heaven and earth surrounding Xiao Ning's body was instantly absorbed by Xiao Ning, tempered into pure Dou Qi, and replenished the gaps in the meridians. When the medicinal power of the three pills was completely absorbed by Xiao Ning's body seemed to have turned into a huge black hole, madly devouring the surrounding heaven and earth energy. Countless energies poured in, and Xiao Ning felt that even his meridians, which were comparable to those of a fighter or even a fighter master, were filled up. The purple Qi containing spirit technique was running, mobilizing the Dou Qi in his body to block most of the energy from rushing in recklessly, and put in a part of the energy. The pure Dou Qi in the meridians immediately rushed up, refining the complicated energy of heaven and earth, removing the impurities in it, and turning it into milky white Dou Qi. Refining strands by strand, Xiao Ning went from being strenuous at first to becoming more and more handy, until the last strand of heaven and earth energy was refined. After manipulating the Dou Qi to circulate in his body for a week, Xiao Ning exhaled a breath of turbid air and stopped the operation of the purple Qi containing spirit technique. Ding! The host's strength has been upgraded to the 9th stage of Dou Qi, crushing the protagonist Xiao Yan in all aspects, affecting the direction of the plot, and obtaining 5,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo -250, and the host's villain Halo +250. I have finally cultivated to the 9th level of Dou Qi. After taking the Ju Qi powder, I can condense the cyclone, practice the technique, and become a fighter. Looking up at the dark sky outside, Xiao Ning sighed silently. This cultivation really has no time. I remember that it was noon when I was practicing. He took out some dried meat baked by Xiao Qingxue from the ring. While eating, Xiao Ning also called out the system backpack and used the Tianyan divine technique. While absorbing the information of the technique, Xiao Ning also filled his stomach, washed his hands with the white snow outside the cave, and blew the cold wind outside the cave. His mind became much clearer, and then he returned to the cave. It really deserves to be a wild level technique, Xiao Ning said in a deep voice. Tianyan divine technique is also a technique that can become more powerful if it can obtain a strange fire. Unlike the burning technique, it can give birth to the spirit of a strange fire when it first obtains a strange fire. In terms of cultivation, this Tianyan divine technique is also quite different. Unlike obtaining a strange fire to become a powerful technique, Tianyan divine technique is originally a heaven-level technique. In addition, the way to obtain or fuse the strange fire is also quite different. To practice the burning technique and fuse the strange fire, 3 items are needed: Blood Lotus Pill, Ice Spirit Cold Spring, and Naling. Blood Lotus Pill, a 5th-grade elixir, will form a layer of strange energy blood shackles on the surface of the human body after taking it, and this layer of blood shackles can resist the extremely hot temperature. Therefore, only with its effect can it be possible to get close to the strange fire and find opportunities to take the next step. Ice Spirit Cold Spring is an extremely rare ice-attributed spiritual liquid that can protect the meridians in the body from being directly burned to ashes by the strange fire. As for the Naling, it is much more precious than the Blood Lotus Pill and the Ice Spirit Cold Spring. Naling can only be found in the center of the highest level nashi. High-level nashi is a necessary material for making high-level enna rings, and the probability of Naling existing in high-level nashi is not very high. A low-level na ring costs 80,000 to 90,000 gold coins, and high-level na rings are even more expensive. If there is an exact price for this extremely precious Naling, it must be a sky-high price. Compared with practicing the burning technique and swallowing the strange fire, the Tianyan divine technique is much simpler, and you only need to concentrate on practicing the technique. The person who created the Tianyan divine technique seems to have already thought of the many difficulties that may be encountered in swallowing the strange fire in the future. As early as the beginning of the practice, he had already thought of a solution for the practitioners. Its heavenly level absorbs the energy of heaven and earth, more for a practitioner to create a body that is extremely solid and powerful enough for the strange fire to be difficult to destroy instantly. Let the practitioner have enough time to absorb the strange fire, condense the spirit of the strange fire, and let the technique completely restore to the glory of the wild level. Xiao Ning twisted his eyebrows, took out a jade bottle from his ring, opened it and poured out the qi gathering powder inside. Looking at the pill in his hand, Xiao Ning smiled. Although this Tianyan divine art is very good and well thought out, just practicing the technique will give you the opportunity to devour the strange fire. However, I will not let go of the things Xiao Yan needs. Chapter 30. Taking qi gathering powder to become a doujie. This only has the burning art, but no strange fire, and even the blood lotus pill and ice spirit cold spring required to devour the burning art are gone. I wonder if Xiao Yan will abandon his skills and start over? The burning art can be said to be a strange technique in the Dou Qi Continent. Unlike other people, you can start with a low-level technique and switch to a high-level technique halfway. Once you start practicing it, you cannot change the technique halfway, except for abandoning your skills and starting over. Otherwise, Han Feng would not be just a Do Huang. Smiling silently, Xiao Ning opened his mouth and took the qi gathering powder and first strengthened his strength. After taking the qi gathering powder, Xiao Ning felt a chill. After a moment, a warm and pure energy rushed from his throat to his lower abdomen. Having taken pills many times, Xiao Ning made a simple judgment on the medicinal power of the qi gathering powder. It seemed to be much stronger than the pills that assist cultivation, such as the Kumai pill. No wonder it can make a person with Dou Qi condense the Qi cyclone 100% and become a doujie. It is indeed extraordinary. I don't know why Xiao Yan thought that with the Qi gathering powder in hand, he would still fail to break through to doujie and wait for 5 days. Could the 100% medicinal effect of the Qi gathering powder be false? This is also recorded in the Inheritance of the Medicine Emperor. Shaking off the doubts in his heart, Xiao Ning calmed down, formed seals with both hands, and quickly operated the purple Qi Yunling Jue, a cultivation method for the Dou Qi stage, to exert its last bit of residual heat. After condensing the Dou Qi cyclone, it is time to practice Dou Qi and the Tianyan Divine Ju. The qi gathering powder completely entered his stomach, and the energy contained in it continued to flow out, pure and incomparable. The Dou Qi in Xiao Ning's body immediately wrapped up the energy when it surged out, refining and absorbing it. Not only that, the energy of heaven and earth between the sea of clouds also swarmed into Xiao Ning's body, providing solid energy support for his breakthrough. The function of the qi gathering powder is very clear and single, which is to help people with Dou Qi break through the doujie. The Juling grass contained in its pill formula is the main medicine, making the pill wrapped with a huge amount of energy. Under the wrapping and absorption of Xiao Ning's Dou Qi, the medicinal power contained in the qi gathering powder continuously turned into a part of Xiao Ning's Dou Qi, and the meridians that were as wide as rivers were gradually filled. There was no gap in the meridians that could allow the Dou Qi to flow and replenish. It's time! Xiao Ning changed the seal in his hand, and the purple qi condensing spirit art immediately began to operate in a strange way. The Dou Qi in the body was instantly squeezed by an invisible force, and the milky white Dou Qi in the meridians gathered towards Xiao Ning's lower abdomen. The meridians that had been emptied were soon filled up again, as the qi gathering powder's medicinal power melted. Xiao Ning was doing two things at once. When the purple qi condensing spirit technique was in operation, the powerful soul power immediately sank into his body, controlling all the Dou Qi and rushing to his lower abdomen. With the control of the technique and soul power, the Dou Qi that had broken away from its comfortable life wanted to resist, but in the face of the powerful force, especially Xiao Ning's soul power had already broken through the first level, enough to rely on this soul power alone to deal with the strong fighters. The mere Dou Qi was no match at all, and there was also the operation of the purple qi condensing spirit technique. Xiao Ning's lower abdomen was like a powerful magnet. As long as there was no Dou Qi in his meridians, no strand of it could escape this terrifying suction. The Dou Qi that was so powerful that it could fill the meridians was compressed into the size of a palm under the action of two powerful forces, and then gradually solidified. With a muffled hum, Xiao Ning slowly breathed a sigh of relief. His mind sank into his body, and he opened the inner vision that only fighters could use. There was a lavender nebula-like object slowly rotating in the lower abdomen, and there was a strong Dou Qi around this Dou Chuan. Dou Qi, although there is only one word difference, the energy difference contained in it is far more than 10 times, and it is no problem to say that it is a world of difference. After a moment of relaxation, Xiao Ning immediately began to practice the big leak he had picked up at the cost of 100,000 villain points, the Tianyan divine art. In most cases, only after breaking through to the fighter can one have the qualifications to practice the exercises. After practicing the exercises, the milky white Dou Qi in the body can be transformed into Dou Qi of the attributes of the exercises. However, everyone's physique is different. People with fire attribute physique are most suitable to practice fire attribute exercises. If you force yourself to practice water attribute exercises, not only will the speed of practice be greatly reduced, but there is also the risk of exploding and dying. The Tianyan divine art started to operate, and the Dou Chuan in Xiao Ning's lower abdomen immediately spewed out a wisp of milky white energy, which circulated in the meridians in a strange route. As it operated, the milky white energy also changed from milky white with no attribute to blazing red with fire attribute. The blazing red Dou Qi was not simply running in the meridians. The burning heat it contained also acted on Xiao Ning's own meridians, and even through the meridians, it trained Xiao Ning's bones and flesh. The Dou Qi that followed would have a repairing effect, restraining its own burning heat and becoming extremely gentle, allowing the damage caused by the burning to recover. This is why the Tianyan divine art allows practitioners to absorb the strange fire by themselves. Every time they practice, the meridians, bones, and flesh of the practitioners will be improved. Over time, its effect is no less than that of a 5th-grade elixir. The only flaw is that most of the energy has been integrated into the body, making the body extremely solid, and the strength of the flesh is several times stronger than the Dou Qi level. It is very simple to alleviate this embarrassment. You only need to fuse a strange fire to retain the Dou Qi you have absorbed. After the Dou Qi energy circulated in the body for a week and was completely converted into fire attributes, Xiao Ning looked inside his body. The milky white energy originally wrapped around the nebula has all turned into a fiery red color, and the cyclone in the lower abdomen has become a fiery red fire attribute cyclone. Xiao Ning did not continue to practice after the breakthrough. He opened his eyes and stretched out his fair and tender palm. Under the circulation of the fiery red fighting spirit in his body, a touch of red flame suddenly appeared in the palm. Fine Dan, opportunity, let's learn to refine medicine. The large batch of medicine can be refined by the Medicine Emperor Cauldron, but some delicate work, such as stopping Xiao Yan from pretending to be cool, has to be done by himself. You can't just take out the Medicine Emperor Cauldron, throw the medicinal materials into it, and then a pill will fly out with a bang. If you expose such a magical medicine cauldron, I'm afraid it will be difficult to know how you died in the end. Not only that, becoming a noble profession like a pharmacist can also increase your own charm. Xiao Ning will not miss this aura of picking up girls. Chapter 31, Little Mxiaoke, another 3 updates. I have been practicing these days and have not drawn any prizes. I don't know how many billions I have missed. Xiao Ning stood up and stretched, and immediately called up the lottery interface. Ding, do you want to continue to consume 500 villain points to draw rewards? Yes, chose without hesitation. The roulette wheel turned, and soon there was a result. Unfortunately, the host did not draw any rewards. Alas, it seems that after drawing that technique, my luck has run out. Let alone the guaranteed items, all of them are thanks for your patronage. Xiao Ning did not have too many regrets about this. 500 villain points were just for fun. If he won some powerful technique equipment, it would be a huge profit. After tasting the sweetness once, Xiao Ning was somewhat happy about these things. After closing the interface and walking out of the cave, Xiao Ning stepped lightly on the cliff. With the blessing of Dou Qi, he suddenly jumped onto the cliff and rushed down the mountain. After taking a look at the rising sun, Xiao Ning quickened his pace again. I don't know how long I have been practicing this time. If I miss the opportunity to give away the original liquid at the Midal auction house, it will be a bit bad. Walking down the back mountain, passing by the magic stone tablet used for the family's test, Xiao Ning confirmed the time. It turned out that he had only practiced for 3 days. Fortunately, Xiao Ning learned some information from Xiao Yuanhai. Xiao Zhan's plan for distributing the bathing spirit liquid is to turn some of the pocket money of the family disciples into the bathing spirit liquid. This kind of forced purchase of teaching materials, no matter in which world, can be supported by parents. In this Dou Qi Continent where strength is respected, naturally no parent will refuse. Bathing spirit liquid is a magical medicine that can improve the practice of Dou Qi stage. At this time, similar to the modern practice of recalling the bitter past and thinking of the sweet past, The fathers would not help but recall how hard it was to practice in the Dou Qi stage. Xiao Ning did not choose to intervene in this distribution method that everyone has. Everyone has it, which means that no one has it. If everyone uses the bathing spirit liquid to practice, Xiao Yan's strength will not be much higher than many people. Of course, the bathing spirit liquid is a low-level medicine after all. Xiao Yan also knows that he can afford to buy high-level body tempering and marrow washing liquid. Regarding the distribution of the body tempering and marrow washing liquid, Xiao Ning got the news that it would be rewarded to the 5 people in the family who practice the fastest. Today, we are here to understand everyone's practice speed and determine how much their strength has improved after the 2nd month. Just as he walked down the mountain, Xiao Ning was suddenly stopped by a gray-robed boy. "Meet Master Xiao Ning. I am Xiao Ke, the son of Xiao Baoshan. If you need anything, just tell me." Although the voice was childish, it revealed a sense of determination. Xiao Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiao Ning had heard of Xiao Baoshan's name. He was a 1-star Doshi, and his strength in the Xiao family was not bad. However, what he cared about was not this, but Xiao Ke in front of him. Xiao Ke, the person who was slapped in the face by Xiao Yan at the coming-of-age ceremony, was a small-time character whose reputation was far inferior to his. "I didn't expect you to come to me." Xiao Ning nodded calmly at Xiao Ke and asked casually, "Have you finished the strength test?" Knowing that Xiao Ning was a cultivation genius, although he was only 2 or 3 years older than him, his strength had reached the terrifying 7th stage of Dou Qi. Thinking of his own insignificant strength, Xiao Ke scratched his head in embarrassment and said embarrassedly, "I haven't cultivated to the 1st stage of Dou Qi yet." His voice was weak and soft, and if Xiao Ning's strength hadn't improved, it would really be hard to hear. Xiao Ning was delighted and quickly comforted him. "Don't be too discouraged. You are just starting to practice. With the help of the bathing spirit liquid, I believe your practice speed will not be slower than mine." Xiao Ning casually asked, "Have you received the bathing spirit liquid?" "I have already got it. Master Xiao Ning, look." Reaching out and taking out 2 porcelain bottles from his arms, Xiao Ke took them out without any precautions. Taking the porcelain bottles, pretending to examine them carefully, Xiao Ning reached into his arms and took out 4 bottles. "I still have 2 bottles here. This thing is not very useful for my strength. You can take them all." Taking the porcelain bottles in a daze, Xiao Ke looked at Xiao Ning gratefully. "Master Xiao Ning." Ding, gain the loyalty of the little villain, the host's villain aura +1. "Okay, after getting the bathing spirit liquid, go back to practice quickly." Xiao Ning was a little difficult to accept the gaze of a boy, and waved his hand. Looking at Xiao Ning's back, Xiao Ke held the porcelain bottle in his hand and had a firm goal in mind. "I must practice well." Ding, Xiao Ke is given the body tempering and marrow washing liquid, which affects the plot direction and gains 500 villain points. Xiao Ke obtains the body tempering and marrow washing liquid, and his practice speed increases, crushing Xiao Yan, who normally uses the bathing spirit liquid, affecting the plot direction, and gains 2,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo -100, and the host's villain Halo +100. It's good to be able to use the bathing spirit liquid, but forget about the body tempering and marrow washing liquid, Xiao Ning said secretly. Just now, he reached into his arms and touched the ring. He not only took out 2 porcelain bottles, but also collected Xiao Ke's porcelain bottle. He replaced it with 4 porcelain bottles filled with body tempering and marrow washing liquid. As early as the moment he received the reward news, Xiao Ning probably had the idea of supporting the 5th person. Among the 5 prizes, Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei, Xiao Shuner, and him will definitely occupy 4 people. Xiao Yan is obviously the 5th one specially selected by Xiao Zhan. The appearance of Xiao Ke today saved him a lot of trouble. Glancing at the crowd, Xiao Ning stepped towards where Xiao Shuner and others were. "Brother Xiao Ning, your retreat is over. I thought you would miss this family test." Seeing Xiao Ning coming, Xiao Shuner immediately spoke excitedly. After not seeing him for a few days, she felt that Xiao Ning had undergone some earth-shaking changes, but she couldn't tell what the changes were. Tianyan Divine Art is an extremely powerful technique. The fighting spirit cultivated is restrained and strong. Even ordinary Do Huangs are difficult to detect. Xiao Ning was not afraid of being seen by Xiao Shuner, so he smiled calmly. "Fortunately, on the last day, I broke through to the 8th level of Dou Qi. It's the medicine." Xiao Shuner was about to speak, but Xiao Ning immediately covered her lips and whispered in her ear, "This matter is a secret, and no one else can hear it." Not many people knew about the medicine. If the people here heard that they had intercepted the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid, it would probably cause public resentment. Xiao Zhener blushed at the hot breath and nodded obediently. Looking at Xiao Zhener's cute appearance, Xiao Ning secretly vowed that he must protect this little sister, who is his little wife. Although, Xiao Yan now has the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. Chapter 32. Maid Zijuan waited for a while, and then it was Xiao Ning's turn. Looking at the test magic stone tablet in front of her, Xiao Mei walked up to it with some excitement. Her tender and fair little hands pressed against the dark stone, and then she slowly closed her eyes and sent her fighting spirit. Xiao Ning looked up at the upright stone tablet. Xiao Mei's aptitude was not bad. With the help of the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid, her strength had broken through to the first level of fighting spirit in less than a month. The tester Fu Bo looked at Xiao Mei with a little surprise. Apart from Master Xiao Ning, this was the first family member who cultivated a certain strength at such an age. He casually took 2 bottles of bathing spirit liquid from the table beside him. Xiao Mei, fighting spirit, first level. 1 level of fighting spirit. Looks only a few years old. This is another genius in the family. Oh, if only I could have such a talent. Although it is so, the most talented is still Master Xiao Ning. Hearing the envious tone of the crowd, Xiao Mei enjoyed this feeling very much, and was very grateful to the last name mentioned in the crowd, Master Xiao Ning. Otherwise, with her aptitude, it would probably take a long time to break through this stage of Dou Qi so quickly. Seeing Xiao Mei walk down, Xiao Zhener walked towards the test magic stone tablet. In the crowd, Xiao Yan, who was originally leaning against a tree, thinking about something, looked up and stared at the girl when he saw her figure. He wondered what level this sister had cultivated to. The cultivation of Dou Qi was not simple and easy. If he could be given more time, he could break through the realm of the first stage of Dou Qi. After taking a look at the dark magic stone tablet, Xiao Zhener stretched out her hand and pressed it against it. The Dou Qi in her body, which was already not weak, was quickly transported out, and the test magic stone tablet immediately emitted a strong light. It turned out to be the second stage of Dou Qi. Originally, I thought Xiao Mei's talent was already good, but I didn't expect that there was another genius in the family who was even stronger than her. Second stage fighting spirit? Looking at the result displayed by the test magic stone tablet, Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. This little girl's talent is really strong. She is worthy of being someone who makes me feel different. I must go and ask her for advice on cultivation experience tonight. Sister Zhener is really good. It seems that her talent is much better than yours? Xiao Yu glanced down at Xiao Ning and said with a chuckle. Xiao Ning smiled calmly, nodded slightly, and said nothing more. This Xiao Zhener possesses an extremely strong Dou Qi bloodline, and her qualifications can be said to be extremely powerful in the entire Dou Qi Continent. With the help of the body-quenching and marrow-washing fluid, it was within his expectations that she would be able to break through the first 2 stages of Dou Qi, which were the easiest. Ding, Xiao Mei and Xiao Zhener showed their talents, stunning everyone. The protagonist Xiao Yan's genius aura was suppressed, affecting the direction of the plot, and obtained 1,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist, aura minor 50, and the host's villain aura plus 50. We need to plan further, and we can't be careless. After testing their strength, everyone returned to Xiao Ning's courtyard and did not practice as usual, but had a barbecue to celebrate and entertain for a day. As night fell, Xiao Ning sent Xiao Zhener back to her courtyard. I didn't expect that your training speed would be so fast. Could it be the effect of warming up the meridians before? How about trying again tonight? Entering Xiao Zhener's room, Xiao Ning asked casually. Xiao Zhener blinked her beautiful eyes nimbly, and a smile appeared on her face as she asked, "Didn't Brother Xiao Ning warm up Sister Xiao Mei's meridians?" Sitting on a stool nearby, Xiao Ning shook his head. Warming up the meridians consumes a lot of energy. I could only do it reluctantly before. Doing it too many times will not be conducive to future practice. Now that I have broken through the realm of the 8th stage of Dou Qi, the content of Dou Qi in my body has greatly increased, so I can perform it perfectly. In less than a month, from the 7th stage of Dou Qi to a 1-star doge, such a terrifying speed, the family members of villains like Xiao Yuan may not be overly suspicious, and they can get away with it by fooling around a little. However, Xiao Lingying, especially Lingying, such experienced people, will not be unsuspecting. Through precise control of strength, Xiao Ning only showed the level of the 8th stage of Dou Qi, and it was enough to suppress Xiao Yan. Even so, I can't warm up Xiao Mei's meridians. Just let Aunt Qingshui do it. Hearing that Xiao Ning had only done it for her, and that he risked damaging her cultivation, Xiao Zhener was delighted and said something rather tough, then turned around and left to find her maid Zijuan to boil water. After eating a lot of barbecue, she had to get rid of the strong barbecue smell on her body before starting. Half an hour later, Xiao Ning soaked in hot water with body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid and focused on warming up Xiao Shun'er's meridians. It must be said that after breaking through to the level of a fighter, the task of warming up the meridians was much easier. With the two magical skills of the Purple Mansion Soul Technique and the Heavenly Flame Soul Technique, Xiao Ning could reduce the control of Dou Qi to the level of Dou Qi. His palms slid on Xiao Shun'er's tender and soft skin. Every inch he moved consumed a wisp of Dou Qi in his body. Xiao Ning paid full attention to it. With 2 experiences, his technique had been trained. An hour later, looking at Xiao Shun'er who had fallen asleep comfortably, Xiao Ning shook his head helplessly. Is it that comfortable? Sensing the consumption of his internal fighting spirit, Xiao Ning exhaled a breath of turbid air. This comfort is really expensive. After drying Xiao Shun'er's body, putting her on the bed, and covering her with a quilt, Xiao Ning also put on his own robe and prepared to leave. Master Xiao Ning, take care. The moment he went out, Xiao Ning realized that Xiao Shun'er's maid had been staying outside the door. This woman is probably not simple. Xiao Ning's face flushed. Sister Shun'er has gone to bed, so let's pack up tomorrow. Looking at the smile on Zijuan's face, Xiao Ning walked forward quickly, feeling a little uncomfortable. His soul power has broken through to the first level of the Purple Mansion's soul art. If combined with the right technique, it is enough to refine the second-grade elixir. He didn't even notice the existence of this person. If she hadn't made a sound first, no one would have noticed the presence of someone around. This method of restraining the breath is probably a very powerful person. Even if it is said to be Dou Zong, Xiao Ning would not doubt it. I have never seen this Zijuan before. Could it be that the ancient clan sent her recently? Xiao Ning thought secretly in his heart. He was indeed surprised to see Xiao Yan in Xiao Shun'er's courtyard. Cousin Xiao Yan, it's so late, why are you here? Xiao Ning stopped and asked with a smile. Chapter 33. Galeo, you have the appearance of a Dou Huang. Looking at Xiao Ning walking out of Xiao Shun'er's courtyard, Xiao Yan felt a little jealous and said in a bad tone, I just came to see Sister Shun'er. Her cultivation speed is very fast. I want to ask for her experience in cultivation. God knows if you want to warm up your meridians? Xiao Ning smiled gently. I am afraid that cousin Xiao Yan will be disappointed. Sister Shun'er has already gone to bed. Is that so? Then I will leave first. Without the idea of chatting with the little kid, Xiao Yan turned around and prepared to go home. Cousin Xiao Yan, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Actually, if you want to know the experience of this cultivation, it's the same if you ask me. It is because of my guidance that Sister Shun'er and Sister Xiao Mei can cultivate so fast. Xiao Ning stepped forward quickly. Knowing that Xiao Ning is the strongest genius in the family, Xiao Yan slowed down his pace with a learning mentality, and his voice was much softer. Cousin Xiao Ning, how can I cultivate faster in this Dou Qi stage? In fact, this method has been told to you once. That is, go to bed early and get up early, so that the spirit can reach the best state. Even with the blessing of the magical external objects such as the bathing spirit liquid, you can't be greedy for the speed of Dou Qi improvement, and you still have to rest on time. Xiao Ning, who had eaten many pills to improve rapidly, didn't blush at all. He pointed to Xiao Shun'er's courtyard and said, Look, Sister Shun'er is resting now. This is an important reason why she is practicing so fast. That's the case. Then I have to go home and rest quickly. Xiao Yan nodded in understanding and trotted towards his house. In the courtyard, Ziwan couldn't help but chuckle. This Xiao Ning is really good at fooling people. It's obvious that Miss Shun'er fell asleep because of the meridians warming. Could it be that the child has already had the idea of being jealous? Ding, under the intervention of the host, the protagonist Xiao Yan is more certain about the importance of going to bed early and getting up early, affecting the direction of the plot, and obtaining 500 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo Mash 25, and the host's villain Halo plus 25. After receiving the new system message, Xiao Ning's heart calmed down a lot. He turned back and looked at Xiao Shun'er's courtyard again, and turned to leave. I was too nervous just now and forgot to use the query ability. Let's talk about it next time. The next afternoon, Xiao Ning slipped out of the Xiao mansion, put on a disguise mask, and walked towards the Jiali family. All the opportunities of the Xiao family have basically been blocked by Xiao Yan. In Wutan City, the only one who can give Xiao Yan the opportunity to show off is the Jiali family. He really can't relax for a moment. Arriving at a gate of a gorgeously decorated mansion, the gatekeeper saw Xiao Ning coming and immediately said respectfully, Master Alchemist, The head of the family has already ordered that as long as you come, no matter what time, our Jiali family will welcome you very much. Without the mocking aura of the protagonist, can this Jiali be arranged to this extent? Tell the gatekeeper specifically. Xiao Ning was a little shocked in his heart, but on the surface he was indifferent. Lead the way, I have something to see your head of the family. After answering yes, the servant first directed someone to report to the head of the family, and then he slowly led the way for Xiao Ning. Following behind the servant slowly, Xiao Ning's eyes casually swept through the Jialibi mansion, and the gorgeous buildings made him nod slightly in secret. Although the Xiao family can be regarded as a long-standing inheritance, it is after all the only remaining bloodline of the ancient Xiao family. It is not easy to gain a foothold in this Wutan city. After all, Shaolin rose up with great difficulty, but he also provoked enemies and fell halfway. Compared to the Jiali family, which was able to invite alchemists and launch a commercial war, the Xiao family would have no way to deal with it if a protagonist had not appeared. Walking slowly to the hall, Xiao Ning glanced at the old man waiting behind the door, Jialibi, and said, "Let's go in and talk." Jialibi's face was filled with a warm smile. He was not displeased at all because Xiao Ning was obviously ordering a servant. This was an alchemist who could refine the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid. If he was willing to offer the recipe, let alone one Jiali family, even if there were 10, it would be a simple matter to disappear into thin air. Of course, this was the case when he was angered. On the contrary, if he could serve him well, the Jiali family would likely become 10 times stronger. The medicinal materials given before were very good. I now need a few families to collect medicinal materials. I wonder if the head of the Jiali family is interested? Xiao Ning directly stated the purpose of this trip. Jialebi narrowed his eyes and replied with a smile. It is an honor for the Jiale family to become a subordinate family of the alchemist. Jialebi, I am willing to serve you. As expected of a loyal person, it is not very difficult to subdue him. This Jialebi was able to offer a beautiful woman from his family to the third-rate alchemist Liu Shi, which is enough to show that he is a man who knows the times. I heard that you bought some body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid again. I don't know how effective it is. I happen to have time today. I can check the qualifications of your family members. If you are lucky enough to become an alchemist, you may become my disciple. Xiao Ning smiled and said, "The body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid is extremely precious. After the purchase, only my son Jialiao has used it, and the effect is excellent. I will call him over now." Jalebi ran out of the hall with a somewhat excited look. If he could become the disciple of this alchemist and learn how to refine the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid and the bathing spirit liquid, the Jiale family would rise immediately. A few minutes later, Xiao Ning saw Jalebi dragging a teenager over, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. Jalebi looked to be in his 60s or 70s, and Galio was only about 10 years old. He didn't expect that he was still strong and had a son in his old age. "Sir, this is my son," Jalebi introduced with a smile on his face, then turned to Galio and shouted, "Kneel down and pay homage to the alchemist." Xiao Ning waved his hand. No need for these empty formalities. He stood up and walked in front of Galio. Xiao Ning used the Purple Mansion solar to investigate, and then sat back in the chair. His aptitude for cultivation is not bad, but unfortunately his own attribute is wind attribute, so he is not qualified to become an alchemist. Xiao Ning said truthfully, and glanced at the disappointment on Jalebi's face, then changed the subject, but if he practices diligently, he can definitely become a powerful Duwang powerhouse. His fingers twirled on the storage ring, and Xiao Ning casually placed some jade bottles and a piece of paper full of medicinal herbs on the table. I think he has a connection with me, so I will accept him as a registered disciple for the time being. This is some body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid that I made myself. You are responsible for supervising him to practice well and not run around. I will come to check from time to time. The paper records the medicinal herbs I need, and I will come every month. Chapter 34. Will Xiao Yan show off when he has the chance? Glancing at the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid on the table, which was enough to last for a month, Jialibi's smile deepened. 1 month's worth of body-quenching and marrow-washing fluid is worth 30,000 gold coins. This number is not particularly large for the Jiali family, but the meaning behind this thing is extremely heavy. The support of a master alchemist, and a very powerful master alchemist, is not something that can be measured by simple gold coins. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely restrain this kid and make him practice well. Ding. Under the host's planning, the little villain Galio will be strictly controlled. affecting the direction of the plot, and gain 5,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo, 250, and the host's villain Halo, plus 250. Xiao Ning nodded with satisfaction. This wave made a lot of money again. As a little villain, Galio, you should practice at home honestly. There is no need to touch Xiao Yan's fist. Watch him practice well. He will become a great man in the future. Shed with a smile and stood up to leave. Galio asked the servants to take Galio away and immediately let him practice, and he accompanied Xiao Ning out of the mansion. After returning to the Xiao family, Xiao Ning returned to his normal practice routine. During the day, he practiced the Purple Mansion soul art, and at night, he practiced the Sky Flame soul art. After he had the medicinal materials, he refined some pills to assist in his practice, and then received his share of the liquid medicine from the Mitre auction house. His life was very nourishing. Time passed by bit, and before he knew it, about 12 years had passed. It was another spring season with flowers blooming. On this day, Xiao Ning did not practice his Purple Mansion soul art as usual. He sat under a cherry tree, twisting a piece of cherry blossoms with his fingers, thinking deeply about things. At this time, Xiao Ning had grown into a handsome man, with hair like black jade and a faint luster, and the skin on his neck was as delicate as fine porcelain. His smooth and fair face was cold and handsome with clear edges and corners. His dark and deep eyes were shining with charming colors. His thick eyebrows, his high nose, and his beautiful lips were all showing nobility and elegance. Black and straight hair, slanting sword-like eyebrows, slender and sharp black eyes, thin and lightly pursed lips, angular outline, tall and slender but not rough body, like an eagle in the night, cold and lonely but domineering, and exuding a strong power that looks down on the world. According to common sense, this villain is almost always the one who crushes the protagonist in all aspects except IQ. Because only in this way, when the protagonist pretends to be awesome and gets slapped in the face, people will feel refreshed. Xiao Ning now has all the characteristics, super powerful, extremely extraordinary appearance, and is accompanied by 3 beautiful women. In addition to his extraordinary IQ, he can be said to be the focus of being slapped in the face. If Xiao Yan could rise, I didn't expect that Xiao Kei's aptitude was so poor. I even used the soul-enriching pill on him, but he only cultivated to the same level as Xiao Yan, who went to bed early and got up early and only used the soul-enriching liquid. It's such a waste of my top-grade pills. Xiao Ning twisted his eyebrows with a slight headache. In today's family test, Xiao Yan, who had originally had very stable results, actually surpassed Xiao Kei, who was ranked before him, and reached the same level of strength as Xiao Kei. This situation finally gave Xiao Yan an opportunity and ordered the two to compete tomorrow. The winner can get the 5th place reward, the body tempering and marrow washing liquid. In 12 years, Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei, and he have all become fighters and are no longer eligible for rewards. For this vacant place, Xiao Ning also found a few capable subordinates again and supported the body tempering and marrow washing liquid as needed. 2 bottles are not enough for 4 bottles, and 4 bottles are not enough for 8 bottles. The performance of these people did not disappoint his efforts. They have always occupied the top 4 places in the family, except for Xiao Kei. If people knew the resources he had wasted, they would definitely get a free compliment. A super waste. In addition to resources, Xiao Ning also asked him to practice diligently. Who would have thought that he could only be on the same level as Xiao Yan, who went to bed early and got up early? Brother Xiao Ning, are you thinking about the competition the day after tomorrow? A crisp voice sounded, interrupting Xiao Ning's thoughts. Looking up, he saw a graceful girl walking slowly. The girl was wearing a blue dress with a moon-colored satin embroidered magnolia and flying butterflies on the outside, and a dark blue brocade chest wrap on the inside. The cuffs were embroidered with delicate golden butterflies. There were a few laces on the front of the chest, and the skirt was a thin layer of silk gauze like mist. She wore a gold belt around her waist, which made her look elegant and graceful. A golden jade pendant lay quietly on her neck, adding a touch of elegance. She wore a pair of silver butterfly earrings beside her ears. She used a silver hairpin to hold her black hair, which was made into an exquisite willow leaf hairpin, and pinned a magnolia on it, which made her look fresh, beautiful, and extremely elegant. Her dark eyebrows were slightly raised, her cherry lips were red without being stained, and she exuded the sweet fragrance of orchids. She was delicate and charming. She exuded the aristocratic aura, and her beauty was otherworldly. She was beautiful to the extreme, like a fairy who had stepped into the mortal world, elegant and temperamental. Waving to Shuner and asking her to sit beside him, Xiao Ning frowned slightly. A competition the day after tomorrow? What competition? Why haven't I heard of it? Xiao Suner's face was slightly unhappy, and she curled her lips. It's not to compete for who will be Nalan Yanran's fiancé. The news came yesterday that Nalan Yanran is about to come to Wutan City. Grandpa and the others made an agreement with you that whoever is stronger will marry Nalan Yanran. Only then did Xiao Ning understand a little. He didn't expect that it was time to cancel the engagement without knowing it. Yao Lao didn't devour Xiao Yan's strength, and he didn't predict this time for a while. Does this still need a competition? With my strength as a one-star Dou Qi, although Xiao Yan's cousin has good talent, he is still too immature in terms of strength. At this point, Xiao Ning suddenly felt something was wrong. His powerful strength, and he still hid a lot of strength, didn't it just give Xiao Yan a chance to pretend to be awesome? Xiao Shuner looked at Xiao Ning with a smile, and moved closer to him. Brother Xiao Ning seems so confident. Could it be that he is interested in Nalan Yanran? Holding Xiao Shuner in his arms naturally, Xiao Ning explained with a serious look, that was just a ridiculous engagement made between the elders. Even if I win, I will choose to cancel the engagement and give Nalan Yanran freedom. What a joke. Nalan Yanran came here just to cancel the engagement. How could he let Nalan Yanran say it first? He must take the initiative. Chapter 35, Yao Lao shows up. How can you sleep at your age? Xiao Shuner's face soon flushed at the approaching handsome face with her watery eyes, and even the pink ear tips turned. After a slight struggle, she stopped shyly. Brother Xiao Ning, Shuner believes in you. Holding Shuner's slender waist, Xiao Ning looked at Xiao Shuner's seductive appearance, and couldn't help but lean down. Ding, you succeeded in taking the first kiss from the heroine Xiao Shuner, affecting the direction of the plot, and gaining 2,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist aura 50, Xiao Shuner's heroine aura 50, and the host's villain aura plus 100. The crawling palm stopped for a moment, and then returned to normal speed. Xiao Ning, who was immersed in the beauty, was in no mood to think about these things now. After a long time, Xiao Shuner looked at Xiao Ning with a reproachful look, and her white palm quickly tidied her clothes. After a lot of busy work, there were always some wrinkles on the green dress that were difficult to smooth out. Sister Shuner, why is your face red? Xiao Mei, who had finished practicing, looked at the two people sitting under the cherry tree and stared at Xiao Shuner. Compared with the pure and graceful Xiao Shuner, Xiao Mei's figure is much hotter, and she is born with a layer of charming temperament. Xiao Mei has a head of hair like clouds, a natural beauty with an oval face, a straight nose that seems to have been carefully carved, and small, cherry-like, soft lips with beautiful curves and full of sexiness, which are thin but not without moisture. She has a slender figure with a proud and upright figure in front and plump and round buttocks. The bright red dress perfectly shows her figure and reveals a seductive taste. Seeing Xiao Shuner hesitating and unable to explain clearly, Xiao Ning could only reach out and pull her up and casually explain to Xiao Mei, "It's too hot, Sister Shuner. Let's go home and drink the iced sour plum soup." Looking at the two people running down the mountain quickly, Xiao Mei glanced at the sun that was about to set with some confusion. It's dusk now, and it's not summer. Is it that hot? After running down the mountain, Xiao Shuner patted her violently heaving dumplings and looked at Xiao Ning with a reproachful look. It's all Brother Xiao Ning's fault. Otherwise, Shuner wouldn't be so embarrassed. Taking a step forward and coming in front of Xiao Shuner, Xiao Ning reached out to tidy up her hair that was a little messy due to running, and chuckled. It's because Sister Shuner is too attractive. Sister, you should be content. If it weren't for the 3-star Dozong maid Zijuan by your side, you would have been eaten up without leaving even a bone. Xiao Ning had a deep understanding of the saying, he who is ignorant is fearless. When he thought of the countless strong men hidden beside Xiao Shuner who he could not deal with now, Xiao Ning did not dare to cross the line. Today, he was also excited for a while and could not control his emotions. Listening to Xiao Ning's slightly rogue words, Xiao Shuner did not feel disgusted in her heart. Instead, she was happy that her appearance could arouse Xiao Ning's love. After all, she had already identified Xiao Ning a long time ago. Looking at Xiao Shuner's shy and cute appearance, Xiao Ning lowered his head slightly, tasted it for a while, and then rubbed Xiao Shuner's little head. Go home and rest early. Sister Xiao Mei is coming down soon. Brother Xiao Ning should also rest early. Nodding obediently and speaking softly, Xiao Shuner turned around and left with a smart body. Looking at Xiao Shuner's agile figure, Xiao Ning couldn't help but look down at his palm. What a pity. I don't have the chance to help Sister Shuner grow up. I don't know how Xiao Mei grew up so big. I have to find a chance to ask her another day. I have already lost at the starting line. I must strengthen myself. After waiting for a long time, Xiao Ning saw Xiao Mei in a red dress running down the mountain. Brother Xiao Ning, how can you two run so fast? You don't even wait for me, and you bully me because I am weak, Xiao Mei said breathlessly. In the Dou Qi Continent, the more you practice, the harder it is to break through, and the importance of aptitude is revealed. Xiao Mei's current strength is far less powerful than Xiao Shun'er. Looking at the big treasure that seemed to be about to burst out of the clothes, Xiao Ning's eyes slightly condensed. This aspect seemed to be related to genes. Then he said calmly, "Isn't this waiting for you? I think the family has prepared dinner. Let's go back and eat quickly." At this time, Xiao Yan, who had good habits, had finished washing and lying on the bed as usual, covered with a quilt, and murmured, "1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, sheep." Such a lazy look made Yao Lao in the ring very angry. It was the first time he saw someone who rested so regularly. Knowing that if he didn't show his power, he would soon disappear completely, Yao Lao couldn't stay in the ring. On the bed curtain, where Xiao Ning had hung it, the dark ancient ring emerged with a touch of white light, and an illusory figure suddenly floated beside Xiao Yan's bed. If Xiao Yan opened his eyes slightly at this time, I believe he would probably have a heart attack. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was sleeping soundly and in an indecent posture, lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread wide, Yao Lao's hands suddenly condensed a pair of golden symbols and struck them vigorously for more than 10 times. "Sleep, sleep, sleep! How can you sleep at your age?" The buzzing sound directly shook Xiao Yan's soul out. What happened? An earthquake? Xiao Yan pulled up the quilt to cover his head and instinctively crawled under the bed, ready to survive the natural disaster on this Dou Qi continent. After a moment of concentration, Xiao Yan realized that something was wrong, as if someone had just spoken. Pulling the quilt off his head, Xiao Yan carefully poked his head out from under the bed, looked around, and found that everything was normal. He frowned slightly. Could it be a nightmare? This nightmare is really a bit real. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Yan pulled the quilt and crawled out from under the bed and sat on the edge of the bed. A white figure suddenly fell from the sky. Yao Lao suddenly approached Xiao Yan's cheek and struck the golden symbol in his hand again. "How can you sleep at your age?" He glanced at the old face in front of him, which was emitting white light and was extremely eerie. The sound of the golden symbol had little effect on Xiao Yan. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Yan suddenly turned around and lay on the bed, covering his head with a quilt. He trembled violently and shouted heartbreakingly, "Ghost!" Looking at Xiao Yan's appearance, Yao Lao's resentment that had been suppressed for more than 10 years was completely vented out. He felt refreshed all over, as if he had eaten an 8th-grade elixir as candy. After a while, Yao Lao reached out and patted Xiao Yan's still trembling butt. "Okay, little bastard, I am not a ghost." Chapter 36. Going to bed early and getting up early is a rubbish habit? The body contains the soul of an adult man. Xiao Yan bravely poked his head out from the quilt and glanced at the ethereal figure floating in the air. Yao Lao was wearing fluttering white clothes. His body was empty, and his wrinkled old face was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. "You don't even have a body, only a soul is left, and you still say you are not a ghost." Xiao Yan was shocked and immediately got back into the quilt. Thinking back to how he became like this, Yao Lao sighed, waved his hand and shot out a white flame, instantly burning the quilt on Xiao Yan's body into nothingness. But Xiao Yan under the quilt was unharmed. This shows Yao Lao's precise control of the flame. Xiao Yan was stunned when he found that the object covering his body disappeared. He stepped back and curled up in a corner of the bed. "Don't eat me, Ghost Grandpa. I will burn paper money for you tomorrow, or burning paper grandma is also fine." Seeing that Xiao Yan was getting more and more outrageous, Yao Lao shot out a ray of energy with a flick of his finger, which instantly hit Xiao Yan's forehead. "My name is Yao Lao, and I am a wisp of the residual soul of a strong man, not some fabricated ghost. Kid, your chance is coming." Touching his head, Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with light. After many years in this world, he has heard many legendary stories about jumping off cliffs and picking up treasures. Climbing to the bedside using his hands and feet, Xiao Yan looked at Yao Lao with a chuckle. "Senior Kanhun, please pass on to me all the skills and fighting techniques you know. After you dissipate, I will definitely burn a paper grandmother for you. No, 10 paper grandmothers. I can't get over this stalk." Lao looked at Xiao Yan speechlessly. His soul power was running low, and he didn't want to waste it on him anymore. He said unhappily, "Don't worry, I can't dissipate even if you die." "Ah?" Xiao Yan touched his head awkwardly. "That's even better, Senior. Just give me some heavenly grade skills and powerful pills." Yao Lao was speechless. How did the bone flame ring fall into the hands of such a greedy ghost? But when he thought about how little energy he had to rely on the kid in front of him if he wanted to continue. Do you think that the heaven-grade martial arts are easy to come by? If you say there is one, there is one. After scolding him, Yao Lao continued, You don't have to be too disappointed. I have a magical martial arts here, which is no less than the heaven grade. I can pass it on to you. Then come on, senior. I'm ready. Xiao Yan knelt on the bed and waited with his eyes closed. With your current strength, you can't practice the martial arts even if you have it. It's better to wait until you break through the Dou Qi stage. From now on, don't sleep like this anymore. Hurry up and practice. Yao Lao said sternly. As a person who has practiced, he actually works at sunrise and rests at sunset. Even if he is knowledgeable, this is the first time he has seen it. Xiao Yan was a little disappointed that he didn't get the martial arts he wanted. Now he heard Yao Lao in front of him asking him to practice now, and he was a little confused and alert for a while. He learned this habit of going to bed early from the family genius Xiao Ning. Could this old man in front of him be harming him? Senior Yao Lao, if you want to practice well, don't you need to go to bed early and get up early? I'm afraid that practicing now is not conducive to resting your spirit and practicing. Xiao Yan said slowly. When it comes to this early sleep and early rise, Yao Lao was furious. How can there be such rubbish? When you practice, you absorb the energy of heaven and earth and nourish your body's meridians. I don't know how many times more powerful it is than when you sleep. Boy, are you sleeping, stupid? But the family genius Xiao Ning did tell me so. He is not much older than me. It is through this method that he has broken through to the realm of Dou Qi. It shouldn't be false. Xiao Yan explained with an example. Because he was trapped in Xiao Yan's bedroom, Yao Lao knew very little about the situation of the Xiao family. Frowning slightly, Yao Lao murmured, Such a young Dou Qi? If I'm not mistaken, you must have been deceived. Such a young Dou Qi, even the geniuses I have seen, need to practice day and night to achieve it. According to what you said about going to bed early and getting up early, even if he is talented, it is absolutely impossible. Based on experience, Yao Lao made his own judgment for Xiao Yan. Although the old man in front of him was a powerful person, Xiao Yan still trusted his family members more, but the firm trust in his heart was shaken. Sitting up and taking a look at the porcelain bottle on the bedside, Xiao Yan stood up and picked it up, and asked Yao Lao, There is a magical liquid called quenching body washing liquid in Wutan City. Could it be that he soaked in this liquid and his physique improved? I have investigated the thing in your hand. The inferior liquid has an effect on people in the Dou Qi stage, but it is too low. It is better to practice diligently. Glancing at the porcelain bottle in Xiao Yan's hand, Yao Lao shook his head. This is just a low-end version of the bathing spirit liquid. Quenching body washing liquid can only be used by the genius of the family. I just heard that it may be more powerful and more magical. Xiao Yan thought for a while and said. Yao Lao chuckled. If you don't believe it, why don't you go and see what the so-called genius you mentioned is doing now? I will block your breath and help you hide your body. Putting down the porcelain bottle in his hand, Xiao Yan thought about it. After all, hearing is not as good as seeing with your own eyes. Okay, let's go and see. Take off the ring on your window curtain and wear it well. I'm always in there. You can communicate with me as long as you use your mind. Yao Lao flew into the bone inflammation ring and smiled secretly in his heart. Brat, do you think this is a 7th or 8th grade medicine? It's just a 2nd grade medicine at most. How much effect can it have? Wait and accept the reality. Xiao Yan took off the black ancient ring on the window curtain, and his eyes couldn't help but recall the scene many years ago. At that time, his mother had just died and left him only this ring. In order to prevent him from losing the ring, Xiao Ning's cousin hung it on the window curtain. Could it be that this gentle cousin has been lying to him? After putting on the ring, Yan stepped out of the room with doubts in his heart. At this time, Xiao Ning's house was brightly lit, and there was a crisp reading sound. Yes! Yes! It seems that I can only give up the 2nd wave of teaching today. Looking at Xiao Qingxie, who had finished a round of foreign language learning, Xiao Ning's soul sensed that Xiao Yan had left the courtyard, and he said secretly. Leaning close to Xiao Qingxie's ear, Xiao Ning slowly said, Someone is coming. Wait a moment. You just say this. Knowing that this kind of thing cannot be discovered for the time being, the body that was originally exhausted by studying suddenly had a trace of strength, and hurriedly cleaned up the mess and soon returned to normal. Wearing a plain dress, with a beautiful face and rosy cheeks, Xiao Qingxie picked up the robe that Xiao Ning had changed and slowly left the room. Chapter 37, Soul Calming Spell. When Xiao Qingshui left the house, she saw a black-robed boy in the courtyard. In the moonlight, she could see his face clearly and remembered his identity, the son of the patriarch, Xiao Yan. Stepping forward, Xiao Qingshui asked calmly, "Master Xiao Yan, it's so late. What are you doing here?" "Ha, nothing important. I just want to ask my cousin Xiao Ning about some cultivation matters." Xiao Yan touched his head awkwardly. Xiao Qingsh smiled and said naturally, "Master Xiao Ning has already gone to bed. If Master Xiao Yan has any questions, he can come back tomorrow." Looking intently at Xiao Ning's house, Xiao Yan did not see any sitting figures. After a quiet perception, he indeed found a person lying on the bed, breathing steadily, and had fallen into a deep sleep. After confirming that Xiao Ning was indeed asleep, Xiao Yan said sorry for disturbing him and turned away. Watching Xiao Yan leave, Xiao Qingshui's calves softened, and she held the door helplessly, panting softly. This young master Xiao Ning is really getting stronger and stronger. It's just that Xiao Yan is really pitiful, and he seems to really believe the nonsense that going to bed early and getting up early helps with cultivation. After returning to the room, Xiao Qingshui fell asleep soon without taking off her clothes. Learning foreign languages is really tiring. Ding, Yao Lao appears and guides Xiao Yan to practice, but because he does not follow Xiao Yan closely, he arouses Xiao Yan's suspicion, affecting the direction of the plot, and obtains 2,000 villain points, Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo S100, and the host's villain Halo plus 100. I didn't expect that Yao Lao didn't starve to death, but let him out. Sitting on the bed, Xiao Ning frowned slightly. Just now, when he was teaching Xiao Qingshui to learn foreign languages, he received this message and immediately released his soul power to Xiao Yan's courtyard. When he found that he had gone out, he immediately understood that Yao Lao was correcting Xiao Yan's practice. Therefore, the subsequent arrangements were made. It's not that he was afraid that Xiao Yan would find out something. This room has equipment that he exchanged for villain points to conceal his aura and perception. Even if Dou Zong came, he wouldn't be able to find out anything. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Xiao Qingshui, the seductress who was always hanging around in front of him, to eat it like this. As soon as Xiao Ning finished speaking, another message appeared in the system. Ding, under the host's planning, the protagonist Xiao Yan's suspicion of Yao Lao increased, affecting the direction of the plot, and obtained 3,000 villain points, Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo Nice 150, and the host's villain Halo plus 150. Ha ha! Believe in this early to bed and early to rise training method, Xiao Yan. This is an important reason why he let Xiao Qingshui leave early and cooperate with him in acting, to alienate Yao Lao and Xiao Yan. On the way, Xiao Yan frowned and asked Yao Lao, "Are you getting old and confused? This guy has already fallen asleep. How can he stay up late to practice?" Yao Lao was also a little puzzled. He just checked the situation in the room and indeed sensed a young man who had already fallen asleep. How could he be a Dou Qi at such a young age? Is he a super genius? The Dou Qi Continent is vast and boundless. There are indeed some people with unique physiques. Maybe your cousin Xiao Ning is one of them. You are not as talented as him. You should be the first to fly and practice diligently. Yao Lao warned. Xiao Yan was a very unfamiliar person and had disappointed him once before. He was a little skeptical about Yao Lao's words. However, he was a strong man after all, and he still had some insights into the practice of Dou Qi. Nodding, Xiao Yan exhaled and said, "I know, I will go back to practice now." After sensing Xiao Yan's return home, Xiao Ning got up from the bed. Tomorrow is the competition between Xiao Yan and Xiao Ke. This body-hardening and marrow-washing liquid is not very helpful for the cultivation of the two, but it is worth 30,000 gold coins after all. If Xiao Yan has this money, then, judging from the current situation, Xiao Yan is about to start the road of pretending to be cool. The first person he will slap in the face is Xiao Ke. With the existence of Yao Lao, unless Xiao Ke has another Lao, otherwise, there is almost no chance of a comeback. After thinking for a while, Xiao Ning immediately mobilized the system, found the equipment category, searched for a while, and stopped his eyes on the soul-soothing spell. The soul-soothing spell has a very strong suppressing effect on the soul body. Even if the soul is possessed, it can still produce an effect. Once the soul body is found, it will instantly suffer from 100 times the gravity suppression. The more it resists the suppression, the greater the force. Range of action, 500 square meters. Action time, 12 hours. Villain points, 5,000. Although it's a bit expensive, the wool comes from the sheep, and you can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child. Exchange it. After spending 5,000 villain points, a piece of khaki paper suddenly appeared in Xiao Ning's hand. Is this what I spent 5,000 villain points to exchange? How come there is not even a rune? Xiao Ning scratched his head, and based on the principle of trusting the system, he put it in his arms and walked out quickly. Passing through an archway, taking advantage of the night to come to the family training ground, taking a look at the ring, Xiao Ning took out the khaki paper and slapped it on it. A red-yellow light flashed, and the khaki paper instantly merged into the ring. There is something, but this is not enough. With Xiao Kei's qualifications, some auxiliary things are needed. Xiao Ning thought secretly. The stars disappeared one after another from the blue sky with floating clouds. As the sun slowly rose, the first light in the east was a fish-belly white. Then, the glow of the sunset reflected the clouds and shone on the Xiao family's training ground. Knowing that there would be a battle today, many people gathered around the training ground. With so many people, this is simply a good place to show off. What a pity. With his hands folded across his chest, standing in a place with a wide view, Xiao Ning smiled secretly. Glancing at the ring with some boredom, Xiao Mei frowned slightly and said, "This Xiao Kei has been the 5th-ranked genius in the family in recent years. With the help of the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid, I think he should be able to condense the fighting spirit and become a fighter soon." Although Xiao Yan is also at the level of the 9th stage of fighting spirit, he has not used the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid. His strength is much lower than Xiao Kei. Even if they are at the same level, there is still a gap in strength. Indeed, this competition is just to give Xiao Yan a chance. Without the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid, he can't win at all. An ordinary-looking girl next to Xiao Mei nodded frequently. It's a show-off scene indeed. Almost most people didn't believe that Xiao Yan would win, and then he won, surprising everyone. Xiao Ning thought to himself, staring at Xiao Yan and Xiao Kei who were slowly walking up to the ring. Yao Lao encouraged Xiao Yan. "Xiao Yanzi, fight well. I want to see what kind of magical liquid the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid is." Rubbing his swollen head, Xiao Yan's spirit was a little tired after his biological clock was interrupted. "Don't worry, even if it's for my own practice, I will win this battle." Clenching his fists, Xiao Yan said firmly. Chapter 38. Know when to stop. Today's weather is not very good, with dark clouds covering the sun, which seems to indicate that Xiao Yan, the son of destiny, will be slapped in the face today. Wearing green boots, Xiao Kei's figure is illusory and instantly came to the ring. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was slowly stepping up, he was extremely alert. He must win this battle and complete Master Xiao Ning's mission. Seeing Xiao Kei's graceful figure, there was a heated discussion among the crowd. Xiao Kei's body movements are so fast, he is worthy of being one of the top 5 geniuses in the family. This time, the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid will definitely be his. Yes, look at Xiao Yan. Master Xiao Yan is walking slowly. It seems that he doesn't have much strength at all. I guess he won't be Xiao Kei's opponent. Indeed, Xiao Kei is a veteran genius, always ranked in the top 5 in the family, and can get the assistance of the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid. Although Master Xiao Yan has caught up now, both of them are people with the 9th stage of fighting spirit. But the difference in the content of fighting spirit must be not small. Defeat is a matter of time. The Xiao family has strength tests every month to distribute rewards. Everyone is very clear about the strength of the two, and almost no one is optimistic about Xiao Yan. On the high platform, Xiao Zhan frowned slightly. This Xiao Kei is indeed a genius. His speed alone is comparable to that of an ordinary fighter. If Yaner wants to win, it may not be easy. Try your best. With a wave of his arm, Xiao Zhan shouted in a deep voice, "The competition begins." "Master Xiao Yan, I'm sorry." Xiao Kei bowed slightly and saluted. Then the gentle smile on his face instantly withdrew, stepped on the ground, and rushed straight towards Xiao Yan. Many people with low strength could only see that Xiao Kei instantly turned into a green shadow with an incredibly fast speed. With his keen soul perception, Xiao Yan frowned, dodged a step to the left, and barely avoided Xiao Kei's attack. It's worthy of being a genius in the top 5 of the family. He is so strong. He actually dodged it. I can only use this trick. Xiao Kei immediately adjusted his body, turned around suddenly, and the fighting spirit on his right palm condensed. He suddenly clenched it and slammed it hard into Xiao Yan's chest. It's actually a high-level yellow-grade fighting skill, the subduing tiger fist. Look at the tiger shape that has already appeared on his fist. This Xiao Kei not only has extraordinary fighting spirit, but also has mastered fighting skills very well. Xiao Yuanhai stroked his beard and commented. Xiao Zhan on the side did not say anything, but could only look at his son, ready to attack at any time. The high-level yellow-grade fighting skills have been used. It seems that Xiao Kei wants to win directly and win the battle. Facing the high-level yellow-grade fighting skills, Xiao Yan has no chance of winning. Facing Xiao Kei's fierce attack, Xiao Yan was extremely anxious and had no means to deal with it. The cultivation of fighting spirit had consumed most of his time, and he had not had time to practice fighting skills. "Brat, leave it to me." Hearing Yao Lao's voice, Xiao Yan was delighted. He was saved. Xiao Ning could clearly see that Xiao Yan's black eyes instantly turned into a dark white color. "Is this Yao Lao possessed? Ha! Accept the punishment." After the soul possessed, Yao Lao just wanted to control Xiao Yan's body to fight back. But Yao Lao immediately sensed a surge of power, and his body seemed to be filled with lead and extremely heavy. "Well, what's going on?" Yao Lao used the power of his soul to resist the gravity, but he felt his body getting heavier. He could only watch Xiao Kei's fist hit Xiao Yan's body, unable to stop it. After being hit hard, Xiao Yan instantly spit out a mouthful of blood and half knelt on the ring. Yao Lao immediately retreated to the bone inflammation ring, wondering in his heart, how could such a strange thing happen? Looking at the defeated Xiao Yan on the stage, Xiao Ning chuckled. This cooperation is perfect. Xiao Kei has already practiced the high-level yellow-level fighting skills and exchanged a pair of walking boots for him. These two are not something Xiao Yan can fight against. This is to lure out Yao Lao, stimulate the power of the soul-suppressing spell, and complete the lure. Ding! Stop Xiao Yan from obtaining the body-quenching and marrow-washing fluid. Stop Xiao Yan from pretending to be cool. Affect the direction of the plot. Obtain 1,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo 50, and the host's villain Halo plus 50. Although it cost a lot, it was worth it to stop Xiao Yan from pretending to be cool. Sometimes all a person lacks is an opportunity, and Xiao Ning absolutely does not want to see Xiao Yan get this opportunity to rise. Seeing Xiao Yan defeated, Xiao Yan immediately flew down from the high platform, checked Xiao Yan's injuries, and looked at Xiao Kei with a little surprise. "You didn't use your full strength just now? It's just a family competition, not a life-and-death battle." Looking at Xiao Yan's weak appearance, Xiao Kei said with a little distress, "I just didn't expect that even so, Master Xiao Yan would still be injured. Sorry. You are very good, worthy of being a child of the Xiao family." With a faint smile, Xiao Yan took out a small box of body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid from the ring and handed it to Xiao Kei. "Practice well. Don't let down the family's high hopes." Taking the brocade box, Xiao Kei bowed slightly. "Thank you, Patriarch. Xiao Kei will definitely live up to the family's cultivation." Deep in his heart, Xiao Kei silently added that he would live up to Master Xiao Ning's cultivation. He knew very well that without Master Xiao Ning's resource support over the years, no matter how hard he tried, he could only practice to the 5th stage of Dou Qi at most. He still knew who his benefactor was. Seeing Xiao Kei's well-behaved appearance, everyone couldn't help but sigh secretly. Xiao Kei is really too kind and gentle. He deserves to get the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid. Ding! The host teaches the little villain Xiao Kei to show mercy, and gets 500 villain points. Xiao Kei's villain aura plus 25, and the host's villain aura plus 25. Alas, these little villains really make me work hard, but fortunately the advantage of the villain is that they are obedient enough. Xiao Ning nodded secretly. If the palm just now was hit, Xiao Yan would probably trigger some bad opportunities. To give a simple example, Xiao Yan was seriously injured and invited a first-level alchemist to treat Xiao Yan, and then gained the favor of the alchemist, or Yao Lao appeared and subdued the alchemist to be Xiao Yan's lackey. These are all things Xiao Ning didn't want to see. Knowing when to stop is the best choice. Leaning in Xiao Yan's arms, Xiao Yan's mentality was a little exploded, and his anger reached an extreme. "What's wrong with you, Yao Lao? Didn't you do it? Is that how you did it? If Xiao Kei hadn't held back, my heart would have been smashed by him." Xiao Yan accused like a machine gun. Yao Lao coughed dryly. "There's something strange about your family's arena. After I possessed you, your body immediately became extremely heavy. I can't do anything about it." "Huh? Could it be that because of the long years of fighting on this arena, it has absorbed a lot of blood and energy, which has a suppressive effect on ghosts like you?" Xiao Yan frowned and thought. Chapter 39. Yao Lao, give me another chance. Taking advantage of the situation, Yao Lao laughed awkwardly. Maybe that's the case. Alas, I didn't expect that. I didn't even get the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid. Xiao Yan said with some regret. Isn't it just a low-level medicine liquid? When I recover a little bit of strength, I'll let you soak as much as you want, even every day. When it comes to things related to refining medicine, Yao Lao couldn't help showing off. Could it be that the senior is an alchemist? Xiao Yan speculated, then shook his head. Even if the senior is an alchemist, he probably can't do it. This body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid is said to be invented by a powerful alchemist. Many people speculate that its rank is not inferior to that of the Dan King Gu He of the Jiama Empire, and he is a 6th-grade alchemist. It's really rare and surprising. He can actually imagine himself as a 6th-grade alchemist. Although the medicinal properties are good and it is effective for the Doji stage, in my experience that person is at most a 4th-grade alchemist. Yao Lao speculated and added, however, whether it is a 4th-grade alchemist or a 6th-grade alchemist, it's nothing in front of me. Senior Yao Lao, you are really good at bragging. Do you know that you don't have to pay taxes? Dan King Gu, he is the strongest alchemist in the Jiama Empire. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Xiao Yan, who was exhausted physically and mentally, closed his eyes and leaned quietly in his father's arms to rest. Although Xiao Ke didn't use his full strength in that punch just now, it still made him feel a little dizzy and his chest hurt badly. After scanning the family members present, Xiao Zhan finally locked his eyes on Xiao Ning and waved to him. Xiao Ning, come with me. The others can go away. Are you going to talk about the engagement? Xiao Ning thought for a while, turned to Xiao Shuner and Xiao Mei and said, you should go back to practice first. You can't fall behind in practice. The 2 girls nodded obediently and followed the crowd to leave. What's the matter with the head of the family calling Xiao Ning young master? The departing crowd glanced at Xiao Ning, who was dressed in a silver robe and looked handsome, and many girls couldn't help but daydream. It's probably for cultivation. After all, Master Xiao Ning is an unprecedented genius in the Xiao family. It's also possible that Master Xiao Ning can guide Xiao Yan's cultivation. Compared with Master Xiao Ning, Xiao Yan's aptitude is really pitiful. Maybe it's to start a forbidden love. Master, no, I'm a genius of the Xiao family. I'm a genius of the Xiao family. A girl with a bloated figure performed vividly. Go away, you rotten girl, don't insult Master Xiao Ning. Almost instantly, the girl was kicked out of her sister circle. Ding, the host's superior appearance and talent have attracted the admiration of the Xiao family members, affecting the direction of the plot, and obtaining 500 villain points, Xiao Yan's protagonist aura, 25, and the host's villain aura plus 25. Following Xiao Zhan and others to the family meeting hall, Xiao Ning sat casually on a chair. As the first genius of the family, he is fully qualified to do so. Xiao Zhan placed the weak Xiao Yan on a chair, and then he spoke to Xiao Ning and Xiao Yan. When you were still young, your family had made an engagement for you with the Nalan family. Speaking of which, it was Ninger who fought for it. Recalling what happened back then, Xiao Yuanhai couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ning said silently, I was still young at the time and didn't know what an engagement was. Grandpa, don't tell me. If it wasn't for preventing Xiao Yan from enjoying the experience of breaking off the engagement, he wouldn't have snatched the opportunity to get engaged to Nalan Yanran. What a dark history. Father, can't this engagement only be made with one person? But there are 2 of us, Xiao Yan asked weakly. That's what I'm going to say next. Xiao Zhan glanced at his son and sighed helplessly. The marriage contract stipulates that you will have a duel when you come of age, and the winner will be engaged to the daughter of the current head of the Nalan family. Judging from your current strength, Yaner, you are obviously not Xiao Ning's opponent, so there is no need to go ahead with the duel originally planned for tomorrow. Huh? Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Xiao Ning. It was not enough that he had captured the heart of his cousin Shuner with his strong strength and handsome appearance. Now he even took away his fiancée, who originally needed a duel to win, directly. Other time travelers are either emperors with harems or super long ouchin, winners in life with smooth sailing. He, a time traveler, is really frustrated. Xiao Yanzi, since you are so unconvinced, then agree to the duel. Let me help you and give me another chance to do it. Yao Lao's voice rang in Xiao Yan's heart. Seeing Xiao Zhan trying to speak again, Xiao Yan hardened his heart, secretly clenched his fists, stood up and said, Father, I want to give it a try. Even if I lose, it is better than admitting defeat directly. You are ignorant. How can you, a person with only fighting spirit, compare with someone who has become a fighting master? You must be crazy about your wife. Xiao Yuanhai couldn't help but said with contempt. Xiao Ning stood up and said, Grandpa, since cousin Xiao Yan wants to try, let him try. His clear eyes glanced at Xiao Yan, especially the dark ancient ring on Xiao Yan's finger. With a plug-in like Yao Lao, this Xiao Yan will not accept reality so easily. Doing things that ordinary people seem to be unable to do, and then completing the show-off, is worthy of the protagonist's routine. If I were really a small fighting master, I really had no chance of winning against Yao Lao. Ah, Xiao Zhan thought for a while. Since both of you agree, then I won't say much. With your strength, Xiao Ning, you are enough to grasp the measure for a person in the fighting spirit stage. The competition can be carried out, but I want to hold it in this meeting hall. After a failed experience on the arena, Xiao Yan took the opportunity to propose a change of place. Xiao Ning smiled and said, "No matter where, cousin Xiao Yan should go back to rest and heal his injuries early and prepare well for tomorrow's game. I am looking forward to your performance. Since both of you agree, I will let the three elders come to watch the game together tomorrow," Xiao Zhan said calmly. After finalizing the competition, Xiao Ning slowly walked towards his own courtyard. After more than 10 years of training, his strength was not as simple as it seemed. Tianyan Divine Art was a very powerful technique that could accurately control the Dou Qi in his body and show the level he wanted to show. On the surface, he was a one-star Dou Qi with good strength, but his true strength had already surpassed the average Dou Huang. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a peak Dou Huang. He was only one step away from being a powerful Dou Zong master. Chapter 36 came out of the small dark room. You can go back and take a look. Chapter 40. Xiao Ning's trump card villain aura broke through 20,000 points, and he obtained a new technique, Xuanqian Refining Body Art. Xuanqian Refining Body Art, a wild level technique, is divided into 23 levels. With each breakthrough, the strength of one's own body will be doubled. Those who practice deeply can break the void with the strength of their physical body alone. Since the difficulty of practice will double with each breakthrough, even the person who created this technique has not practiced to the highest level. Tianyan Divine Art has no blessing from the strange fire, and the energy absorbed is more used on the body. The burning flame fighting spirit tempers the body, preparing for the absorption of strange fire in the future. This strange body refining effect has promoted the practice speed of Xuantian body refining art to some extent. In just about 10 years, he has broken through to the 6th level. In the entire Jiama Empire, he has already stood at the top. In addition, the Purple Mansion Soul Art has also been promoted to the perfection realm of the spiritual Yuan realm. The 6th level of the realm is enough to fight against the Douhuang by relying on soul power alone. It's just that this fighting spirit cultivation is a little worse. Most of the energy acts on the body. It is also necessary to practice 3 different techniques at the same time. The real fighting spirit cultivation is now only a 1-star great fighting master. Back to the courtyard. After taking a look at Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuner, who entered the state of cultivation, Xiao Ning sat cross-legged and practiced his own Purple Mansion Soul Art. For his own practice, he has a detailed plan. During the day, he practices the Purple Mansion Soul Art, and at night he first practices Tianyan Divine Art, and then practices Xuantian Body Refining Art. While the fire attribute fighting spirit has tempered the body, the Xuantian Refining Body Art is used to speed up the absorption of the energy of heaven and earth, thereby promoting the speed of practicing the Xuantian Refining Body Art. The Purple Palace Soul Art is turned far away, and Xiao Ning's eyebrows suddenly burst out with a special devouring power. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is captured by the soul power emitted from Xiao Ning's eyebrows, absorbed into Xiao Ning's eyebrows, and accumulated. After the faint purple air has accumulated to a certain amount, the soul power is restrained, and a great pressure is exerted on the cloud-like energy. The volume of the purple gas mass, which was originally the size of a fist, instantly shrank by more than half. Xiao Ning held onto his mind and silently operated the Purple Palace Soul Art to compress the absorbed purple air. The Purple Palace Soul Art is divided into 4 realms: Lingyu Realm, Lingyuan Realm, Linghai Realm, and Hualing Realm. Each realm is divided into 3 levels: entry, proficiency, and perfection, which is 12 levels. The main purpose of the Lingyu realm is to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and strengthen one's own soul, while in the Lingyuan realm, the absorbed spiritual energy of heaven and earth is compressed into a liquid state to strengthen the storage of one's own soul power. Unconsciously, it was almost dusk, and the sun slowly drilled into the thin clouds and turned into a red ball. A pink color appeared in the western sky, which was redder and more delicate than a chubby baby's face. The area around the sun was the reddest, so charming. The red spread in all directions, covering half of the sky. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the wooden board of Xiao Ning's room, reflecting the whole room red. Xiao Qingshe came on time, took out the moonstone and hung it in the room. Soon the whole room became bright as day. Sensing someone coming, Xiao Ning took a deep breath, stopped the operation of the Purple Palace Soul Art, opened his eyes and looked at the plump Xiao Qingshe in white. This big demon. He has been practicing like this for more than 10 years. Not long after Xiao Ning finished practicing, Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuner also opened their eyes and finished practicing. "Brother Xiao Ning, is there something important that the head of the family called you for?" Xiao Mei stood up and stretched, moving her numb ankle, walked to Xiao Ning, sat down casually and asked. He glanced at Xiao Mei's white toes and feet. Xiao Ning couldn't help but be more curious about her natural charm. This is just the appearance that has some of her mother's prototypes. Could there be anything more magical and extraordinary? After taking a look at Xiao Shuner, who was sitting elegantly, Xiao Ning explained, "It's nothing serious. It's just that when I was a child I was engaged to Xiao Yan. This engagement was made between the two of us and a girl. We need to compete with each other to decide the final candidate." Engagement? Xiao Mei's face was a little dim because of the excitement of practicing and explaining. She said a little gloomily, "With brother Xiao Ning's strength, I'm afraid Xiao Yan would have given up and surrendered a long time ago." Xiao Ning smiled indifferently. "How could that be? Xiao Yan has a strong desire for this engagement and must fight with me to win. Xiao Yan actually made such a choice. He is really a person who is blinded by beauty." Xiao Shuner had some good impressions of Xiao Yan in her heart, but now it suddenly disappeared. Ding, the heroine Xiao Shuner developed a disgust for the protagonist Xiao Yan, affecting the direction of the plot, and gained 5,000 villain points, Xiao Yan's protagonist aura -250, and the host's villain aura +250. This is all possible. I've almost got back the villain points I gained from helping Xiao Ke buy props. Xiao Ning smiled secretly in his heart. Xiao Mei also said with some contempt, "Does Xiao Yan not know what his own strength is? A mere 9th-level Dou Qi person dares to fight against a Dou master. He wants a wife so much at such a young age, a pervert who doesn't care about his life." Ding, Xiao Mei develops disgust towards the protagonist Xiao Yan, affecting the direction of the plot, and gains 500 villain points, Xiao Yan's protagonist aura 25, and the host's villain aura +25. The difference is 10 times. This is too much discrimination. Xiao Ning coughed. "Originally, I wanted to cancel the engagement after getting the engagement. Even though Xiao Yan interfered, it doesn't matter much." "Cancel the engagement?" Xiao Mei looked at Xiao Ning with some surprise, and suddenly moved closer to Xiao Ning. "Brother Xiao Ning wants to cancel the engagement? Why?" This old rule should have been abolished long ago. The two people who are engaged have never known each other, and there is no emotional foundation at all. It is a torture for both of them, Xiao Ning said frankly. In addition, he silently added a sentence, not wanting to be slapped in the face by Nalan Yanran's cancellation of the engagement. "I didn't expect brother Xiao Ning to think this way, so I still have a chance." Thinking of this, Xiao Mei's cheeks couldn't help but blush. Hearing Xiao Ning's idea of canceling the engagement again, Xiao Shuner also smiled on her pretty face, and she was very happy in her heart. Pulling up Xiao Mei beside him, Xiao Ning urged, "Okay, let's eat first. It's just a small matter. It's more important to keep your spirits up for cultivation." Xiao Mei is as charming as her name suggests. If she is allowed to lean on him again, something will go wrong. At this time, Xiao Yan was forced by Yao Lao to cheer up and continue to cultivate. "You have wasted a lot of precious time. You can't waste any more time now." Yao Lao scolded the sleepy Xiao Yan. Chapter 41, Xiao Ning's strategy, exhausting Yao Lao. Looking at Xiao Shuner, who ran away in a hurry, regardless of her messy clothes, Xiao Ning couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. What the underworld scholar Whale Shark King said was really true. Human desires are like rolling stones on a mountain. Once they start, they can never stop, unless these stones were originally at the bottom of the valley. After tasting it, he became a little addicted. Of course, there are some other reasons Ding successfully snatched Xiao Shuner's kiss, successfully influenced the plot, obtained 20 villain points, Xiao Yan's protagonist aura -5, host's villain aura +5. Miss Shuner is still young. She can't do anything excessive yet. A cold voice interrupted Xiao Ning's reverie. Turning his head to look at Zijuan, not far away, Xiao Ning couldn't help but feel a nameless anger rising in his heart. Once a person feels comfortable, the blood circulation is smooth, and the thinking becomes very clear. In the past, he thought this Zijuan was too powerful, and the 3-star Dozong was so terrifying. If this Zijuan is viewed with a normal mind, she is actually just a maid of Xiao Shuner, and he, Xiao Ning, is the young master. As Xiao Shuner's maid, Zijuan's appearance is also good. Wearing a violet maid-style elegant dress, her skin is as radiant as pearls and jade, and her eyelashes are long and thick, slightly curled up like a cattail leaf fan. A pair of slender white hands, pink lips with a crystal color, gently curved into a beautiful arc. On the jade-like earlobes are lavender tassels, which are light and can dance slowly with a little wind. The only drawback is that this beautiful face has an expression that can make people fall into an ice cave, which directly reduces her beauty. You are just a little maid, but you are so nosy. After taking 2 steps forward, Xiao Ning suddenly waved his hand and clapped, making a crisp sound. Zijuan was stunned in the place. She was actually beaten by a boy, and he was beaten. Go back and serve Shuner. After avenging a little, Xiao Ning turned around and left in a good mood. When Zijuan came to her senses and wanted to take a small revenge, she was shocked to find that Xiao Ning's figure had disappeared without a trace. Damn little pervert! Zijuan couldn't help but clench her fists and frown slightly. This little pervert is really heavy-handed. Facts have proved that disturbing a man who is doing important things will have extremely serious consequences, even if she is a Daozong strongman. The night retreated silently, and the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone into the Xiao family's meeting hall, heralding the beginning of the fight between the 2 young men. Xiao Zhan sat in the main seat of the hall, and on his right were the 3 elders of the Xiao family. It's just a simple competition. Just stop when it's done. After taking a deep look at Xiao Ning, Xiao Zhan announced the start of the competition in a deep voice. Aren't you just worried about your precious son? Don't worry. With Ninger's Dou Qi strength, it's easy for a person with only the 9th level of Dou Qi. Xiao Yuanhai looked at Xiao Zhan with contempt and narrowed his eyes at the silver-robed boy in the field. Don't be so toxic, Xiao Ning complained in his heart and looked at Xiao Yan solemnly, especially the black ancient ring on his finger. Before pouring the 7 illusion green spirit saliva, Yao Lao's strength could reach above 3-star Do Huang. The exact number of stars is unknown, but it is certain that he is much stronger than Yun Yun. How to control the strength so that Xiao Yan will not be seriously injured and trigger other opportunities while achieving victory will be the key to this battle. Twisting the ring on his hand, Xiao Yan urged in his heart, Senior Yao Lao, hurry up and make a move. The competition is about to begin. Got it. Let go of your mind. Let me control your body. The extraordinary soul perception ability found that Xiao Yan's aura began to surge. Xiao Ning concentrated his mind and waited for Yao Lao to make a move. Since I didn't starve you to death before, I will exhaust you now, so that you can come out with a little soul power and see how long your remaining soul power can last. It's just a 1-star Do Master. I don't need a second move to defeat you. After probing Xiao Ning's strength, Yao Lao instantly controlled Xiao Yan's body. Taking a step forward, Xiao Yan's figure instantly turned into a phantom and rushed towards Xiao Ning, with a rich milky white fighting spirit condensed on his fist. How can Yaner be so fast? The change in one night is like 2 different people. Xian frowned. When he watched the battle yesterday, Xiao Yan didn't have this level of strength. Could it be that the failure yesterday stimulated his potential? Thinking of this, Xiao Zhan was happy. Yaner, your father knows that you are not an ordinary person. Only using the speed of a 2-star fighting master? It's really economical, but it's too naive. After taking a look at the speed that Xiao Yan burst out, Xiao Ning roughly made a judgment, slightly sideways to avoid Xiao Yan's attack. Xiao Ning raised his hand to grasp Xiao Yan's arm and pulled it forward, turning nothing into nothing, eliminating Xiao Yan's power, and raised his right palm to slap Xiao Yan's back. This kid Xiao Ning is indeed a genius. He can actually fight across stars. However, I have promised Xiao Yanzi that I must win this time. Although there is not much soul power left, there is nothing I can do. Increasing the output of soul power, powerful energy burst out from Xiao Yan's body and suddenly shook Xiao Ning's arm away. Xiao Ning quickly stepped back 3 steps and smiled indifferently. Cousin Xiao Yan's fighting power seems to be much stronger than his actual strength. No wonder he dared to take this competition. It's over. Low-level, yellow-level fighting skills, stone-breaking palm. Using the fighting skills that Xiao Yan knew, Yao Lao doubled the output of his soul power again, and a faint yellow light appeared on his palm, and his body burst into the air. You still have some power left. I really want to know how much strength cousin Xiao Yan has hidden? Xiao Ning chuckled, took 3 steps to the right, and dodged Xiao Yan's attack again. Use it. Use your soul power as much as you can. I will exhaust you, Yao Lao. Even though my strength has been raised to that of a 5-star Dou Qi, I still haven't been able to defeat Xiao Ning. It seems that I have underestimated him. I need to increase my soul power and I must win. After increasing his soul power output, Yao Lao launched another attack, Stone-Crushing Palm. With his extraordinary strength, Xiao Ning easily dodged and continued to provoke him with words. That's your limit. I'm afraid you're going to lose. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yan became impatient. Senior Yao Lao, are you really capable of this? You boasted so much before. How come you haven't even defeated a small Dou Qi yet? Sensing that his soul power was about to reach its limit, Yao Lao tried to save face and said, "Do you think my soul power is cabbage? I have been able to remain immortal for so many years because of my soul power. After so many years of consumption, there is not much left. Your cousin is simply too strong. You can't blame me for this. You can only blame your cousin for being too strong and too evil. No, I have to rest first." Chapter 42, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. Hey, Senior Yao Lao, don't disappear halfway through the fight. You have to take responsibility. Looking at Xiao Ning, who was indifferent, Xiao Yan shouted wildly in his heart. His tone was so anxious, just like a young girl who was suddenly abandoned by an old man. Unfortunately, Yao Lao had already entered a resting state and would never reply to him. He was almost exhausted, and he would lose his soul if he continued to fight. Sensing that Xiao Yan's breath had greatly decreased, Xiao Ning thought to himself, "I didn't receive the system message. It seems that Yao Lao didn't get angry and stopped. Cousin Xiao Yan, it seems that this is all you can do. Defeat." Xiao Ning's face revealed a hint of coldness, and he rushed forward suddenly, and his palm was printed on Xiao Yan's body like picking leaves through flowers. Xiao Yan took 5 steps back and instantly felt a surge of power erupting in his body. His blood and qi were flowing backwards, and he suddenly fainted. Xiao Zhan, who was sitting in the main seat, stood up immediately, and the green wind-attributed fighting spirits circulated. A green shadow passed by and immediately came to Xiao Yan's side, supported Xiao Yan, and checked Xiao Yan's condition. Finding that he was only slightly injured, he looked up at Xiao Yuanhai and several other elders. To be able to hold on for such a long time, Yaner has good talent. I think he should be rewarded with 10 bottles of body tempering and marrow cleansing liquid to help him break through his current realm. Xiao Zhan, if you want to abuse your power for personal gain, just say it directly. Why are you talking so much nonsense? How can you hold on for such a long time? If Ninger didn't want to let him go, with Xiao Yan's strength, he wouldn't be able to hold on for a single move. Xiao Yuanhai immediately refused. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but show a trace of anger on his face. Great Elder, don't forget, I am the head of the family. Pay attention to your identity and tone. Xiao Ning said, "Isn't the head of the family curious about the reason why cousin Xiao Yan has become stronger? His moves are more powerful than the last. Even I have to concentrate to deal with them. This is not the strength that a person at the 9th level of Dou Qi should have." Xiao Ning, what do you mean? Hearing someone questioning his son, Xiao Zhan felt a surge of anger in his heart and asked in a stern tone. Xiao Yuanhai immediately came to Xiao Ning's side, his eyes slightly cold at Xiao Zhan. "You said I should pay attention to my status. Can you, as a family head, bully the younger generation like this? What do you mean?" Xiao Yuanhai sneered and glanced at Xiao Yan, who had fainted. "Your son must have used some evil method to overdraw his potential. Otherwise, how could he fight with my grandson, a 1-star Dou Qi?" He clenched his fists, and a faint green instantly covered his body. An illusory green lion head vaguely appeared on Xiao Zhan's cheek. "You are too much to insult my son, Great Elder." The remaining 2 elders immediately came to Xiao Yuanhai, and Xiao Ning also took a step forward and said in a cold voice, "This method of improving strength will inevitably have sequelae. Why not wait a few days to see what abnormalities will appear in Xiao Yan's cousin's body? If nothing happens, I am willing to let my grandfather personally take out a box of body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid." A box of body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid? Hearing about this valuable item, Xiao Zhan's Cyan fighting spirit was restrained, and he said in a deep voice, "Then I will wait for 7 days. After 7 days, if Xiao Yan really has a problem, I, Xiao Zhan, am willing to pay the price for this matter. If you win the competition, you will also be the one who has the engagement with the Nalan family." After that, Xiao Zhan's face was still a little cold as he picked up the fainted Xiao Yan, left the hall directly, and walked out. The host defeated Xiao Yan for the first time, affecting the direction of the plot, and obtained 3,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo measured 150, and the host's villain Halo plus 150. Ding, the host seized the protagonist Xiao Yan's engagement, seized his marriage break buff bonus, affected the direction of the plot, and obtained 200,000 villain points. 200,000. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo minus 10,000, and the host's villain Halo plus 10,000. As the protagonist of the broken engagement story, Nalan Yanron's role is actually no less than that of the heroine Xiao Shuner, which is reasonable and profitable. The gains of this battle, first and most importantly, It took away Xiao Yan's engagement and eliminated his buff of breaking off the engagement. Second, it consumed Yao Lao's soul power and weakened Yao Lao's ability. Third, it made Xiao Yan bear the blame of being a demon for love. It can be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Xiao Ning can guarantee that as long as Yao Lao wants to continue to exist, he will inevitably absorb Xiao Yan's fighting spirit. In order to seize his fiancée, he did not hesitate to use evil methods to consume his potential. This blame is destined to be something Xiao Yan cannot get rid of. After Xiao Zhan left, the second elder Xiao Ying said angrily, "Xiao Zhan is really blind." Xiao Yan obviously used evil methods to improve his strength, but he is still struggling. After all, cousin Xiao Yan is his son. It is human to believe in his son. Xiao Ning smiled indifferently, but the facts are always cruel. Xiao Yan's body can't hold on for too long. At most 7 days, the flaws in his secret method will be exposed. Xiao Zhan must pay the price this time. He is no longer qualified to be the head of this family. Xiao Yuanhai said with a sinister expression. Xiao Ning was shocked and thought to himself, "Grandpa, there is no need, absolutely no need. It's just a Duhuang level. I can help you break through. There is no need to suffer in the Soul Clan." His brain was working rapidly, and Xiao Ning quickly made up an excuse. It is said that the Nalan family will be here soon. If the Xiao family has a change of power at this time, it will always be a bad thing and a disgrace to the Xiao family. Let's wait for the next opportunity. The best advantage of the villain's family is that they dote on the younger generation, almost unconditionally. If the villain's family directly punishes the villain in a fair and just manner after the villain does something bad, there will be no problem for the protagonist. Since Ninger said so, let Xiao Zhan go for now. Xiao Yuanhai stroked his beard, and the ruthlessness in his eyes instantly became easygoing. Xiao Ning secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was suppressed. Otherwise, I really doubt whether your old bones can withstand the torture of the Soul Clan. Since the matter is settled, I will go to practice first. Xiao Ning said goodbye. Looking at Xiao Ning's back, the second elder Xiao Ying exclaimed, "He is a handsome man with excellent talent. His current cultivation is inseparable from Ninger's diligence." Xiao Yuanhai's eyes were full of satisfaction. This grandson really made him proud. In fact, Xiao Ning's speculation was too conservative. It was not even a day. After Xiao Zhan sent Xiao Yan home and put him on the bed, the weak Yao Lao could no longer hold on and madly devoured Xiao Yan's fighting spirit. He was already in a state of serious injury and dying, and he had consumed a lot of soul power for Xiao Yan, so he was about to collapse. For people at the fighting spirit stage, if they do not use fighting spirit or test the stone tablet, it is generally difficult to accurately distinguish how many stages their owner has reached. Otherwise, Xiao Zhan would never have been able to sit so peacefully beside Xiao Yan's bed. Chapter 43. Draw for the Strongest Metaphysics? As night fell, after teaching Xiao Qingshe foreign languages, taking a bath and changing into a new silver robe, Xiao Ning rarely did not practice, and lay comfortably on Madame Mingzhu's plump legs. I snatched a marriage contract, and my level is going to be raised again. Ding! The host's villain aura has exceeded 30,000 points, and the reward is being calculated. After taking a look at the system message, Xiao Ning couldn't help but look forward to it. What good things will appear this time? Gongfa? Equipment? Physical fitness? Be patient and wait. It's been a year since I last drew a lottery. This time I won 200,000 villain points. It's necessary to have a big one. I didn't win the lottery before, and I might have drawn 500 villain points each time. He liked this kind of thing of winning a big prize with a small amount of money when he drew the magical Gongfa Zifu Shenhunjue in a 10-shot draw before. I don't know if it's because I ran out of luck all at once, but I haven't won anything in the past 12 years. It can be said that I'm really unlucky. Sighing, Xiao Ning sat up straight and called up the lottery interface. There's no other way. I can only use the strongest metaphysics, although it may not be in line with my personality. Turning his head and looking around, he thought of the extremely powerful hidden props in his little house. There was only one lady Mingzhu who was concentrating on making tea in the whole house. Xiao Ning took a deep breath, placed a potato in front of him, and chanted in Cantonese. First, ask the Jade Emperor to light up the light. Second, ask Amitabha to teach Zen. And third, ask Jesus Christ to preach the Bible. Let me draw. After consuming 4,900 villain points, the roulette wheel started to spin rapidly. Unfortunately, the host did not draw any rewards. Unfortunately, the host did not draw any rewards. Unfortunately, the host did not draw any rewards. No way, I didn't win this? Xiao Ning fell weakly into Madame Mingzhu's arms. I have done such a shameful metaphysics. But I didn't win. It seems that my luck has really run out at once. The host has not won the prize for 365 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host for activating the title of African Black Chieftain. I will give you a lucky enhancement coupon. Huh? The title of African Black Chieftain? Xiao Ning suddenly raised his head and stood up, accidentally bumping into something. Ha! I didn't learn these 365 times from the goose. But fortunately there is a guaranteed reward. Lucky enhancement cons can randomly increase the original level of all items by 0-13 levels. Shiba, it's a matter of luck again. Xiao Ning seriously doubted his luck and sighed. It's useless to use you. I'll use you to upgrade Madame Mingzhu's level. The requirements are not too high. As long as you are at the first level, you can recover. As the ear lucky enhancement voucher was used, a roulette screen appeared in front of Xiao Ning's eyes. The roulette wheel turned and the numbers engraved on it kept changing. This time, Xiao Ning did not use any metaphysics. Facts have proved that metaphysics is always just metaphysics. In the end, facts must be the main thing. He stared at the roulette wheel. The sound of the gears stopped, and finally the display became a 2. Second level? In Xiao Ning's eyes, the picture changed to a ray of light rushing into Madame Mingzhu's body, instantly upgrading Madame Mingzhu's level. Ding! The level of Madame Mingzhu, the personal guard, was upgraded to the 7th level, and her strength was comparable to that of a 7-star Dozong. The powerful increase in strength not only gave her perfect intelligence, but also some other changes. Other changes? Can't you explain it more clearly? I have to understand it bit by bit myself. Xiao Ning felt that the text introduction of the system was really lame. Xiao Mei's natural charm didn't make it clear what the benefits were. My master was really rude just now. I was hurt by the collision and the tea was spilled. Madame Mingzhu patted it lightly and helplessly picked up the exquisite little teapot on the stove to pour another cup of tea. 100% restored. Madame Mingzhu was wearing a noble purple dress with intricate patterns embroidered on the fabric, revealing a large area of snow-white skin in front of her body. The bold but elegant cut made her plump figure even more graceful. As she poured tea, the white pearls adorning her hair swayed gently. Seeing Madame Mingzhu, who had been promoted twice, Xiao Ning was shocked. Before, Madame Mingzhu could only say some simple words, but now she can speak completely. It's just that the title is weird, Master Concubine. Ha! And this sounded weird too. People who didn't know would think I did something to you. I just bumped into you in excitement. With her jade hand holding up the white porcelain teacup, Madame Mingzhu blew on it with her cherry lips. She handed the teacup to Xiao Ning and whispered, "Master, please have some tea." After having a soul, Madame Mingzhu's charm increased exponentially and was displayed in an extraordinary way. Taking the teacup, Xiao Ning took a sip. I won't practice today. I want to take a closer look at what's different about Madame Mingzhu after the upgrade. Is it real? The next morning, Xiao Qingshui, dressed in a white dress, came to Xiao Ning's room and prepared to wash Xiao Ning in the morning. After being well moisturized, Xiao Qingshui's skin was as white as snow. Her slender legs were like a willow waist that could be held in one hand, and her pretty face was full of delicate and attractive facial features, which matched perfectly. The dignified woman's bun was generous and virtuous, suppressing a hint of seductive temperament in her bones. Her white jade neck was revealed in front of her, and she was tall and graceful with a graceful body. After entering Xiao Ning's room, Xiao Qingshui took a quick look and felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't say it for a while. After a careful examination, Xiao Qingshui fixed her eyes on the bed. "What are you looking at?" Xiao Ning, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, opened his eyes, stood up and looked at Xiao Qingshui, who was stunned at the door, and asked with a smile, "Master Xiao Ning has been practicing all the time, and this bed has hardly been used. Why are the sheets on the bed gone today?" Xiao Qingshui took a few steps forward, and a hint of strangeness flashed in her eyes. "Why are the sheets gone? How else can they be gone? They are all wet. How can they be kept?" Shaking off his understanding of the real changes in Madame Mingzhu, Xiao Ning casually said, "That bedsheet has been here for a long time. It's time to change it." Xiao Qingshui didn't think much about it. "Then I'll go buy a new one today." After getting a basin of water, Xiao Qingshui began to do the work of entering, kneeling in front of Xiao Ning, carefully wiping Xiao Ning's palms. Walking out of the room, Xiao Ning breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I practiced a fire-attributed technique, so it was easy to burn that thing." Walking towards the family's training ground, Xiao Ning couldn't help but look forward to what would happen to Xiao Yan after his strength was tested. Chapter 44. Xiao Yan's reputation has been ruined. Didn't we just test our strength yesterday? Why did it start again today? looking at Xiao Yan standing in front of the test magic stone tablet, with the second elder Xiao Ying who was in charge beside him, a tall disciple said puzzledly. The tall and thin young man beside him laughed, looked at Xiao Yan with contempt, and then turned to explain to Xiao Long. You don't know yet? In order to compete with Master Xiao Ning for a marriage contract yesterday, Xiao Yan actually used evil methods to improve his strength. The head of the family had a dispute with the elder, and the two sides discussed and saw this scene. This kind of evil method will have serious sequelae after use, ranging from a decline in cultivation to becoming a cripple. That's why they prepared to let Xiao Yan test his strength and verify the authenticity. Yesterday? Xiao Long scratched his head and thought about it. Yesterday, the head of the family called Master Xiao Ning and Xiao Yan away alone because of the marriage contract. I didn't expect that Xiao Yan, who looks very honest on weekdays, is so wild in his heart. For a fictitious fiancé, he actually used evil methods. Xiao Ming nodded in agreement and sneered, "Ha ha, Xiao Yan is really obsessed with his potential for a fiancé. He is a waste. Fortunately, I didn't let this guy take away the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid yesterday. The family tried their best to help us improve our strength, but this Xiao Yan actually abandoned his cultivation for a fictitious fiancé." The same discussion was still going on in other small groups in the crowd. Listening to the disdainful ridicule, contempt and curses coming from his ears, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with anger, grievance, and various negative emotions, but he had no way to explain to everyone. He did not use any evil methods at all. It was the soul of Yao Lao who was helping him. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was a little pale, the second elder Xiao Ying urged, "Let's start, Xiao Yan. After the test is completed today, if everything is normal, it will take 6 more times." Unable to vent his anger, Xiao Yan raised his palm and slapped it on the test magic stone tablet, making a loud and strange sound. Xiao Ying looked up and waited for a long time before seeing a bright spot on the test magic stone tablet. He said in a cold voice, "Xiao Yan, Dou Qi level 1. What? Xiao Yan was a little bit unbelievable and started to circulate the Dou Qi in his body to the test magic stone tablet. After this operation, he who had just woken up was shocked to find that the originally majestic fighting spirit in his body was now only a trace. Some people who were originally skeptical, after seeing the test magic stone tablet and the announcement of the elders, all the people in the training ground believed a fact. Xiao Yan used evil methods to consume the fighting spirit he had cultivated for many years in order to seize a fiancé. This Xiao Yan is really hopeless. He was wasted like this. He deserves to be ranked 6th all year round and miss the family reward. If the family had known that Xiao Yan would be like this, they should not have given him such a top-grade training resource as the bathing spirit liquid. Xiao Yan is really a borer of the Xiao family. Who said it wasn't? If it was given to me, I might have won the battle long ago. Xiao Suner in the crowd also looked at Xiao Yan with some contempt. I didn't expect this Xiao Yan to be such a beast in human form. Using evil methods can defeat brother Xiao Ning? This Xiao Yan is not only perverted, but also ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Xiao Mei, who was wearing a red dress, snorted coldly. Seeing that public opinion was getting worse and worse, Xiao Zhan immediately roared, "Morning is the best time of the day to practice. Don't gather and make noise." He signaled to Xiao Ying and turned to the meeting hall. Ding! The protagonist Xiao Yan's strength has been greatly reduced, falling to the first level of Dou Qi, affecting the direction of the plot, gaining 3,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo 250 and the host's villain Halo plus 150. Under the host's planning, the protagonist Xiao Yan's reputation has been greatly reduced, affecting the direction of the plot, gaining 1,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo B50 and the host's villain Halo plus 50. Ding! Under the host's planning, the protagonist Xiao Yan has aroused Xiao Shuner's disgust, affecting the direction of the plot, gaining 2,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo minus 100 and the host's villain Halo plus 100. Xiao Ning smiled silently, put his palm on Xiao Shuner and Xiao Mei's shoulders, and gently pushed them, saying, "Go practice first. I have to go to the family meeting hall." Xiao Mei waved her little fist and said, "Brother Xiao Ning, we can't let that hateful Xiao Yan go easily." Okay, go practice." Xiao Ning smiled indifferently and his figure disappeared from the eyes of the two. This news, which was only known to a few people at the top of the family, could be spread so quickly, which was inseparable from his credit. What surprised him was that this Yao Lao was so straightforward and direct, and he didn't hold back at all, and almost sucked Xiao Yan's fighting spirit dry. In the Xiao family meeting hall, Xiao Yan knelt on the ground weakly and communicated with Yao Lao frantically in his heart. Yao Lao, you old dog, come out and explain to me quickly. What did you do to my body? At this time, Yao Lao was recovering his soul power and ignored Xiao Yan's meaning. The doubts and anger in his heart could not be vented. Bloodshot appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes, looking very scary, and his mentality collapsed. Ding! The protagonist Xiao Yan's mentality is unbalanced, affecting the direction of the plot, and he gains 500 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist aura 25, and the host's villain aura plus 25. Xiao Ning, who had just stepped into the meeting hall, was stunned for a moment, and glanced at the depressed Xiao Yan. Without experiencing the 3-year waste period, this psychological quality is a bit low. Looking at his useless son, Xiao Yan sighed helplessly, looked up at Xiao Ning and said, Xiao Yan is already here. You can deal with him at will, and I have nothing to say for doing such a despicable thing. In addition, it seems that I was wrong about what happened yesterday, and I, Xiao Yan, am willing to pay the price for this matter. Xiao Ning took a few steps forward, glanced at the elders who were as peaceful as usual, especially his grandfather, and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, I suppressed his idea of being the head of the family yesterday, otherwise I would have to waste some effort. With a faint smile, Xiao Ning said gently, The head of the family is too serious. After all, cousin Xiao Yan is still young, and it is understandable that he has done some wrong things. Now he has been punished, and I personally don't have much to say. But for the benefit of other people in the family, he should not be given any cultivation resources. Yaner is also to blame for himself. There will be no share of the bathing spirit liquid in the future. Xiao Yan said in a deep voice, with a hint of determination in his tone. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Ning apologetically. Is there anything you want? As long as I can do it, I will definitely give it to you. I want the ancient jade inherited from my family. Xiao Ning looked up at Xiao Yan and said solemnly. He also thought about this matter for a long time, and finally decided on this seemingly useless thing. Chapter 45. Yao Lao wants to refine medicine. In the eyes of a time traveler like him, the Tuoshe ancient emperor jade is a useless thing. But in the eyes of the ancient family, this thing is a super treasure. The value of things is very different in the eyes of different people. As for how to use it, Xiao Ning does not have a complete idea for the time being. Another reason for him to choose this Tuoshe ancient emperor jade is that Xiao Yan can take out the most valuable thing, which is the Tuoshe ancient emperor jade. In terms of gold coins, the business of liquid medicine has been promoted to the entire Jiama Empire through the Mutel family, but the monthly income is a considerable income. In terms of martial arts, the Xiao family's martial arts were not worth mentioning. His monthly income could buy Xuan-level martial arts and cook hot pot. Ancient jade inherited from the family? Xiao Yan was a little surprised and froze in his chair. He never thought that Xiao Ning would want this thing. Xiao Yuanhai's wrinkled old face was full of smiles, his eyes narrowed into a slit. Could it be that the master of the family is going to regret it? Xiao Yan shook his head, twisted the ring with his fingers, took out an ancient box from the ring, rubbed it carefully, opened the box and took a look. There was an emerald green jade piece lying quietly in the box. In the center of the jade piece there was a light spot slowly moving, as if it had spirituality. Picking up the jade piece carefully, Xiao Yan looked up at Xiao Ning. This thing was left by the ancestor of the Xiao family. Every clan leader would leave a little soul power in it. As long as the clan leader dies, the wandering light spot will dissipate. It can be regarded as a token of the clan leader. With your qualifications, you are qualified to become the next clan leader, and it is a suitable choice to give it to you. Putting the jade piece back into the wooden box, Xiao Yan slowly stood up, stepped in front of Xiao Ning, stretched out his hand and handed over the simple wooden box in his hand, and solemnly instructed, although this thing is of no great use, it is a family inheritance. You must keep it properly. Taking the wooden box, opening it and taking a look at the fragment of Tuoshe ancient emperor jade, Xiao Ning nodded solemnly. Don't worry, patriarch, I will keep it well. Seize the fragment of Tuoshe ancient emperor jade of the Xiao family. Affect the direction of the plot. Gain 10,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist halo Baijer 500, and the host's villain halo plus 500. After handing over the wooden box, Xiao Yan looked down at the confused Xiao Yan, shook his head helplessly, and blamed himself. If it weren't for his heavy workload as a father, and not having much time to take care of his son, he wouldn't have chosen the path of no return. Picking up Xiao Yan walked out of the meeting hall quickly. Nodding to Xiao Yuanhai and the other two, Xiao Ning took the wooden box into his arms and left the meeting hall. He had studied Madame Mingzhu all night last night, so he had to practice hard today. The breeze blew, and the leaves swayed with it. The rustling sound rang in his ears. Xiao Ning glanced at the system message. After using this thing, I know almost everything I can know. It's unexpected that I can get so many villain points. Under the cherry tree, Xiao Shuner in a pink dress and Xiao Mei in a red dress sat cross-legged on the grass quietly, practicing their own skills and absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. The twinkling light, beautiful cheeks, fair skin, and cherry-like lips made the two of them look like fairies. He took out a jade bottle from his arms and poured it under the cherry tree. The cyan liquid was absorbed by the cherry tree in a moment, and the whole cherry tree flashed a pink light. Under the sunlight, the pink petals emitted a little light. The breeze blew, and the cherry blossom petals on the cherry tree fell one after another, like butterflies dancing. Reaching out to catch a petal, Xiao Ning sat cross-legged opposite Xiao Shuner, played with it for a while and put it on the ground, closed his eyes lightly, and started to practice the Purple Mansion Soul technique. At sunset, the sun shone on the earth, coating the entire earth with a layer of golden light. As the sunset dyed half of the sky red. Everything seemed so magnificent and charming. Xiao Yan's room was gloomy. Although he had developed the habit of going to bed early and getting up early, he did not sleep today. He huddled in the corner of the bed in a decadent manner, holding the pitch-black ancient ring in his hand, and muttered continuously, "Old Yao Go, you'd better stay in the ring for the rest of your life and never show up in front of me again, or I will scold you to death." The ancient ring flashed a cold white light, and suddenly an elusive figure of an old man condensed in front of Xiao Yan. "Isn't it just to absorb a little of your fighting spirit? Is it necessary to be so vicious? A little fighting spirit? I have worked hard to cultivate fighting spirit for more than 10 years, and now there is only a little bit left. You said it was a little?" Seeing his enemy appear, Xiao Yan stood up and asked angrily. Yao Lao sighed and explained, "I have no choice. As a remnant soul, I have persisted for many years. I have consumed too much power when helping you. If I don't absorb your fighting spirit, I will be finished." Seeing Xiao Yan's expression that still wanted to eat him, Yao Lao smiled and said, "Isn't it just fighting spirit? I am an alchemist. I can make you some medicine liquid. In less than a year, I can restore your strength, and your real strength will more than double. Haven't you always wanted to use the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid? I let you use it every day. Feed it up before eating? Do you think I'm stupid and still believe your nonsense?" Xiao Yan suffered a huge blow. The anger in his heart could not be extinguished by a little bit of petty gains. Moreover, Xiao Yan didn't trust Yao Lao in front of him. He attacked twice. The first time he hit him hard, and the second time he was directly ruined. Xiao Yan was really scared. "Boy, do you want to become an alchemist?" After the plan failed, Yao Lao floated to Xiao Yan's side and began to increase the temptation. "Alchemist?" Xiao Yan had naturally heard of the most noble profession on the continent, and there was a hint of interest in his eyes. Xiao Yan frowned. "No, this alchemist can be anyone. It is the harsh conditions that make it rare and noble. Could it be?" After a pause, Xiao Yan looked up at Yao Lao, and his excitement could not be concealed. "I meet the qualifications of an alchemist." Looking at the look of expectation and ecstasy on Xiao Yan's face, Yao Lao was extremely excited. "Boy, you still want to fight me?" After sizing Xiao Yan up and down in a pretentious manner, Yao Lao said, "Although your aptitude is poor, as long as you listen to my teachings, you can become a powerful alchemist in the future. By then, even the Pill King Guhi will be nothing in front of you." Chapter 46. Xiao Yan borrows money. "Huh? Old man, stop bragging and do something practical." After 2 failed experiences, Xiao Yan was no longer fooled when he heard Yao Lao's empty talk again. "I've already said that I was weak before. I can guarantee with my life that this alchemy will be 100% safe." After explaining his failure again, Yao Lao continued, "You only need to prepare 3 complete purple leaf orchids, 2 bone-washing flowers, and a first-level wood attribute magic core, and I can make you a much more powerful medicine than the soul bath liquid you are using." Xiao Yan touched his nose embarrassedly. The family has exchanged all the children's pocket money for the soul bath liquid used for cultivation. Although my father still gives me some gold coins every month, it is far from enough for me to prepare such precious medicinal materials and magic cores. Xiao Yan rubbed his hands, with a cunning flash in his eyes. "Senior Yao Lao, can you do these things by yourself? Seeing how you can get in and out of the ring, this ring should be a storage ring. It should not be difficult to get some medicinal materials, right? Who do you think I am? Do you stuff all kinds of rubbish medicinal materials into the storage ring?" Yao Lao said speechlessly. Asking for help, he didn't care about Yao Lao's unhappy tone at all, but said in a flattering manner, "If you don't have medicinal materials, you can give me some gold coins, right, Senior Yao Lao?" "Gold coins? I don't have that kind of thing. You have to find a way to deal with the medicinal materials. As long as I have medicinal materials, I can make liquid medicine for you." Yao Lao shook his head again, and then suddenly went back to the bone inflammation ring. There were many exercises and pill recipes in his bone inflammation ring, but no gold coins. He did have gold coin cards, but unfortunately they couldn't be used in this remote place. "Senior Yao Lao, come out!" After shouting at the ancient ring a few times, but seeing no response at all, Xiao Yan could only leave the bed in dismay, and came to a small cabinet not far away, pulled out a drawer, which was full of gold coins, which were his savings accumulated over the years. After counting the gold coins one by one for a while, Xiao Yan had a headache. "It's less than 200 gold coins. How can it be enough? It seems that I have to find someone to borrow money." But thinking of his bad reputation now, Xiao Yan was worried again. Who should I find? Who will lend me money now? After thinking for a long time, Xiao Yan had a candidate in mind. "Go find my cousin Shuner. She is so kind that she will definitely lend me money. Improving strength is urgent." Xiao Yan pushed the door open and ran quickly to the courtyard where Xiao Shuner was. "Stop!" A lavender light flashed in the courtyard. Zijuan slowly walked out from the corner and blocked Xiao Yan's steps into the room. The clan leader Gu Yuan selected her and sent her to the Xiao family overnight to reduce more people from disturbing Xiao Shuner. Besides, Xiao Yan was a pervert who dared to sacrifice his future for his fictitious fiancée. Zijuan would never let him get close to Miss Shuner. "It's so late, what are you doing here?" Zijuan asked Xiao Yan in a bad tone. Xiao Yan scratched his head and glanced at the sun that had not yet set. "The sun hasn't set yet? Is it very late?" Zijuan thought for a while and had a set of excuses in her mind. Miss Shuner usually goes to bed early, which is also an important reason for her extraordinary cultivation. If there is nothing else, you should go home early and don't disturb Miss Shuner's rest. "Does Shuner also like to go to bed and get up early?" Xiao Yan frowned slightly. With the examples of the two people beside him, he couldn't help but doubt what Yao Lao said. Would this old man be cheating me? Thanks to Xiao Ning, the little pervert, Zijuan nodded firmly. "Yes, so come back tomorrow. I'm here to borrow money from my cousin Shuner. It's urgent. Can you be flexible with me?" Xiao Yan pleaded softly. "Are you so difficult?" Zijuan was a little unhappy and said coldly, "How much? If it's not too much, I can decide." Xiao Yan smiled and quickly calculated in his mind that the medicinal materials would cost about 1,000 gold coins, and the magic cores would cost 400 to 500 gold coins. After deducting what he had, at least 1,300 gold coins would be needed. "About 1,300 gold coins," Xiao Yan said with a smile. "What? I thought it was just 10 to 20 gold coins, but I didn't expect that Xiao Yan would actually ask for more than 1,000 gold coins. These 20 gold coins are enough to feed a civilian family for a year. Xiao Yan, such a child, actually wants more than 1,000 gold coins." Thinking of his madness, Zijuan couldn't help but wonder if he was going to do something bad again. With a sneer, Zijuan flatly refused. "More than 1,000 gold coins. Do you think this is a vault? No, leave quickly. Otherwise don't blame me for taking action." Seeing that Zijuan's hand had condensed a flashing purple lightning, Xiao Yan knew that his strength was greatly reduced now. Even if she was a little maid, he would definitely not be her opponent. He could only smile awkwardly and turn around, preparing to find another place. He went to several wealthy families in a row, but was either rejected coldly or directly turned away. Seeing the moonlight rising into the sky, Xiao Yan sighed, twisted the ancient ring on his hand, and cursed in his heart. "Old Yao, what kind of senior master are you? You even let me find a way to buy medicine. Can't you absorb my fighting spirit later? Now that it's like this, everyone thinks that my strength has been greatly reduced because of that shitty fiancé. Now, who dares to lend me gold coins for such a notorious person?" Walking on the path in the back garden of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan cursed and thought about the next person to borrow money from. Walking forward slowly, Xiao Yan came to the gate of Xiao Ning's courtyard unknowingly. "I actually came here. Should I try to go in? Cousin Xiao Ning is a good person. I think he should be different from ordinary people. Lend me money." Xiao Yan thought secretly. He really had no other choice. He had looked for people he knew and didn't know, but he couldn't borrow money. As for looking for Xiao Zhan, let's not talk about how his current situation disappointed Xiao Zhan. When many people borrow money, the first person they look for is not the closest person like parents. On the contrary, Only when it comes to the last minute will they look for their parents who will definitely help them. After opening the courtyard door, Xiao Yan saw Xiao Qingshui just walking out of Xiao Ning's room. He felt a little uneasy. Could Xiao Ning's cousin also be asleep? Aunt Qingshui, is Xiao Ning's cousin awake? Asked quickly. She looked up at Xiao Yan, forced her tired body to walk to the side, and put some distance between her and the famous pervert in the family. Xiao Qingshui breathed a sigh of relief, slightly parted her lips, and tried not to open them too wide. She said softly, "Not yet." Chapter 47, Mentality Unbalanced. That's great. I have something important to talk to Xiao Ning's cousin about. Xiao Yan said hurriedly, "Come in." The soft voice came from the room, and Xiao Yan's heart, which was about to despair, rekindled a cluster of hope. Xiao Qingshui looked back at the room with a little surprise. She knew that her young master rarely let men enter his room. Xiao Yan nodded at Xiao Qingshui, and then pushed the door open. Seeing Xiao Yan leave, Xiao Qingshui covered her face with her jade hands, exhaled lightly, and shook her head with a blushing face. Master Xiao Ning is really a bitch, insisting that I drink milk to supplement nutrition. After murmuring, in her heart, Xiao Qingshui walked away. Every time she served Xiao Ning to wash up, she was really too tired. The first time he entered Xiao Ning's room, he took a simple look and felt that his borrowing money was likely to be settled. The whole room was simple and luxurious, and the walls were inlaid with moonstones emitting bright light. At this time, Xiao Ning was sitting in front of a dark sandalwood table, sipping fragrant tea. There was a teapot and a teacup on the table. The teapot was made of white jade, and the body of the pot was carved with exquisite patterns, while the teacup was polished from black crystal. Just these two simple things are probably worth tens of thousands of gold coins. After taking a look at Xiao Yan, who was standing there in a daze after entering the room, Xiao Ning put down the teacup in his hand and smiled gently. "Cousin Xiao Yan, it's so late and you don't rest to prepare for the next day's practice. Is there something important?" Xiao Yan took a few steps forward, sighed, and said embarrassedly, "Cousin Xiao Ning, I want to borrow some gold coins. This is extremely important to me." "Haha, do you need to tell me this?" "After you found Xiao Ke and a few others, I received this news," Xiao Ning said in a low voice. "How many gold coins?" 1,300 gold coins. Xiao Yan touched his head awkwardly. Xiao Ning's pupils shrank suddenly. "So many gold coins, can I ask what cousin Xiao Yan is going to use them for?" After hesitating for a while, Xiao Yan said, "I want to buy some medicinal herbs to treat my body." It was too mysterious to let Yao Lao refine medicine. He could only find a relatively reliable reason. After pretending to be in deep thought for a while, Xiao Ning said, "It's not that I don't want to lend you money. It's just that what you did before is too hard to believe." Seeing Xiao Yan's face gradually getting ugly, Xiao Ning changed his tone. "But don't be disappointed. I will accompany you to the market tomorrow. As long as it is a herb that can strengthen the body and nourish the essence, I will pay for it for you." According to the analysis of the protagonist's halo, although Xiao Yan will encounter some troubles in the process of borrowing money, he will definitely borrow gold coins in the end. Let others, or more accurately, Xiao Zhan, give Xiao Yan a certain amount of funds, so it is better to let him monitor Xiao Yan. The protagonist, when buying things, usually picks up bargains. This Xiao Yan is even more so. I remember that he picked up a book of Xuan-level fighting skills, Suction Palm, when buying a magic core. Xiao Yan was already a little desperate and was ready to turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ning was willing to lend him gold coins, although this method was a little unfree. "Thank you, cousin Xiao Ning. I will come to you tomorrow morning," Xiao Yan said gratefully. Ding, the protagonist. Xiao Yan has a feeling of gratitude towards the host, affecting the plot direction, and gains 500 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist aura Baish 25, and the host's villain aura plus 25. Xiao waved his hand and said, "It's getting late. Cousin Xiao Yan, go back and rest early. Sleeping late is extremely detrimental to cultivation." Confused, Xiao Yan nodded slightly on the surface, turned around and left Xiao Ning's courtyard. This sister Shuner and cousin Xiao Ning insist on going to bed and getting up early? Is this really a good habit that can benefit cultivation? Back to his own hut, with the habit of several years, Xiao Yan fell asleep. At this time, Yao Lao was recovering in the bone inflammation ring, preparing to refine medicine for Xiao Yan in a better state. He had failed twice, and he would never allow himself to fail again, especially in this aspect of refining medicine. Ding, the protagonist, Xiao Yan, picked up the habit of going to bed and getting up, early again, affecting the plot direction, and gained 200 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist aura minus 10, and the host's villain aura plus 10. Holding Madame Mingzhu in his arms, Xiao Ning, who was sipping milk tea, smiled softly. I'm afraid you're going to be fooled by me. After a simple midnight snack, watching Madame Mingzhu put away her messy clothes, Xiao Ning began to practice tonight. Xiao Yan, I'll kill you! The next morning, the warm sunshine shone in the courtyard, and the breeze blew through the bamboo forest, making a rustling sound full of vitality, which made people feel happy. Brother Xiao Ning, you're not practicing today? Xiao Mei said excitedly, and her momentum was trembling. Wearing a red dress, Xiao Mei's body is pure and charming, enough to make any man intoxicated. She is tall, curvy, charming, and her eyes seem to have hooks, which are so attractive. Xiao Mei, who has no holidays to practice frantically, suddenly heard the news of the past suspension of practice, and her excitement was like a student who suddenly received a holiday. Xiao Shuner has an elegant temperament and did not express her joy directly like Xiao Mei, but from the faint smile on her face, it can be seen that she does not want to be trapped in hard practice all the time. It is good to practice with a moderate degree of tension and relaxation. Today, I will take you to visit Wutan City and have a good day. Xiao Ning smiled and rubbed Xiao Shuner's little head. Cousin Xiao Ning, I. Entering Xiao Ning's courtyard, Xiao Yanren was stunned when he saw Xiao Ning and Xiao Shuner being intimate. How can the relationship between these two people be so good? Isn't Xiao Ning already engaged? Seeing Xiao Yan enter, Xiao Mei hid behind Xiao Ning in fear. Xiao Yan, the greatest sex maniac, why are you here? Leave quickly, or we will have to take action. In this Dou Qi Continent, using one's own strength and potential to exchange for a chance to win a marriage contract, such a stupid decision. If Xiao Yan is not a fool, then he must be a great sex maniac filled with lust. Facts have proved that Xiao Yan obviously belongs to the latter. Xiao Shuner was also a little scared and hid beside Xiao Ning. This sex maniac Xiao Yan, who dared to sacrifice his potential and cultivation for a fictitious fiancé, not only her, but also the entire Xiao family, and even the girls in the entire Wutan city were a little scared. This? Seeing Xiao Mei and Xiao Suner's actions like little girls hiding from mice, Xiao Yan's mentality exploded. Is he that scary? Ding, the protagonist Xiao Yan's mentality is unbalanced, and he gets 500 villain points. You can't stand it? Then you will have to bear it today. Xiao Ning smiled secretly. Chapter 48, The Halo of the Protagonist. Don't be so scared. Xiao Yan went to the market to borrow gold coins to buy medicinal herbs. As long as they are legitimate medicinal herbs, I will help him pay for them. Xiao Ning shook Xiao Suner and Xiao Mei's soft jade hands and comforted them with a smile. Xiao Mei looked at Xiao Yan with disgust. Then you can't come with us. You can only come to us when you find what you need. People under the eaves have to bow their heads. Xiao Ning is now his last straw. Xiao Yan is very unhappy with Xiao Mei's attitude, but in order to buy medicinal herbs for himself, he can only swallow his anger and nod his head without saying anything. Ding, the protagonist Xiao Yan feels aggrieved and gets 200 villain points. Without the idea of continuing to pretend to be a good person and scolding his future wife, Xiao Ning took Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuner's hands and walked out of the courtyard. The three of them talked and laughed all the way. Although Xiao Yan didn't eat breakfast, he was so full of dog food along the way that he even felt like vomiting. It was not until he entered the market that Xiao Yan fled and headed for several familiar medicine gardens. Xiao Ning was a little disappointed when he noticed Xiao Yan leaving. Although there were few villain points each time, he had harvested about 10,000 along the way. Yao Lao only knows about one foundation-building spirit liquid. The market for the two medicinal materials, purple-leafed orchid grass and bone-washing flower, has long been controlled. Xiao Yan, go buy loneliness. Xiao Ning laughed secretly, and then he took his two sisters to go shopping. The gold coins in his hand were enough to buy a heavenly-level technique. As long as Xiao Shuner and Xiao Mei liked it, Xiao Ning would buy it. After entering the market, Xiao Yan quickly went to the nearest medicine shop. Boss, do you have purple-leafed orchid grass and bone-washing flower? Purple-leafed orchid grass and bone-washing flower? The white-haired old man murmured and looked at Xiao Yan seriously. Young man, are you a foreigner? These two kinds of medicinal herbs have always been purchased by the Miter family, and ordinary medicine shops will not sell them, unless you are a pharmacist. Huh? How could this be? Xiao Yan was stunned on the spot, frowning. His future depends on the medicine of the old medicine. Now that the medicinal herbs are gone, what should he do? Boss, I buy medicine for the pharmacist. Can you sell it to me? Xiao Yan forced a smile on his face and said to the boss. The white-haired old man laughed. He has lived for so many years. How could he not see through Xiao Yan's clumsy? Xiao Yan directly cut off the idea of continuing to make up stories. The test of Canaan Academy proved that Dou Po has letters. It seems that the Miter family is serious about the blockade of these two medicinal materials, and with its power, it can indeed do it. With a glimmer of hope, Xiao Yan went to several medicine gardens in succession, and all got the same result, which made Xiao Yan a little crazy. All the medicinal materials are blocked. What should I do? He scratched his hair in depression and directly made his neat hair into a bird's nest. Just when Xiao Yan was in despair, Yao Lao's voice rang in Xiao Yan's heart. It's not time to despair yet, Xiao Yanzi. Go to the stall on your left and listen to my instructions. I found the scent of purple leaf orchid grass and bone-quenching flower. Xiao Yan was overjoyed to be saved from a desperate situation. He stepped forward and squatted on a small stall on his left. The stall was set up by an old man in a gray robe. The old man was half lying on the ground, holding a wine gourd in his hand, with a plate of peanuts on the side of his head, drinking leisurely. Seeing Xiao Yan squatting down, he didn't greet him enthusiastically, but just said as a routine, "Wild medicinal materials, 20 gold coins per plant." Looking at the dazzling array of medicinal materials on the stall, Xiao Yan felt a little dizzy. These things all looked the same. Which ones did he need? Xiao Yanzi, you're lucky. This boss obviously doesn't know the value of precious herbs and sold them as ordinary ones. Pay attention to the 3 purple herbs in the middle of the 3rd column and the 2 white herbs in the 5th column. Those are what we need. Even without seeing the wrinkled face of Yao Lao, Xiao Yan could hear the excitement in his heart from his voice. If it appeared, it would definitely form another wrinkled chrysanthemum. Xiao Yan looked down, but he was a little unconvinced. Old. Yao, you are not old and blurry, are you? The herbs you said are all dry. Are you sure they can be used? Old Yao laughed. Based on my many years of experience, the age of the white bone-quenching flower has reached 500 years, and the purple-leafed orchid grass has reached a terrifying 2,000 years. The older the purple-leafed orchid grass is, the stronger the effect of the refined liquid medicine. Generally, the 20-year-old purple-leafed orchid grass is the top one. You should understand what kind of liquid medicine I can refine with about 2,000 years of purple-leafed orchid grass, right? It's true that an old man in the family is like a treasure. Hey! Xiao Yan suppressed his smile and glanced at the medicine stall randomly, and finally took the item he wanted. After paying 100 gold coins, Xiao Yan put the 5 medicinal herbs into his bag. Now there is only a first-level wood attribute magic core left. This thing is very valuable. It depends on Xiao Ning. Xiao Yan shook his purse and sighed. Yao Lao gave instructions again. There is a wood attribute magic core at the stall not far to your right. Go and find that Ning to borrow money. Xiao Yan nodded and looked for Xiao Ning in the market. Stopping in front of a small cart, Xiao Suner's beautiful eyes stared at a pair of emerald green earrings which seemed to match her dress very well. Reaching out to pick up the earrings, Xiao Ning naturally hung them on Xiao Suner's crystal-like earlobes. Very beautiful, very suitable for you. After running most of the market, Xiao Yan saw Xiao Ning and Xiao Suner being intimate from a distance. The excitement in Xiao Yan's heart that had just obtained the medicinal materials was immediately poured out by a basin of cold water. In his sight, Xiao Ning took the opportunity to wear earrings and kissed Xiao Suner's earlobe. Xiao Suner did not resist and leaned on Xiao Ning's arms with a shy face. It has become Xiao Ning's? Xiao Yan didn't dare to think about it any further. Sensing that Xiao Yan's steps had stopped, Yao Lao couldn't help but urge him. Xiao Yanzi, what are you daydreaming about? Go and borrow money to buy a magic core. Magic cores are in high demand. If you continue to be in a daze like this, the magic core will be bought by someone. Chapter 49, The Role of Medicinal Materials. He took a deep breath. Xiao Yan knew that he was powerless in this situation. He could only wait until he relied on Yao Lao and grew up as soon as possible, so that he could have the ability to change. Just after taking a step, Xiao Yan stopped again. Seeing Xiao Ning and Xiao Suner being intimate, Xiao Mei picked a ruby-like necklace and handed it to Xiao Ning. She gathered her hair with her jade hands and whispered, "Brother Xiao Ning, help me put it on too. Is this how you wear a necklace?" Xiao Ning took the necklace and walked to Xiao Mei in confusion. He leaned over slightly, put his hand through Xiao Mei's snow-white neck, and with a little effort he finally buckled the necklace. What did this little girl eat secretly? She's really white. Really? Tishan straightened the position of the necklace for Xiao Mei. Xiao Ning's eyes touched Xiao Mei's snow-white ravines, and a doubt emerged in his heart. Xiao Yan's mentality was directly unbearable and completely exploded. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. This cousin Xiao Ning is not only powerful, but also has two beautiful girls to accompany him. Look at himself. He has nothing except a ghost. Xiao Yanzi, stop being jealous and envious. Strength is the most important thing in Dou Qi Continent. After you improve your strength, I will teach you the art of alchemy and make you a noble alchemist. Do you want any beautiful women? Yao Lao said to enlighten him. Xiao Yan nodded and walked towards Xiao Ning. Ding, the protagonist Xiao Yan's mentality is unbalanced, and he gets 500 villain points. Ding, the protagonist Xiao Yan's mentality is seriously unbalanced, and he gets 1,000 villain points. I can only do this step. After seeing the villain points stop being generated, Xiao Ning turned and looked at Xiao Yan, who was running quickly. Cousin Xiao Yan, did you find the medicinal materials? Xiao Yan nodded slightly. You still need a first-level wood attribute magic core. Magic core? Lead the way. Xiao Ning asked Xiao Shuner and Xiao Mei to go home for the time being, and followed Xiao Yan to buy the magic core. On the way, Xiao Ning, who was confused, immediately used his soul power to secretly sense everything on Xiao Yan's body. The market for purple leaf orchid and bone-tempering flower has long been monopolized. The only explanation is that, as expected of someone with the protagonist's halo, he actually found a 1,000-year-old purple leaf flower and a 500-year-old bone-tempering flower. It would be very good to refine a medicine like Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid in about 20 years. Xiao Ning sensed it carefully and found that something was wrong with the medicinal material. It was not well preserved, and the exquisite jade box was not used, so the medicinal power was lost. The material is used to refine the liquid medicine. I'm afraid it will be worse than ordinary medicinal materials. Huh? As a treasure obtained by the protagonist's halo, it must not be just for the protagonist to get ordinary liquid medicine. There must be a deeper purpose? As he walked along, Xiao Ning kept thinking in his mind, and finally had a reasonable speculation. It would be too bad to refine garbage liquid medicine for yourself. With the wisdom of Yao Lao and Xiao Yan, the two of them would definitely think of selling the liquid medicine, proving their identity as pharmacists, and getting the right to buy purple-leafed orchid grass and bone-quenching flower. Not only that, it may even impact the market for bathing soul liquid and body-quenching marrow-washing liquid that they have built. As a grown-up villain, the target of the protagonists pretending to be tough and slapping, Xiao Ning feels that this possibility is very high. Today is the beginning of the month. It seems that we have to block Xiao Yan's way in advance. While thinking, Xiao Ning had followed Xiao Yan to the stall selling wood attribute magic cores. First-level wood attribute magic core? After squatting down and searching for a moment, Xiao Ning's eyes stayed on a green round ball. His soul sensed the items in the stall. After finding nothing unusual, he took it in his hand. How many gold coins? The owner of the stall was a middle-aged man who had been working as a mercenary near Wutan City for many years. He naturally knew Xiao Ning, the strongest genius in Wutan City. Since Xiao Ning wants it, just give 400 gold coins. The middle-aged man asked for a number. The price of a first-level magic core is about 400 to 500 gold coins. The price quoted by this middle-aged man can be said to be extremely low. It's really good to be a villain without being ridiculed. Xiao Ning chuckled, casually took out a purse of 400 gold coins and threw it to the middle-aged man, and handed the magic core in his hand to Xiao Yan. Take it and use it well. I have something else to do, so I won't go with you. Xiao Ning is indeed the genius of the family. He can easily take out 400 gold coins. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Ning's back with some envy, tightly holding the magic core in his hand. One day, he will also. No, he will become a stronger person. Crossing the street, Xiao Ning came to the miter auction house, turned his head, and looked at the crowd of people who came to the quenching marrow washing liquid counter to buy quenching marrow washing liquid. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. This thing really made a lot of money. Step up to the second floor and enter the central room. Yafei looked at the visitor with some surprise. The young man was dressed in a silver robe and was extremely handsome. After searching the information in her mind, Yafei finally found a corresponding object. Master Xiao Ning of the Xiao family. Why is he here? Wearing a red cheongsam, Yafei, who was half lying on a recliner, showed off her graceful curves, and her figure was light and graceful. Her red lips were bright and crystal clear, as if she had applied a special rouge. Time has made Yafei more charming and attractive. Her figure is absolutely as sexy as a devil, and her legs are slender and straight, white and smooth. Slowly getting up, Yafei stepped forward and smiled charmingly. Master Xiao Ning is here. Looking down at Yafei's snow-white feet under her cheongsam, Xiao Ning walked forward a few steps, sat casually on the chair and took out a black ring from his arms. If I don't come, what will Miss Yafei sell next month? What is this? Yafei followed and took a closer look. She was very thoughtful and suddenly realized that this ring was not an ordinary ring, but the one that the alchemist had been using for many years. The casualness in her heart was instantly restrained. Yafei sat opposite Xiao Ning. She picked up the ring with her white fingers and explored it. She found that it was filled with densely packed jade bottles. Looking up at Xiao Ning, Yafei's eyes were respectful. She chuckled, and her surging momentum shook. She asked cautiously, I wonder what the relationship between Master Xiao Ning and that adult is? That's my teacher. From now on, I will be in charge of the delivery of the medicine, Xiao Ning said calmly. No wonder Master Xiao Ning can reach the level of Dou Qi at a young age. With his outstanding talent and the help of Master Alchemist, I believe that Master Xiao Ning will become the next Dou Huang of the Jiama Empire. Yafei chuckled and complimented. As her eyes flickered, Yafei was extremely surprised. She didn't expect that the Xiao family could have such a genius. The Xiao family might be rich in the future. Chapter 50. Ordering the Medicine Cauldron. With Xiao Ning's designated support, Yafei has always been the main person in charge of the bathing spirit liquid and the body tempering and marrow washing liquid. Having personally promoted this business to the entire Jiama Empire, Yafei knew very well how terrifying the profits this business generated. In the Dou Qi Continent, the strong are respected. As long as someone has a certain qualification, even if he can't afford the body tempering and marrow washing liquid, he will save money to buy a bottle of bathing spirit liquid to accelerate his or his descendants' cultivation in the Dou Qi stage. To a certain extent, due to the powerful effect of the medicine liquid and its wide market, most people in the Jiama Empire gave the alchemist more or less gold coins. From a few dozen to hundreds of thousands, the alchemist who was only responsible for refining medicine only took 30% of the profit, but it was far more than the 70% profit of the middle family after deducting the manpower. Glancing around the room, Xiao Ning clearly sensed that the guards of this auction house had been strengthened again, with a total of 4 Douling-level strongmen. In order to protect Yafei, a talented businessman, the middle family really spent a lot of money. In a small place like the Jiama Empire, Dou Huang is a top powerhouse, Dou Huang is a very important person, and Douling-level people are extremely rare. Taking the black crystal card sent by Yafei, Xiao Ning tapped the table with his fingers and said, A traitor appeared in the teacher's team. He stole part of the recipe of the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid. The teacher is hunting him down. What? This kind of thing actually happened. A hint of anger appeared on her charming cheeks. Yafei clenched her pink fist lightly and then slowly released it. Does the Lord need any help? Miss Yafei, don't worry too much. The recipe is incomplete and the success rate of refining is extremely low. Even if it can be refined, its medicinal effect is at most only a little stronger than the bathing spirit liquid. In a market where prices have been suppressed to an extremely low level, it will not have any impact on the current situation. Xiao Ning said half-truthfully. Based on his analysis of the knowledge he had absorbed from the Medicine Emperor's inheritance, the effect of the medicine liquid refined by Medicine Old using aged medicines was far inferior to the body tempering and marrow cleansing liquid, but it was much more powerful than the soul bathing liquid. However, long before selling the bath spirit liquid, he had already referred to the sale of coke and squeezed the profit to the extreme, relying on the volume to make a profit. Seeing that Yafei's face had returned to her previous charming smile, Xiao Ning continued, For our common interests, even if it is difficult to pose a threat, we need to nip this hidden scourge in the bud. What does Master Xiao Ning want Yafei to do? Regarding the profit income, Yafei asked with a focused look. That man doesn't have too many gold coins on him. If he wants to start his own business, he still needs a certain amount of funds to supply his research. He will definitely appear in various auction houses to sell his semi-finished liquid medicine. At that time, Xiao Ning did not continue to elaborate. With Yafei's intelligence, she could fully understand what to do next. With the power of the middle family, it is not difficult to find such an alchemist. Yafei thought for a while and asked a question in her heart. I just don't know how strong he is. General Auction House is not equipped with too strong combat power. He is still a little capable in alchemy, but his aptitude in fighting spirit cultivation is extremely mediocre. An ordinary great fighting master can take him down. Xiao Ning explained with a smile. This fictitious person is just Xiao Yan. These people in the auction house are enough to make Yao Lao, who has just recovered, suffer. That's good. Yafei will immediately send a message to each auction house. Let them pay attention to the person who sells the liquid medicine. Yafei stood up and said. Xiao Ning also stood up immediately. Miss Yafei, wait a minute. I need your help with something. She stroked her hair with her jade hand. With a solution, Yafei once again showed her charming temperament that made people's hearts flutter, and a smile appeared on her face again. Master Xiao Ning, just tell me if you have something to say. I need a medicine cauldron, preferably one that a novice can use. The power of the Medicine Emperor Cauldron can be used more in large-scale work, such as refining raw liquid for cities across the Jiama Empire. But when it comes to showing off, he has to rely on himself. Thinking that Xiao Yan will also become a pharmacist, Xiao Ning will naturally not let this happen. Medicine cauldron? Yafei thought for a moment and said, although Wutan City is one of the 10 major cities in the Jiama Empire, it is only a low-ranking city. There are almost no alchemists in the city, and there is no demand. This auction house has never been equipped with a medicine cauldron. Young Master Xiao Ning may need to wait for a while. Xiao Ning naturally knew this. Even Xiao Yan came to buy a medicine cauldron after breaking through the fighter level, and then he happened to come across one by relying on the protagonist's halo. It doesn't matter. I'll give you a month to prepare. Xiao Ning waved his hand and said, Young Master Xiao Ning may be at the Mitel auction house for the first time. He doesn't know much about the capabilities of the Mitel auction house. It only takes 3 days for Yafei to prepare the medicine cauldron that young Master Xiao Ning needs. Yafei's cheeks showed a hint of pride. Xiao Ning nodded slightly. In that case, I will come back again in 3 days. Having prepared a big pit for Xiao Yan, Xiao Ning was very much looking forward to what Xiao Yan would encounter later. At this time, in Xiao Yan's room, Yao Lao's fingers were flying as he refined the liquid medicine, and the white light was flashing. Xiao Yan believed that the old man in his ring was really a powerful alchemist. After the medicine was refined, a light blue medicine drop was suspended in Yao Lao's hand. What a pity! The old man obviously didn't preserve it well, and the medicinal power of the herbs dissipated a lot. The medicinal power of this liquid medicine is only slightly stronger than the soul bath liquid you used. Hearing this bad news, Xiao Yan scratched his head in distress. Then the effect of this thing is very ordinary. I have used the soul bath liquid for so many years. Even if it is twice as strong, it can only be garbage. Don't panic. Although this thing is not very useful, it can prove the identity of the alchemist. You can go to an auction house and exchange this liquid medicine for some medicinal materials, and I can refine liquid medicine continuously. The old monster who has survived for who knows how many years, Yao Lao simply thought about it and thought of a great way. A smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. Senior Yao Lao, can we use this medicine to make money? The two things, the soul-bathing liquid and the body-tempering and marrow-cleansing liquid, have swept the entire Jiama Empire in recent years. They can be said to be the most profitable business. You are dreaming, kid. Do you think my soul power is cabbage? I have tried my best to refine medicine for you without limit and to satisfy your use alone. Yao Lao said speechlessly. The dream of making a fortune was shattered. Xiao Yan stared at the medicine in the air, his eyes fixed. Tomorrow I will go to the Mitel auction house in the city, sell this medicine, and then improve my strength. Chapter 51. I want them all. Ding! The villain's aura has exceeded the 30,000 mark, and the reward settlement is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1,000 machine puppet technique. The 1,000 machine puppetry technique, through precious materials, can create puppets comparable to real people. The personal guards are puppets created by this secret technique. After absorbing the information in his mind, Xiao Ning, who was enjoying the massage of Madame Mingzhu, suddenly opened his eyes. Sure enough, children only do multiple-choice questions. Now that I have become an adult, I want them all. How can one Madame Mingzhu be enough? What about Snow Girl, Red Lotus, Flame Spirit Girl, and so on, etc.? I have to create them if I have the ability. His palm stroked Madame Mingzhu's delicate skin, and Xiao Ning pinched it gently. This material is really real. It feels exactly like a real person. Leaving the pair of plump jade legs, Xiao Ning leaned over Madame Mingzhu's neck and sniffed gently. Is this refreshing fragrance the body fragrance of Madame? Master, this is due to the practice of the concubine. After practicing, the body will emit fragrance. The deeper the realm, the stronger the fragrance will be. Madame Mingzhu explained with a smile. Kung Fu? Madame Mingzhu is said to be a master of using incense. The degree of restoration is really amazing. Xiao Ning lazily lay back in Madame Mingzhu's arms and closed his eyes slightly. To refine a personal guard, you need a lot of materials, including precious medicinal materials. The resources of the Jiama Empire are scarce. Even if you want to collect a copy with gold coins, it will take a certain amount of time. I know where to find the Ice Spirit Flame Grass. However, there is no need to rush. You still need the blessing of the strange fire to use the method recorded in the Thousand Machine Puppet technique to refine it. Before looking for the strange fire, I need to try my best to collect materials. The Thousand Machine Puppet technique is a secret method. As long as there is the blessing of the strange fire, the materials are prepared, and it is carried out step by step. It can be refined 100%. It's just that the refining time will change according to the time of the user. In addition, the strength of the puppets made using the Thousand Machine Puppetry technique is most closely related to the magic core used in the refining process. This magic core is the energy supply source of the puppet and an important component for its future promotion to a higher level, representing the puppet's qualifications. Skillfully pouring a cup of tea from the small table beside her, Madame Mingzhu picked up the teacup and blew it gently, then brought it to Xiao Ning. "Master, it's late at night. Drink this cup of tea, and it's time to rest." Shaking off the candidate who was tangled in his mind for a while, Xiao Ning took the porcelain cup from Madame Mingzhu, drank it calmly, slowly got up and walked to the bed. After practicing for a day, it's time to rest for a while and then continue practicing. Madame Mingzhu put the tea set in order, then got up, put her white palm on her dress and gently wiped it, and the purple dress disappeared instantly, turning into a boldly cut black leather jacket. The snow-white skin wrapped in the purple dress was exposed. A black belt was tied on the smooth and flat belly without any fat. It was tied on the upper part to wrap the chest and fix the black shorts on the lower part. The white and tender 3-inch golden lotus stepped on the black shoes. The black hair swayed and the slender legs moved, slowly approaching Xiao Ning on the bed. "Master, I will let you know what blissful pleasure is." Madame Mingzhu walked slowly, with a graceful figure and extraordinary charm. Such a big treasure, except for Beibei Mountain, it is almost impossible that no one likes it. Xiao Ning, who took the initiative to choose him, loved it deeply, especially after experiencing it personally. Resting for half a night, practicing for half a night. The next morning, Xiao Ning did not accompany Xiao Suner and Xiao Mei to practice in the back mountain, but stared at Xiao Yan. The protagonist's halo has too many unexpected things. He must ensure that the plan goes perfectly. Yao Lao was revived, and Xiao Yan's habit of going to bed early and getting up early was broken again. His biological clock was destroyed. Even after practicing all night, Xiao Yan's condition was not very good and he yawned all the time. After leaving the Xiao family, Xiao Yan walked into a dark street, casually put on a loose black robe, and covered his head and face. After touching his cheek and finding that there was no objection, Xiao Yan walked out of the street. Under the slightly strange eyes of some people, he crossed 2 streets and came to the middle auction house. Under the vigilant eyes of the guard at the door, Xiao Yan stepped into the middle auction house, scanned the treasure appraisal room, and then walked in quickly. After Ya Fei was promoted, the person in charge of the treasure appraisal room was replaced by a middle-aged man. Looking at Xiao Yan's weird dress, the middle-aged man did not show any strange emotions. He has worked in this treasure appraisal room for 10 years and has seen many people. He has seen 80 people dressed in this style, if not 100. It is completely understandable to protect his identity. "Sir, do you want to appraise a treasure?" Middle-aged man asked respectfully with a professional smile on his face. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, walked to the table, sat down gently, carefully took out the jade bottle from his arms, and placed it on the table. Seeing that it was a jade bottle, the middle-aged man very professionally took out a pair of white gloves from his arms, gently picked up the jade bottle, opened it, and sniffed it gently. Why does this thing look so much like the bathing spirit liquid sold at the auction house? The middle-aged man was puzzled at the moment, and his heart suddenly shook. His eyes looked at the black-robed man in front of him again, and he was a little different from before. This is the person the auction house is looking for. We must quickly notify Miss Yafei and Master Gu Ni. With Xiao Ning's suggestion, Yafei sent out the hunt news as early as yesterday. As the place where she was stationed, it was naturally the first place to receive the news. The middle-aged man closed the jade bottle without leaving a trace and put it back on the table. "Identifying medicinal liquids is beyond my ability. Please wait a moment, sir. I will go to ask Master Gu Ni, the second-grade alchemist of our auction house." Xiao Yan nodded slightly and did not speak. He walked out of the treasure appraisal room quickly and walked to the second floor without stopping. After a while, Yafei and Master Guni came to the treasure appraisal room. At the same time, the 4 Douling masters of the auction house were also mobilized by Yafei and hid in the dark, ready to take action at any time. After taking a look at the suspicious guest in black robe, Yafei did not approach, but just stood at the door. Even though she soaked in the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid every day, she was only a 2-star doge with poor qualifications. Master Guni ignored Xiao Yan and walked quickly to the table. He picked up the jade bottle and sniffed it gently. He had been in contact with the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid and the bathing spirit liquid for more than 10 years. Just by sniffing it gently, he could judge that it was almost a replica of the 2 medicinal liquids. After confirming the identity of this person, Master Guni turned his head and nodded gently to Yafei. "Do it." Yafei took 3 steps back, looked at the black-robed man with fierce eyes, and shouted angrily. Chapter 52. Chicken flies and eggs are broken. 4 black-robed men suddenly appeared in the spacious and empty room, guarding the 4 corners. Master Guni immediately began to retreat and came to Yafei's side. As an alchemist, and having been dealing with the matters of bathing spirit liquid and body-quenching and washing marrow liquid for nearly 10 years, fighting is not his forte. Xiao Yan was a little confused for a while. What on earth happened? Xiao Yanzi, you seem to have encountered a black eating black. The 4 people on the other side are fighting spirits. We have to find a way to escape from here. Yao Lao's voice immediately rang in Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yanzi, let me control your body. Looking at the 4 people with fighting spirits surging all over their bodies and shining with brilliance, Xiao Yan immediately agreed. Instantly, a white light flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. He immediately stood up from the chair, flipped his palm suddenly, and a white flame rose up, instantly splitting into 4 clusters to attack the 4 Doulings. What a powerful flame! The 4 Doulings groaned and immediately gathered Dou Qi to defend against the flames. After forcing the 4 Doulings to retreat, Yao Lao flicked his finger and suddenly shot a cluster of bone spirit cold fire straight to the roof. He only absorbed Xiao Yan's Dou Qi once, and his soul did not recover too much. He refined the medicine liquid last night, and now it has only recovered half. Bone spirit cold fire is a powerful strange fire. Ordinary buildings are like thin paper in front of it, and huge holes are burned out. With a step on the ground, Xiao Yan's body instantly shot up and turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the room. It's so powerful, is the information wrong? Looking at the 4 Douling masters who were forced to retreat, Yafei's heart was shocked. Miss Yafei, do you want to chase? The black-clothed Douling Yuqianyi asked. No need, just leave it to me. A familiar voice sounded in the room, and Xiao Ning, who had changed his appearance, appeared in the room. He warned everyone, and Xiao Ning immediately chased after him. With the improvement in strength, he could use his soul power to cover up his breath, and the camouflage mask's function of changing appearance could still work. Excuse me, Master Alchemist. Seeing the familiar figure, Yafei immediately bowed and said, immediately chasing from the cave on the house, Xiao Ning slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I came. Otherwise, Xiao Yan would have made a lot of money this time. With the protection of Yao Lao, although the 4 Doulings were difficult to deal with, Yao Lao could still take them down with all his might. With the wealth of the 4 Doulings, Xiao Yan could just buy the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid directly, and why would he buy medicinal materials to make medicine? Chasing out, Xiao Ning quietly sensed it on the rooftop, and looked down to see Xiao Yan had returned to his normal appearance and walked out slowly from the streets. It's too late. I have no chance to attack him, and I have wasted Yao Lao's soul power. Ding! Under the host's planning, the protagonist Xiao Yan failed to sell medicine, affecting the plot, and gained 3,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo, 150, and the host's villain Halo, plus 150. Ding! The host stopped his subordinates from pursuing him to death, affecting the plot, and gained 5,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo, my 250, and the host's villain Halo, plus 150. I got another 8,000 villain points. Counting the previous 200,000 and my remaining villain points, I can upgrade the Medicine Emperor Cauldron. Now the 4th level pills are almost of no help to me. Thinking of this, Xiao Ning suddenly disappeared from the eaves of the Meital auction house and hid in the crowd. After escaping death, Xiao Yan patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. This auction house is really too dangerous. It's actually a black eating black. I didn't expect that the legendary Mitre auction house would be like this. Recalling his experience of being backstabbed by his disciple, Yao Lao said in a deep voice, As long as the benefits are big enough, nothing is impossible. According to what you said before, the Mitre auction house is selling liquid medicine. It is estimated that the liquid medicine refined by this old man may impact their market. That's why they are ready to kill directly. Can't they bribe us to make liquid medicine for them or buy our pill formula? Xiao Yan couldn't understand why they came to kill directly. Unlike Xiao Yan, who has always lived in a peaceful world and experienced the joys and sorrows of the world, Yao Lao understood the thoughts of the Mitre auction house very well. A mountain of gold, one person is better than two people. It's all because of interests in the end. Xiao Yan sighed, and when he saw that he was about to reach the Xiao family, he thought of an important thing. After rubbing the medicine on his body for a while, Xiao Yan couldn't help but stop. Liquid medicine. My liquid medicine was snatched away by the people in the auction house. Damn it! Even if the liquid medicine cannot be sold at the Mitre auction house, it can still allow me to pay off my debts if it flows into the black market. Now the liquid medicine is gone. Not only am I out of funds, but I also have to owe Xiao Ning hundreds of gold coins. Xiao Yan thought with a headache. Alas! Yao Lao was helpless about this. The original plan was perfect, but he didn't expect to encounter a black-hearted auction house. Xiao Yan, the successor, was so bad that he could only... Xiao Yanzi, you don't have to worry too much about money. My collection is very rich. Just selling a Xuan-level technique will allow you to have no worries about future funds. However, the situation is very tense now. You have to go to the Mitre auction house in a few days. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment. Yao Lao, are you okay? It has swallowed our medicine once. Why are we going? Is there another auction house in Wutan City? Didn't you keep bragging about the power of the Mitre auction house last night? Only by putting the technique in such an auction house can we sell it at the highest price. Yao Lao argued. Yao Lao's words made sense. Xiao Yan thought about it carefully. Although he hated the Mitre auction house very much, he had no way to refute it. That's the only way. The morning sun shone on Xiao Yan. At this angry moment, Xiao Yan's back looked so lonely. Ding! The protagonist Xiao Yan is resistant to the Mitre auction house, affecting the plot, and obtaining 6,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist aura 300, the host's villain aura plus 300. Are you going to sell your skills? Not long after Xiao Yan entered the Xiao family, Xiao Ning's figure slowly appeared from the corner. After Yao Lao appeared, he bought a prop that could detect soul communication. Unexpectedly, a shocking secret was discovered so quickly. Want to sell your skills? Good idea. With the collection in Yao Lao's bone inflammation ring, you can get a lot of money by just taking one to the Mitre auction house, but is your skills from a legitimate source? Suddenly, Xiao Ning probably had a complete plan in his mind to prevent Xiao Yan from growing further. Chapter 53, Yao Di Ding Upgrade. Returning to his room, he saw a white figure cleaning the room skillfully. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, the figure stopped what she was doing. Xiao Qingxue looked back and saw that it was Xiao Ning who came back. There was some confusion in her eyes. Master Xiao Ning, why are you back at this time? Did you forget something? Time has made Xiao Qing's this beautiful woman even more attractive. She has a graceful curve, exquisite and convex, a well-proportioned figure, plump and sexy slender legs, and skin as smooth and white as milk. And that beautiful red lips, every part of her shows her charm, making people want to take a bite and taste what kind of taste it is. No matter what the purpose of this woman approaching him is, after suppressing her little thoughts, the respectful work over the past 10 years has made Xiao Ning feel a little more recognized in his heart. Not a plaything. My room doesn't need to be cleaned every day. Why do you have to work so hard? Coming to Xiao Qingxue, Xiao Ning naturally hugged her soft body into his arms, gently rubbing the place where Xiao Qingxue was tired. Leaning on Xiao Ning's broad and warm chest, Xiao Qingxue said softly, I have to find something to do. My aptitude for cultivation is not good. Even though the young master gave me a lot of pills, I am only a 3-star Dou Qi now. I can only do simple things like this. Holding Xiao Qingxue and sitting on a chair beside him, Xiao Ning suddenly realized a problem. People like Xiao Qingxue can become stronger through the Dou Emperor bloodline. What about other people with average aptitude? This problem must be solved. Don't worry too much about cultivation. I will find a way for you, and you have already taken the anti-aging pill. Your appearance will not change. While massaging with his fingers, Xiao Ning felt that Xiao Qingxue was really tired, and there were bruises. As for boring words, Xiao Ning leaned close to Xiao Qingxue's pink earlobe and whispered, Go back and have a good rest now. I'll teach you a new foreign language tonight. Xiao Qingxue's delicate cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she said coquettishly. Xiao Ning laughed, pinched Xiao Qing's chin, stared into her beautiful eyes, and looked at Xiao Ning's handsome cheeks that kept approaching. Xiao Qingshui lowered her head and bit her rosy lips lightly. She didn't dare to look directly at Xiao Ning's eyes, and nodded shyly. "Okay, go back to your room and have a rest. Come over early to study in the evening." Xiao Ning patted Xiao Qingshui and said with a smile. Xiao Qingshui tidied up her messy clothes, smoothed them as much as possible, glanced at Xiao Ning with a reproachful look, and then walked away. After concentrating on sensing the surroundings, Xiao Ning took out Madame Mingzhu and walked towards the open space in the room for cultivation. "Mingzhu, I'm going to make medicine. Pay attention to the surroundings." Having had many experiences, Madame Mingzhu nodded gently and knelt beside Xiao Ning calmly. She raised her white palm and released a stream of purple air, shielding the aura of the entire room. Her eyes slowly closed, sensing the situation around her. Having earned a lot of villain points, Xiao Ning immediately called up the system interface and began to upgrade the Medicine Emperor Cauldron. Ding. Do you want to spend 80,000 villain points to upgrade the Medicine Emperor Cauldron to the 5th level? Yes. The golden light flickered, and a dark red rune painting appeared on the ancient Medicine Emperor Cauldron. It was very strange. The Medicine Emperor Cauldron showed a vicissitudes, mysterious and powerful aura. There are still a lot of villain points. Keep upgrading it for me. Level 5 is still too low. First, upgrade the Medicine Emperor Cauldron to a sufficiently powerful level. Ding, do you want to spend 160,000 villain points to upgrade the Medicine Emperor Cauldron to level 6? Xiao Ning chose yes without any hesitation. The dazzling golden light flashed, and this time it lasted for a long time, and the shape of the Medicine Emperor Cauldron also changed dramatically. Several wild beasts on the Medicine Emperor Cauldron merged into an ancient red phoenix totem, shining brightly, as if it were alive. And at the mouth of the cauldron, there was also a firebird hovering. This firebird was lifelike, as if it really existed, but it was like an illusion, like a real illusion. Xiao Ning took it out of the system and placed it in front of him, then took out the ring in his arms and took out a bunch of exquisite jade boxes. Each jade box was extremely large, like the size of a small chessboard. Such a large jade box alone was worth a lot of money. Nalan Yanran was coming soon, and I had to prepare some small gifts for her. In addition, after the Medicine Emperor Cauldron was upgraded, some of the precious medicinal materials he had accumulated over the years could also be used. He opened a jade box, which neatly contained a set of medicinal materials and magic cores for refining the purple heart-breaking barrier pill. Xiao Ning picked up a purple herb and slowly threw it into the Medicine Emperor Cauldron, muttering, "What's the point of the Qi gathering powder? I wonder if Nalan Yanran will go home and use Yunyun brand facial cleanser when she sees what I prepared." Throwing all the medicinal materials into the Medicine Emperor Cauldron, the Medicine Emperor Cauldron burst into a fiery red flame, and a large group of flames that enveloped all the medicinal materials and magic cores suddenly split into several clusters. In each cluster of flames, there was something being refined, burning fiercely. Not long after, the Medicine Emperor Cauldron exuded an alluring fragrance. With strong work efficiency, the medicinal materials and magic cores in the cauldron have become several groups of pure liquid medicine. The golden red light burst out from the inside of the Medicine Emperor Cauldron, and several groups of liquid medicine were instantly condensed together by an invisible force and merged rapidly. It's about to become a pill. Xiao Ning took out a jade bottle from his ring and prepared to collect the pill. While Xiao Ning was taking out the jade bottle, the dazzling light in the Medicine Emperor Cauldron faded, and several kinds of medicine liquid had merged into a purple pill, floating quietly in the Medicine Emperor Cauldron. It's worthy of being the Medicine Emperor Cauldron. The speed of refining pills has never disappointed me. Xiao Ning laughed, stretched out his hand and sucked out the purple pill. Looking at the purple pill floating in the palm of his hand, he carefully sensed it. It's worthy of being the Medicine Emperor Cauldron that spent a lot of villain points to upgrade. Not only is the speed of refining pills very fast, but the quality of the pills refined is also excellent. After praising it, Xiao Ning put it into the jade bottle, placed it in the ring, opened a jade box casually, and continued to refine. Who can eat a purple heart barrier-breaking pill? This thing has a great auxiliary effect for people at the level of a great fighting master, and can directly improve the strength of 1 star. The most important thing is, a person at the same level can take 2 of these pills in succession without developing too much resistance. He must refine more, and he has prepared a lot of medicinal materials. Chapter 54, Miter Family Meeting. While Xiao Ning was concentrating on refining the pill, A discussion about him was unfolding in the quiet room, deep inside the Mitre family in the holy city of Gama, the imperial capital of the Gama Empire. As one of the three major families of the Gama Empire, the Mitre family, in addition to its terrifying ability to make money, is also a top-notch existence in information investigation. I didn't expect that a small place like Wutan City would have a disciple of that adult. No wonder that alchemist has been haunting Wutan City for so many years. In front of the round table, an old man in a Chinese robe with a slightly gloomy face said in a cold voice. Beside Mitel Leo, an old man in a gray robe took out a booklet and read in a deep voice, "According to the investigation, Xiao Ning, the grandson of the eldest elder of the Xiao family, is engaged to Nalan Yanran. However, according to the news from the Yunlan sect, this engagement is about to be cancelled." As soon as the voice came out, the old men around the round table closed their eyes and pondered. For them, such news, if used properly, seems to be good news. The old man in a gray robe turned a page of the booklet in front of him calmly and smiled. Xiao Ning's talent and strength are both good. At the age of about 18, his strength has reached a 1-star Doshi. The little girl of the Nalan family actually wants to cancel the engagement. She is really unique. In this way, we can have a chance. A gleam of light flashed in Leo's old eyes. The squinting-eyed head of the family, Mitel Tangshan, who was sitting in the main seat, turned his head and looked at Leo. "Elder Leo, what do you think?" "Head, Yafei has been dealing with the bathing spirit liquid and the body tempering and marrow washing liquid in recent years, which has greatly increased the income of the Mitel family. However, her cultivation is low after all. How long can she maintain this business?" Leo smiled and asked everyone a question. The elders present were all elites of the Mitel family. After a brief thought, they also realized the hidden crisis in the seemingly favorable situation. "Brother Leo's idea is..." An old man looked up and asked. Leo and the other man looked at each other and nodded slightly. Although Yafei is not good at cultivation, she has a great appearance. When Nalan Yanran cancels the engagement, our Mitel family will marry Xiao Ning. By binding the disciple of the pharmacist, the medicine business will become a long-term cash cow for our Mitel family. As soon as Leo's suggestion came out, many people nodded frequently, and they agreed with this suggestion in their hearts. Yafei's achievements in recent years are indeed good, but this is more because she has made friends with a powerful pharmacist. Without the support of the pharmacist, she is just an ordinary family member. Mitel Tangshan, who was squinting in the main seat, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Leo before returning to his squinting state. "We can't rush this matter. First of all, we have to make sure that Nalan Yanran and Xiao Ning's engagement has been cancelled. Otherwise, the Mitel family will provoke two powerful forces, the Nalan family and the Yunlan sect, at the same time." Closing the book in his hand, the gray-robed old man was not as optimistic as most people. Yafei's advantage is only her appearance. Her cultivation aptitude is too poor. Even if she can marry Xiao Ning, she will probably be a co-wife at most. It is because of the background of our Mitel family that she has not become a concubine. Can such qualifications really bring enough benefits to the Mitel family? In this Dou Qi Continent, the strong are respected, and those who are powerful have 3 wives and 4 concubines. These people present are very aware of this. Yafei's role is to maintain the connection between our Mitel family and the alchemist. It doesn't matter whether she is a wife or a concubine. Leo smiled and shook his head. The gray-robed old man sighed. "It's a pity that we have never been able to develop a method to refine this medicine liquid from the original list of medicinal materials over the years. I don't know whether the alchemist had been prepared for it, or the alchemist we hired was not capable enough. Let's stop the research for now. A lot of money has been spent over the years. If we can really let Yafei and Xiao Ning get married, it will be a good thing for her and the family." Mitel Tangshan smiled slightly. Xiao Ning, who didn't know that he was about to have another marriage, was excitedly guarding in front of the Medicine Emperor cauldron. There were more and more jade bottles in front of him, and there were already more than 10. Most of the bottles were Purple Heart Barrier breaking pills, and a small part were 3-pattern spirit inviting pills. Except for Nalan Yanran's share, I will leave some of these things for Xiao Qingshui. It is enough for her to successfully pass the Grand Fighter level. She will leave soon. Xiao Ning said in a deep voice. Nalan Yanran's arrival means that many things are about to begin, and he must prepare early. After putting away the jade bottle, Xiao Ning took out several exquisite jade boxes from the ring again. These jade boxes were much smaller. As Xiao Ning opened them, the medicinal materials inside the jade boxes were revealed. Each jade box contained only 1 medicinal material. The refreshing medicinal fragrance emanated. Just a light sniff made Xiao Ning feel comfortable and relaxed, and the fighting spirit in his body slowly increased. It is worthy of being a high-level medicinal material. The medicinal power is really terrifying. Now my real fighting spirit strength is that of a one-star great fighting master. I don't know if the purple heart-breaking barrier pill will work with such a strong foundation. First, refine a blazing flame yuan pill for preparation. If the purple heart-breaking barrier pill doesn't work, use this 5th grade blazing flame yuan pill. This thing can be taken 3 times, which is much more powerful than the purple heart-breaking barrier pill. Blazing flame yuan pill, a 5th grade pill. Since this pill is made from a 4th grade fire-attributed magic core and other precious medicinal materials, the medicinal power is extremely overbearing. People with non-fire attributed constitutions find it difficult to refine and absorb the medicinal power contained in it. For the strong at the level of Grand Fighter Master, it is obviously helpful, with a chance of increasing 1 to 3-star levels. Moreover, the pill can be taken 3 times in a row, helping the strong at the level of Grand Fighter Master to break through 3 shackles without developing too much resistance. After throwing a few herbs into the Medicine Emperor Cauldron, Xiao Ning finally picked up the fiery red magic core of the 4th level monster and threw it into the Medicine Emperor Cauldron without any hesitation. The fiery red flames rose up and instantly wrapped up the herbs and the magic core, upgrading to the 6th level Medicine Emperor Cauldron. It was still within its ability to refine this 5th grade pill. However, this blazing flame Chao Yuan pill has reached the 5th grade pill. Even the Medicine Emperor Cauldron took an hour to refine it. From this, it can be seen that the blazing flame Chao Yuan pill is extraordinary. After putting away the Medicine Emperor Cauldron and Madame Mingzhu, Xiao Ning took a look at the red pill in his hand, licked his lips slightly and put it into his mouth. Chapter 55 Breakthrough. The surging medicinal power of the 3-star master instantly burst out in the meridians, carrying a strong fire attribute energy, and violently wandering in Xiao Ning's meridians. Feeling such a strong energy in the meridians, Xiao Ning secretly thought that even a great master with a fire attribute physique would not be able to endure the intensity of this energy. No wonder this pill recipe was marked as the least used pill recipe by the Medicine Emperor. However, for him, Xiao Ning, this energy intensity is far from enough. He has practiced the Shan body refining art, and his physical strength is comparable to that of a Dou Emperor. Not only that, the Tianyan divine art also uses fire attribute Dou Qi to temper the meridians and body during the practice process. With the blessing of the 2 techniques, the strength of his meridians is incomparable even to that of a Douzong. The Tianyan divine art is running rapidly, compressing the gaseous energy emitted by the pill into liquid, which flows into Xiao Ning's diamond-shaped red Dou crystal like red magma, condensing into solid energy. People in the Dou Qi stage mainly refine their meridians and build a foundation. After practicing to Doujie, Dou Qi evolves into Dou Qi, and Dou Qi cyclones condense in the lower abdomen. Dou Qi turns into liquid. When the Dou Qi cyclone accumulates to a certain level and breaks through to the great Dou Master realm, Dou Qi cyclones will condense Dou crystals, which are also the most critical things for the great Dou Master. In the eyes of many strong people, only when you have Dou crystals can you truly enter the hall of Dou Qi cultivation. When the great Dou Master is promoted to Dou Ling, this diamond-shaped Dou crystal will evolve into a solid like a sea urchin, representing the doubling of energy. The blazing flame Chao Yuan Dan contains the purest fire attribute energy. Under the operation of the Tianyan divine art, the energy has played a certain role in tempering the body when it travels in the meridians. This greatly reduces the consumption of energy, which is completely absorbed by the Dou crystals in Xiao Ning's body. Under normal cultivation, due to the special nature of the Tianyan divine art, it will greatly help the practitioner to forge the meridians before swallowing the strange fire, ensuring the strength of his own body, so as to ensure the safety of swallowing the strange fire. It is for this reason that Xiao Ning's Dou Qi cultivation in the past 10 years or so has not improved as much as the 2 techniques of Zifu divine soul art and Xuanqian tempering body art. For the first time, such a magnificent fire attribute energy was obtained. The Tianyan divine art was running at an unprecedented high level. In addition to absorbing the energy of the elixir in the body, the energy of the heaven and earth around the courtyard also began to gather crazily. In a short while, a layer of milky white gauze condensed around Xiao Ning's body, indicating the heavy accumulation of energy. The Shanshan tempering body art automatically operated at this time, and the magnificent energy close to the surface of Xiao Ning's body was directly absorbed by Xiao Ning's body. Under the effect of the Xuanqian tempering body art, it was condensed into pure energy, acting on Xiao Ning's skin and bones to avoid interfering with Xiao Ning's Dou Qi improvement. Xiao Ning simply paid attention to the changes in his body and found that his body was greedily absorbing the energy condensed by the Tianyan divine art, and he was delighted. The energy of the elixir in his body was already terrifying. If he absorbed more energy from heaven and earth, he would need to refine and condense it, which would greatly reduce the speed of his absorption of the elixir energy. Feeling the gradually filling dew crystal, Xiao Ning's mind completely sank, and he tried his best to control the elixir energy in his meridians, gathering it into a surging energy flow. After completing a cycle in his body, it was continuously poured into the dew crystal. The thumb-sized dew crystal was like a bottomless pit. No matter how huge the energy was, it accepted everything. As night fell, the bright moonlight poured down, illuminating the land and the figures on the land. The land was like a giant black cloth, surrounded by a layer of faint silver light. The night sky was dotted with stars, the moonlight was shining, and the land was quiet and peaceful. It was a comfortable and peaceful night. After practicing for a day, Xiao Ning slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, stood up and moved his body, and suddenly there was a crackling sound like stir-fried beans. Feeling the state of his body, Xiao Ning thought to himself, "This blazing flame Chao Yuan pill is really terrifying. It actually allowed me to break through the 2-star strength in one fell swoop. If I use 2 more, it is conservatively estimated that my strength can break through to the strength of a 6-star grand fighter. The only pity is that the medicinal materials and magic cores are too rare. In a small place like the Jiama Empire, it is difficult to buy them even if you have money. If you want to spend the money in your hand completely, you have to wait until you go to the Blackhorn region." Shaking off the boredom in his heart, Xiao Ning stepped towards the busy Xiao Qingshui in the distance. Her snow-white dress outlined her graceful figure to the fullest. The heat in the bathtub rose, and her slightly wet cheeks were a little enchanting, a little charming, and a little tempting. Gently hugging Xiao Qingshui's waist, Xiao Ning sniffed the faint fragrance from the tip of his nose. It's time to start learning new words. Hearing these words, Xiao Qingshui's body trembled for a while, and then she continued to work. After testing the water temperature with her jade hands, Xiao Qingshui took out an exquisite jade bottle from her bosom, unplugged it and dripped a drop of purple liquid medicine into it, then turned around and skillfully helped Xiao Ning undress. Entering the bathtub, Xiao Ning reached out and touched the lavender hot water. What Xiao Qingshui had just added was the liquid medicine he had developed based on the inheritance of the Medicine Emperor, which could relieve the fatigue after training. A beauty undressing, this is a beautiful scene that cannot be described in words. With her slender jade legs moving, Xiao Qingshui slowly entered the bathtub. "What kind of flower is this embroidered on?" Xiao Ning came to Xiao Qingshui with some curiosity and pointed at the purple flowers embroidered on the white satin belly band and asked, "This is..." Before she could finish her words, Xiao Qingshui realized that she had been deceived. It turned out that the teaching had already begun quietly. As a teacher, Xiao Ning had absolute patience, even though Xiao Qingshui, a very clumsy student, had not learned 2 simple words after 3 hours. Studying is a very tiring thing. As a gentle teacher, Xiao Ning did not force Xiao Qingshui to continue to study overtime. He could only wait for a long time and teach her slowly. Half kneeling in front of Xiao Ning and tying the silver satin belt for Xiao Ning, Xiao Qingshui stood up with a blushing face and smoothed out some wrinkles on her clothes. She was really too stupid and had not learned it for such a long time. As a teacher who is good at guiding students, Xiao Ning is still very qualified. "It's okay. This matter is just like practicing. You can't be anxious." Xiao Ning comforted. "Just don't forget what you learned before." "Yes, I have studied this for a long time and I will never forget it." Xiao Qingshui proved it to Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning nodded slightly. "Very good." Looking at the intriguing smile on Xiao Ning's face, Xiao Qingshui angrily pushed Xiao Ning lightly. "Master Xiao Ning, you are so bad, I have to go to work." Looking at the spilled water on the ground, she had to clean it up for a while. Chapter 56, The Beginning of the Broken Engagement. With the idea of striking while the iron is hot, after teaching Xiao Qingshui, a college student, Xiao Ning did not teach Madame Mingzhu anymore, and concentrated on practicing all night. In the morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the window on Xiao Ning's handsome cheek, the Tianyan divine art stopped working. Xiao Ning exhaled a breath of turbid air and suddenly opened his eyes. "Nalan Yanran, wait for the broken engagement." Breaking the engagement, becoming a regret machine, and then taking Nalan Yanran in. The more Xiao Ning thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was really perfect. Because Xiao Qingshui stayed up late to study hard last night, today he could only wash himself. Master Xiao Ning, the clan leader invites you to the hall. The old voice sounded outside the door. Xiao Ning wiped his face, stepped out, and nodded slightly to the old man in green clothes outside the door. Let's go, Butler Mo. Looking at Xiao Ning, who had an extraordinary temperament, the old man in green clothes nodded kindly and led the way for him respectfully. This young master Xiao Ning is not only an unprecedented genius in the Xiao family, but also has a handsome face. Now he has a beautiful fiancée who will lead the Xiao family to the top in the future. Following Butler Mo through the backyard and coming to the solemn reception hall, Xiao Ning glanced at the hall and found that there were quite a lot of people coming. Xiao Yan and 3 elders were sitting in the square of the hall. On the left-hand side of the 4 were some powerful elders of the family. Next to these people were some junior disciples with good qualifications. What surprised Xiao Ning was that Xiao Yan was also among the group of people, but his eyes were staring straight at the opposite side, as if he was attracted by something. Following his gaze, Xiao Ning fixed his eyes on a pretty girl. The girl's black hair was bound by a golden headband. The delicate facial features were cleverly matched on the oval face of a beauty. The thin eyebrows were like paintings, and that pair of watery eyes seemed to be able to speak. The white and tender skin is so soft that it can be blown away, and the rosy and plump lips are tightly pursed, making people want to taste the sweet rouge. The girl's delicate earlobes are decorated with emerald green earrings, which make a crisp sound when they shake slightly, highlighting her delicateness. Under the cyan uniform with a thin waist and plump hips, a pair of round and smooth long legs set off her tallness. On her plump legs she is wearing a pair of white stockings, which are fascinating. Heroine, Nalianran, strength, Fighter. Heroine's halo, skills, feudal opponent, opposes feudal marriage views and likes free love. Regret machine, the true fragrance may be late, but it will never fail. Self-willedness is very likely to cause regret. Battle damage makes you more beautiful. In the battle damage state, the overall charm is increased by 50%, and the good conditions of oneself are perfectly displayed. Facial cleanser, likes to use tears and surging momentum to wash his face, and will not wash it without surging momentum. After checking Nalan Yanran's information, Xiao Ning had a rough idea in his mind, and quickly walked to Xiao Zhan and the other 4 and bowed. Grandpa, clan leader. Looking at the handsome Xiao Ning who walked into the hall, Nalan Yanran hesitated for a moment about the idea of breaking off the engagement. He is a 1-star fighting master, extremely talented, and also a rare handsome man. With his palms lightly clenched, Nalan Yanran shook off the idea. I, Nalan Yanran, have to make my own choice for marriage. Originally his daughter-in-law, but now she has become someone else's. Even though it is all the benefit of his family, Xiao Zhan is not in a good mood. He just nodded slightly at Xiao Ning. Xiao Yuanhai, with a red face, smiled and raised his hand to explain to Xiao Ning, Ninger, these are several distinguished guests from Yunlin sect, and the one among them is your fiancée, Nalan Yanran. Damn it, such a beautiful girl is actually related to Xiao Ning, and she directly became his fiancée, future wife. I, a time traveler, have to suffer the cold eyes of family members. This comparison is so annoying. Seeing that everyone avoided him, Xiao Yan stood alone and couldn't help but complaining in his heart. Without experiencing 3 years of cold eyes, Xiao Yan now has no tough mentality. Ding, the host's extraordinary treatment, aroused the envy and jealousy of the protagonist Xiao Yan, and obtained 500 villain points. After glancing at the system message, Xiao Ning turned to look at Nalan Yanran, twisting the ring on his index finger. You are Nalan Yanran, right? The engagement is cancelled. This kind of agreement made by parents should have been cancelled long ago. Although Xiao Ning's voice was not loud, it sounded like thunder in the ears of everyone, and most people were stunned. They just met, and they broke off the engagement? Xiao Shuner and Xiao Mei, who were sitting at a small table by the window, couldn't help but smile on their delicate cheeks. They were very satisfied with the result. What? They broke off the engagement directly? Xiao Yan was the first to react. He couldn't help but stand up and walk between Xiao Ning and Nalan Yanran. He looked at Xiao Ning with a somewhat ferocious face and accused him. Cousin Xiao Ning, Miss Nalan is so beautiful, you really don't know what's good for you. Xiao Yan's sudden figure broke into everyone's sight, breaking the astonishment in everyone's hearts. How can this loser Xiao Yan blame Master Xiao Ning for his decision? How disgusting. Maybe his defense is broken. Xiao Yan used his years of cultivation to get this fiancé. Unfortunately, In the eyes of Master Xiao Ning, he didn't care and chose to give that Yanran freedom. Master Xiao Ning is really open-minded. Only someone like Xiao Yan, who is obsessed with marriage, would think of finding a wife for himself through an engagement. The loud and unconcealed discussion made Xiao Yan's face turn pale. No longer looking at Xiao Ning, Xiao Yan glared at the Xiao family members who despised him. You ignorant idiots! He was really wronged. It was not his initiative to make his cultivation level decline. This Xiao Yan is really disgusting. He used his future to win a fiancé. Now seeing that the fiancé he desperately wanted was directly cancelled by brother Xiao Ning, it is understandable that he feels uncomfortable. But what qualifications does he have to blame brother Xiao Ning? If there were no outsiders, I would definitely teach him a lesson. Xiao Mei, who was sitting by the window, waved her fist at Xiao Yan in extreme anger, and the crimson fire attribute fighting spirit condensed on it. Xiao Suner said elegantly, "Hit him? You are not afraid of the dirtying your hands by hitting such a waste. This kind of ignorant person, just let him fend for himself. The more you pay attention to him, the more fierce he will jump. Brother Xiao Ning is too kind. Not long ago, he lent him gold coins to help him recover from his injuries." Although the voice of the words was not loud, the people present were not ordinary people, and they all heard it clearly. Looking at Xiao Yan again, the people who were already angry because of Xiao Yan's cursing had a clearer understanding of Xiao Yan. Ungrateful villain, what right do you have to intervene in Master Xiao Ning's own affairs? Master Xiao Ning is kind and won't argue with you, but I, Xiao Ke, am not a good-tempered person. The purple heart barrier breaking pill was despised by Xiao Shuner, and Xiao Yan's heart, which was somewhat in love with her, was instantly pierced by thousands of swords. Now that he was scolded by Xiao Ke, Xiao Yan knew that what he said was the truth, and was unable to refute it for a while. He couldn't catch his breath, rolled his eyes, and suddenly fainted on the ground. Ding, the protagonist Xiao Yan's mentality is unbalanced, and he gets 500 villain points. Looking at Xiao Yan lying on the ground, Xiao Ning was stunned for a moment. This had nothing to do with him. It was all Xiao Yan's own fault. With a faint smile, Xiao Ning waved his hand to call Xiao Ke and other younger brothers to carry Xiao Yan to the side. Xiao Ning looked at Nalan Yanran and said again, "Although there were some minor incidents, it doesn't matter. The engagement is cancelled. Miss Nalan, you are free." When she first came to Dou Qi Continent, she could only seize the opportunity by snatching the engagement. But this did not mean that Nalan Yanran, who had played a huge role silently, could take the initiative to cancel the engagement. Freedom. Nalan Yanran felt mixed emotions for a while. After getting the freedom she had always wanted, she did not seem to be as happy as she had imagined. Was it because she found it hard to accept that such an excellent disciple of the leader of the Yunlan sect was actively cancelled by someone? Or was it because the fiancé Xiao Ning in front of her was so outstanding that she was shaken in her heart to cancel the engagement? Liu Ling, who was beside Nalan Yanran, looked at Xiao Ning talking about the cancellation of the engagement with a faint expression. While she was excited, she was also a little angry. How could the woman he liked be abandoned like garbage? If I cancel the engagement like this, and after many years I capture Nalan Yanran, wouldn't it be like picking up something that others don't want? It's very shameful. As a child of a small family, it is your blessing to have a fiancé like Yanran. How dare you ask for a breakup? Liu Ling sneered, waved to Gay, took a wooden box from his hand, and threw it violently at Xiao Ning. Straight in Xiao Ning's face. Remember, it's Yanran who canceled the engagement. It's her who doesn't want you. With a slight lift of his arm, Xiao Ning easily resolved this insidious little trick and smiled contemptuously. What is this? Compensation for canceling the engagement? Liu Ling smiled proudly. Open it and have a look. This is the 4th grade elixir Qijue powder made by my teacher, Dan Wang Gua. People from a small family like you may not have seen the elixir. I thought it would attract countless envious eyes, but to Liu Ling's surprise, the Xiao family members acted very casually, as if the Qiju powder was not a precious thing. It's just a Qi gathering powder. I remember when I broke through to the fighter level, my family gave me a Qi gathering powder to help me condense the Qi. Is this guy really the disciple of the Pill King Gu He? It's a little different. After all, it was made by the Pill King Gu He himself. Ding, the little villain Liu Ling failed to act tough, affecting the plot, and got 1,000 villain points. The little villain Liu Ling's villain aura 50, the host's villain aura plus 50. After more than 10 years of running the bathing spirit liquid business, the Xiao family's foundation is far more than before, As long as the talent is enough and can break through to the fighter level before the age of 16, the family will purchase a qi gathering powder to help them break through. After all, long-term use of liquid medicine is also a cost. It is better to exchange the money for qi gathering powder and add a genius to the family. Take your qi gathering powder of the Pill King Guhe. My Xiao family doesn't want it. Xiao Ning threw the wooden box in his hand lightly and retorted to Liu Ling. But this seemingly lightly thrown wooden box fell into Liu Ling's hands as if it was a heavy object. Noticing the abnormality of the wooden box in his hand, Liu Ling was too late to respond. With a bang, he half knelt on the ground. "Why are you so careless? You can't even catch something properly. Or is the disciple of Dan Wanggu just a waste?" Xiao Ning said sarcastically. This Liu Ling really asked for trouble. Just now, he wanted to hurt his face with the wooden box. Now he is kneeling on the ground and can't blame others. You are just a 5-star fighter. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Are you stupid? Seeing that the situation was about to develop in an uncontrollable direction, Xiao Yan opened his mouth and scolded, "Don't be rude to the Pill King Guhe." Ignoring Xiao Yan, Xiao Ning took out 2 jade bottles from the ring. Although the qi gathering powder is a 4th-grade pill, its grade is more because it can help people with Dou Qi break through to Douje. This jade bottle contains the Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill made by my teacher. It can help a great Dou Master break through 1-star level, and 2 pills can be used consecutively without generating too much resistance. Just consider it as some compensation for you. Purple Heart Barrier Breaking Pill? Some of the younger disciples present may not know the preciousness of this pill, but Xiao Zhan and others have some understanding of this pill. A 4th-grade peak pill that can enhance the strength of a great Dou Master and can be taken twice in a row is extremely precious. It is invaluable in the Jiama Empire. Looking at the jade bottle in Xiao Ning's hand, Xiao Yuanhai couldn't help asking, "Ninger, how did you get such a precious elixir?" "Recently, I was accepted as a disciple by a pharmacist, and this elixir was given to me by him. Although you've never seen this pharmacist, you are very familiar with him. He is the one who refines the soul-bathing liquid and the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid." Xiao Ning smiled and turned around to explain. He had thought about this matter carefully. The soul-bathing, liquid, and the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid industries were fine for him in the Xiao family, but if he left the Xiao family, it would be difficult to continue to supply these things to Ya Fei. So he revealed his identity to Ya Fei the day before yesterday. In addition to suppressing Xiao Yan, his biggest purpose was actually to prepare to sell the elixir formula. It turned out to be that elixir. Xiao Yuanhai narrowed his eyes, and the melancholy mood that he had felt because of Xiao Ning's withdrawal from the engagement was swept away. The look he had in his eyes when he looked at Nalan Yanran suddenly changed from enthusiasm to indifference. His grandson was already very good, and now he has become the disciple of a powerful alchemist. Nalan Yanran is really not worthy of him. Being helped up by Geye, Liu Ling looked at Xiao Ning with some fear. He was actually the disciple of the alchemist. According to Teacher Guhe's judgment, he can refine liquid medicine to meet the needs of the people of an empire. But judging from the number of alchemists he has mastered, the mysterious alchemist is not below the 7th rank. Only alchemists of the 7th rank can control a large number of alchemists who are no less than the 2nd rank and refine medicine on a large scale. It seems that your purpose of coming here is to cancel the engagement. Now that I propose to cancel the engagement, your purpose has been achieved. Take the elixir and leave." Xiao Ning casually threw the jade bottle in his hand to Nalan Yanran. With Liu Ling's tragic result in front of him, Nalan Yanran didn't dare to take it for a while, as he watched the jade bottle getting closer and closer. Chapter 58. Unexpected, 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 a result that even Xiao Ning was surprised by. Reaching out to control the jade bottle that was about to fall to the ground, Xiao Ning smiled and said, "Don't be too suspicious, just take it. I'll take the pills, but this is not compensation for breaking off the engagement, but a betrothal gift from you." Nalan Yanran reached out to catch the jade bottle, staring into Xiao Ning's eyes as clear and flawless as the sky. "I wanted to break off the engagement before because I didn't understand you. After understanding you, I found that your appearance, talent, and background are all extraordinary. It's hard to find another one in the entire Jiama Empire. I will never agree to break off the engagement." Ding, Nalan Yanran's favorability towards the host increases by 70, and the current total favorability is unswerving love. What? Xiao Ning was very surprised. What about opposing feudalism and free love? Although luck is something ethereal, it is certain that it has always been playing a role. Why does the protagonist not only not die after jumping off a cliff, but also pick up treasures? This is the role of luck. As a person blessed by the luck of a villain and a villain who has grown up, it is almost impossible for Xiao Ning to be slapped in the face by anyone now. Nalan Yanran's subjective purpose is to break off the engagement. As a tool-like heroine who is slapped in the face by the protagonist, she cannot be slapped in the face by the villain Xiao Ning. The twisted fate is intertwined, which has led to the current situation and triggered another routine different from the breakup flow. The heroine, Nalan Yanran, is engaged to the villain, Xiao Ning. Due to their emotional discord, the protagonist Xiao Yan intervenes, and eventually Nalan Yanran and Xiao Ning's marriage breaks down, which benefits Xiao Yan. This feeling, why does it vaguely make me see the shadow of Lian Chengbi and Xiao Shilong in myself? As a villain, I have a fiancé, but the hero is Xiao Yan. What a terrible development. Familiar with all kinds of routines, Xiao Ning probably has some guesses about the plot about himself. This kind of plot must not happen. We have to think of a way. Nalan Yanran looked at Xiao Ning's astonishment and said slowly, "The marriage contract was made by Grandpa Xiao Lin, Grandpa Xiao Yuanhai, and my grandfather of the Xiao family. Now Grandpa Xiao Lin has passed away for some reason. As a descendant of the Xiao family, if you breach the contract, wouldn't it damage Grandpa Xiao Lin's reputation and make him restless even after death? That's enough. Since the person is gone, there's no need to say more." Xiao Ning shouted and immediately stunned Nalan Yanran. "With my status, I don't need to care about your wishes and forcefully cancel the engagement. However, for the sake of Mr. Nalanji's face, I can give you a chance. 3 years later, I will go to Yunlan's sect in person. As long as you can defeat me, the engagement will still count." This terrible development, unexpectedly, turned into a new 3-year engagement. Xiao Ning had a slight headache. He originally thought that Nalan Yanran might be in a bad mood after being cancelled, but it was too surprising for him to agree to the engagement directly. In a short period of time, he couldn't think of a new way to break the deadlock. "So you despise my current low strength. In 3 years, I will definitely practice with all my strength to improve myself to an extremely powerful realm. 3 years later, I will wait for you in Yunlan's sect." Nalan Yanran clenched her tender fist lightly and said in a firm tone, "Uncle Jie, let's go." Looking at the figures of the 3 people, Xiao Ning felt that he had underestimated the influence of the villain's halo, and many things deviated greatly from his prediction. Logically speaking, Nalan Yanran should have given up on him, and then agreed that if she won, she would cancel the engagement. However, among the many villain templates, there are also examples of villains who have many loyal and good-willed partners around them, but they are eventually wasted by the villains and become lonely. It's not easy to get Nalan Yanran's villain points. Xiao Ning rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. The excitement when he got the reward for snatching the engagement before, now there are some worries. Now things are so unpredictable. What will happen next? Although it's a bit troublesome, everything can still be controlled. Xiao Ning breathed a sigh of relief, took out 2 jade bottles from the ring again, and threw them to Xiao Yuanhai. "Grandpa, this is the purple heart barrier-breaking pill that the teacher asked me to give you, to help you break through the realm. You can use it during the critical period of breakthrough. I'm leaving first." Taking the jade bottle, Xiao Yuanhai smiled and nodded. Xiao Yuanhai spent his fighting spirit to teach him to practice. Xiao Ning has never forgotten it, and now it can be regarded as making up for him a little. Turning to leave the hall, Xiao Ning ran to the back mountain, leaning against the cherry tree, feeling the cold wind on the mountaintop, and finally letting go of the situation caused by Nalan Yanran. Isn't it just a 3-year agreement? This won't prevent you from becoming a regret machine. Looking at the sea of clouds on the other side of the cliff, where the monster mountain range is, Xiao Ning couldn't help but think of Yunyun's surging momentum. "Brother Xiao Ning, are you upset about the failure of breaking off the engagement?" Xiao Shuner, dressed in purple, slowly walked down the hillside and asked softly. Turning around and taking a look at the elegant Xiao Shuner, Xiao Ning smiled and waved to her, then naturally held the soft body in his arms and played with Xiao Shuner's hair. "Although it will be a little troublesome, it will not affect the future results. You should be clear about my strength. Even with the support of the Yunlan sect, Nalan Yanran will not be my opponent in 3 years." Xiao Shuner nodded gently, leaned in Xiao Ning's arms, and said softly, "I believe in Brother Xiao Ning myself, but Shuner really didn't expect that Brother Xiao Ning actually has a powerful alchemist teacher. I'm afraid that he didn't accept the skills given by Shuner before, so he has a better use for them?" Ha! Xiao Ning chuckled and stretched out his hand to scratch Shuner's pretty nose. Nothing can be hidden from you, little girl. The teacher asked me to keep it secret and only let me make it public recently. You won't blame me for hiding it from you, right? Xiao Shuner shook her head gently. How could it be? Shuner herself also has many secrets that she hasn't told brother Xiao Ning. None of this matters. Xiao Ning leaned over and approached Xiao Shuner's delicate cheek. As long as you are mine. With a pure fire attribute, Xiao Shuner's lips were very warm. A breeze blew, cherry blossoms fell all over the sky, and the figures of the two were a little blurred for a moment. Sister Shuner, why are you running so fast? Don't you know to wait for me? Xiao Mei chased after them and was stunned when she saw the two hugging each other. Although she had noticed it a long time ago, Xiao Mei still couldn't accept it after seeing it with her own eyes. She covered her face with her hands and left. A minute or two later, Xiao Shuner said breathlessly, Cousin Xiao Mei must be so sad now. She also likes brother Xiao Ning. Chapter 59, Treasure Hunting Rat. Xiao Yan pinched Xiao Shuner's still chubby face, looking at her slightly swollen cherry lips. Xiao Ning said greedily, Isn't it because Shuner is too tempting? Brother Xiao Ning, don't you plan to go see cousin Xiao Mei? Xiao Shuner said with a complicated expression. Shuner knows that she has always liked brother Xiao Ning. Turning his head to look at the way down the mountain, Xiao Ning said softly, Of course I have to go see her. She grew up with me, and we are childhood sweethearts. How can I not see what Sister Mayer is thinking? I won't let her down. In the Dou Qi Continent, the strong are respected. It is common to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. As long as you are strong, it is normal to marry 10,000 wives. That's the best, but brother Xiao Ning should only tell Shuner about this kind of thing. Shuner is afraid that brother Xiao Ning will... Anyway, brother Xiao Ning, don't say anything. Xiao Shuner warned with a heavy face. Her real identity is the princess of the ancient clan. If the clan members knew that Xiao Ning was still playing 2 women after having her, the result would be... As a time traveler, Xiao Ning naturally guessed what Xiao Shuner meant by what she didn't say. After nodding slightly, he quickly jumped down the mountain. If the 3-star Dou Zhuan and other guards beside Xiao Shuner were a big trouble before, but with the 8-star Douzong Madame Mingzhu, these no longer threatened him. However, Xiao Ning didn't plan to say anything. He made a fortune in silence, with the red flag flying at home and colorful flags flying outside. That's the winner in life. After breaking off the engagement with Nalan Yanran, Yun Yun would go to the Warcraft Mountains to look for the purple spirit crystal after dealing with some things, and there was also the little medical ferry outside Qingshan town. These could not be missed. After obtaining the inheritance of the Medicine Emperor, Xiao Ning also knew the use of the purple spirit crystal. With it as the main material, combined with some precious medicinal materials, a 5th-level elixir, Qingming Ziling Pill, can be refined. The efficacy of this elixir is roughly the same as that of the 3-pattern Qingling Pill, but compared with the stringent requirements for refining, this Qingming Ziling Pill is much simpler and does not require 3 types of flames, but the materials it requires are much more precious. The precious material of purple spirit crystal alone has already made this elixir reach the 5th level. Taking Qingming Ziling Pill requires a long period of stability, otherwise the strength exerted is not stable. It may be a 9-star Dou Qi, or it may be a 2-star Grand Dou Qi, with great fluctuations. After running between the mountains and forests for a while, Xiao Ning saw Xiao Mei's red figure in the dense forest beside the road. Stepping forward, Xiao Ning gently patted the girl's shoulder. Don't cry. If you cry again, you will become a little wild cat, and you will not be beautiful anymore. Huh? It's brother Xiao Ning. Aren't you accompanying Sister Shuner? How could it be? Xiao Mei turned her head in confusion and looked at Xiao Ning with tears in her eyes. Xiao Ning stretched out his hand and hugged Xiao Mei into his arms and wiped the tears from the girl's face. If I don't come again, this mountain will be drowned by your tears. How can it be so exaggerated? Looking at the pretty appearance of the girl who burst into laughter, Xiao Ning laughed along, then lowered his head and said, I know what you mean, but I haven't explained it. I wanted to tell you after the cancellation of the engagement, but I didn't expect that there were some accidents during the cancellation of the engagement. It took some time, so... Does Sister Shuner know? Xiao Mei asked a little uneasily. Compared to Xiao Shuner, she was inferior in both appearance and cultivation. Although she was older, she still cared about Shuner's attitude instinctively. Xiao Ning nodded. Of course she knew. You grew up together. Don't you think she can't see your thoughts? With careful training, Xiao Mei didn't look like a 15-year-old girl at all. She had a plump figure, and a red dress set off her curves and bewitching posture. Her face was delicate and beautiful, especially her eyes, which were extremely charming and full of fascinating charm. Xiao Mei wanted to say something, but Xiao Ning didn't give her a chance and pressed her body firmly against the back of the tree. Sometimes actions are more useful than words. After several minutes, looking at the girl who was tidying up her messy clothes, Xiao Ning took Xiao Mei's jade hand and said, "Let's go. Follow me to the mountain." The jade hand smoothed the folds on the dress, and Xiao Mei nodded obediently. The two slowly came to the top of the mountain. Xiao Mei blushed as she looked at Xiao Shuner, who was kneeling on the grass in a purple dress. Shuner's sister. Seeing that the relationship between the two was established, Xiao Shuner nodded gently. Sister Xiao Mei. Xiao Ning pulled Xiao Mei to Xiao Shuner's side, and naturally lay on Xiao Shuner's tender legs. He turned his head and leaned into Xiao Shuner's arms, sniffing Xiao Shuner's elegant body fragrance. The harmony in the harem was really comfortable. Feeling happy, physically and mentally, Xiao Ning's mind also began to clear up a lot. He suddenly realized a key problem. Xiao Yan was suppressed to death. Now Xiao Yan was just a waste of Dou Qi level 1. If it continued like this, Xiao Yan might have another chance to rise. In another year, it would be the adulthood ceremony. If Xiao Yan did not reach Dou Qi level 7, he would be assigned to the family's industry. With the Yao Lao plugin, it is not impossible for Xiao Yan to buy many seemingly useless but actually valuable treasures with his extraordinary vision, and then soar to the sky. Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Ning suddenly had an idea. This must not be allowed to become a reality. The only way to stop this is to improve Xiao Yan's strength, huh? Xiao Ning turned over and came to Xiao Mei's legs. Compared to Xiao Shuner, Xiao Mei's leg pillow is softer. After changing his position, Xiao Ning's mind opened up again. It seems that Xiao Yan's strength can no longer be suppressed. If he continues to suppress it, he may become a protagonist. Compared with the unknown road, it is a better plan to raise Xiao Yan's strength to the 7th stage of Dou Qi before the coming-of-age ceremony. Based on my current strength, it is not a bad thing for Xiao Yan to improve his strength. The protagonist will always have some opportunities. When the plot changes, Xiao Yan may get other opportunities. Judging from Xiao Yan's choice of the burning art, the opportunity he gets must include strange fire. If I take the lead in snatching the strange fire, I may be able to stimulate other strange fires. The more Xiao Ning thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was very possible. Most of the 23 strange fires on the strange fire list are in the hands of ancient families, a small number of which are obtained by strong people, and the only one without an owner is the Azure Lotus Earth Core. He knows the location of most of them. However, there are no clear records of the 18th, 20th, 21st, and 22nd on the strange fire list. If there is Xiao Yan, the treasure-hunting rat, maybe he can find it first. Chapter 60. Xiao Yu's secret life story. With a clear idea, Xiao Ning felt relieved, hugged Xiao Mei's slender waist, and fell asleep in a short while. Teaching, breakthrough, breaking off the engagement, planning, these things are too much effort. The setting sun is like blood, and the fallen leaves are lightly falling in the mountains and forests. With the warm and soft jade in his arms, Xiao Ning slept for a while, carrying the two pretty sisters to his own courtyard with full energy. Tonight, it seems that he will accept 2 more new students. Stepping into the courtyard, Xiao Ning glanced at the ruddy Xiao Qingshui, and his heart trembled. If this is mixed teaching, I wonder what kind of fun it will be. Master Xiao Ning, Miss Xiao Yu is back and the elder asked you to go to his courtyard for dinner tonight. Xiao Qingshui said with a smile while carrying the food. After Xiao Yu's strength improved, she came back so much faster. Feeling a little surprised, Xiao Ning nodded slightly to Xiao Qingshui and looked at Xiao Mei and Xiao Suner helplessly. It seems that I can't have dinner with you tonight. Sister Xiao Yu is practicing in Canaan College. It's not easy for her to come back once. Brother Xiao Ning, go quickly. Xiao Shuner said sensibly. Xiao Mei also pushed Xiao Ning. Go quickly. Leaving the courtyard, passing through the Xiao family garden, and coming to Xiao Yuanhai's place. After not seeing each other for about a year, Xiao Yu seemed to have become more mature. The exquisite facial features are blended seamlessly, and the whole body naturally exudes a mature and charming charm. She is like a lily, with the rain and morning dew of youth, bright and fragrant, full of attractive charm, tall figure, slender, bumpy and well-proportioned, exquisite and protruding, a pair of slender and soft legs, supporting a graceful body. That pair of round and slender legs is extremely sexy, even the enchanting and charming Yafei can't compare. The black and smooth hair naturally falls to the back, and the graceful figure is more straight and soft because of sitting upright, with a slender waist and a plump and beautiful palace. Sister. Xiao Ning called softly and sat down casually. Looking at his handsome brother in a silver robe, Xiao Yu was a little excited and held Xiao Ning's palm. After a year, you have become stronger. I heard that you broke off the engagement with Nalan Yanran. Do you look down on her? I still remember that you asked for this engagement when you were a child. That's just childish ignorance. It doesn't count. The matter of breaking off the engagement is just to give both of us freedom. There is no other reason. Shook his head slightly and explained. Xiao Yuanhai looked at the two children he raised. They seemed to have drunk a lot of wine. He was a little melancholy for a while. Unconsciously, you two have grown up. Yuer is a genius of Canaan College, and Ninger is even more talented. If she enters Canaan College, her talent will be fully tapped and her strength will be improved faster. It's time to talk to you about that matter. Sighing, Xiao Yuanhai restrained his emotions and looked at Xiao Yu with serious eyes. Xiao Yu turned his head and looked at Xiao Yuanhai in confusion. Grandpa, what's the matter? So serious? Xiao Ning was also a little puzzled. In terms of the current situation, Xiao Yuanhai should be an old man who lives a very good life. Is there something wrong? Yuer, actually you are not Xiao Ning's biological sister, Xiao Yuanhai said slowly. What? Xiao Yu stood up a little unexpectedly. For a moment, she couldn't believe it. After all, they have been siblings for more than 10 years. How could it be fake? Xiao Ning was also shocked. What was going on? According to the influence of duty bloodline, Xiao Yu is indeed from the Xiao family. She is a powerful Dozun in the end. How could she not be her biological sister? Xiao Yuanhai drank a glass of wine, looked up at the bright moon in the sky outside the door, and his eyes seemed to go back to more than 10 years ago. 20 years ago, the patriarch of our family was a Duwang-level strongman, and the family business was thriving. I led several powerful family members to follow the old patriarch to carry out tasks. Unexpectedly, that mission completely ruined the Xiao family's chance to rise. We encountered a powerful monster, a sixth-order monster with terrifying strength. The head of the family died in order to protect us young people. During the escape, the team I led was attacked by many monsters. There was a man who wanted to protect me. Xiao Ning immediately guessed the result of such a glitch story. Could that man be my sister's father? Wiping a tear from the corner of his eye, Xiao Yuanhai nodded gently to Xiao Yu. Yes, if it weren't for him, I would have died long ago. Before he died, he asked me to take good care of his wife who was about to give birth. Grandpa, what about my mother? Why have I never seen my mother? Xiao Yu asked emotionally. When I returned to the family, your mother was giving birth. Unfortunately, even if we found the best midwife, it was difficult to save her from dystocia. At her strong request, you were saved and she followed your father. Xiao Yuanhai said with a heavy face. Even though he was in a high position and had great power, even the head of the Xiao family had to give him some respect. But there were many things that he could not change. It turned out to be like this. Mother? Although they had never met, the mother-son love was engraved in their blood, and Xiao Yu could not help crying. Xiao Yuanhai poured himself a glass of wine and continued. At that time, Ninger's parents had been childless for many years, so I asked them to adopt you and raise you as their own daughter. Not long after adopting you, they had their own child. Xiao Ning felt a little sad when he heard this. It turned out that there was such a story about his birth. In addition, he also knew some of the past of the Xiao family. It seems that the Xiao family had the opportunity to make friends with the Nalan family more because of the old patriarch who was at the Dowang level. As for Shaolin, he seemed to be more of an unlucky guy. He died a few years after succeeding the patriarch. This can also explain why the Nalan family has not come for more than 10 years after the death of these two people. The Xiao family, which only has a great Dou Qi, no longer has any qualifications. Xiao Yuanhai looked at Xiao Yu's pretty appearance and suddenly chuckled. The people of the Nalan family are opportunistic. Since the death of the previous patriarch Shaolin, they have completely stopped dealing with us. I don't like people from the Nalan family from the bottom of my heart. Compared to never meeting Nalan Yanran, I hope that you can become Ninger's wife. In this way, if your parents know about it in the afterlife, they will also know that I, Xiao Yuanhai, have fulfilled my promise. Xiao Ning's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was shocked. He had some ideas about this leg goddess sister, who was no longer related to him by blood, but he didn't expect Xiao Yuanhai to be so direct. Grandpa, you really deserve to be the villain, Grandpa. Chapter 61. Physical Contradiction. After receiving such complex information in a short period of time, Xiao Yu's brain didn't know how to react for a while. and he was dazed on the chair. His strange life experience, the grandfather he called for many years was not his biological grandfather, and the younger brother who grew up with him was not related by blood, and the relationship between the two would become even closer. Xiao Ning naturally wouldn't say anything, just make a fortune in silence. Seeing that the two were silent, Xiao Yuanhai said to himself, "You two grew up together, and now this is just a step further in your relationship. The wedding can be held later, because now is the best time for you to practice. But don't be too concerned about these red tapes. If you wait until you are 40 or 50 years old to have a son like Ninger's father, then I am afraid that I will be too old to hold my grandson. Grandpa, if you keep talking nonsense like this, I will leave." Seeing that Xiao Yuanhai was getting more and more outrageous, Xiao Yu shouted with red cheeks, "Grandpa, don't be too self-deprecating. With the help of the teacher's elixir, your strength will definitely reach a higher level, and you will have no problem living for a few hundred years." Xiao Ning consoled, "With the blessing of Dou Di bloodline in the future, it is not impossible to become Dou Sheng in the blink of an eye. Grandpa, you will have plenty of time to live by then." With a laugh, Xiao Yuanhai picked up the chopsticks. Eat. Xiao Ning picked up the chopsticks and glanced at the dishes on the table, and found that the dishes were not very simple. Scrambled eggs with leeks, steamed oysters, scallops with garlic sauce, braised prawns. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Under the bright moonlight, there was a long and secluded path in the garden. The drooping branches stood on both sides of the path. The leaves reflected the gray-silver light, the colorful buds in the daytime. At this time, there were faint colors flashing, so ethereal and so gentle. The moonlight and the night took away all the charm of the colors, but the fragrance was richer and sweeter than during the day. After blowing the cold night wind for a while, the heat in the body was suppressed a little. "What's wrong with you? It seems that you are a little abnormal since you came out of Grandpa's yard. Did you eat something bad?" Xiao Yu, who was standing by, noticed Xiao Ning's abnormality and couldn't help asking, "Is it okay? He ate so many things with bullets." Xiao Ning sighed and waved his hand. "No, maybe I ate too much." Passing through the quiet path of the garden, he came to Xiao Yu's residence. Under the bright moonlight, looking at Xiao Yu's graceful figure, Xiao Ning's heart beat violently for a while. "What do you mean by Grandpa's words?" Thinking that Grandpa was determined to talk about being alone with him, Xiao Yu put her hands behind her back, and for a moment, like a shy girl, she looked up at Xiao Ning. After more than a year of not seeing him, he seemed to be more handsome. Wearing a luxurious silver-white robe, his black eyes were as deep as a pool of water, shining with a charming luster. Tall figure, soared eyebrows and star eyes set off his whole person. He looked more handsome, and I heard from my grandfather that his strength has broken through to a one-star Du Shi. Such qualifications are extremely rare even in Canaan Academy. Without an answer in his heart, Xiao Yu asked back, "What do you think?" No refusal. Xiao Ning stepped forward and held Xiao Yu in his arms domineeringly. "This is my decision. I used to wonder who would end up with such a beautiful sister. Now I don't have that worry anymore. I haven't agreed yet, and I'm your sister, and you're getting more and more outrageous," Xiao Yu said with the authority of a strict sister. Xiao Ning smiled. "Grandpa has said that we are not siblings and have no blood relationship. As for the rest, I won't let go, and the sorrow can only be left to others." His fingers slid up along Xiao Yu's silky college dress across her fair neck, and his fingers gently pinched Xiao Yu's chin, his eyes looking straight at that delicate face. "After my examination just now, with my keen sense as a pharmacist, Yuer is really a model of good fertility." As he said that, Xiao Ning revealed his foxtail and laughed. "Yuer, you tell me, how many do you want?" Xiao Yu leaned weakly on Xiao Ning's chest, as if a tiny electric current passed through her body. "Why didn't I see that you are such a bad boy before? You are so bad. How can there be such a dishonest alchemist as you?" "Yuer, how is this dishonest?" Xiao Ning said seriously. "Having children is a natural thing and a moral principle. Grandpa is eager to hold his grandson, so how can we avoid it? Call me sister, you little bad boy." He tapped Xiao Ning on the head, his attitude softened a little. He lowered his head slightly, thought carefully for a while and said, "How about two? One boy and one girl." "Two? That's a bit difficult. We need to work hard," Xiao Ning said with a heavy face. After a simple touch, Xiao Yu hurriedly pushed Xiao Ning away and covered her body with a painful look. "My Dou Qi just raged for a while. It hurts so much." Xiao Ning's head buzzed, and he exerted his soul power to check Xiao Yu's body. "It seems that there is nothing unusual?" The soul power was not good enough, so Xiao Ning sent a wisp of Dou Qi into Xiao Yu's body to check Xiao Yu's condition. Contacting Xiao Ning's hot fire attribute Dou Qi, the slowly circulating water attribute Dou Qi in Xiao Yu's body suddenly resisted fiercely, impacting Xiao Yu's tender meridians, and Xiao Ning immediately retracted his Dou Qi. It turned out to be like this. After understanding the cause of the matter, Xiao Ning lowered his head and explained to the somewhat panicked Xiao Yu, "The Dou Qi I practiced is too hot, and your physique and the skills you practice are all water attributed. The two attributes restrain each other, so this happened." With the blessing of the two powerful techniques, Xuantian Body Refining Technique and Tianyan Divine Technique, his body is like a magic core that constantly emits scorching fire energy, which is difficult for ordinary people to feel. However, people whose fighting spirit is water attributed can easily detect it, just like they are afraid of poison and cannot be contaminated with too much. "Then what should we do?" Xiao Yu asked nervously. Xiao Ning sighed. "I just need to find a powerful technique for you to make the water-attributed fighting spirit in your body stronger, and this restraint will turn into mutual promotion, and bad things can turn into good things. If two people are together for a long time, not only will the fighting spirit in their bodies be able to increase continuously, but it will also be purer than the fighting spirit condensed during cultivation. I'm practicing the powerful Xuan-level high-level techniques in the academy. Isn't that powerful enough? If the advanced Xuan-level skills don't work, then we need the Earth-level skills." Xiao Yu opened her lips slightly, with a hint of surprise on her face. Chapter 62. The Decision of the Meidel Family. At the Meidel auction house in Wutan City, in front of the round table in the quiet room, Meidel Tengshan squinted his eyes and turned to look at Yafei in a red dress. Although the development of things is a bit unexpected, with the help of the alchemist, and with the talent of young master Xiao Ning, even if Nalan Yanran has the help of Yunlan sect and Dan King Gui, defeat is inevitable. Their engagement will definitely be cancelled. "Yafei, I heard that you have met young master Xiao Ning. What is your impression of him?" Tengshan asked softly. The head of the middle family came in person. How could Yafei, who is as smart as she is, not guess what this was for? Leaning back on the chair with a tired body, Yafei's eyes were complicated. She didn't expect that after all her efforts in the past few years, she would still be unable to escape the ending of the marriage. Looking at Yafei for a long time without saying anything, Guni stroked his beard. "I have seen Master Xiao Ning of the Xiao family several times. He is dignified and has an extraordinary temperament. Moreover, his aptitude for practicing Dou Qi is extremely strong. He has become a Dou master at a young age, and now he has become the disciple of the alchemist. Looking at the entire Jiama Empire, it is probably difficult to find a second person who can match the young master Xiao Ning of the Xiao family." Seeing that Yafei still had no reaction, Tengshan sighed. "You are in charge of the business of liquid medicine. You should know how powerful the profits it generates are. Now the profits from liquid medicine alone account for 70% of the family's income. If there is a problem with the source of liquid medicine supply, not only will the profits disappear, but the reputation accumulated by the middle family for hundreds of years will also be severely impacted. I'm afraid the impact of the matter is far more than that. Those families that are agents of the liquid medicine may also become enemies with the middle family. It is possible that the middle family will be overthrown in an instant." Yafei analyzed with a heavy face. The matter of the liquid medicine is not only unilaterally responsible by the middle family. Like Wutan City, there are many famous families that are agents for the bathing spirit liquid. Since you know the seriousness of the matter, you should know that this is also my helpless move, and Xiao Ning is very outstanding. If it can be accomplished, you will have a good home. In this way, I have not let your parents down." Even though more than 20 years have passed, the memory of the scene where Yafei's parents risked their lives to save her is still vivid in his mind, Middle Tengshan said with a melancholy look. Yafei does not have a very deep background. The reason why she can have a second-grade alchemist accompany her is that her parents once risked their lives to save Tengshan's life. Taking off the black ring in his hand and pushing it in front of Yafei, Tengshan said in a deep voice, "There is the alchemy cauldron that Xiao Ning needs in it. You should give it to him tomorrow." Picking up the ring, Yafei was a little surprised. "Tomorrow? Are you in such a hurry?" Guni put down the teacup in his hand and said meaningfully, "The 3-year agreement between Master Xiao Ning and Nalan Yanran has spread like wildfire. People who know Xiao Ning's identity will probably come to make friends with him soon. We have to be in a hurry." Twisting the ring and thinking for a while, Yafei said, "Give me some time to think, and I'll go to the Xiao family tomorrow afternoon." Without paying attention to Tang Shan's decision, Yafei stood up and left the quiet room. Master, give Yafei some time. Over the years, the family has become as powerful as Yunlin sect, and she has contributed half of it. Guni looked at Tang Shan with difficulty and pleaded for Yafei. Tang Shan laughed. I know all this. Since Yafei wants half a day, give her time. After all, she is a future noble. Once the matter is accomplished, even I cannot offend her. Master, can this really be accomplished? Xiao Ning did not even like the direct disciple of the master of Yunlan's sect, and he broke off the engagement. Although Guni's strength is not high, his rich experience makes him more sensitive than ordinary people. Alas! Tangshan waved his hand, and his opinion was completely different from Master Guni's. Nalan Yanran is good, but she is too young. If it were a few years later, Yafei might not have an advantage, but now she is no worse than Nalan Yanran. In that case, it seems that there is a chance. Young genius and a beautiful woman by his side, maybe it will become a good story in the future. Master Guni nodded slightly. He was young once, and he knew that compared to a young girl, Yafei would be more popular with young boys. Tung Shan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the round table. There was one thing he didn't say. Regarding the engagement between Yafei and Xiao Ning, he didn't want to fight for Yafei's position as the main wife. I believe that as long as Xiao Ning is a normal boy, he will agree to have such a beautiful concubine. In the early morning, the sun rose slowly. It shook out its colorful clothes glittering with golden light, and blew up the breeze, driving away the darkness and dispersing the silence. Then, the tits that perched on the branches at night, and the birds that slept in the nests spread their wings and flew high into the blue sky. Sitting at the dining table, Xiao Ning looked at Xiao Yu, who hardly moved his chopsticks beside and swallowed the meat bun in his mouth. Don't you want to eat? The jade hand pinched the soft flesh on Xiao Ning's waist imperceptibly, and Xiao Yu whispered, You little rascal, you made me eat so many midnight snacks last night. How can I have an appetite now? Xiao Ning replied, That is the energy essence of a powerful monster. A drop is worth 1,000 gold coins and can greatly improve your physique. Many people want to eat it but can't. You are just talking nonsense. Xiao Yu closed her beautiful eyes and turned her head away from Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning was helpless. What he said was the truth. Why didn't he believe it? What a conspiracy theorist. After practicing 3 powerful exercises, the energy is far beyond ordinary medicine. Looking up at Xiao Shuner and Xiao Mei who were whispering, Xiao Ning asked with a smile, What are you talking about? Sister Yuer is back from the academy. We want to stop practicing today and go out with her to have a good day. Xiao Shuner said softly. Xiao Yan is very honest now, and it is impossible for him to have any major accidents. They haven't seen each other for a long time, so they should go out for a walk. After a brief thought, Xiao Ning nodded. How about taking a day off today and taking you to buy some nice clothes? Seeing the stockings on Nalan Yanran's legs, he also wanted Xiao Shuner and the others to try them on, especially Xiao Yu. Such a good condition should not be wasted. There is no decision yet on Xiao Yu's martial arts, so going out to relax can also open up their minds. Seeing that the 4 of them have almost finished eating, Xiao Qingshe got up and began to clear the table. You guys go out and play, but don't play too late. Come back early. Chapter 63 Sister's Address. You should go too. You can't stay at home all the time. Xiao Ning glanced at the busy Xiao Qingshe and said calmly. Me? Xiao Qingshe seemed a little unbelievable, and the porcelain bowl in her hand almost fell over. You are all young people. It's not appropriate for me to go. Xiao Mei stood up and threw herself into Xiao Qingshe's arms. Mother, you are also very young. If the 2 of us walk on the street, you can't tell that we are mother and daughter. I'm afraid more people will think we are sisters. As she said that, Xiao Mei also called out sister, like a spoiled child. Then let's all call Aunt Shui sister from now on. Xiao Ning smiled meaningfully. Okay, Sister Shui, just come with us. Xiao Shuner stood up and came to the other side of Xiao Qingshui, pulling her arm and begging. Xiao Qingshui put down the porcelain bowl in her hand, looked at the 2 clingy little girls helplessly. I'll go anyway, but I have to wait until I finish packing these things. She raised her eyes and glanced at Xiao Ning with a reproachful look. Others might think that it was just a simple change of address, but she knew clearly what this young master was planning. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Xiao Ning left the Xiao family with 4 beauties, each with their own characteristics. Crossing a street, the 5 people came to the most prosperous commercial street and suddenly heard the crackling sound of firecrackers. Looking at the direction of the surging flow of people, Xiao Mei asked curiously with a half-eaten candied hawes, What kind of new store is opened over there? It's so lively? Standing in place, his mind sank, and quietly listened to the sound in the distance. Xiao Ning explained, "It seems to be a newly opened clothing store, selling something called Tianluo shirt. It's actually Tianluo shirt." Xiao Qingshui's beautiful eyes suddenly showed a touch of brilliance. The careful Xiao Ning found that not only Xiao Qingshui was very interested in this Tianluo shirt, but even Xiao Mei, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Shuner were also very interested. "Is this Tianluo shirt famous?" Ning asked in confusion. Xiao Mei shook her head helplessly. "Brother Xiao Ning, it's normal for you, a crazy cultivator, not to understand. This Tianluo shirt is the most famous clothing in the Jiama Empire, and it is the clothing that many noble young masters and young ladies strive to pursue." After listening to Xiao Mei's explanation, Xiao Ning nodded slightly. It turned out to be a luxury store. For many years, he has been busy practicing, and he knows almost nothing about these details. It is said that the power behind the sale of this Tianluo shirt also manufactures alchemist robes for the most distinguished professional alchemist on the continent. This Tianluo shirt is a substitute product, which is why it is popular in the Jiama Empire, and even the royal family likes it very much. Xiao Yu further said. Her white fingers slid on Xiao Ning's silver robe, and Xiao Shuner smiled and said, "Brother Xiao Ning, you are wearing the best Tianluo shirt, don't you? Know it yourself?" Xiao Ning laughed. He really didn't know. After having Xiao Qingshui, all the big and small trivial matters were handed over to her. In short, she just had to pick the good ones to buy. With the income from the liquid medicine, he was not short of money. "Let's go. I'll buy a few sets for you today." Xiao Ning took Xiao Shuner's hand and walked towards the newly opened shop. Leading the four girls into the clothing store, the shopkeeper saw that Xiao Ning was wearing the most high-end Tianluo shirt, and the four girls beside him were extraordinary in appearance, so he immediately came up to greet him personally. "Sir, are you here to buy some clothes for your family? Our weaving workshop has just opened today, and we have women's clothing designed by Miss Juling herself." Glancing at the shop, the new shop had just opened, and there were many people coming, but the clothes on this floor seemed ordinary. Xiao Ning said in a deep voice, "Boss, take us to see the best clothes." The shopkeeper did not feel rude because of Xiao Ning's attitude, but nodded and bowed even more, becoming more respectful, and hurriedly led Xiao Ning and the others to a room on the third floor. The room was very spacious and bright, but in this room there were only a dozen clothes hanging, mostly women's dresses. Xiao Ning took a simple look and found that it was indeed much better than those on the first floor. He turned his head and glanced at Xiao Qingshui, and saw her nodding secretly, and then he knew that there was nothing wrong with the things here. "You go out and wait." Xiao Ning waved to the female shopkeeper. The female shopkeeper nodded slightly and immediately left the room. Rich people have strange habits. It's not uncommon for them to like to stay in the fitting room. There is no girl who doesn't like beautiful dresses. Before the shopkeeper left, Xiao Shuner and Xiao Mei went to see the dresses they liked. Xiao Ning stepped behind Xiao Qingshui and saw her staring at a white dress in a daze. "If you like it, buy it. A dress costs tens of thousands of gold coins. It's too expensive." Xiao Qingshui shook her head. Xiao Ning chuckled. "Then why did you buy so much for me? The clothes you are wearing don't seem to be this kind of special clothes." After paying attention, he found that the clothes were woven with ice silk and soaked in special medicine. Wearing them is indeed beneficial to the human body. "Didn't you say to buy the best?" Xiao Qingshui replied in a low voice. Xiao Ning took off the dress and put it in Xiao Qingshui's arms. "Then the one you use is not the best. When we go back tonight, I will punish you." Turning his head to look at Xiao Shuner, Xiao Mei, and Xiao Yu, he found that the three of them were trying the dress on their bodies. Xiao Qingshui was relieved and looked at Xiao Ning with a reproachful look. If she was discovered, she would be so embarrassed. Reaching out and patting Xiao Qingshui's perky breasts, Xiao Ning said domineeringly, "Go and try it." Holding the exquisite dress tightly in her arms, Xiao Qingshui felt a little touched. Although she had the idea of clinging to the powerful at first, after years of life, she really liked the feeling of being by Xiao Ning's side. Just be a little woman down to earth. It's safe and comfortable. After watching Xiao Qingshui enter the dressing room, Xiao Ning also looked at the men's clothes in the room. Fortunately, most of them are black styles. "Don't you always like silver-white clothes? Why did you pick up the dark black style?" Xiao Yu walked to Xiao Ning and asked. "I want to change my style of dressing recently," Xiao Ning explained casually. He had no choice. He was about to go out, and it was not like he could find a Xiao Qingshui everywhere who could wash and cook for him 24 hours a day. White robes were too dirty. Although he didn't particularly like the color, the style was still okay. Xiao Ning nodded with satisfaction and put all the men's clothes into the ring. Then he asked Xiao Yu, "Sooner and the others went to try on clothes. Why didn't you buy any? Didn't you see anything you liked?" Chapter 64, Getting Engaged Again? Putting her head close to Xiao Ning's ear, Xiao Yu whispered, "I'm afraid your sister Shui is still your love sister, you little rascal." Xiao Ning's face was indifferent. Without showing any panic, he calmly found a water blue dress among the remaining clothes. What satisfied him most was that the dress was paired with a pair of white stockings. This dress is novel and bold in design, and the workmanship is exquisite and perfect. It seems to suit you very well. Go and try it on." Xiao Ning took it off with a smile and compared it with Xiao Yu. "Humph." Seeing Xiao Ning change the subject, Xiao Yu snorted lightly and did not continue her previous topic. She lowered her head and looked at the dress in front of her. In fact, she was also very optimistic about this set, but the price was a little too expensive. It cost 100,000 gold coins, which was comparable to the robe of an alchemist. "It's too expensive. There's no need to wear such expensive clothes." Xiao Yu shook her head. When Xiao Ning took it off just now, he noticed the price of the dress and sighed in his heart. This woman's money seemed to make more money than the medicine business. Fortunately, he had plenty of money. What's the point of spending some money? Let your woman wear something pleasing to the eye first. My teacher is a powerful alchemist. This little money is nothing. Where do you think I got so much money to buy this Tianluo shirt? It's all my teacher who gave me the funds." Xiao Ning explained calmly and whispered to Xiao Yu's ear, "Tonight, I want you to wear this stocking on your legs for me to see. You little bad guy, spend all your gold coins today." Patting the back of Xiao Ning's hand, Xiao Yu picked up the dress and walked towards the fitting room. Looking at the slender jade legs walking slowly, Xiao Ning smiled. This idea is probably difficult to realize. He has billions of gold coins in his hand. Buying this thing is really a drop in the bucket. Not long after, the four people walked out of the fitting room. Xiao Ning's eyes lit up. This money is really worth it. After years of nourishment, the most mature Xiao Qingxue has a wonderful and graceful figure. Wearing a white skirt with a simple and plain makeup, Xiao Qingxue exudes endless mature and charming charm. Furthermore, the look of reluctance in Xiao Qingxue's eyes made Xiao Ning feel the strange heat of the fire attribute fighting spirit in his body. Xiao Mei chose a maple red dress, and Xiao Shuner chose a light purple dress. One was delicate and charming, and the other was beautiful. Xiao Ning took a deep look at the two of them. It would be great if there was a sisterly competition. However, what Xiao Ning was most satisfied with was Xiao Yu wearing stockings. Although Xiao Shuner was beautiful, she was still too young now. The aqua blue dress perfectly showed Xiao Yu's tall figure. Last night, she took the expensive essence energy, and her appearance was improved. At this moment, she seemed like a fairy descending from heaven. The long and curved willow leaf eyebrows, the pair of watery phoenix eyes, the nose was like a hanging gallbladder, the red lips and pearly teeth, the delicate and transparent pink ears, the 3,000 black hair hanging down to the temple, and the slender jade legs were wearing a pair of white stockings. Xiao Ning was stunned by the beautiful curves, the plump but slender and charming figure that fit closely together. Xiao Ning coughed after being choked by his saliva and walked out of the door awkwardly. "I'll go pay." Leaving the weaving workshop, Xiao Ning thought to himself that if he wanted to live such a comfortable and pleasing life, he had to be rich. He spent nearly 2 million just to buy a dozen sets of clothes. The group strolled until noon, ate something in a restaurant, and strolled for half a day, until sunset, when they went home talking and laughing. Xiao Ning twisted the storage ring on his hand that was already full. "I have to get a high-level storage ring when I have the chance." This small storage ring is about to be broken. After entering the gate of the Xiao family, the butler Mo in a gray robe stopped Xiao Ning. Looking at the young ladies beside Xiao Ning, Butler Mo bowed slightly and then looked directly at Xiao Ning. "Young master, you are finally back. The great elder told you to come back and find him in his courtyard. There is a distinguished guest visiting." "Huh? Distinguished guest?" Xiao Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. Nal and Yanren had already broken off the engagement, so who would be the distinguished guest? Butler Mo said, "I don't know the identity of the person who came, but I see Miss Yafei from the Meitel auction house is also here, so he should be from the Meitel family." Xiao Ning nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work, Butler Mo." Turning around and looking at the women, Xiao Ning said softly, "You can go back first. I have to go to my grandfather's place." After saying goodbye to everyone, Xiao Ning walked on the quiet path, speculating in his heart. It's only been a few days since the identity was spread, and the top leaders of the Meitel family came so quickly. I have to find a way to negotiate a good price and sell the prescription for this liquid medicine. For more than 10 years, the liquid medicine used by the people of the Jiama Empire all came from the Medicine Emperor Cauldron. Soon, he will leave Wutan City to gain experience, so he will naturally not be able to do the work of refining and delivering the liquid medicine. Passing through the Xiao family's garden, Xiao Ning stepped into the living room of Xiao Yuanhai's courtyard. In the middle of the living room, Xiao Yuanhai was chatting and laughing with a squinty-eyed middle-aged man, and to the right of the squinty-eyed middle-aged man was Yafei, who was sitting upright in a red cheongsum. "Grandpa, are you looking for me?" Xiao Ning interrupted their conversation. "Ninger, let me introduce you to the head of the Meitel family, Meitel Tangshan." Xiao Yuanhai pointed at Yafei and said, "This is the person in charge of the Meitel auction house, Miss Yafei. They are here today to get engaged to you." "Ha, another engagement?" Thinking about selling the pill formula, Xiao Ning's eyes were fixed on Yafei when he heard the word engagement, and his smile froze. Seeing Xiao Ning's expression, Tangshan felt something was not good, and laughed. "Let the young talk about the young people's affairs. Yafei, don't you have a medicine, cauldron, to give to Master Xiao Ning? You two can have a good chat. I'm going to taste wine with Master Xiao." "Brother Tangshan, is the orchid wine you said to be treasured for 150 years true?" Xiao Yuanhai stood up and asked with a smile. "Don't worry, Master Xiao. The orchid wine is only more years old. Let's go. I also invited the famous chef of the Jiama Empire. We have to get drunk tonight." Tangshan laughed heartily. Looking at the two people talking to themselves, Xiao Ning's eyelids were almost cramped when he blinked at Xiao Yuanhai. But the excuse he got was just that Xiao Yuanhai simply nodded at him and gave him a meaningful smile. "This Yafei is a very good girl to raise. Boy, you seize the opportunity and marry her home quickly." Chapter 65, Woman's Heart. The two elders left, leaving only the handsome Xiao Ning alone. Although she was eloquent on weekdays, Yafei was now a little speechless and didn't know how to start. Seeing Yafei's embarrassment, Xiao Ning suggested, "It's too depressing here. Let's go to a spacious place to talk." She had no idea for a while, and now that Xiao Ning spoke, Yafei nodded slightly and got up from the chair. Things turned out to be beyond expectations, and Xiao Ning didn't have a good decision for a while. He needed some time to think. Why are they suddenly getting engaged? Taking Yafei to the back mountain of the Xiao family, Xiao Ning took out a sandalwood tea table, and the Tianyan divine art in his body was running. He lit the charcoal stove and soon cooked a pot of tea. Kneeling opposite Xiao Ning, Yafei was a little absent-minded for a while. This young man with a noble bearing and extraordinary temperament had extraordinary aptitude in fighting spirit cultivation, and now he also had a powerful alchemist teacher, which seemed to be a good choice. You know, according to the speculation of his family, his teacher was at least a 7th-grade alchemist, much more powerful than the current #1 alchemist in the Jiama Empire, Danwang Guhei. Being able to refine the amount of liquid medicine needed by a country, he must have a large number of alchemists, and the 7th grade is just a conservative estimate. Ding, Yafei's favorability increased by 20, and the current total favorability is 40. Very friendly. Looking at Yafei in a trance, Xiao Ning picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for her, and said softly, "Try my Lingwu tea. It is helpful for fighting spirit cultivation." "Ah!" Yafei exclaimed in surprise, realizing that she had lost her composure, and quickly picked up the white jade teacup in front of her, covered her face with her jade hand to hide her embarrassment, and took a sip. As the warm tea went down her throat, Yafei suddenly felt that the Dou Qi in her body, which had been stagnant for a long time, had miraculously increased a little. She looked down at the teacup, and a strange color appeared in her beautiful eyes. "This tea? Your strength is still at the Dou level. This tea will be of great benefit to you. I'll give you some when you leave." Xiao Ning explained with a smile. This thing was made out of his own interest. The materials used were enough to refine a 4th-grade elixir, which was difficult for only rich people to enjoy. Ding, Yafei's favorability increased by 5 and the current total favorability is 45. Very friendly. After drinking the remaining tea in the cup, Yafei looked up at this young man who was much younger than her, but of an extremely noble status. "I wonder what Master Xiao Ning means about the engagement?" When she asked this question, Yafei felt a little entangled in her heart. She hoped that Xiao Ning would agree to it, so that she would be satisfied while meeting the family's expectations. At the same time, she hoped that Xiao Ning would not agree to it and give her a free life. Picking up the teapot and pouring another cup of tea for Yafei, Xiao Ning stared at Yafei's charming face and asked, "What do you think, Miss Yafei?" After thinking all the way, he had already made a clear decision in his heart. Although Yafei's cultivation aptitude is average, she is not an ordinary woman. She is arrogant, and a simple marriage will not make her completely fall in love. If you want to completely get this beauty, you need some other means. My idea? Ha! Yafei chuckled, and her laughter was full of helplessness. The family needs me to complete this marriage. My idea is no longer important. The victim of the family marriage? Xiao Ning drank the tea in the cup and put it down. Miss Yafei, don't be so self-deprecating. From the teacher, I heard about your deeds and how you can handle the matter of the medicine liquid so well. Even if your cultivation aptitude is average, you should have a place on the mainland in the future. Hearing Xiao Ning's high evaluation of herself, Yafei was a little surprised. You know, the man in front of her is a complete genius, whether in fighting spirit cultivation or in refining medicine. So Master Xiao Ning has taken a fancy to Yafei and agreed to this marriage? Although Yafei's delicate face showed a gentle smile like spring water, she couldn't help but feel lonely in her heart. Sure enough, most men are the same. Xiao Ning shook his head. No, that's not what I meant. Huh? Yafei looked at Xiao Ning unexpectedly. How could this be possible? How could a man resist her temptation? It must be said that women's hearts are like needles in the sea. This sentence is really very reasonable. They want people to agree, but they're disappointed after agreeing. After refusing, there are surprises. Xiao Ning said softly, I didn't agree. I have always refused this kind of compulsory marriage. The cancellation of the engagement with Nalan Yanran is more to oppose this unreasonable rule. Master Xiao Ning's choice, Yafei knows. Yafei frowned. The marriage failed. The middle family must think of a retreat before the medicine business goes bad. Seeing that Yafei was about to get up and leave, Xiao Ning spoke again, pointing to the untouched tea in front of Yafei. Miss Yafei, don't be so anxious to leave. Didn't you just start drinking this tea? Huh? Yafei looked at Xiao Ning with some surprise. Hadn't everything been discussed? Xiao Ning said in a deep voice, I'm not surprised that the head of the Meidel family came here today. The teacher asked me to reveal my identity more for this purpose. What surprised me was that the Meidel family actually thought of the marriage directly. It seems that both the teacher and I have underestimated the appeal of my alchemist identity. Huh? Master Xiao Ning's exposure of his identity was planned in advance. It's not surprising that the Meidel family's high-level people came. Yafei thought about it, based on the information she had, and suddenly thought of a possibility. To be able to attract the attention of the alchemist master, and to attract the high-level people of the Meidel family, could it be for the medicine liquid business? Yafei asked a little nervously. The matter of this medicine liquid is too important. If something goes wrong, the Meidel family, which is now as glorious as the Yunlan sect, may disappear in the Jiama Empire in an instant. Xiao Ning nodded slightly. It is indeed this matter. Miss Yafei is really smart. The teacher came to the Jiama Empire to save money and prepare to break through the 8th grade alchemist. Now the things are almost ready, and there has been a traitor recently. He is no longer interested in this medicine liquid and wants to sell the pill formula to the Meidel family in its entirety. These few words shocked Yafei. The alchemist was about to break through to the 8th grade alchemist. What surprised her even more was that the alchemist wanted to sell the recipe. The profit that the recipe could generate was an astronomical figure. Chapter 66 Transaction. What does young Master Xiao Ning want, as long as the Meidel family can afford it? Yafei stared at Xiao Ning with firm eyes, her tone carrying a hint of pleading. Having personally established the business network for this medicine, she knew the value of the recipe better than anyone else. Xiao Ning calmly added some water to the empty purple clay teapot. Then he said, Compared to the Meidel family, which I am not very familiar with, I would rather do business with Miss Yafei. Me? Yafei pointed at herself in disbelief. Her strength was just that of a fighter. She had never entered the upper echelons of the family power. What could be worth trading? Don't doubt it, Miss Yafei. Your ability is unique in the entire continent. You are fully qualified to trade with me. Picking up the bamboo sticks made of ironwood bamboo and poking the charcoal fire to make it burn more vigorously. Xiao Ning sat up straight and looked at Yafei. After drinking the somewhat cold tea in front of him and suppressing the excitement in her heart, Yafei asked, I wonder what Master Xiao Ning wants to trade? The marriage just now seemed to have failed to catch the eye of Master Xiao Ning. Yafei really didn't know what else could be worthy of Master Xiao Ning's interest. The fair jade hands moved the red skirt, and the snow-white skin was faintly visible, tempting people to commit crimes. If ordinary people saw it, it would be difficult to remain calm. But Xiao Ning grew up in a group of beauties, and he had seen the leg god Xiao Yu, so this little scene was nothing. It seemed that he had not only seen the leg god. With a light wave of his hand, the power of the soul was exerted, and suddenly a weak wind formed, suppressing the fluttering dress. After pouring another cup of tea for Ya Fei, Xiao Ning sat up straight and said, "Let me tell you my request first." "Huh? Not affected at all?" As Ya Fei's favorability rose again, she also calmed down and listened attentively. It was indeed extraordinary that Xiao Ning could become the disciple of a 7th-grade alchemist. Ding, Ya Fei's favorability increased by 5, and the current total favorability is 50. "First, I want to enter into a marriage contract with Miss Ya Fei." In the puzzled eyes of Ya Fei, Xiao Ning explained, "This engagement is a fake engagement, and only a few people will know about it. The identity of a pharmacist's disciple is a good thing for me, but it also brings a lot of trouble." On the way here, he probably understood that the Mittel family was just attracted by his identity as a pharmacist's disciple. If they rejected Ya Fei, there would be no telling how many similar incidents would happen in the future. "I didn't expect that a woman would become a shield one day," Fei said self-pityingly, and her weak appearance, as if she could cry in the blink of an eye, made people feel pity. Xiao Ning smiled lightly. "Miss Ya Fei, there is no need to act. While you become my shield, I have also become your shield." "What is the second condition?" Ya Fei restrained the expression on her face and instantly returned to her original cheerful and talkative appearance. "The second condition is that the pill recipe will not let the Mittel family buy out the pill recipe, but will use a guaranteed profit-sharing method to pay the pill recipe price." With both hands on the table, Ya Fei supported her chin with her jade hands, pondered for a moment, and asked in some confusion, "What is the guaranteed share?" Glancing at the necklace around Ya Fei's neck, Xiao Ning thought to himself, "Wearing such a heavy necklace, you must be tired now." With a chuckle, he explained, "This method does not require the Miter family to take out all the funds at once. A certain amount of gold coins will be given as a guarantee every month, and it can be paid in multiple installments. In addition, I need to give me 10% of the profit of the liquid medicine every month." Picking up the teacup and tasting the tea, Ya Fei put down the teacup. "I agree to this condition on behalf of the Miter family. As for the guaranteed price and how long it will take to pay it back, I need to go back and discuss it with the family." Feeling that after drinking Lingwu tea, the fighting spirit in her body has increased a lot. A cup of tea is almost equivalent to her one day's practice. Ya Fei picked up the teapot and poured herself a cup. "You should have more than these 2 conditions. Just the last one. The growth of an alchemist requires a vast amount of medicinal materials and magic cores. I hope you can use the resources in your hands to provide me with resources as much as possible, and I will pay you with gold coins. The reason why the teacher left this recipe to me is largely for this purpose," Xiao Ning said with a slightly serious expression. "Gold coins should be exchanged for resources as much as possible. If they leave this northwest region, they will not be of much use. Speaking of this, I have something else to give you." Ya Fei twisted the storage ring on her finger, and a black light flashed. An exquisite medicine cauldron immediately appeared on the grass beside her. This cauldron was cast by the famous master Hole of the Jiama Empire using the essence of fire. It not only has a certain increase in the fighting spirit and flame, but also some rare metals mixed in it can increase the success rate of refining medicine. Recently, this kind of medicine cauldron is very popular among the alchemists of the Jiama Empire, Ya Fei said with a smile, her eyes moving, and her heart was moved. "I know that this kind of primary medicine cauldron is not very appealing to you, but time is short, and a good-grade medicine cauldron needs a certain amount of time to forge. I believe it will be delivered to Wutan City in less than half a month. By the way, there are also primary medicinal materials specially prepared by the family in this ring, which you can use as a trial of alchemy." Ya Fei took off the ring on her hand and placed it on the table, pushing it in front of Xiao Ning. Ding, seize the primary alchemy cauldron of the protagonist Xiao Yan, affect the direction of the plot, obtain 20,000 villain points, Xiao Yan's protagonist halo 1,000, and the host's villain halo plus 1,000. After taking a look at the system message, Xiao Ning glanced at his total villain points inconspicuously. "I'm still a little short of exchanging skills for Xiao Yu. Alas, I still have to work hard on Ya Fei. This medicine cauldron forged by Yan Huojing is already a good medicine cauldron for a novice alchemist like me. The Mittel family is thoughtful." Glancing down at the storage ring on the table, Xiao Ning picked it up with a smile, circulated his Dou Qi and input it, and immediately put away the medicine cauldron. This storage ring helped him a lot, and now his storage ring is full of stockings and dresses bought by Xiao Suner, Xiao Yu and others. After stating so many conditions, Master Xiao Ning, as a future powerful alchemist, should not use people in vain. Yafei supported the tea table with her jade arms, approached Xiao Ning and looked down at Xiao Ning's face. The delicate cheek approached, and the faint fragrance was inhaled uncontrollably. Xiao Ning turned his head and coughed lightly. This is natural. Seeing Xiao Ning dodging, Yafei was delighted. Before, Xiao Ning was so calm and composed that she thought her charm had diminished. Chapter 67. In a few days I will ask my teacher for a pill so that Miss Yafei can obtain the qualification of a pharmacist, and I will personally teach Miss Yafei the art of refining pills. Xiao Ning said slowly. Among the tens of thousands of pill recipes inherited by the Medicine Emperor, there is an extremely special pill. The domineering effect of this pill can make a person have the physique of a pharmacist directly. However, due to its high cost, it is not necessary for people of the Medicine Clan who are influenced by the blood of the Dou Emperor. The Medicine Emperor only refined it once when verifying his own pill recipe and never refined it again. He just saved the refining method. There is such a magical pill? Yafei looked at Xiao Ning in astonishment with her beautiful eyes. She had wanted to become an alchemist since she was a child to change her fate of future marriage, but she did not meet the stringent qualifications of the alchemist at all. This elixir is not something that ordinary people can enjoy. It is extremely precious, otherwise the alchemist would not be so valuable. Xiao Ning explained. Early as after getting to know Yafei, he had been preparing for this elixir. The gold coins spent over the years were enough to accumulate into an astronomical figure. It was no wonder that the Medicine Emperor abandoned it. Licking her lips lightly, Yafei looked at Xiao Ning gratefully. Then I will have to trouble Master Xiao Ning in the future. Ding, make an engagement with Yafei, affect the direction of the plot. Obtain 30,000 villain points, Xiao Yan's Protagonist Halo -1500, Host's Villain Halo +1500. After the deal was settled, Xiao Ning put away the tea table, led Yafei slowly down the mountain, and followed Yafei to send her back to her residence. After all, he would have to teach Yafei how to make medicine in the future, so he had to understand where she lived. Watching the beautiful figure disappear in his eyes, Xiao Ning turned and walked towards the Xiao family. I got a total of 50,000 villain points from Yafei, plus the remaining villain points I spent before, which is enough to exchange a suitable martial arts for Xiao Mei. The system store opened, and his eyes were locked on the martial arts category. Xiao Yu's physique is of water attribute, and he needs to find a suitable water attribute martial arts. Xiao Ning scanned the area and searched slowly. Among the 4 levels of Dou Qi cultivation techniques, namely, Tiandi Xuanhuang, the strongest technique that a fighter can accept at the beginning of his cultivation, is the primary level of the Earth rank. Only when he is very strong will he choose to change his technique. This has been reflected many times in Xiao Suner and others. Of course, there are always exceptions. Practicing the burning technique, a technique that can be promoted, there is no chance to switch to other techniques unless the skills are abolished. Most of the techniques above the heaven rank sold by the system do not have this restriction on the level of the practitioner and can be practiced directly. However, even the U-level techniques, which are 1 level higher than the heaven rank techniques, consume a lot of villain points. Xiao Ning searched carefully and finally stopped his sights on a special technique, Beiming Xuanyueji. Beiming Xuanyueju is suitable for people with water-attributed constitutions to practice. After practicing this technique, the fighting spirit will have a strong cold and yin energy with terrifying attack power. Although it is only at the primary level of the Earth rank now, it can be upgraded by consuming villain points. This is very humane. The primary level of the heaven rank requires more than 100,000 or 200,000 villain points. The prices of other levels of techniques are even higher. It is better to have a technique that can be continuously upgraded. After spending 60,000 villain points to exchange for this technique and absorbing the information of Beiming Xuanyuejue, Xiao Ning murmured, "It has to be passed down by word of mouth. This technique has a lot of words. I have to speed up and go home quickly." After returning to the Xiao family, Xiao Ning went to the rooms of Xiao Shuner, Xiao Mei, and Xiao Qingshui in turn. After putting down everyone's belongings, he went to Xiao Yu's room. As for the matter of the exercises, there are. Xiao Ning's eyes widened, and the words in his mouth were suddenly stuck. The time was delayed for too long, and Xiao Yu was actually ready to take a shower and go to bed. The next morning, at the back mountain of the Xiao family. After teaching the exercises all night, Xiao Ning sat cross-legged on the ground and stretched his waist. It seems that this cheap thing is not a good thing. The exercises passed down by word of mouth made his lips numb. There are so many words. Can't you write less, or use soul power output? Taking a look at Xiao Yu, the new member of the small group, the careful Xiao, Shuner found a strange phenomenon. The white fingers were placed on Xiao Yu's plump legs and slid gently, and asked with a little confusion, "Sister Yuer, I remember that your dress has stockings. Why don't you wear them?" Xiao Yu put her arm on Xiao Ning's waist inconspicuously and said with a smile, "That pair of white stockings? I accidentally spilled milk last night and all of them were spilled on them. I can't wear them today. Is the ability to pinch people a skill engraved in the genes?" Xiao Ning stretched out his hand to push Xiao Yu's palm away and said in a deep voice, "The key is to practice. Don't chat." Having obtained a new skill, Xiao Yu was also somewhat curious about the effect of his own practice of Beiming Xuanyue and began to practice with his hands in seals. Seeing that Xiao Yu and the other two had entered the state of practice, Xiao Ning rubbed the soft flesh on his waist. "This skill is really amazing. I, who have practiced the Xuantian tempering body technique, seem to be unable to defend against it. After practicing the Purple Mansion's soul technique for a day, the soul power has become fuller." Xiao Ning can't help but look forward to tonight's alchemy. As a qualified teacher before starting to refine the alchemy, Xiao Ning did not forget to check Xiao Qingshui's learning situation. After a long time, glancing at the fragment of black stockings in the palm of his hand, a fiery red flame rose up and instantly burned it into nothingness. Is this thing the easier to tear the more expensive it is? It's over in one go. Shaking off the distracting thoughts in his mind, Xiao Ning turned his head to look at the bright moon outside the window. "We have to hurry up. We have to dig out all my alchemist talents tonight." He twisted the ring on his middle finger, and a red medicine cauldron of nearly half a meter appeared in the room. The whole body of the medicine cauldron was dark red, with a little light on it. At the bottom of the medicine cauldron, there were two ferocious snake heads carved, with their mouths wide open, forming two fire holes connected to each other. The holes were curved and continuous, and the deeper they went, the smaller the diameter was. From a distance, it seemed that there was a mystery hidden inside. At the top of the medicine cauldron, a giant snake was coiled into a dark red lid. There was a special hole on the lid, which was a place for putting in medicinal materials. On the lid, there were some fine holes made of ice silver, which had the effect of heat dissipation to prevent the furnace from exploding due to high temperature. In the middle of the medicine cauldron, a transparent mirror made of ice essence was placed, from which everything inside could be clearly seen when refining medicine. On the surface of the medicine cauldron, there were beautiful and lifelike carvings of monsters, which looked like living things. After searching for the basic recipe in his mind, Xiao Ning took out 3 blood-activating fruits, 2 motherworts and 5 tiankui seeds from the ring given by Ya Fei. Chapter 68. First time refining medicine. This is a basic healing medicine developed by the Medicine Emperor when he was young. Although the grade is very low, it has a resounding name, Yanwang Nuto. No matter how severe the external injury is, it can stop bleeding instantly and save life. The powerful medicine can make the wound scab in a short time. Recalling the steps of refining medicine in the inheritance of the Medicine Emperor, Xiao Ning took a deep breath, and a stream of fighting spirit flowed into the diamond-shaped fighting crystal in his body, and a blazing red flame appeared in his palm. When practicing ordinary yellow-level skills, the condensed flame is light yellow, but when practicing wild-level skills, Xiao Ning's flame is a completely different blazing red flame. Controlled the flame to approach the mouth of the medicine cauldron. He instantly felt a strong suction force, and the flame in his palm immediately passed through the mouth and entered the medicine cauldron. With a muffled hum, the blazing red flames in the medicine cauldron, swirling and burning, illuminating the inside of the medicine cauldron. Next, as long as you find the trace of wood attribute in your body, and then inject it into the medicine cauldron, you can start refining medicine. Closing his eyes, Xiao Ning's mind sank. With a strong soul force, it took only 1 or 2 seconds for him to sense a weak wood attribute in his body. He mobilized the power of the wood attribute and input it into another fire port of the medicine cauldron, and a very thin green airflow was slowly poured in. With the addition of this green airflow, the hot flames that were constantly churning in the medicine cauldron instantly calmed down. This is why the physique of an alchemist must have a wisp of wood attribute mixed with the fire attribute. The fire attribute burns and refines the medicinal materials, while this wisp of wood attribute is responsible for protecting the medicinal materials from being burned instantly. Therefore, this wood attribute cannot be too strong. It only needs to be able to play a protective role. A too strong wood attribute will only restrain the flame from playing a burning role, adding to its own consumption, making it difficult to refine the medicinal materials. The purple soul power controlled the 3 blood-activating fruits in front of him and threw them into the medicine cauldron. The red flames immediately wrapped them up. With excellent soul perception, Xiao Ning was able to accurately control the flame temperature according to the records of the pill recipe. The 3 red blood-activating fruits tumbled in the flames for a while, and the fruits gradually softened and turned into jam, condensing all the medicinal essence of the blood-activating fruits. This thing looks like ketchup! Xiao Ning used his soul power to take out the refined red paste and put it into the jade box. After casually throwing 2 motherworts into the medicine cauldron, Xiao Ning calmly controlled the red flames in the medicine cauldron. The green herbs jumped twice in the flames and immediately withered. The essence contained in the herbs was roasted out by the flames. Through the prism, Xiao Ning saw the green liquid medicine inside the medicine cauldron. He shot 5 tianqi seeds into the medicine cauldron with a flick of his finger, and at the same time, poured the previous red medicine slurry into the medicine cauldron. Xiao Ning took a deep breath and increased the roasting of the tianqi seeds with all his strength. The black herbs became extremely dry under the roasting of the flames. After a few breaths, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the tianqi seeds and finally turned into black powder. It's time to merge. The purple soul power wrapped the essences of the 3 herbs together. Under the roasting of the red flames, a purple-black ointment gradually formed, and a strange medicinal fragrance floated out of the medicine cauldron. Ding! Become a pharmacist in advance, suppress the protagonist's ability, affect the plot, obtain 10,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist aura 500, hosts villain aura plus 500. It's successful. It's surprisingly simple. Xiao Ning took out some medicine bottles, separated the purple-black ointment, and put it into the jade bottle. Picking up one at random, Xiao Ning looked at the black and purple ointment inside the jade bottle. The quality is close to perfect. This simple healing medicine seems to have no difficulty for me. Try the second-grade elixir. Twisting the ring, Xiao Ning put away all the jade bottles, took out 3 purple leaf orchids, 2 bone-washing flowers, and a first-level wood attribute magic core. The body tempering and marrow washing liquid has been sold for quite a bit, and I've seen the Medicine Emperor Cauldron refine it countless times, so I've figured out how to refine it. I wonder what it's like to refine it myself? Xiao Ning grabbed the purple-leafed orchid and threw it into the cauldron. Xiao Ning immediately placed his palm on the cauldron's fire port, and a blazing red flame suddenly appeared inside the cauldron. The flame rose up, enveloping the purple-leafed orchid and burning it. Under the burning of the flame, the purple flower persisted for a while, before it burned into a ball of purple liquid medicine. The blazing red flame suddenly raised the temperature, and wisps of white mist gradually emerged from the purple liquid medicine. The fist-sized ball of liquid medicine slowly began to shrink until it shrank to the size of a fingernail, and the temperature of the flame returned to normal. Without any delay, Xiao Ning used his purple soul power to throw the bone-quenching flowers into the cauldron. Under the burning of the flame, the 2 bone-quenching flowers quickly turned into liquid medicine and merged into the purple medicine drops, forming a ball of dark green liquid medicine. It doesn't seem as difficult as I imagined. After snapping his fingers and throwing the magic core into the medicine cauldron, Xiao Ning's expression suddenly put away the previous playfulness and became serious. Refining the magic core is much more complicated than refining medicinal materials. The Tianyan divine art was running, and the Dou crystal in his lower abdomen trembled slightly. The energy flowed out of the Dou crystal and circulated in the meridians. Xiao Ning increased the output of his own flame Dou Qi, and the temperature of the flame suddenly increased by more than double. Under the high temperature, the wood-attributed magic core flickered. After a few minutes, wood-attributed magic core burned out a drop of cyan liquid. It seemed that it had reached a suitable temperature, and the energy in the magic core slowly appeared. An hour later, the energy in the hard magic was finally burned out. A drop of cyan energy liquid. The soul power radiated out, merging the 2 liquids in the medicine cauldron. After slowly burning for a while, Xiao Ning raised his hand and waved it, opened the top cover of the medicine cauldron, reached out and sucked it into the palm of his hand. This medicine liquid is indeed not something that ordinary people can use. At least 2 or 3 buckets of water must be added to completely dissolve it into a medicine liquid that can be used by people with normal Dou Qi. After practicing the Purple Mansion's soul art and sensing it carefully with his powerful soul power, Xiao Ning once again sighed that his initial decision was correct. The water condensation flower can greatly reduce the concentration of this medicine liquid, so that ordinary people can use it even if it has not undergone the 3-year waste process. Ding. Become a second-grade alchemist in advance, suppress the protagonist's strength, affect the direction of the plot, and obtain 20,000 villain points, Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo 1000, and the host's villain Halo 1000. It seems that my potential is a bit too deep. Let's try to refine a 4th-grade pill directly, Xiao Ning thought boldly. Chapter 69. 4th-grade alchemist thought about what kind of pill he should refine. After searching among the many medicinal materials in his collection, Xiao Ning finally decided to refine a 4th-grade pill called Ice Muscle Snowbone Pill. Ice Muscle and Snowbone pills do not have any benefits for cultivation, but they have great benefits for human skin. Applying them can produce a delicate body like ice muscles and snow bones. It is a kind of pill specially researched by the medicine emperor for his woman, 2 ice muscle grasses, 1 snowbone fruit, and a magic core of a 3rd-level ice attribute monster. After arranging the required medicinal materials and magic cores one by one, Xiao Ning closed his eyes and recalled the refining process of this pill, and then began to inject flames into the medicine cauldron. The blazing red flames rose in the medicine cauldron. Xiao Ning used his purple soul power to suppress the flames to a lower level, and then he bent his fingers to put 2 snow-white ice muscle grasses into the medicine cauldron. Wrapped in the flames, the ice muscle grass appeared in a withered state in the blink of an eye. Xiao Ning tried his best to suppress the temperature of the flames, so that it slowly baked the 2 ice muscle grasses and baked out the purification contained in them. Refining this 4th-grade pill, Xiao Ning obviously felt a little pressure, and it was difficult to control the temperature of the flames as accurately as before. The flame flickered faintly, and several times almost fried the 2 ice muscle grass into ashes. Seeing some gray liquid medicine in the medicine cauldron, Xiao Ning shook his head. The temperature of the flame is too high, and the essence of the purified ice muscle grass is mixed with too many impurities. Although it can be using this liquid medicine to refine the elixir, even if the elixir is successful, I am afraid that the effect will not be as good as 30% of the records. Fortunately, I have collected a lot of medicinal materials, and there are still a few ice muscle grasses. Taking out the rebuttal liquid inside the medicine cauldron, Xiao Ning took out 2 ice muscle grasses from the ring again. Before refining, Xiao Ning recalled his failed experience and then began the second refining. The snow-white ice muscle grass was slowly baked under the wrapping of the flame. Xiao Ning was doing 2 things at the same time, controlling the purple soul power to control the temperature of the flame. With the experience of failure, Xiao Ning's control over the temperature of the flame has improved a lot. His own soul power and fire attribute fighting spirit are extremely strong, and he has long been qualified to become a powerful alchemist. What he lacks is only experience. The snow-white essence was baked out drop by drop from the ice muscle grass. After about half an hour, the ice muscle grass had turned into a fist-sized ball of liquid medicine. Crystal-like jade, white throughout, perfect quality. Xiao Ning smiled calmly and immediately threw the snowbone fruit into the medicine cauldron. The refining of this snowbone fruit is very different from that of ice muscle grass. Ice muscle grass requires an extremely low flame temperature, while the snowbone fruit requires an extremely high temperature. The blazing red flames surged up, and the temperature suddenly increased several times. With the experience of fine control of flames when refining ice muscle grass before, Xiao Ning felt that the control of this high temperature was much simpler than the previous method of suppressing the flame to an extremely low temperature. Under the rising fire, the snowbone fruit quickly turned into a ball of energy and merged into the snow-white liquid medicine. Without any pause, the purple soul power controlled the magic core to be projected into the medicine cauldron. The blazing red flames wrapped around the blue magic core, and Xiao Ning breathed a sigh of relief. The magic core had a solid shell, and it was not as delicate to refine as the refining of medicinal materials, but it took much longer to refine. 2 hours later, looking at the 2 groups of different colored liquid medicine in the medicine cauldron, Xiao Ning formed seals with both hands and began to control the fusion of the two groups of liquid medicine. The white and blue liquid medicine collided and made a hissing sound, and the red flames baked it up. The energy volume of the two groups of liquid medicine shrank rapidly and was highly concentrated. Looking at the snow-white pill prototype that appeared inside the liquid medicine, Xiao Ning waved his fingers and mobilized the remaining blue magic core energy to start repairing the potholes on the prototype of the pill. After about half an hour, Xiao Ning opened the lid of the medicine cauldron and took out the pill that had been refined inside. The ice muscle and snowbone pill was snow-white all over, faintly revealing a touch of blue light, shining brightly and exuding a refreshing fragrance all over. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Xiao Ning took out Madame Mingzhu from the system, leaned his body and fell into her soft embrace, and breathed a sigh of relief. This alchemy is really not an easy job. It seems that for the time being, I can only complete the refining of the 4th grade elixir 100%. If I want to refine the 5th grade elixir with such a high success rate, I still need some training. Ding. The first to become a 4th grade alchemist. Suppress the strength of the protagonist Xiao Yan. Affect the direction of the plot. Get 100,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo 5,000, and the host's villain Halo plus 5,000. Leaning on the soft body of Madame Mingzhu, Xiao Ning saw the system message, and a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that this is a little tiring, but it is worth it. There are so many rewards. While Xiao Ning was happy in his heart, he also knew in his heart that the higher his level, if the protagonist succeeded in slapping him in the face, he would fall more miserably, and he must work hard to practice. Master, what are you laughing at? Why are you laughing so happily? Madame Mingzhu raised her jade hand to tidy up Xiao Ning's hair, and asked with a smile. Her soft voice was full of fascinating charm. Because it was night, Madame Mingzhu wore her black nightgown. The bold cut design exposed a large area of snow-white skin, especially her round and white legs. With a pair of black jade high heels on her feet, her figure looked even more plump and round. Half of her round thighs came out from between the two hems of her black satin. 4 black garters extended from the hem of her corset. The garters were sandwiched with flesh-colored ultra-thin long transparent stockings. Even the delicate lace at the top of the stockings was exposed. The 2 legs in the stockings were slender and round, which was fascinating. Xiao Ning put away the medicine cauldron, stood up and picked up Madame Mingzhu, and slowly walked towards the bed. You big demon, I will tell you the reason now. Master? The eyes were filled with apricot water, and the soul-stirring voice made Xiao Ning quicken his pace. However, while practicing hard, we must not forget to relax our body and mind. At the same time, in the secret quiet room inside the Mitel auction house. After listening to Yafei's description of the process of the engagement, Tengshan thought for a while, sighed, and said in silence, Master Xiao Ning agreed to the engagement but asked for confidentiality. This will inevitably cause other families to covet Master Xiao Ning. We have to think of a way to ensure our status. It's not particularly troublesome. Now there are spies in our family all over the country. It's not difficult to stop other people who come to get engaged. Yafei said, Chapter 70, Robbery of the Kung Fu. This is a good idea. Tengshan suddenly opened his eyes, squinting his eyes wide. After calming down and regaining his squinting state, Tengshan kindly said to Yafei, It's getting late, Yafei. Go and rest. Yafei knew that a large part of the reason for Tengshan's respect was Xiao Ning. Nodding slightly, Yafei left quickly, thinking firmly in her heart, I must become a powerful alchemist. After practicing with Madame Mingzhu for a night, the fatigue of refining pills before was swept away, and she had the experience of refining pills to gain villain points and enhance the villain's aura. Today, Xiao Ning did not practice with Xiao Shuner and others, but refined pills alone in the room. Soon I will have to teach Yafei how to refine pills, and I always need some real experience of my own. After a day of refining, Xiao Ning's body was filled with a dazzling array of jade bottles, most of which were 2nd-grade pills, a few were 3rd-grade pills, and as for 4th-grade pills, there were only a few. With the inheritance of the Medicine Emperor and my powerful soul power, once I find the trick to refining the medicine, it will not be as difficult as I imagined. After so many years of practice, it is finally useful. Xiao Ning, who was talking to himself, suddenly froze the joy on his face and put away the jade bottle and medicine cauldron. This Xiao Yan is going to sell the skills so soon. It seems that without the elixir, the speed of practice is not good. He is afraid to manage the family affairs by himself. Don't worry, your cousin Xiao Ning will not use you to start another protagonist routine. Xiao Ning got up and left the courtyard. and left the Xiao family quickly. Knowing that Xiao Yan had the idea of selling the skills, he had been secretly monitoring Xiao Yan's room. Walking at the gate of the Xiao family, the steps of going to the Mattel auction house paused for a moment, and Xiao Ning turned and walked towards the location of the market. Remember, there is a special piece of iron in this market, which records a mysterious skill, the suction palm. It was picked up by Xiao Yan recently, and we must cut off his possibility of obtaining this skill. We lost it last time, and if we lose it again this time, we can't let Xiao Yan have other opportunities. There were many people around the Mitre auction house, and it was not difficult for Xiao Yan to escape. He just needed to remove his disguise and hide in the crowd. Arriving at the market, Xiao Ning silently exerted his powerful soul power to explore the surrounding stalls. There is also a wood attribute magic core around the iron sheet. Just pay special attention to the wood attribute. With an obvious marker, Xiao Ning quickly sensed that there was something he wanted on the stall in the northwest. He quickly came to the stall and sensed it at close range. Xiao Ning confirmed that this was the place he was looking for. "Master Xiao Ning, what do you want?" the middle-aged mercenary asked respectfully. Do you know me?" Xiao Ning asked in confusion. The middle-aged mercenary smiled and said, "Master Xiao Ning, you are the #1 genius in our Wutan City. Who in Wutan City doesn't know you?" After thinking for a while, Xiao Ning understood the reason. "That's right. I have the aura of a villain. It's impossible for me to hide my identity like the protagonist and then be ridiculed by unknown little people and finally slapped in the face. As a villain, I am mostly flattered, and flattered. How many gold coins are these two things?" Xiao Ning asked, holding the magic core and the black iron piece in his hand. A first-level devouring wood fox magic core and another useless iron piece. "Master Xiao Ning, you can just give me 400 gold coins." Xiao Ning put the things away with his backhand, took out a purse and threw it to the mercenary, and turned to leave. The middle-aged mercenary shook the purse in his hand. With his keen sense of gold coins, this purse has at least 500 gold coins. Looking at Xiao Ning's receding back, the middle-aged mercenary sighed. This young Master Xiao Ning is really a good person. Ding seized the protagonist Xiao Yan's opportunity. Xuan-level primary fighting skill suction palm. Affect the plot. Direction. Obtain 5,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist aura Midish 250. Host villain aura plus 250. Mitre auction house. This time, Xiao Yan simply covered his cheeks with a black cloth. The black robe on his body had a hat that could simply hide his face. Touching the fighting skill in his arms, Xiao Yan took a deep breath and stepped into the treasure appraisal room. Don't be nervous. This time you are just auctioning the skills. There is no conflict with the liquid medicine business of this auction house. There will be no conflict. Yao Lao comforted. Xiao Yan hummed lightly, and then took out the low-level Xuan-level fighting skill, blowing fire palm, from his arms to the vigilant middle-aged man. This fighting skill is passed down in my family, and it is a low-level Xuan-level fighting skill. Please see how many gold coins it can be sold for. It's actually a primary Xuan-level fighting skill. The middle-aged man was shocked and hurriedly took it up to check. In the dark, Xiao Ning was also a little surprised that Yao Lao actually took out the blowing fire palm, a primary Xuan-level fighting skill, to sell. After thinking about it carefully, Xiao Ning also understood Yao Lao's intention. Although blowing fire palm is a primary Xuan-level fighting skill, it is only used to fight with this kind of fighting skill. The power is low. If you don't reach a very high level of proficiency, blowing fire palm is simply a useless fighting skill. The middle-aged man carefully identified it and closed the fighting skills book. The Xuan-level primary fighting skills are worth a lot of money. The specific transaction price depends on the customer's bid. Please wait a moment. I will arrange the auction for you. Yes. Xiao Yan hummed lightly, and his heart was ecstatic. This Xuan-level primary fighting skill could at least sell for hundreds of thousands of gold coins. At that time, he could not only buy body-quenching and marrow, washing liquid to enhance his strength, but also buy medicinal materials for Yao Lao to refine pills for him. Just as the middle-aged man got up and prepared to leave, an old man in a silver robe suddenly broke into the room. In the middle-aged man's astonished eyes, he pointed at Xiao Yan angrily. "Tang-san, you stole the sect's fighting skills and thought that I couldn't find you after escaping to this strange city? Tang-san, old dog, you recognized the wrong person, right?" Xiao Yan was extremely angry that his good deeds were blocked by others. The middle-aged man was unsure of the situation for a moment, and could only look at the obviously stronger old man. "Senior, who are you?" Xiao Ning stood with his hands behind his back. "Don't worry about my identity. The fighting skills in your hand are not from a legitimate source. They were stolen by the traitor of this sect, Tong San. You don't want to cause trouble for the Mattel auction house, right? Boss, don't listen to this old man's nonsense. This fighting skill is passed down in my family. I am just going to auction it off because I have no choice but to make a living. Xiao Yan explained to the middle-aged man almost in a roaring manner. The two sides insisted on their own opinions. The middle-aged man thought for a while, picked up the fighting skill and asked the old man, "Senior, you said that this fighting skill was passed down by the sect. What evidence do you have?" Chapter 71. Yao Lao is sleeping. This fighting skill is called Blowing Fire Palm. It is a primary fighting skill of the Xuan level. After practicing it, it can cause strong wind pressure. Xiao Ning narrated the content of the fighting skill, raised his hand and sucked the fighting skill from the middle-aged man's hand. There is another point. Ding, testing the low-level Xuan level fighting skill Blowing Fire Palm. Do you want to consume 10,000 villain points to learn it? Note, learned fighting skill is directly upgraded to the perfect proficiency. The power of the perfect state of Blowing Fire Palm is comparable to that of the intermediate Xuan level. After spending 10,000 villain points silently, Xiao Ning suddenly had a lot of information in his mind, which contained the techniques of using the Blowing Fire Palm. With his eyes fixed on Xiao Yan, who was looking angry not far away, Xiao Ning suddenly raised his right palm, and the fighting spirit in his body ran through his veins. Blowing Fire Palm. A fierce palm wind spurted out from his palm, and Xiao Yan was instantly knocked several meters away. With a bang, his body hit the wall heavily. After briefly reading the introduction of the Blowing Fire Palm and seeing the effect of the old man's performance, the middle-aged man immediately had a clear judgment of the truth of the matter. It was a close call. If it weren't for the senior's timely appearance, the Midal auction house would have accepted the stolen goods. The middle-aged man bowed and smiled to the old man. Collapsing on the ground, Xiao Yan felt that his body was about to be broken apart by the blow just now. He covered his chest and asked Yao Lao, "What's going on? How could your skills be stolen from others?" "The situation is urgent. This old man is very powerful. Now let me control your body and take you away from here first." Yao Lao also couldn't figure out the key. He had mastered this fighting skill for some years. How could it go wrong just when he was about to sell it? However, he knew that if he didn't run away now, Xiao Yan would really be beaten to death as a thief. "Okay," Xiao Yan agreed. In a flash, a strong momentum burst out from him, and his eyes bloomed with a dark white color. "I've been possessed by Yao Lao again. This time, I won't let you escape directly." Xiao Ning's eyes darkened, and he put his fighting skills into the ring. He stomped his feet on the ground, and the floor of the room suddenly shattered. His body was emitting a deep red light, showing his physical strength at the peak of Dou Huang. He had not practiced Xuantian body refining art for so many years in vain. How could it be? Seeing the powerful strength that Xiao Ning had burst out, Yao Lao's eyes flashed with astonishment. This man's strength has actually reached Dou Huang. A white light flashed on his fingers, and a pitch-black ruler suddenly appeared in Yao Lao's hand. The white fire immediately spread from his palm to the whole body of the Xuanzhong ruler, and he suddenly waved it towards Xiao Ning. "Get out of my way!" Relying on his strong body and powerful soul power, Xiao Ning felt that the attack power of the Xuanzhong ruler plus the fire was within his tolerance range. His palm condensed a rich blood-red light and slapped the Xuanzhong ruler. A powerful force was transmitted through the Xuanzhong ruler. Xiao Yan's body crashed through the wall behind him like a kite with a broken string and flew backwards for more than 10 meters. Xiao Ning immediately rushed into the smoke and dust, grabbed Xiao Yan's body, and immediately left the Midal auction house. He grabbed Xiao Yan's collar and threw him to the entrance of Wutan City to the Monster Mountain Range. In the sky that was about to darken, a dazzling meteor immediately appeared. Blood-colored wings emerged behind him, and Xiao Ning immediately followed Xiao Yan's figure and fell into the forest outside the Monster Mountain Range. Getting up from the ground, Yao Lao picked up the Xuanzhong ruler and said in a deep voice, "Even if I don't have 1/10 or 1/12 of my strength in my prime, I want to leave today, and no one can stop me." With a low and light shout, facing a powerful opponent, Yao Lao immediately made up his mind to fight to the death. His palm tightly grasped the Xuanzhong ruler that was shining with a white light, and his left foot supported the ground. His body suddenly rotated 180 degrees, and the light on the Xuanzhong ruler suddenly became bright. Earth-level fighting skill, flame-devouring wave ruler. A thunderous roar like a muffled thunder suddenly erupted, followed by a surging heat wave that swept across the surrounding woods. Under the influence of the surging heat wave, several trees near Xiao Yan's body were instantly turned into ashes. In a flash, Xiao Ning stepped forward on the ground, and the red light around him condensed on his right fist. Facing the huge wave of fire, he suddenly threw his strongest punch. Without fighting skills, just relying on the strength of the flesh, he actually made the space ripple. The two powerful attacks collided with each other, and immediately the peaceful forest burst into a series of thunderous sounds. Boom, boom, boom. The heat wave of the explosion swept around, and the surrounding ancient trees turned into nothingness under the effect of this powerful energy. A huge pit appeared between the two, and a piece of scorched earth appeared. Ding snatched Xiao Yan's low-level Xuan-level fighting skill Blowing Fire Palm, affect the plot, and gain 5,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's Protagonist Halo Max 250, and the host's Villain Halo plus 250. Watching Xiao Yan, who had condensed wings and flew away, Xiao Ning removed the purple soul shield on his body and smiled darkly. You have used up a ground-level fighting skill. I'm afraid that the soul power you have accumulated has been used up again, Yao Lao. After barely returning to the Xiao family, Yao Lao could not hold on any longer. He threw the Xuanzhong ruler in his hand to the ground with a bang, stirring up a puff of dust, and his soul was retracted into the bone inflammation ring. Yao Lao, what happened to that person just now? When they arrived at a safe place, Xiao Yan asked immediately. That person is a Douwang strongman. Maybe he stole the war fighting skill 100 years ago, and you just happened to run into him while tracking him down. It may also be that the thieves are robbing each other. This middle auction house is really not a good place. Don't go there next time. Time was short, and this was all he could think of. Sitting on the ground helplessly, Xiao Yan hammered the ground angrily. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? I was robbed when selling liquid medicine, and it became like this when selling fighting skills. I can't even figure out the reason. What is it? Xiao Yanzi, don't rush to complain. Listen to me first, Yao Lao said hurriedly. Yao Lao, what do you want to say? Xiao Yan asked with a sigh. After fighting with the Douwang just now, my soul power, which was not abundant to begin with, was greatly consumed. I will soon fall into a deep sleep. But you don't have to worry too much. As long as you absorb some fighting spirit, you can recover. So you have to practice well in the next period of time, and don't go to bed early. Yao Lao warned sincerely. Yao Lao, Yao Lao, Yao Lao. After shouting repeatedly without any response, Xiao Yan looked at the Xuanzong ruler on the ground and felt sad. Please put this black ruler away before you go to sleep. Ding, Yao Lao's soul power is overconsumed, and he falls into a state of light sleep, affecting the plot. He gains 10,000 villain points, Xiao Yan's Protagonist Halo 500, and the host's Villain Halo plus 500. Chapter 72. Xiao Yan kneels down and sees the system message. Xiao Ning analyzes. Light sleep? It seems that absorbing a little fighting spirit can wake up again. Returning to his room from outside the city, Xiao Ning took out the iron sheet he bought from the market. A touch of light purple soul power condensed on his fingers and explored the information recorded in the iron sheet. After a long time, Xiao Ning slowly opened his eyes and put the iron sheet away. The Xuan-level, low-level fighting skill, Suction Palm, is detected. Do you want to spend 10,000 villain points to learn it? Yes! After consuming 10,000 villain points, Xiao Ning suddenly understood the use of the Suction Palm. He raised his hand and gently sucked the teacup in the distance, and it fell into his hand instantly. The functions and the skills activated by this system are really useful. I only need to spend villain points to refine this fighting skill to a perfect state, which greatly reduces the time I spend practicing. Not only that, it can also... After calling up the system interface, Xiao Ning's eyes moved from the learning function to the two functions of promotion and fusion in the skill column. With these functions, I don't have to consider buying fighting skills for the time being. Promotion, consuming a certain amount of villain points can increase the level of fighting skills. Fusion, you can fuse two fighting skills, combining the characteristics of the two fighting skills to become a new fighting skill. The fused fighting skill will be more powerful. This function does not consume villain points, but after the two fighting skills are fused, they will disappear completely. This can't be considered as not consuming villain points. I spent 20,000 villain points to learn these two fighting skills. But this Xuan-level fighting skill is enough. I'll talk about it when I need it. Xiao Ning put away the system interface and looked up at the door of the house. It seemed that it was time to take a bath and study. Xiao Qingshe, wearing a white dress, pushed the door open. The tight clothes wrapped her graceful figure, and her mature and plump charm could not be concealed in her gestures. Xiao Qingshui's appearance is extremely beautiful. She has black eyebrows and cherry mouth, ice-like skin and jade-like bones, beautiful posture, graceful and charming, and a plump and well-proportioned body. White and smooth skin and plump and mature body are really charming, especially the fat and round Yudianue and the towering clouds in front of her, which seem to be about to burst the dress at any time. In the early morning, Xiao Yan thrust the shovel in his hand into the ground, stomped the ground with his feet, and muttered to the ring on his hand, Old Yao, you really left me a big trouble. This thing is so heavy that I can't move it. I can only bury it in the ground. If it rusts and breaks, don't blame me." At this time, the door of the courtyard was pushed open by a middle-aged man. "Yaner, what are you talking about when you get up so early?" "Father, it's nothing. I'm just thinking about cultivation." Xiao Yan quickly put his hand down and explained casually. Xiao Zhan didn't pay too much attention to Xiao Yan's actions and stepped in front of Xiao Yan. "There is only 1 year left before the family test. You really have to hurry, up to practice. If your strength does not reach the 7th stage of fighting spirit, even if your father is the head of the family, there is no way to protect you, and you can only let you take care of the business." After thinking for a while, Xiao Yan remembered the rules of the Xiao family. If one's strength does not reach the 7th stage of Dou Qi at the coming-of-age ceremony, he will be demoted to manage the family business, wasting his great opportunity to practice, becoming a worker for the family, and eventually becoming a nobody. "Father, I will practice hard this year," Xiao Yan said firmly. This is not only for himself, for Yao Lao, but also for his father's face. Xiao Zhan smiled with relief and took out 2 delicate small jade bottles from the ring. "This is the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid that father bought at his own expense. Although there are only 2 small bottles, it has a great effect on your current level." Taking the jade bottle as thin as a finger from Xiao Zhan's hand, Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with tears. This thing has been sold in Wutan City for more than 10 years. Although he has never used it, he is also aware of its value. The body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid contained in each jade bottle is worth 1,000 gold coins. The 2 light jade bottles in his hand are worth 2,000 gold coins, which is enough for a civilian family to spend for a lifetime. As long as you practice well, father will find a way to buy you a few more bottles. Xiao Zhan comforted. "How can just a few bottles be enough?" Xiao Ning's voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard, causing Xiao Zhan and his partner to turn their heads in surprise. "Xiao Ning, why are you here all of a sudden?" Xiao Zhan asked with some confusion. Xiao Ning held a brocade box in his hand and stepped in front of Xiao Zhan, thinking that my cousin Xiao Yan is almost at the age of adulthood, but now his strength is only at the 1st stage of fighting spirit. I specially came to give him this body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid to help him practice. Treasure hunting Liu Xiao Yan. The training plan begins. This Yaner has been against you many times, but I didn't expect you to still think so much about him. Xiao Zhan looked at Xiao Ning gratefully, feeling a little happy. After so many years of use by family disciples, he knew very well that this body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid had a huge effect on people at the fighting spirit stage. My cousin Xiao Yan is just young and ignorant for a while. I never took it to heart. Xiao Ning chuckled and handed the brocade box in his hand to Xiao Zhan. After handing the brocade box to Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan shouted, "Thank you, cousin Xiao Ning. With this body-tempering and marrow-washing liquid, you can greatly reduce the time it takes to condense the energy of heaven and earth, and you will soon recover your strength." With the brocade box in his hand, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He did not expect that Xiao Ning, whom he had opposed many times, would come to help him at this time. With a plop, Xiao Yan knelt in front of Xiao Ning. "Cousin Xiao Ning, I was wrong about what I did before. I apologize to you here." Ding! Under the planning of the host, the protagonist Xiao Yan is grateful for the new life, affecting the direction of the plot, and gains 500 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist aura, -25, and the host's villain aura, +25. Ding! The protagonist Xiao Yan kneels down, gains 1,000 villain points. Xiao Yan's protagonist aura of 50, and the host's villain aura +50. After letting Xiao Yan kneel for a while, Xiao Ning used his fighting spirit to help him up. "Stand up. I hope you can use this body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid to practice well. After this box of body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid is used up, I will find a way to get you a second box. Now I am also an alchemist. This medicine liquid is also my teacher's property. It is not difficult to get it." "Thank you, cousin Xiao Ning," Xiao Yan said gratefully again. In the past, he dreamed of obtaining the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid. He thought that there was no hope in this life. Unexpectedly, he could use a whole box every month. After instructing Xiao Yan to practice well, Xiao Ning left. After all, he still had to continue his alchemy career and enter the 5th-level alchemist as soon as possible. Chapter 73, Red Firewood Spirit Pill. Time passed bit by bit. In less than half a month, Yafei really sent a cauldron of better quality. It's actually 4 medicine cauldrons, which is a rare medicine cauldron in the Jiama Empire. Xiao Ning put it into his ring, took out a jade bottle and a black scroll from the ring, placed them on the tea table, and pushed them in front of Yafei. Could this be the elixir that can make me an alchemist, and the recipe for the original liquid medicine? Yafei's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, and her fair jade hands held the 2 precious things in front of her with some excitement. Before taking this red firewood spirit pill, I must remind you. After taking the pill, you immediately need to practice a fire attribute fighting chi technique. Xiao Ning took out a low-level local technique from the ring, and then introduced the effect of the technique. This skill is called Fire Charm. It is not only a fire-attributed skill, but also can improve one's soul power, thus mastering a charming skill. This skill can make people fall into an illusion, and the real body will rise with flames and eventually burn to death. Yafei opened her cherry lips slightly. This earth-level skill is too expensive to give to me. Just take it. I still need to teach you the art of alchemy. Xiao Ning said calmly, even though you want to teach me the art of alchemy, I won't call you teacher. Taking the fire charm in her hand, Yafei said with a chuckle. Xiao Ning waved his hand. It's just a title, whatever you like. There are so many people in the Xiao family, so I'll teach you the art of alchemy. Thank you, brother Xiao Ning. Wait here for a while. I need to make some arrangements. This alchemy may not be a matter of 1 or 2 days. Xiao Ning stood up and said. Yafei nodded slightly, looking at the skill in her hand with curiosity. This earth-level skill was the first time she had seen it, and it was hard to buy it in the Jiama Empire, even if she had money. Stepping into Xiao Qingshui's room, Xiao Ning sat down on the bed naturally, looking at Xiao Qingshui lying lazily on the bed, stretched out his hand to put the plump jade legs in his arms, gently kneading them, and said, Bring me a few sets of black clothes. I'm going out for a while. Going out? Then, young master, don't you have anyone to serve you? Xiao Qingshui sat up nervously, leaned forward slightly, and leaned in Xiao Ning's arms. I'm not a child. I can't do without someone around me. Xiao Ning stretched out his hand to hold Xiao Qingshui's slender waist, and her smooth skin made Xiao Ning love it. Xiao Qingshui played with her hair. I was just saying that. Wasn't the young master asking for? Ahem. People are still waiting for me. Hurry up and prepare for me. Yes, yes, young master Xiao Ning. Xiao Qingshui took her legs away from Xiao Ning, reached out and gently stroked a storage ring hanging around her neck, and took out a stack of clothes. The black robes I bought before are all here. Putting it into his storage ring, Xiao Ning stood up and said, After I leave, you will be responsible for supervising the cultivation of Xiao Mei and others. Xiao Qingshui came to Xiao Ning and raised her hand to smooth out the slight wrinkles on his collar. After years of cultivation, they have long been familiar with this kind of life. Young master, just take care of yourself. She raised her head and glanced at Xiao Ning's face with distinct features like a sculpture. His angular face was extremely handsome. He looked unrestrained on the outside, but the brilliance that inadvertently flashed in his eyes made people dare not underestimate him. His thick black hair was bounded by an exquisite purple-gold headband. Under his sword-like eyebrows were a pair of eyes as clear and flawless as the sky, and his exquisite black robe blended perfectly with his elegant and noble temperament. Don't mention it. This black robe is also very suitable for the young master. I wonder how many girls will be attracted to it. Xiao Qing said with a smile. Xiao Ning stretched out his hand to hold Xiao Qingshui in his arms, pinched her chin, and smiled evilly. Then are you attracted? Hasn't the young master felt my heartbeat? The two looked at each other for a while. Xiao Qingshui couldn't hold on any longer, so she pushed Xiao Ning and urged, Young master, don't you have something to do? Xiao Ning turned around and walked a few steps and suddenly stopped in front of the door. By the way, if you take a nap in the future, don't just wear a belly band. It's easy to catch a cold. Xiao Qingshui looked down at the blooming peony embroidery on her clothes and spat. I forgot it for a while. Hearing a sound of footsteps, Yafei closed the skills, put them into the ring, stood up and asked, Everything has been arranged properly. Well, let's go. Xiao Ning nodded. When she came to Xiao Ning's side, Yafei smelled a scent that was like a sweet musk. She couldn't help but take a deep look at Xiao Ning, thinking to herself, I didn't expect Xiao Ning to have a beautiful mistress here. Although the mansion where Yafei lived was not as large as the Xiao mansion, it had all the necessary courtyards and gardens. Yafei led Xiao Ning through a secluded path to a small courtyard in a bamboo forest, and said with a smile, This is where I live to escape the summer heat. Master Xiao Ning can live here temporarily. I see that there are also some bamboos planted in Master Xiao Ning's courtyard. This should satisfy Master Xiao Ning. Looking around, the bamboo shadows swayed and the breeze blew, making people's minds clearer. Xiao Ning nodded with satisfaction. The environment is really good. Miss Yafei is thoughtful. Without further ado, I don't know how much Miss Yafei knows about the fire charm. If you can practice it, you can take the pill now. The technique selected by Master Xiao Ning seems to be very suitable for me. I have already understood the key to it after just a simple look. Practicing it is not a problem. Yafei followed Xiao Ning into the bamboo house and sat down to talk in detail. Then Miss Yafei will take the red firewood spirit pill, and I will protect you, Ning said in a deep voice. Yafei nodded, took out the jade bottle given by Xiao Ning from the ring, opened the bottle stopper, and poured out the pills inside, took a look at the red and green pills, raised her head and swallowed them. This red firewood spirit pill is a 6th grade pill, refined by the Medicine Emperor Cauldron. After taking it, one's physique can be changed into a physique with fire and wood, and it can also enhance a person's soul power, thus transforming a person into a physique of a pharmacist. The moment Yafei swallowed the red firewood spirit pill, she immediately felt that her fighting spirit was being twisted by a powerful energy. The red and green light flashed from her body, brilliant and colorful. Xiao Ning knew that these two energy colors were the hot fire attribute and the light wood attribute emitted from the pill. As long as Yafei completely absorbed this energy, she could become a pharmacist. Strands of energy wandered in the meridians like little snakes, and the powerful medicinal power acted on her bones and flesh through the meridians. The fighting spirit that she had cultivated for many years underwent a drastic change at this moment. Chapter 74. Alchemist Yafei's fighting spirit not only changed in attributes, but also in content. Her own strength was improving, and her perception was much stronger than before. The chirping insects on the grass around the courtyard and the swaying bamboo leaves seemed to be in her sight. The red firewood spirit pill was originally designed to allow ordinary people to become alchemists. Its medicinal power was very gentle, and the whole process would not cause any pain. After absorbing the medicinal power of the pill, Yafei felt like she was tired for a long time, and then soaked in a hot spring. She moaned comfortably. After taking the pill, Yafei's body was full of heat. When the fire attribute energy traveled through the meridians of her body to transform, her changsam was soaked with sweat in many places. With the sound of fairy music, if Xiao Ning had not been trained for many years, he would probably have stared straight at it. Practice the fire charm now, and cultivate your fighting spirit into fire attribute fighting spirit that can be used to make medicine, Xiao Ning reminded in a deep voice. Yafei took a breath, and immediately began to practice according to the root of the technique she remembered in her mind, regulating the energy contained in her meridians and making it fully available to her. At this moment, the majestic energy of heaven and earth quickly gathered on Yafei's body. The rich energy accumulation was like a veil covering Yafei. I'm going to break through, Xiao Ning, who was sitting next to her drinking tea, said in a deep voice. Sensing that a large amount of heaven and earth energy suddenly poured into her body, Yafei was a little at a loss for a while. These energies were like seawater pouring back, leaving no chance for tempering or rejection. If she absorbed them all, it would be enough to fill up her meridians, and if the complicated heaven and earth energy was not tempered, it would be extremely detrimental to her cultivation if she rashly absorbed it. What surprised Yafei was that the heaven and earth energy entered her meridians and was directly tempered by the heat on the meridians into extremely milky white pure energy. It's the residual medicinal power left by the red firewood spirit pill when it transformed my physique. Now I can absorb it with confidence. Yafei breathed a sigh of relief and immediately accelerated the practice of the technique. The energy in the meridians was absorbed into the Dou Qi cyclone, and it was compressed into a drop of pure red liquid in the Dou Qi cyclone. After a long time, Yafei blinked her eyelashes, slowly woke up, looked at Xiao Ning and said, I broke through and became a 6-star fighter. Ding Yafei awakened the alchemist's physique, slightly affecting the plot, and gained 3,000 villain points. 6th grade elixir naturally can't be measured by common sense. Xiao Ning changed the subject, It's a good thing that Miss Yafei broke through. Can you arrange dinner first? Seeing that the color of the tea in the teacup in front of Xiao Ning was as light as water, Yafei smiled and said, Master Xiao Ning, wait a moment. Yafei will change her dress and prepare it immediately. Wait a minute. Xiao Ning turned his head and looked around. It's okay that there are no servants in this mansion, but some guards hiding around make people feel uncomfortable, so let's withdraw them for the time being. Master Xiao Ning can sense it? Yafei looked at Xiao Ning in surprise. You know, the 4 guards around here are strong at the dueling level. It is said that Xiao Ning's strength is a 1-star Dou Qi, plus his ability as a pharmacist. He should not be able to sense it. Could it be that he has hidden his strength? Reaching out and picking up a few bamboo leaves on the tea table, Xiao Ning activated the Purple Mansion Soul Art and used his powerful soul power. The purple soul power wrapped around the bamboo leaves. With a light wave, the 4 bamboo leaves immediately rushed away in different directions. Not long after, 4 black figures suddenly appeared in the house, half knelt beside Yafei, and looked at Xiao Ning with some fear. This young man was so powerful. The faces of the 4 people were completely covered by black robes, and a piece of bamboo leaves was stuck on their arms. Miss this? Since Master Xiao Ning doesn't like it, you can go back to the auction house for the time being. Yafei waved her hand. With Yafei's instructions, the 4 people left. After confirming that the 4 people had left, Xiao Ning breathed a sigh of relief. It was already annoying enough that the Xiao family had a Zijuan. Now that she had left the Xiao family, there were still 4 old women watching over her. This was not acceptable. After dismissing everyone, Yafei left the courtyard and prepared to make some food for Xiao Ning and herself. At the current level of their cultivation, they could not afford to skip meals. Half an hour later, she brought out a few plates of exquisite dishes from the wooden lunchbox and said apologetically, Time is limited, so Master Xiao Ning can only eat a simple meal first. After practicing the fire charm technique, Yafei seemed to become even more beautiful. Her long black hair was scattered behind her just past the moon section of the palace. Her cheeks were impeccable, and her perfect body proportions were in full compliance with the golden ratio. There was no trace of fat, and no flaws could be found. She could exude a strong charm with every move she made. Even Xiao Ning, who grew up among beauties, was stunned for a second before he lowered his head to eat. What surprised Xiao Ning was that this Yafei, who had a transcendent talent in business, seemed to be extremely good at cooking, not inferior to Xiao Qingshui at all. After dinner, Xiao Ning wiped his hands with a hot towel. Today you have just awakened the physique of a pharmacist. Familiarize yourself with the fire charm technique first, and I will teach you to start refining medicine tomorrow. The 2 medicine cauldrons before can be used by you. After cleaning up the table, Yafei nodded gently. Master Xiao Ning, go to bed early. Looking at Yafei's back as she walked away, Xiao Ning was not sure whether she could give birth to a son, but it must be extremely easy to give birth. Looking up at the moonlight, Xiao Ning summoned Madame Mingzhu. After a busy day, she really needed to rest well. The next day, Yafei came to Xiao Ning's room as promised, and looked at Xiao Ning with some strange eyes. Why is the bamboo bed in this room gone? I'm not used to sleeping on it, so I put it away. Xiao Ning explained casually. The quality of this bamboo bed was too poor, and it suddenly collapsed last night, so it could only be destroyed like the bed sheet. Not knowing the secret, Yafei did not think deeply about it. Most alchemists have some strange habits, and it is not a big deal that Xiao Ning does not like sleeping on a bamboo bed. Then I will have someone prepare a wooden bed later. Xiao Ning took out the 2 cauldrons from the ring and some low-level medicinal materials, and began to act as an alchemist teacher. A good medicine cauldron is as important to an alchemist as a high-level martial arts book to a fighter. As he said, Xiao Ning took out a few medicinal materials and threw them into the medicine cauldron. A blazing red flame rose from the medicine cauldron. Under Xiao Ning's control, the flame quickly quenched and fused it to complete the black and purple ointment. It's finished so quickly. Looking at Xiao Ning's smooth movements, Yafei's eyes shone brightly, and she had more trust in Xiao Ning's strength. Chapter 75. Yafei's terrifying talent for refining medicine. Xiao Ning put the refined ointment into the jade bottle and put it away. He turned to Yafei and said, "Put one of your hands on the fire mouth, and then circulate the fighting spirit in your body into it, and try to transform it into a flame for refining medicine." Nodding slightly, Yafei walked to the medicine cauldron, stretched out her hand to touch the fire mouth, blinked her eyelashes, closed her eyes, and the light red cyclone in her body fluctuated slightly. A stream of red fighting spirit gushed out and condensed on her palm. Sensing the fighting spirit of fire attribute, the fire mouth of the medicine cauldron suddenly erupted with a force of absorption, swallowing Yafei's fighting spirit into the medicine cauldron. Puff, puff, two muffled sounds. The flames in the medicine cauldron flickered, churning for a second, and then completely extinguished. Seeing the sudden changes in the medicine cauldron, Yafei turned her head and looked at Xiao Ning. What's going on? It's difficult for a novice alchemist like you to transform into flames for the first time. You can keep trying and adjust your output of Dou Qi. The situation just now is obviously not enough Dou Qi output. Only the Dou Qi stimulated by the right amount of Dou Qi can make the medicine cauldron transform into flames for alchemy. Xiao Ning explained patiently. After taking the elixir, Yafei only awakened the physique of the alchemist. She wanted to get the treatment of the protagonist and transform into flames at once. It seems that she failed. With Xiao Ning's guidance, Yafei started to try again. After failing several times, she finally found the Dou Qi standard required for the medicine cauldron. Slowly putting away her palm, Yafei gently massaged it, her beautiful eyes staring at the medicine cauldron, and encouraged herself in her heart. This time, I must succeed. The technique was running, and streams of red Dou Qi emerged from the Dou Qi vortex, flowing into the meridians, and finally input into the fire mouth from the palm. Sparks flickered inside the medicine cauldron, gradually growing larger and larger, and turned into a cluster of rising flames. Success! Yafei said excitedly. You have condensed flames 6 times. You have a good talent. Xiao Ning praised and continued. However, this flame is not a complete medicine refining fire. If you throw the medicinal materials into the medicine cauldron now, the flame will instantly burn the medicinal materials into charcoal. You also need to sense the trace of wood attribute in your body and input it into another fire mouth. Only in this way can you protect the medicinal materials from being burned instantly. Yafei restrained her excitement, closed her eyes and felt that her soul perception, which was strengthened by the growth of the elixir, searched carefully in her body. After 2 hours, Yafei finally found the trace of wood attribute in her body. She raised her left hand and reached out to another living mouth. A very slight green airflow poured into the medicine cauldron. Ordinary medicine refining qualifications. It seems that it will take some time to train Yafei to become a pharmacist. Xiao Ning judged in his heart. After letting Yafei control the flame for a while, Xiao Ning asked her to stop for the time being. After condensing the flame, at this time, you only need a suitable recipe to refine the medicine. At your current level, I will transmit a suitable recipe to you. He stretched out his finger and tapped Yafei's forehead and used his soul power to input a message to Yafei. Looking at Yafei's slender and charming cherry lips, Xiao Ning secretly said that fortunately the transmission of the recipe information did not need to be passed on by word of mouth, otherwise it would be troublesome. After getting the recipe, Yafei found 3 blood-activating fruits, 2 motherworts, and 5 tianqi seeds from the medicinal materials in front of her. I wonder if the first time I refine the medicine will be successful? Yafei thought excitedly. It is estimated that it is unlikely. Xiao Ning turned and walked to the side, stretched out his hand and summoned his tea table, so as not to wait. There was no surprise. When the blood-activating fruit was thrown into the medicine cauldron, flames immediately rose. Before Yafei could control the flames, the blood-activating fruit had already turned black, and then continued to shrink, and finally became a walnut-like black charcoal object. Seeing Yafei's disappointed look, Xiao Ning said, Every pharmacist who wants to succeed in refining medicine always needs to fail repeatedly to accumulate experience. Take your time. Did you fail many times when you were learning to refine medicine? Yafei turned her head and asked. Alas, if ordinary people can be compared to geniuses, then geniuses are too worthless. Xiao Ning shook his head. After finding all the blood-activating fruits from the pile of medicinal materials, Yafei said in a deep voice, That's right. If it weren't for his extraordinary talent, Master Xiao Ning would not have become the disciple of the pharmacist. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. With hard training and my guidance, you can also become a genius. Xiao Ning comforted. Yafei nodded, threw a blood-activating fruit into the medicine cauldron, and began her own training. With a bang, the blood-activating fruit was once again burned into charcoal inside the medicine cauldron. Yafei's path to becoming a pharmacist still seemed to have a long way to go. Half a month later, Xiao Ning, who had taught Yafei everything he knew, was helpless as she was still burning the herbs. This process was a process of burning money. For someone like Yafei, who had an average talent for refining herbs, it would probably take some time. Standing aside, Xiao Ning began to think. It seemed that a month had passed since he had handed over the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid to Xiao Yan. Tomorrow seemed to be the day for the family test, so he had to go home tonight. After failing to refine the herbs again, Yafei turned her head to look at Xiao Ning and found that his eyes were dazed. She was a little nervous. Is it because my qualifications are too poor? Looking at the herbs in front of her, Yafei suddenly had a good idea. If these herbs were placed alone, it would be difficult to withstand the flames. Why not put more of them? Although there would be some damage, there would still be some that would be successfully preserved. After picking up most of the herbs in front of her and throwing them into the medicine cauldron, Yafei used both palms to ignite the fire of medicine refining and began her own experiment. The flames rose, and most of the blood-activating fruits could not hold on in the fierce flames, and they would turn into charcoal in an instant. Not to mention, Yafei's rough methods seemed to be really effective. After consuming a lot of fighting spirit, the temperature of Yafei's output flame suddenly dropped a lot, and the intact blood-activating fruits inside the medicine cauldron began to ooze out the red essence of the medicine liquid. Success! Yafei suppressed the excitement in her heart and slowly controlled the flames to roast the blood-activating fruits. At this moment, Xiao Ning suddenly sensed a dangerous breath. Without any hesitation, Xiao Ning suddenly stood up and came to the medicine cauldron, interrupted Yafei's medicine refining, held her in his arms, and immediately rushed away. In a flash, the medicine cauldron suddenly exploded. Powerful energy poured out, and heat waves rushed out, instantly turning the entire courtyard into ruins. The sound of thunder resounded throughout half of Wutan City, and the ground shook violently. Many people in Wutan City thought there was going to be an earthquake. Chapter 76. Seizing Yafei looked back at the small courtyard, which was left with only a scorched earth. Xiao Ning looked down at Yafei in his arms. What did you refine? This was really too terrifying. Its power was probably stronger than the Buddha's Wrath Lotus released by Xiao Yan during his Grand Master period. The huge noise made Yafei stunned for several seconds, and then she explained in a low voice, I think the chance of failure is too high if I refine the medicine one by one, so I threw all the blood-activating fruits into the medicine cauldron. Most of the blood-activating fruits failed, and the only one left was about to be refined into liquid medicine. And then, that's it. Huh? Xiao Ning analyzed secretly that according to what Yafei said, it might be that too many impurities were produced inside the medicine cauldron and could not be removed. Then the medicine liquid and impurities were fused to produce a substance more powerful than black gunpowder. Under the ignition of the alchemist's flame, an explosion occurred. I remember that the first gunpowder was produced by the alchemist in the Tang dynasty. Looking back at the scorched earth, Xiao Ning swallowed his saliva, but the power was a bit different. I know I was wrong. I will definitely refine it according to the recipe next time. Yafei said with lingering fear. Xiao Ning reached out and took off the broken pieces of the medicine cauldron behind him, sighed and said, It's really dangerous to teach you to refine medicine. Others spend some money on medicinal materials for refining medicine, but you almost lost your life here. At the moment when the medicine cauldron exploded just now, he used the power of his soul to resist. Due to the wrong estimation and the short time, the defensive power he exerted was far lower than the explosion power. If it weren't for the physical practice of Xuantian refining body art, the strength reached the peak of Do Huang. Today, he would really die in the hands of Yafei. You're injured. Yafei came to Xiao Ning's back to check worriedly. Most of the dark black robe was destroyed, and a hideous purple scar appeared on Xiao Ning's back. Obviously, he had to protect himself and endure the attack of the medicine cauldron fragments. Reaching out to take off the tattered robe on his body, Xiao Ning took out 2 jade bottles from the ring. I didn't expect that the pills and ointments I made would eventually be used on myself. Let me help you. Yafei reached out to take the jade bottle, knelt on the grass, her cheeks slightly blushing. You lie down first. Favorability increased by 20, and the current total favorability is 70, unswerving love. Lying on Yafei's legs, his cheeks completely touching the plump jade legs, Xiao Ning couldn't help but smile with a successful plan. The injury was worth it. The power of the explosion was indeed extremely powerful. It was enough to deal with some great Dou Qi and Dou Ling. For him, whose physical strength was at the peak of Do Huang, it was just a scratch. This happened because he intended to do it. Twist the medicine in the jade bottle into powder and mix it with the ointment and apply it on the wound. Xiao Ning said, turning his head. The ice mussel and snowbone pill is a kind of medicine made from cold-attributed medicinal materials and ice-attributed magic cores. Combined with the ointment for treating external injuries, it has a miraculous effect on the wounds caused by the fire attribute. Yafei poured out the pill from the jade bottle. It felt icy and cool, and the refreshing medicinal fragrance emanated. Under the operation of Dou Qi, the snow-white pill immediately turned into ice crystal-like powder and fell into the ointment containing the King of Hell. Without the right items to mix, Yafei could only extend her fair and slender fingers into the jade bottle. After the mixing was completed, she gently applied it on Xiao Ning's back. After a while, Yafei wiped her fingers clean and looked down at Xiao Ning. "Do you feel better?" "Fell asleep?" Yafei sighed helplessly and turned her head to look at the ruins beside her. The medicine she made was really terrible. Thanks to Xiao Ning, she was able to survive. Not long after the sunset, the western sky was still burning with an orange sunset glow. The earth was also dyed red by the glow, and the scenery was even more spectacular than the sky. After a comfortable sleep, Xiao Ning looked at Yafei, who was dozing off, and reached out to touch her forehead. Wake up. Looking down at Xiao Ning, he found that her back had recovered. Yafei breathed a sigh of relief and said to Xiao Ning, "It's fully recovered." Putting his hands around Yafei's slender waist, Xiao Ning took a deep breath of the tempting fragrance. "I suddenly don't want to give up, Yafei. You, this peerless beauty." Yafei was stunned for a moment, raised her jade hand to tidy up her messy hair in front of her forehead. "In fact, I have expected such a thing a long time ago." "Oh?" Xiao Ning looked up at Yafei. "Even if the engagement is cancelled in the future, who dares to offend two powerful alchemists? Even if it was a relationship in the past, it is always a taboo in the hearts of men." Xiao Ning's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but he didn't think so far. Yafei lowered her head slightly and stared at Xiao Ning. "But it doesn't seem to be a bad thing to accept someone like you. You have an elegant appearance, extraordinary talent, and you have become a pharmacist. You also have a very deep background. The key is that you saved my life. If I can't be satisfied with such a person, I'm afraid I can only live alone in the future. My residence has been destroyed. I'm afraid I have to stay in Yafei's room tonight." Xiao Ning stood up and hugged Yafei by the waist like a princess. Her jade arms naturally hooked around Xiao Ning's neck. Yafei's cheeks were full of red clouds, and she leaned quietly on Xiao Ning's chest. Ding! The host successfully captured Yafei, affecting the direction of the plot, and obtained 2,000 villain points. Yafei's heroine Halo 50, Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo 50, and the host's villain Halo plus 100. Ding! Yafei's favorability increased by 30, and the current total favorability is 100, life and death. With the warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms, Xiao Ning still couldn't bear to leave even after a night. "I think Xiao Ke should have arranged it according to what I said, and brushed a wave of villain points first." Ding! The host successfully captured Yafei, affecting the direction of the plot, and obtained 2,000 villain points. Yafei's heroine Halo 50, Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo 50, and the host's villain Halo plus 100. Fighting Spirit, 4th stage. Looking at the shining light on the test magic stone tablet, Xiao Yan was secretly happy. This body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid is really powerful. It actually allowed me to upgrade 3 levels in a month. If there is enough liquid supply, my strength will be restored in no time. Next to the test magic stone tablet, Uncle Fu looked at Xiao Yan with disgust and announced silently, "Battle Qi, 4th stage, level, intermediate." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion in the crowded square. How could Xiao Yan's strength improve so quickly? It's incredible. I remember that he was a person with a 1st stage of Battle Qi before. Alchemist Lu Shi looked at the puzzled people, and Xiao Ke explained very kindly, "I don't feel anything strange about this level. Xiao Yan was a person with a 9th stage of Battle Qi before, and now he has recovered some of his previous strength. Other than that..." Hearing the key point, seeing Xiao Ke suddenly stop, everyone urged him, "Brother Xiao Ke, please tell me." Xiao Ke smiled and asked everyone to come closer. He whispered, "Besides that, Xiao Yan was able to recover his strength so quickly thanks to the body tempering and marrow washing liquid given by Master Xiao Ning." "Ah, that's the reason. No wonder." Everyone pondered. Although they had never used the body tempering and marrow washing liquid, the powerful effect of this liquid was almost known to everyone. Xiao Yan had been against Master Xiao Ning many times. Why would Master Xiao Ning help him? A thin, dark-skinned boy asked in confusion. Xiao Ke immediately explained, "Needless to say, Xiao Yan has a patriarch as his father. The patriarch went to ask for medicine in person. Master Xiao Ning is so kind that it's hard to refuse. Now it's almost the coming-of-age ceremony. Haha, you just don't want your son to manage family affairs. Master Xiao Ning is really kind. If it were me, even if Xiao Yan knelt down in person, I wouldn't give him the medicine. Ding! The protagonist Xiao Yan's reputation failed to turn around, affecting the direction of the plot, gaining 500 villain points, Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo -25, and the host's villain Halo +25. The host's reputation is improved, affecting the direction of the plot, gaining 500 villain points, Xiao Yan's protagonist Halo 25, and the host's villain Halo 5. When the red sun sets, a touch of sunset glow on the western sky wall, burning the maple forest's fire into a scorched red, slowly descending. The purple-red sky wall turned dark blue with only some dark red lines left where it met the horizon. Been fooling around with you for so long, and before I knew it, it's getting dark. Yafei said angrily, as she fastened the belt around Xiao Ning's waist. After the fight, Yafei, who was already a beauty, looked even more beautiful than before. Her stunning face was languid, and her eyes still had some unfaded charm. She was charming and enchanting. She was wearing a sexy black tight cheongsam. The expensive cheongsam with gorgeous and fine workmanship just perfectly outlined her beautiful curves. She also had a pair of black stockings to match the cheongsam, but it was already late, so Yafei didn't bother to put them on. Now, under the cheongsam, a dazzling white long leg was exposed. The willow waist was tied with a dark golden belt, which highlighted the slender waist. Standing up straight, Yafei stretched out her hand to smooth some wrinkles on Xiao Ning's body. Looking at Xiao Ning's handsome face, she couldn't help but say, "I really don't know how many women you will attract?" Xiao Ning smiled indifferently and stretched out his hand to hug Yafei in his arms. The average mediocre woman would have felt ashamed when she saw you by my side. How could she not realize that she was making a fool of herself? The black cheongsam that Yafei wore today was extremely close-fitting, outlining the perfect S-shaped curve of her graceful body. The material of the clothes was very high-end, and even though Yafei's momentum was very turbulent, the clothes did not break. In addition, the black and shiny hair was casually scattered behind her. This simple yet elegant dress set off Yafei's tall figure, making people want to take a few more glances. What if an ordinary vulgar woman gets close to Xiao Ning? Yafei chuckled, playing with a strand of black hair hanging in front of Xiao Ning's forehead with her slender fingers, and said with a smile, "Besides, I'm afraid Xiao Ning has already hidden a beautiful woman in a golden... Sister Yafei, are you hinting at something?" Xiao Ning leaned forward slightly, picked up Yafei in a princess hug, and walked to the table to sit down. He was helpless about such a title, as he was indeed much younger than Yafei. If you count carefully, except for a few people, many beauties in this Dou Qi Continent seem to be older than him. Reaching out and tapping Xiao Ning's chest, Yafei looked up and stared into Xiao Ning's deep eyes. "You know the details." Although he was wondering how Yafei guessed it, Xiao Ning still said frankly, "I do have another woman. Her name is Xiao Qingxue. She is my maid." "Maid? I think she is older than Xiao Ning's brother. Tut tut. Could Xiao Ning's brother be?" Yafei blinked her big eyes and looked at Xiao Ning with a smile. The meaning was very clear. "You goblin!" Xiao Ning patted Yafei and said, "This age thing is not something I can decide." "Oh, aren't you jealous?" Xiao Ning looked at Yafei strangely. Yafei also looked at Xiao Ning in a strange way. "Jealous? In Dou Qi Continent, the strong are respected. It is normal for powerful people to have many wives and concubines. Why are you jealous? Moreover, if I am jealous, it is probably not my turn. It should be that sister Qingxue." Xiao Ning thought to himself that he seemed to have read too many novels and was influenced by some innocent writing styles. There are no restrictions in this fantasy world. Strength is everything. Feeling that Xiao Ning was going to do something bad again, Yafei stood up and sat aside, pushing Xiao Ning. "Don't you have something important to do? If you don't go now, it will be dark. It's time to hurry." Xiao Ning stood up and said, looking at the gradually gray sky. Leaving Yafei's mansion, Xiao Ning walked quickly towards the Xiao family. Passing by the garden, Xiao Ning suddenly heard a noisy sound near the rockery. "Huh? When did a stranger come to the Xiao family? And he's an alchemist." Behind the rockery, looking at the little white rabbit-like girl who had been cornered by him, Lu Shi laughed and said, "Little sister, don't be afraid. Brother will love you well. Don't come over, don't come over." Xiao Hui, who was wearing a white dress, was terrified and waved her arms randomly. "I am an alchemist. Even your family master has to be polite to me. You'd better be more tactful." Lu Shi scolded, and his palms stretched out roughly. His patience had been exhausted. With his identity as an alchemist, what would happen even if he took it by force? Just when Lu Shi saw that he was about to succeed, a sharp pain came from his lower abdomen, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and crashed into the rockery. With a bang, it was embedded in the rockery wall. After being stunned for a long time, nothing terrible happened. Xiao Hui opened her eyes and saw a familiar figure. Master Xiao Ning. Turning around and pulling Xiao Hui up from the ground, Xiao Ning said softly, "It's okay, you can go home soon." Chapter 78. Seizing the Xuanzhong ruler. Seeing her idol in person, Xiao Hui nodded excitedly, then turned around and trotted away from this place that left some shadows in her heart. Where did this alchemist come from? Xiao Ning turned his head and looked at the man in white with a handsome face and lustful eyes, and immediately began to look up his information. Little villain, Liu strength, first-class alchemist. Villain aura, skills, romance vanguard, very lustful, can do something to a woman who can bring disaster to a family. It's really Liu Xi, the rubbish alchemist. After struggling to break free from the stone wall, feeling the burning pain in his back, Liu Xi looked at Xiao Ning angrily. However, he was not a complete fool. Knowing that the gap in strength between him and the newcomer was huge, he shouted, "Xiao family, very good, just wait. If you anger my alchemist Liu Xi, your Xiao family is doomed to perish." Xuan-level, high-level fighting skills, as swift as meteors. After saying this harsh word, the fighting spirit on Liu Xi's feet condensed, flashing a silver-white light, and he leaped up and disappeared in front of Xiao Ning in a few leaps. Xiao Ning did not chase him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Liu Xi, do your best. It would be best if you could move your master, who is a fourth-grade alchemist, here as well. It will be a good opportunity to get rid of the problem together and save trouble in the future." Walking out of the rockery, Xiao Ning saw a familiar figure. No wonder. It turned out to be the place where Xiao Yan was going to pass by. If I hadn't come, this would most likely have evolved into a plot where Xiao Yan pretended to be cool and slapped his face. Walking towards him, Xiao Ning said, "Cousin Xiao Yan, why don't you go to rest so late? It's not a good habit to still wander around in this garden." Looking at the extraordinary Xiao Ning, Xiao Yan felt mixed emotions in his heart, not knowing whether he should be grateful or disgusted. Now the family rumor is that it was his father who went to ask Xiao Ning for help, so that he could get the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid, but the truth is that it was Xiao Ning who gave it to him personally. Alas! Xiao Yan sighed helplessly. With his current reputation, who would believe these things if he told others? "You look so sad. I think you have something on your mind. Since you don't want to talk, I won't force you. It's good to take a walk in this garden." Xiao Ning took out a brocade box from his ring and handed it to Xiao Yan. "This is the body tempering and marrow washing liquid for this month. No matter what, strength is the most important." Patting Xiao Yan on the shoulder, Xiao Ning walked away. "Cousin Xiao Ning?" Looking at Xiao Ning's back, Xiao Yan's mood became more complicated. However, when Xiao Ning walked to the corner, he suddenly burst out at a very fast speed and sneaked into his courtyard. After all, in Xiao Ning's eyes, this was a great opportunity. After walking a few steps in Xiao Yan's courtyard, Xiao Ning suddenly stopped and looked down at the soil that still had traces of turning over. It seems to be here. Purple soul power was released from Xiao Ning's fingertips, spreading over a large area of soil, neatly cutting out a whole piece of it, floating in the air, revealing the Xuanzhong ruler hidden underground by Xiao Yan. He stretched out his hand and sucked it. Under the blessing of the Xuan-level fighting skill, even a heavy Xuanzhong ruler was sucked into Xiao Ning's hand. This thing is really not light, and it still requires a little strength. Xiao Ning raised the Xuanzhong ruler in front of him, brushed off the soil on it, and revealed its black ruler body. This Xuanzhong ruler was made of Yanyan Xuan iron. It was not only extremely hard, but also extremely heavy. It was a very strange mineral material. A whole piece of flame meteorite, and such a huge piece of flame meteorite, it really deserves the saying, "I'm afraid there is only one piece in the whole continent." Over the years, he has collected many rare medicinal herbs and minerals, but the resources of the Jiama Empire are scarce. Even if he has countless gold coins, it is difficult to buy such a rare treasure. In particular, this flame meteorite is an important material required by the Tianji puppetry technique. With so many puppets to be made, the demand for this flame meteorite has become more and more intense. The ring on his finger flashed, and he put the Xuanzhong ruler into the ring. Xiao Ning's palm suddenly pressed down, making the original land perfectly fit on the ground, making it intact. Ding seized the protagonist Xiao Yan's weapon, Xuanzhong ruler, seriously affecting the plot. Direction: get 200,000 villain points, Xiao Yan's protagonist halo minus 10,000, and the host's villain halo plus 10,000. Ding! The host's villain halo exceeds 40,000, and the reward is being settled. This reward is worthy of being a weapon that has accompanied Xiao Yan for almost the entire book. It is actually as important as the heroine. Xiao Ning smiled and continued. It's a good thing Xiao Yan went out for a walk, otherwise it would be difficult for Xiao Yan, who goes to bed early and gets up early and stays at home, to get the Xuanzhong ruler. With a murmur, Xiao Ning flashed away from Xiao Yan's courtyard. Fleeing from the Xiao family, Liu Qi walked quickly on the street. The Xiao family is one of the 3 major families in Wutan City. It is impossible for me to overthrow it alone. If you want to overthrow one of the 3 major families, you need the help of one of the 3 major families. Stopping and looking at the plaque of the Oba family, Liu Qi smiled evilly and walked towards the servant who was guarding the door. Go and tell your master that the alchemist Liu Qi is here to visit. Liu Qi stood with his hands behind his back and said arrogantly. Seeing Liu Qi's extraordinary demeanor and hearing him call himself an alchemist, the black-clothed doorman hurriedly said respectfully, Sir, wait a moment. I will report it right away. After saying that, the doorman immediately ran into the gate of the mansion. What? An alchemist named Liu Qi is visiting? Obapa looked at the doorman with some surprise and hurriedly said, Please invite him in. Brother, this is probably not appropriate. We are now the subordinates of that master, and it is against the rules of that master to contact other alchemists. The old man on Obapa's left advised. Obapa sighed. Second brother, I actually intended to leave that alchemist a long time ago. The medicinal materials he required were becoming more and more rare, and the only liquid medicine he gave us could be bought with gold coins. We made a profit from this transaction at first, but as time went on, we have already suffered losses, and it is not a small amount. It turned out to be like this. Obami's pupils shrank. He was a crazy cultivator, and it was the first time he heard of such a confidential family affair. Obapa turned his head and looked at the gate. Go and invite the master alchemist in. No, I will go in person. No need, I'm already here. A feminine voice came and Liu Qi slowly stepped into the hall, as if he was entering his own home, and casually found a chair to sit down. Obapa looked at Liu Qi, and his heart suddenly trembled. He turned out to be such a young alchemist. It seems that the teacher behind him is also an extremely powerful person. This seems to be exactly the support that the Oba family needs now. Chapter 79, Change the Taste. Hurry up and serve tea to the master alchemist. Obapa hurriedly stood up and greeted. What's the point of drinking such bitter tea? Liu Qi waved his hand. No need for so many formalities. Let's get down to business. What instructions does the master alchemist have? Obapa's eyes condensed. This alchemist came late at night, and it seemed that he had his own purpose. I'm going to refine a healing medicine, which will be sold by the Oba family. Liu Qi said with a gloomy face. There are 3 big families in Wutan City. This number is really too many, don't you think, Master Oba? Oba stood up excitedly and quickly walked to the chair next to the alchemist and sat down. This Wutan City is close to the entrance of the Warcraft mountain range. There are many mercenaries, and the healing medicine will not have trouble selling. With the help of the alchemist, the situation in Wutan City will change. Liu Qi smiled and took out a list of medicinal materials from the ring. These are the medicinal materials I need. You prepare them this morning. I'm a little tired today. You prepare the medicinal materials first, and I'll start refining the medicine tomorrow. Liu Qi stood up and stretched, and was kicked against the stone wall of the rockery. His back was really sore. Obapa stood up and told the servant, Go and prepare a room for the master alchemist. Liu Qi suddenly stopped at the door and turned to Obapa and said, After talking so much, my mouth is really dry. I need something to moisten my throat. After that, Liu Qi smiled evilly and followed the servant to his room, waiting for the delicious food to arrive. After Liu Qi walked away, Obami came to sit next to Obapa and whispered, Brother, this Liu Qi is obviously a man who is greedy for flowers and willows. What he said just now is obviously about young girls. Do you really want to cooperate with such a person? As long as I can make medicine, who cares about his character? I believe that this healing medicine will definitely attract all the people in Wutan City. The Jiali family and the Xiao family will go bankrupt. Taking the list of medicinal materials given by Liu Qi, Obapa smiled confidently and put it away. Obami frowned. It's a pity that most of the members of my Oba family have earth attributes. People with earth attributes are inevitably plump. I wonder if Liu Qi will be satisfied? Thinking of the 200-pound girls in his family, the smile on Obapa's face suddenly subsided. Let's pick 2 lighter ones first. Since Liu Qi is an alchemist, he has seen all kinds of beauties. Let's change his taste when he comes to the Oba family today. What the eldest brother said makes sense. Obaba thought for a while. Let the two sisters Obaba Qingguo and Obaba Qingcheng go. They are also one of the few top-quality ones in our Oba family. As he said that, Obaba immediately walked out of the hall to make arrangements for Liu Shi. A few minutes later, Obaba led Tlump girls to Liu Shi's guest room. Obaba turned around and looked at the talents of his family and said in a deep voice, "There lives a master alchemist inside. You two are lucky. Remember to serve him well." "Master, so soon? Oh, I'm so shy, sister." The thin girl, who weighed about 200 pounds, said shyly. The slightly fat woman, who weighed about 300 pounds and looked like a strong man, smiled roughly and patted her sister's slender shoulders. Sister will set an example for you when the time comes." Looking at the confident looks of the two sisters, Obapa felt more confident. He was also young once, so he naturally knew the temptation of sisters. Chapter 80 Clues Revealed. Xiao Ning's steps paused slightly, and he took a detailed look at his reward. Huh? It turned out to be such an item? As he walked, Xiao Ning pondered in his heart. If I have this thing, I can use it to monitor Xiao Yan so that I won't miss any treasures that Xiao Yan might come across. Not only that, I can also leave Wutan City without worry. Coming to Yafei's door, Xiao Ning pushed the door open and looked at Yafei, who was sleeping lazily on her side in a black cheongsam, and smiled and shook his head. Hearing someone open the door, Yafei's eyelashes fluttered, and when she opened her eyes and saw that it was Xiao Ning, she let down her guard, turned over and lay down, and asked lazily, "What time is it?" Walking to the bed, Xiao Ning stretched out his hand and pinched Yafei's pretty face. "The sun has risen high. Get up and wash up. I bought some steamed dumplings." Yafei got up from the bed, looked at the sky outside the door, and saw that it was already bright, stretched her body, showing her graceful figure. This is really perfect for giving birth. Xiao Ning praised sincerely in his heart. After washing up, Yafei came to the table and sat down, ate a steamed dumpling, and said with satisfaction, "Delicious." Xiao Ning smiled slightly and started to eat. "By the way, I have an auction to host today. You can come with me." Yafei looked up at Xiao Ning and said softly. Xiao Ning swallowed the last of his food, a little surprised. What kind of thing is worth auctioning? A high-level Xuan-level technique? This may not be a big deal to you, but it is a rare technique for Wutan City, Yafei said with a smile. Xiao Ning thought for a while. This high-level Xuan-level technique should be Feng Zhuan Jue. Now that the Oba family and the Jiali family are under my control, I wonder what the auction scene will be like. By the way, it seems that it is time to collect medicinal materials. After the auction is over, I have to go to the Jiali family. I'll go with you to see it. Xiao Ning nodded and agreed. The middle auction house was particularly lively today. Many prominent figures in Wutan City gathered in the #1 auction house. Xiao Ning did not go forward to join in the fun, but found a quiet place for himself. Under the light in the center of the auction hall, Yafei, who had changed into her red cheongsam, walked to the center of the auction hall, dragging a silver tray in her hand, on which was placed a green scroll. The scroll was slightly green, and under the silver tray and the light, it was quite mysterious. I believe you all know that the only item in this auction is the Xuan-level advanced skills. The charming voice came out slowly from Yafei's cherry lips. Xiao Ning glanced around boredly, and unexpectedly saw the shaking Feiji brother again. Moving his eyes to Yafei, Xiao Ning smiled and sighed. The charm of this fairy is really... Miss Yafei, hurry up and quote the price. Someone in the field shouted impatiently. This is... Xiao Ning turned his head to look at the person who spoke. This fat guy is here too. He's really a professional agent. Yafei kept a professional smile on her charming face and whispered, Wind scroll technique, auction reserve price, 200,000 gold coins. After waiting for many years, he finally got a high-level Xuan-level skill with suitable attributes. Jialibi didn't give others a chance to bid at all and shouted with great wealth, 300,000. With a constant supply of liquid medicine, the Jiali family now lacks only this skill. The other two major families have intermediate Xuan-level skills, but his Jiali family only has low-level Xuan-level skills. For the Jiali family, which is developing rapidly now, skills are the weak point of the Jiali family. 350,000. Obapa shouted indifferently. Obapa, you... Jialibi looked at this greasy fat man with some anger. He dared to make things difficult for him at this time. They were people in the same boat. Xiao Ning looked at Obapa with some surprise. What is this old man going to do? Why would he bid at this time? In auctions, the highest bidder wins. If the head of the Jiali family has no money, there is no need to waste words. Obapa said coldly. Jialebi was determined to get this wind-attributed technique that was extremely suitable for the family members to practice. After thinking for a while, he said, 400,000 gold coins! 450,000 gold coins! Obapa was sure that Jialebi would raise the price, and he started to raise the price without any hesitation. Damn it, Obapa, wait for me! Jialebi took a deep look at Obapa and said with pain, 500,000 gold coins. Xiao Yan, who had been watching the battle quietly, said calmly at this time, 501,000 gold coins. Jialebi angrily hammered the armrest of the chair and shouted with gritted teeth, 550,000 gold coins. Looking at the smile on Xiao Zhan's face, Jialebi didn't know that he was being fooled by Xiao Zhan. Okay, very good, Obapa, Xiao Zhan, Jialebi, will remember what happened today. Jialebi clenched his fists, looked up at Yafei, who was still watching, and said in a calm tone, Miss Yafei, is it time to say it's over? Yafei tapped the hammer in her hand lightly. The Xuan-level advanced technique was won by the head of the Jiali family. There's something fishy about this. Now that the Oba family and the Jiali family are on the same warship, how could there be price gouging? Xiao Ning looked at Obapa with a gloomy look. After an auction, some people are happy and some are sad. In the luxurious room on the top floor of the Mattel auction house, Xiao Ning, who had left the auction house early and came here, heard the sound of the door opening, looked up, and chuckled. Everything is done. Coming to the sofa, Yafei leaned all her weight on Xiao Ning with a little fatigue. Everything is done. If I didn't want to see what the competition for the Xuan-level advanced skills is like, I really don't want to come out. Raising her slender legs and placing them on the sofa, Yafei changed to a comfortable position and lay in Xiao Ning's arms. Xiao Ning smiled and tidied up Yafei's messy hair. What's the point of the Xuan-level advanced skills? If you want to see it, I can let you host the auction of the Earth-level skills. Yes, my young master Xiao Ning, I know you are powerful. Feeling a little uncomfortable lying like this, Yafei fell on Xiao Ning's legs and used his strong thighs as a pillow. Using his unique massage technique to relieve Yafei's fatigue, Xiao Ning asked with a sly smile, What's so great about me? Not serious. I need to sleep for a while. Reaching out and twisting Xiao Ning's waist, Yafei closed her eyes and said. While Yafei was resting, Xiao Ning reached out and took out the Xuankong Sky Eye. Chapter 81. The Rebellious Villain. The Xuankong Sky Eye is a silver sphere the size of a fist, and there are bursts of light silver energy ripples around the sphere from time to time. Xiao Ning played with it for a few times. This thing is easy to use. Just use your soul power to imprint the face of the person you want to monitor, and then set a position, and you can monitor it all the time. The light purple soul power surged from the center of his eyebrows and was input into the Xuankong Sky Eye in his palm. Receiving the information transmitted by Xiao Ning, the energy ripples around the Xuankong Sky Eye converged on his body, and the whole thing suddenly became transparent. Only Xiao Ning could feel that it had left his palm and flew to the location of the Xiao family at a very fast speed. After waiting for less than a minute, the Xuankong Sky Eye hovered and entered the working state. A burst of light purple light flashed in front of Xiao Ning, and the light condensed into a light curtain, and in this light curtain, Xiao Yan's current state was clearly displayed. Xiao Yan is eating like crazy. After a simple glance, Xiao Ning put away the surveillance screen and looked down at the charming Yafei. Xiao Yan, what is there to pay too much attention to? During this time, it is better to give Yafei a massage to eliminate the fatigue of her identity. Looking at the bruises and pain, Xiao Ning stretched out his palm with some heartache. At dusk, with a groan, Yafei gently turned over and lay down. Her long eyelashes blinked, opened her eyes, and her cherry lips slightly opened. This sleep is really comfortable. Xiao Ning put his palm on the sofa and moved it gently. How can it not be uncomfortable? My hand is almost numb. Seeing Yafei sitting up straight, Xiao Ning said, Go home and cook first. I have something to deal with. Okay, come back early. Yafei raised her jade hand to tidy up her messy hair from sleeping and the belly band straps that had come loose for some unknown reason. After leaving the Mattel auction house, Xiao Ning entered a dark alley, took out his disguise mask, changed his face to that of a middle-aged man, and then walked towards the Jialebi family. As the first villain family to be conquered, after many years of exchanges, Xiao Ning entered the Jialebi family and was very familiar with the meeting hall of the Jialebi family. Master Alchemist, there are some problems with the materials this time, Jialebi said apologetically. What's going on? Jialebi input his fighting spirit into the ring, and 2 wooden boxes suddenly appeared in the hall. Xiao Ning frowned slightly. Sure enough, there was a problem, and it was a big problem. There should have been 6 wooden boxes, but now there are only 2. Today I went to the Oba family to collect medicinal materials, but who knew that Obapa openly refused? Considering his deliberate actions against me at the auction today, I guess that the Oba family is likely to rebel. Jalebi explained angrily. Obapa's deliberate price increase caused the Jiali family to suffer a lot of losses. Xiao Ning's pupils shrank slightly. There was indeed something wrong with the Oba family. In this Dou Qi Continent world, the villain family seems to be a little unreliable. The defection of a void-swallowing flame has accelerated the demise of the biggest villain, Emperor Hun Tian. Xiao Ning tapped the table with his fingers and looked up at Jalebi. Even if Obapa did not provide medicinal materials, there should be 3 boxes. Why are there only 2 boxes here now? Master Alchemist, because of Obapa's deliberate price increase at the auction, the Jiali family's capital chain has problems. Can you? Jalebi asked in a low voice. Let's leave it this way for now. Xiao Ning waved his hand to put away the medicinal materials and stood up to leave. With the precedent of the Oba family's rebellion, he did not believe everything that Jalebi said. Seeing Xiao Ning was about to leave, Jalebi was a little surprised. Master Alchemist, did you forget to give the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid? Xiao Ning stopped and snorted coldly. The powerful soul power emanated and immediately suppressed Jalebi to the ground. With a bang, Jalebi knelt firmly on the ground with both knees. The powerful force caused cracks to appear on the ground. Xiao Ning lowered his head and rotated the black ring on his hand. Although I like to make medicine, I am not bad at killing people. This time, the matter has been handled like this, and you dare to mention the liquid medicine to me. With a light wave of his arm, the soul power that suppressed Jalebi was removed, and Xiao Ning said in a deep voice, Next, prepare 3 boxes of medicinal materials, and there will still be liquid medicine. If you can survive until next month. Xiao Ning stepped out of the Jiali family and silently added a sentence. Spending more than 100,000 gold coins to purchase the Xuan-level advanced skills may have seriously affected the liquidity of the Jiali family in the past, but now the Jiali family controls the sales of the bathing spirit liquid, so it will not cause much impact at all. This Jalebi is obviously lying. Not only that, the betrayal of the Oba family is also a bit wrong. The treatment given by me, the Oba family will only betray openly unless they are mentally ill. Return to Yafei's residence. Xiao Ning drank 2 mouthfuls of rice soup, looked up and asked Yafei, You are in charge of the Mitel auction house, so you can get a lot of information. Has the Oba family done anything unusual recently? The Oba family? Yafei thought for a while. There is indeed something strange. The Oba family bought a lot of low-level medicinal materials, such as blood coagulation grass and blood-activating branches today. Blood coagulation grass, blood-activating branches? Xiao Ning tapped the table with his fingers. These medicinal materials are obviously used to refine healing medicines, and the only one who can refine these medicinal materials in Wutan City is a second-rate alchemist, Liu Shi. The 2 things are linked together, and the truth of the matter is self-evident. Xiao Ning turned his head and looked at Yafei. Can you find out the number of medicinal materials that the Jalebi family has purchased in the past 6 months? Why are you suddenly concerned about the affairs of these 2 families today? Yafei put down the porcelain spoon in her hand and looked at Xiao Ning unexpectedly. These 2 families are subordinate families controlled by my teacher. Today should be the day to hand over the medicinal materials, but the quantity of medicinal materials is seriously wrong. I think there is a problem, Xiao Ning explained. So that's how it is. Yafei took out a black booklet from the ring in her hand and flipped through it. Due to the need to control the 2 medicinal materials, purple leaf orchid grass and bone-quenching flower, most of the medicinal material shops in the Jiama Empire now have the shadow of the Miter family to a greater or lesser extent. It is not difficult to know the purchase quantity of medicinal materials of the Jiali family. Xiao Ning looked at Yafei deeply. The medicinal materials of the Jiama Empire were actually monopolized by you. If that's the case, then things are simple, Xiao Ning said with a smile. Chapter 82, A Prize of 1,000 Gold. After flipping through a few pages, Yafei stopped. Galiebi's purchases of medicinal materials in the past 6 months have been very stable, and there is nothing unusual. Xiao Ning took the list and took a look. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. This villain is indeed a villain. No wonder the Oba family would rebel. This Jalebi has always purchased 2 boxes of medicinal materials, and he always buys 3 boxes. Now that he thinks about it, the extra box must have fallen on the Oba family. It's just that the Oba family rebelled today and Jalebi couldn't produce the medicinal materials for a while, so he put a basin of dirty water on the Oba family again. These villains who fight among themselves, it seems that there is no need to accept such small families in the future. They may rebel at any time. Xiao Ning decided secretly. Seeing Xiao Ning's gloomy face, Yafei couldn't help but ask, "Is there something wrong?" There are indeed some problems. The teacher is invincible in refining medicine, but he doesn't have much experience in these family matters. The Jiali family and the Oba family have obviously enriched themselves for many years. Especially the Oba family, they have made friends with new alchemists, and I'm afraid they will rebel. They are just two famous families in Wutan City. From the perspective of the entire Jiama Empire, they are not worth mentioning at all. Do you want me to order people to wipe them out? A trace of murderous intent flashed in Yafei's gorgeous eyes. Ning shook his head. Don't bother so much for now. I have a plan to deal with this matter. Yafei smiled and got up and sat in Xiao Ning's arms. She hooked her slender jade arms around Xiao Ning's neck and chuckled. Those two families may be in trouble. Seeing Yafei's shaking laughter, Xiao Ning immediately lost the intention to eat properly, picked up Yafei and walked towards the bedroom. I haven't finished the meal yet? Yafei said with a twisted body. Feeling Yafei's soft body, Xiao Ning quickened his pace. Aren't you a delicious meal? Because Wutan City is close to the Magic Beast Mountains, it has gathered a large number of mercenaries and adventurers who go to the Magic Beast Mountains to hunt magic beasts and obtain magic cores and medicinal materials. The influx of people has also made it one of the top 10 cities in the Jiama Empire. Magic beasts rely on their powerful bodies and are extremely powerful. Generally, several mercenaries are needed to deal with them. Despite this, there will be some casualties. The best healing medicine has become a life-saving thing in the eyes of these mercenaries, and there is a huge demand for medicinal materials to recover from injuries. On the spacious street, a crowd of people surged. Some shirtless men stood on a makeshift platform and shouted loudly, "Rejuvenation powder, a healing medicine made by the alchemist, can quickly coagulate blood and recover from injuries. A box of 10 bottles costs only 100 gold coins, which is equivalent to 10 gold coins per bottle. Brothers who enter the Warcraft Mountains, hurry up and buy some for backup. This is a magical medicine that can save your life at a critical moment." Many people gathered around and watched the excitement. Will this thing work? Someone couldn't help but ask. The big man on the stage laughed and looked down at the man. Brother, look carefully. This is the property of the Oba family, and the reputation is absolutely guaranteed. The Oba family is one of the 3 major families in Wutan City. I trust their business. It just so happens that I am going to lead a team of brothers into the Warcraft Mountain Range. Buy a box first? No, 3 boxes to prepare. The Warcraft in the Warcraft Mountain Range is really powerful. The man who asked the question just now took out the gold coin and threw it to the big man, and bought 3 boxes as soon as he opened his mouth. With the first person to eat crabs, many mercenaries followed suit and prepared to pay out gold coins to buy. It is common to encounter danger and get injured when entering the Warcraft Mountain Range. With the healing medicine made by this alchemist, there is no need to be afraid of getting injured. Because the stage was built temporarily, there were too many people buying, and there was a lot of noise for a while, mostly shouting and cursing. The big man on the stage called 2 assistants to help sell medicine and soothed the excited crowd below the stage. There are a lot of rejuvenation powders, and everyone can buy them. Don't squeeze, don't squeeze. At this time, a middle-aged man in a black robe shouted from the periphery, "Why are you still fighting for rejuvenation powder here? Mitre Auction House has also launched a healing medicine, and there is a chance to get 1,000 gold coins." Thousands of gold coins? The mercenaries entered the Warcraft Mountain Range just for the word money. Hearing that there was money to be made, many people looked back and their eyes focused on the middle-aged man in black robes. "Brother, how do I get these gold coins?" The black-robed man smiled and said, "You will know if you go and take a look. I am going to take a look. Maybe the 1,000 gold coins will belong to me." Seeing that the man was talking mysteriously, and Mitre Auction House also sold healing medicines, everyone was curious and followed him. There are healing medicines, and Mitre Auction House also has gold coins to be taken, so why bother to be squeezed here? The crowd dispersed in a blink of an eye, leaving only a few people in front of the stage. The big man on the stage was a little dumbfounded. "Brothers, come back, come back. There are a lot of rejuvenation powders, and everyone can buy them. Wait until I get the gold coins, then come back." The black-robed man turned around and smiled at the big man. The big man was speechless for a moment. This was different from the script he got. Everyone came to the Mitre Auction House. The Mytel auction house was financially strong and even had 4 dueling. With their combined efforts, it didn't take long to build a gorgeous high platform. Compared with the big man found by the Oba family, there were also several graceful women standing on the high platform, each holding an open wooden box in their hands, and 10 jade bottles were neatly placed in the wooden box. "Didn't you say there were gold coins? How do I get them?" Although the beauty was beautiful, the mercenary still preferred the real gold coins and shouted. With a chuckle, a woman in a blue dress, Shulaobaniang, who was quite charming, walked onto the stage. "Big brother, it's easy to get the 1,000 gold coins. It depends on whether you have the courage." "What do you mean?" Mu Wei asked in a deep voice. Lanling smiled, took out an exquisite dagger from his arms, and pulled it out with a bang. "As long as anyone dares to use this dagger to cut a wound on his arm, and then apply the healing medicine launched by Mitre Auction House, the Black Jade Interruption Cream, he can get 1,000 gold coins." Everyone hesitated for a moment. They were the ones who risked their lives to make money, and no one wanted to damage their bodies. What if your Black Jade Interruption Cream is ineffective? Someone shouted abruptly, "If the bleeding does not stop within 5 breaths, the scab does not form within 3 minutes, and the recovery does not fully recover within 10 minutes, Mitre Auction House is willing to pay 10,000 gold coins as compensation." Lanling said seriously, 10,000 gold coins! Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. With so many gold coins, they might not be able to earn so many gold coins in 3 lifetimes. Chapter 83. Don't pay 998, only 98. Even if the medicine from the middle auction house didn't work, a simple wound in exchange for 10,000 gold coins is a profitable business. "Let's go for it." A sturdy figure took the lead and came to the platform. "Let me try this so-called Black Jade ointment." Looking at the sturdy middle-aged man on the platform, everyone shook their heads with regret. It turned out to be this guy Carlo. He is an 8-star fighter. The opportunity to make money like this is gone. "Please." Lanling smiled and handed the dagger to Carlo. With a slight flip of his palm, a jade bottle appeared, waiting to apply medicine to Carlo. After taking the dagger and playing with it gently, Carlo raised his left arm and stabbed the dagger without hesitation, making a hideous wound. The wound was 4 or 5 inches deep and about 30 centimeters long. The bright red blood gushed out instantly, dyeing the strong arm blood red in an instant. This Carlo is really a ruthless man. He can do such a heavy hand to himself. Isn't it enough to just show his intention? Although everyone was a mercenary, they couldn't help but gasp at Carlo's neat and tidy action. Lanling took out the ointment in a timely manner and gently applied it to Carlo's wound. He praised sincerely, "You are really a brave mercenary." A trace of coolness came from the wound, instantly removing the burning pain on the wound on his arm. Carlo looked down at his arm with a smile on his face. "The mercenaries below can do this. I'm just lucky and got this opportunity." Under the gaze of everyone, within 5 minutes, Carlo's hideous wound recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. "It seems that I can't get the 10,000 gold coins." Carlo shook his head in disappointment. Lanling asked a maid to bring a basin of clean water to clean the blood on Carlo's arm, then lifted Carlo's arm and looked at everyone. "This is the powerful effect of the Black Jade ointment. It only takes a few minutes to heal the wound." Everyone swallowed their saliva. The medicine launched by the Mitre Auction House is so powerful, it's simply a miracle medicine. With such a healing medicine, we will no longer be afraid to enter the Warcraft mountain range. Some people also worriedly said, "With such a powerful effect, this Black Jade ointment won't be very expensive. If it is too expensive, I can't afford it." After taking out 1,000 gold coins and giving them to Carlo, Lanling turned and looked at everyone. The recipe of this ointment comes from a powerful alchemist in order to reduce the casualties of mercenaries, so the price is naturally very favorable. "How many gold coins does such a useful ointment cost?" A graceful maid walked up to Lanling, holding a wooden box in her hand. Lanling opened the wooden box, revealing 10 jade bottles inside. "The Black Jade ointment is made by the great alchemist and is very effective for external injuries. It doesn't cost 998, but only 98 gold coins, and you can take it home." 98 gold coins? It's 2 gold coins cheaper than the rejuvenation powder sold by the Oba family, whose efficacy is unknown. "I want to buy 10 boxes of this." A fat man in the crowd shouted, "I want to buy it too. It's better than following me. I want to buy 20 boxes." "Everyone be quiet for a moment," Lanling shouted with his fighting spirit, temporarily controlling the situation. "In order to ensure that the Black Jade Intermittent Cream can be delivered to you as soon as possible, you can line up at the sales counter on the side to buy it. At the same time, you can also go to the Xiao Family Bath Spirit Liquid Sales Office, a partner of the Mitre Auction House, to buy it. The Black Jade Intermittent Cream also enjoys the bottle recycling benefits. As long as you can keep the bottle and the wooden box intact, you can deduct 8 gold coins. Everyone calculated in their hearts. After deducting these 8 gold coins, a box of ointment will only cost 90 gold coins. This is too cheap. Buy it. Under the protection of the guards of the Mitre Auction House, the people on the scene lined up to buy in an orderly manner. Some people saw that there were too many people queuing and ran to the Xiao Family Bath Spirit Liquid Sales Office. Seeing that the business was so popular, Xiao Ning, who had been watching everything on the top floor of Mitre, smiled. With powerful prescriptions and clever marketing methods, defeating an Oba family is just a matter of flipping one's hand. Turning his head to look at Ya Fei, who came in from the outside, Xiao Ning chuckled and said, "Everything is done. Master Xiao has given the order. How dare I slack off?" Walking to Xiao Ning's side like a breeze, Ya Fei naturally sat in Xiao Ning's arms, raised her jade arms to hook Xiao Ning's neck, and said with a chuckle, "You goblin!" Xiao Ning raised his hand and gently hit the perky body, then carried Ya Fei to the sofa in the middle of the room. "Let's talk about business." After looking at Xiao Ning with a reproachful look, Ya Fei said, "The business of medicinal materials is already in the hands of the middle family. It's just a matter of words to sell to whom and not to whom. The Oba family is a big family in Wutan City, but the strongest person in the family is just a big Dou Qi. I took 4 Douling masters with me and easily revoked their family's right to sell the bathing spirit, liquid. The Oba family is unlucky to have provoked a little bad guy like you." Ya Fei couldn't help laughing. "I'm still massaging you to soothe your body. What's wrong?" Xiao Ning couldn't help but increase the strength of his hands. Giving Xiao Ning a blank look, Ya Fei reached out to knock down Xiao Ning's massage service. "My little clothes are all damaged. Please don't massage me." "Maybe it's because I have too much fighting spirit in my hands." Xiao Ning coughed dryly and asked to change the subject. "Why is the Oba family in trouble?" Ya Fei analyzed. "They bought so many medicinal materials and wanted to refine healing medicine to sell, but now they are all in their hands. They have also lost the big-headed bath spirit liquid in the business. It's only a matter of time before the Oba family collapses." "A matter of time?" Xiao Ning's expression became serious again. "Allowing it to exist until now, instead of directly wiping it out, is already a gift to. What do you want to do?" Xiao Ning smiled and said, "Of course I have to clean up the house. Tonight must be a dark and windy night. It would be a pity if I don't do something. How about I send some people to go with you?" "The Oba family has more than one great fighting master," Ya Fei asked seriously. Xiao Ning shook his head. "No, it's just an Oba family. I can handle it." "It seems that your strength is really not as simple as the one-star Dou Qi on the surface." Ya Fei breathed a sigh of relief, closed her eyes slightly, and leaned into Chapter 84, The Graceful Snake Girl. "The night is deep, and it is cloudy tonight. There is no moonlight, no starlight, and the sky is dark." In the meeting hall of the Oba family there were bursts of roars. "Waste, waste, all of them are waste." Obapa is now like an incompetent wild boar, thinking of his younger brother and shouting, "Brother, the sales of Huichun powder are already impossible under the suppression of the Black Jade Intermittent Cream. With the withdrawal of the agency rights of the Bath Spirit Liquid, the flow of people in the market has also dropped significantly. If this continues, the family's funds may." Even if he is not involved in family affairs, now that the family has changed suddenly, Obami has realized the seriousness of the problem. After venting for a while, Obapa seemed tired and sat back in his chair weakly, sighing, "Now we can only rely on the teacher behind the alchemist to save our Oba family. Have the 2 snake girls from Qingshan Town been delivered?" "Brother, Lu Shi is so cynical. Can his teacher help us?" Obami asked in a deep voice. "I feel that even if he wants to help, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait." At this moment, an abrupt voice sounded from outside the door. The 2 men immediately stood up, and the cocky Dou Qi circulated, condensing a Dou Qi armor on the surface of their bodies. They looked outside the door vigilantly. "Who dares to come to my Oba family and be so presumptuous?" Xiao Ning walked out of the shadows and looked at the 2 great Dou masters of the Oba family with a calm face, openly betraying, "Do you think you can live for a long time?" "It's you, Xiao Ning of the Xiao family." Obapa took a breath. "It seems that the rumors are true. You are the disciple of the alchemist. True or false? Today your Oba family is bound to perish, and if you have any last words, say them quickly." Xiao Ning said softly, "The Oba family is also unlucky. They were oppressed by Jialabi, which eventually led to rebellion. However, rebellion is a fact after all. Giving him a chance to say his last words is already the greatest tolerance. Obapa's face darkened and he sneered. How dare a one-star Dou Qi say such arrogant words? I will kill you, this genius, here today. With the earth attribute Dou Qi running, Obapa stepped out, and the yellow light enveloped his round body, like a huge stone ball rolling towards Xiao Ning. What a pity, I just wasted my chance to say the last word. Xiao Ning shook his head and raised his hand to swing out two blazing red fireballs. The speed of the fireball was so fast that it hit Obapa almost instantly. The powerful force it carried exploded with a bang. Even an earth-attributed master who was good at defense, such as Obapa, was immediately thrown backwards by this attack. The Dou Qi armor on his body shattered with a bang. Obaba's fat body smashed the chair placed in the center of the hall to pieces. Under the explosion of the flames, his originally neat white hair was burned black and blood spurted out of his mouth from time to time. It was obvious that he was dead. Brother! Obami, who was dodging the fireball, saw that his elder brother was seriously injured in an instant. The moment he lost his mind, his body paused for a moment, and was immediately hit by the fireball. The hall, which was decorated with luxurious decorations, once again bloomed a dazzling fireworks. The explosive power of the flames just blasted Obami to his elder brother's side. Obami has been immersed in cultivation for a long time, and his strength is much stronger. With the protection of the superior defense of the earth attribute, Obami still has a certain ability to move. He used his last strength to crawl towards Obaba with difficulty. Brother? You are not dead. It seems that you used too little soul power just now. Looking at the two brothers who depended on each other for life and death, Xiao Ning just lamented that he had misjudged their strength. In the Dou Qi Continent, strength is respected. The end they have today is just because they are not strong enough. After getting rid of the two most important people in the Obaba family, Xiao Ning's figure suddenly disappeared in the hall and rushed to Liu Xi's position. These two snake girls must be saved. After working for a day, Liu Xi looked at the two extremely charming snake girls, and the fatigue on his body was immediately reduced by half. Little baby, I'm coming. Seeing Liu Xi approaching step by step, the snake girl sisters looked panicked, twisted their snake tails, and retreated towards the huge bed. Don't run away, I will love you well. Looking at the seductive snake tail, Liu Xi smiled even more happily, and the fear of last night was almost swept away. He pulled his finger on the ring and took out his secret medicine, a tiger firewood, and swallowed it. After taking the secret medicine, Liu Xi immediately felt extremely hot all over, and his body was full of strength. With a loud bang, Liu Xi subconsciously looked up and saw only a vague figure. Then a sharp pain interrupted his thinking, and he suddenly knelt on the ground. Xiao Ning turned his head to look at the snake girl on the bed, and couldn't help but praise in his heart that this snake girl is indeed worthy of being the beloved baby of the mainland. The two snake girls looked like they were 15 or 16 years old, with long black and shiny hair, delicate cheeks, pointed jaws, big and bright eyes, small noses, and warm and thin cherry lips. Overall, they were very beautiful and charming. The waist was slender, matched with tight hips, and the curves were exquisite. Under this slender waist was a slender snake tail. The colors of the two sisters' snake tails are different. One is red and the other is blue. The scales are shining with a bright light, which is quite charming. It's you again, you damn boy. Liu Xi barely stood up and pointed at Xiao Ning angrily. This is the second time that he has disturbed his good deeds. Today, he must get rid of this boy. Guard, come in. Liu Xi turned his head and shouted coldly. Xiao Ning couldn't help laughing. If you want to find those fighting masters, you don't have to waste time. They are already dead, and you will go to accompany them soon. I think they won't be too lonely on the road to the underworld. What? Although he took a tiger chai and was extremely hot, now facing the crisis of life and death, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Liu Xi's forehead almost instantly. Liu Xi hurriedly used his soul perception to explore outside, but the result he got scared him so much that he collapsed to the ground instantly. Dead, all dead, and died quietly. Liu Xi supported himself with his hands and crawled back twice. Suddenly thinking of his noble status, he immediately felt more confident and looked up at Xiao Ning. Don't kill me, I'm an alchemist. As long as you don't kill me, I can provide you with elixirs. Alchemist? A flame appeared on Xiao Ning's finger. He shook it lightly, flicked his finger, and shot it onto Liu Xi. Chapter 85, The Villain's Awakening. The flame instantly penetrated Liu Xi's brow and burned violently. In the blink of an eye, Liu Xi was burned into a pair of ashes. Looking at Liu Xi's ashes, Xiao Ning murmured, "What a pity, I'm also an alchemist, and a more powerful alchemist than you." Ding, kill the minor villain Liu Xi. Liu Xi's villain halo is shattered, affecting the direction of the plot, gaining 5780 villain points. Liu Xi's villain halo Maish 2D354, Xiao Yan's protagonist halo 500, host's villain halo Plutty 54. Glancing at the system message, Xiao Ning thought to himself, if the villain is not necessary, it is better to kill him directly. What's the point of attacking Xiao Yan? The real villain should be beaten by both the protagonist and the villain. Turning to look at the two snake girls on the bed, Xiao Ning said softly, "It's okay now, you can leave." The snake girl with the apricot red snake tail obviously looked a little immature. She had no idea for a while and turned her head and shouted anxiously, "Sister." Hugging her sister, the snake girl with the blue snake tail thought for a pound, while raised her head and looked at Xiao Ning, her face a little gloomy. "This alchemist, we are snake people. Even if we are rescued by you now, where can we go in this place where humans live? If you don't mind, can you take us in? I'm waiting for you to say this. It's true that I thought too simply. It's really difficult to survive with your fighting spirit. Come with me for now." Xiao Ning pondered for a moment, stretched out his hand and pulled the two girls up from the bed. "Thank you, Master Alchemist. My name is Lanner, and this is my sister Xinger." The alchemist in front of him was very dignified, much better than the pervert just now. It was not bad to follow this master. Xiao Ning nodded slightly and led the two snake girls out of the Oba family. Looking at the two snake girls twisting their slender waists, Xiao Ning thought about it. According to his memory, the two snake girls would be purchased by the Jiali family from the Mitel auction house and then given to Liu Xi. Now it seems that the Oba family bought them from other places overnight. To be honest, the women of the Oba family are really scary. Each of them is at least about 200 pounds. After crossing 2 streets and arriving in front of the Mitel auction house, Xiao Ning breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the two snake girls, saying, "I still have some things to do. You have to wait here for a while." The Oba family was destroyed, so it was naturally impossible for the Jiali family to stay. To some extent, everything was caused by the Jiali family. "Sir, can we not be here?" Looking at the plaque of the meter auction house, Lanner felt a little resistant and even a little scared. Would this alchemist master want to sell them? "Master Xiao Ning, it's so late, you?" Master Guni walked out of the auction house and was just greeting him. When he saw the two snake girls beside Xiao Ning, he was a little speechless for a while. Xiao Ning laughed. "Master Guni, it's just right for you to be here. Please help me settle this pair of snake girls first, and I will be back later." "You can rest assured, I have a very good relationship with this miter auction house. I just let you stay here for a while. I will come back to take you away within an hour at most." Xiao Ning turned his head and said to Lanner. Lanner bit her cherry lips. "Then the sir must come back early." Seeing that Guni had already found 2 maids, Xiao Ning nodded and turned to the Jiale family. "Next up will be another round of slaughter, which is not acceptable to ordinary people. I spent a little thought on these 2 little snake girls and arranged them to the miter auction house. It was not all because the 2 little snake girls were extremely beautiful and charming. It was more because I was once a little person who only appeared in a few chapters. Maybe a little person like me in the book is just a tool for the protagonist to show off, but the reality is that everyone is a living person, the meeting hall of the Jiali family. Even though it was a little late at night, the meeting hall was still brightly lit. Jialebi, as the head of the family, sat on the main seat, and on his left sat 2 people who were about the same age as him and looked a little old. Both of them were elders of the family. One of them was a little fat and named Jialeku. He was the elder of the Jiali family. He had a very high status in the family and controlled the most popular market in the Jiali family. Another person with a somewhat feminine face was named Jialenu. He was one of the 3 great fighters of the Jiali family, and his strength was at the level of a 3-star fighter. I didn't expect that the pharmacist would be so ruthless. He first cut off the agency rights of the Oba family's bathing spirit liquid, and then made a healing medicine called Black Jade Intermittent Ointment to target the Oba family's rejuvenation powder. The Oba family is probably finished. Galek pinched his fat and short fingers and laughed. The Oba family maliciously raised the price, causing his family to spend more than 100,000 gold coins to buy the Xuan-level advanced skills. Now that the Oba family has fallen, it is really a great feeling. In this midsummer season, it is like drinking a bowl of iced sour plum soup, and the whole body feels refreshed. Unlike his optimistic attitude, Jialebi's face was gloomy. For so many years, our Jiale family has been able to develop rapidly, and a large part of the reason is that we squeezed the Oba family. Now that the Oba family has been sanctioned, the Midal auction house has handed over the agency rights of the Black Jade Fracture Cream to the Xiao family, but not to us. This is probably a dangerous signal. Although Jialenu's name contains the word Nu, he has a water-attributed physique and is feminine and wise. Brother, do you think that Lord Wei has discovered something, and this Black Jade Fracture Cream was made by him? Jialenu turned his head and looked at Jialebi, with a trace of fear in his eyes. The end of the Oba family is right in front of us. Jialebi waved his hand. I'm not sure either. I asked someone to buy a portion of the Black Jade Intermittent Ointment and spent a lot of money to have it identified. It's just a healing medicine that a novice alchemist can make. Although the effect is very strong, it doesn't quite match the identity of that alchemist. After all, with his level as an alchemist, he shouldn't care about such petty, entry-level things. Jialenu frowned and thought for a while. Brother, don't worry too much. After all, Xiaoao is still that adult's registered disciple. I believe that for Xiaoao's sake, even if we made some mistakes in the past, that adult will forgive us. That's right. With the guidance of that alchemist, Xiaoao has now become a 3-star fighter with extraordinary talent. We'll prepare more medicinal materials next month to apologize to the alchemist. Speaking of his son, Jialeo, a smile finally appeared on Jialebi's face. Chapter 80: The Traitors. Just then a round object was thrown in from outside the house, and the smile on Jialebi's face suddenly froze and turned into panic. Looking at the head of Obapa lying on the ground with his eyes wide open, the 3 Jialebi brothers suddenly stood up, urged the fighting spirit in their fighting crystals, circulated in their meridians, and quickly condensed their own fighting spirit armor. Even though there were 3 people, 3 great fighting masters gathered together, looking at the dark outside the house, they still felt a little scared. You know, this Obapa is the patriarch of the Oba family, who is as famous as their Jiale family. He died just like that. I'm afraid the Oba family is also in danger. Who is it? Come out if you have the guts. Jialebi was the head of the family after all, and he was the first to calm down and shouted outside the house. Xiao Ning walked in leisurely, looking at the 3 people who were facing a formidable enemy, and showed a harmless smile on his face. So you are all here. It took me a long time to find you. Xiao Ning from the Xiao family? The 3 people's pupils suddenly shrank, and they looked at the newcomer with great surprise. They naturally knew about the genius of this rival family. But what the 3 people didn't expect was that it was a kid like him who threw the head of the patriarch of the Oba family. Jialebi barely showed a smile on his face, as if the head at his feet was completely extraordinary. It seems that the rumor that you are the disciple of the alchemist is true. Master Xiao Ning visited my Jiali family late at night. If you have anything to say, just say it. You want me to say it? Xiao Ning stretched out his hand and sucked a chair to sit down lazily, looking at Jialebi with narrowed eyes. What I say, the patriarch of the Jiali will not have the opportunity to speak again. Although Xiao Ning acted harmless and spoke very softly, these fell into Jialebi's eyes, as if he was facing a powerful monster, and he was extremely afraid. He was afraid that if he didn't pay attention, the head on his neck would move completely like that fat guy Obapa. With a thud, Jialebi pulled his 2 brothers to kneel together and praised himself crazily. Master Xiao Ning, I am guilty. I am guilty. Brother, what are you doing? Xiao Ning is just a junior. How can you make us brothers kneel down to him, and you insult yourself like this? Jialeku couldn't bear it and pulled Jialebi's palm to reward him. Just a few palms. Jialebi's face was swollen. As a half-brother, he really couldn't bear it. Jialebi was stunned for a moment, glanced at Xiao Ning, who was still watching the show, and his heart suddenly turned cold. Second brother, you. Jialebi turned around and hugged his brother. His voice suddenly turned cold, and a sharp dagger suddenly pierced Jialeku's neck without the protection of the fighting armor. Looking at Jialeku's incredulous eyes, Jialebi said with a ferocious face, Second brother, you are good in everything, but you are too ignorant of the current situation. Master Xiao Ning is the disciple of that master. How can we offend him? With a puff, Jialebi suddenly pulled out the dagger and stabbed 3 times in a row, completely cutting off Jialeku's life. Master Xiao Ning, I have punished my brother. I believe that he will never make this kind of mistake again in the future. Although Jialebi's palms trembled a little, his tone became more and more firm. Brothers kill each other. The loyalty of this villain is really? Xiao Ning closed his eyes slightly, feeling disappointed. At first, he still wanted to lead these villain subordinates to rise. Unfortunately, the hands-off management made these villains gradually develop the idea of taking shortcuts, and eventually even led to rebellion. Obapa's death was a bit sudden. Tell me what you did. Xiao Ning asked in a deep voice. Jialebi's heart skipped a beat. He was exposed after all. This matter was easy to do but hard to say. Master Xiao Ning, what's over is over. What's there to say? The Jiale family is willing to give out 500,000 gold coins of medicinal materials to compensate for the loss of that adult. Jiale said with a smile. Xiao Ning suddenly opened his eyes, and a cluster of red flames with high temperature of red flames shot out from his fingers. Did you speak? You are so smart. Seeing that Xiao Ning's attack was aimed at his forehead, trying to force him to death, a faint blue fighting spirit seeped out from Jialenu's body, and an elliptical protective shield condensed on his body. The red flame hit the protective shield, and a puff of white smoke came out with a hiss. You are so respectful because you think you are the disciple of that alchemist. A 1-star fighting master dares to kill me, a 3-star great fighting master. It's ridiculous. Jialenu stood up, and a long spear appeared in his hand. He swung it suddenly and the mist was immediately dispersed. Jialebi urged anxiously, "Third brother, don't be rude." "Big brother, there is no need to persuade me. I will take full responsibility for today's matter." Jialenu shouted coldly. "Today, if I don't take action, I will die. If I take action, I will most likely die. It is better to fight to the death." "Interesting." Xiao Ning stood up and looked at Jialenu. "So what if he is a fighting master? So what if he is a great fighting master?" "Obapa is also a great fighting master. It's a pity that he didn't even leave a complete corpse in the end. That can only prove Obapa's incompetence. What does it have to do with me, Jialenu?" He exhaled slowly, holding the spear tightly in his hand, and stared at Xiao Ning. After slightly adjusting his body, he stepped on the ground abruptly, and his figure turned into a blue light, rushing straight towards Xiao Ning, who was getting closer and closer. When he was in the air, Jialenu's face was solemn. He twisted the spear in his hand suddenly, and the fighting spirit on it shone. The spear body shook, and there were bursts of gun chanting. Overlapping waves. Overlapping waves. A low-level fighting skill. This fighting skill is the most advanced fighting skill that Jialenu has mastered so far. After a long period of practice, he has refined this fighting skill to perfection. Since the opponent is a 6-star master, he dare not underestimate him easily. As Jialenu's shout fell, a layer of energy instantly surged out of the spear with rich blue light. The blue wave rushed up to the sky and finally suddenly hit Xiao Ning, who was standing there motionless. Jialebi, who was standing in the distance, watched Jialenu directly use his strongest fighting skill and secretly rejoiced in his heart. As long as his third brother could kill Xiao Ning, he could turn his hand and kill him again. At that time, he could put all the blame on Galio. Not only that, after losing a disciple, his son Galio's status would be even higher. Die! Looking at the target so close, a fierce look flashed across Jialenu's face, and he smiled coldly, and the energy of the spear in his hand surged wildly. Chapter 87. Jiale Family, Destroyed. Just as the attack was about to pierce Xiao Ning's chest, Xiao Ning suddenly raised his palm, and the Dou crystal in his body trembled slightly, outputting a wisp of pure energy, which instantly turned into a powerful Dou Qi that flowed through his meridians and was transported to this palm. The blazing red flame rose up and completely enveloped Xiao Ning's palm. "Xuan-level low-level Dou skill, blowing fire palm," Ning shouted loudly, and swung his palm out brazenly. The blazing red Dou Qi immediately broke away from his palm and quickly grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, carrying a powerful and scorching high temperature, and met Jialenu's attack. The power of the fighting skill with full proficiency increased dramatically in Xiao Ning's hands. It was transformed from being able to blow out a strong gust of wind to being able to perform a very fast flame palm. The 3 words blowing fire palm can be regarded as well-deserved. The blazing red flame palm, which was more than 1 person tall, instantly collided with the long spear in Jialenu's hand, which was made of good material and filled with bright blue. With a hum, it bent in response. In Jialenu's unbelievable eyes, the blowing palm slapped him without stopping. A surge of huge force came, and Jialenu only felt that he was flying up and then fell heavily to the ground. There was an intense pain in his flesh and meridians, a pain of being burned by flames. His water-attributed fighting spirit and water-attributed fighting spirit armor, in front of this powerful flame, did not have the slightest resistance. Fire! So much fire! The blazing red flames instantly spread all over Jialenu's body, and Jialenu tried to roll his body to extinguish these flames. Unfortunately, this flame cultivated by the Tianyan divine art could not be extinguished so easily. The screams resounded throughout the hall. Galeb watched with a pity that Galenu had died in vain, but at the same time he admired his own intelligence. Although he did not achieve the desired effect, his actions were not wrong. In a few breaths, Galenu had become a pool of ashes, completely spread on the ground. Gialebi walked forward angrily and stomped on Gialenu's ashes. "Third brother, you have ended up like this. It's also a dead end. How dare you attack young Master Xiao Ning? You really don't know whether you live or die." Bah! He spit at Gialenu's ashes, and Gialebi instantly put on a smiling face, as if he had used the face-changing technique, and looked at Xiao Ning. "Young Master Xiao Ning, this is my third brother's own choice. It has nothing to do with the Jiale family." "The Jiale family?" Xiao Ning couldn't help laughing. He moved his palm lightly and glanced at the storage ring in his palm. Under the transmission of fighting spirit, a spherical object suddenly flew out, and at an incredibly fast speed, it turned into a blood shadow and fell into Gialebi's arms. If you can be considered a family, then the four words Jiale family do make sense. Looking down at the object in his arms, the smile on Gialebi's face froze. "Xiaowao! You beast, you dare to kill my son, I will fight you!" With his son dead, Gialebi could no longer pretend. The Dou crystal in his body trembled suddenly, and the vigorous energy surged from the Dou crystal. The cyan Dou Qi appeared on the surface of his body through the meridians, and quickly condensed into a set of exquisite Dou Qi armor. Although his heart was filled with raging anger, Gialebi wanted to tear Xiao Ning into pieces, but he saw his third brother being beaten into ashes with one move. He was very alert to Xiao Ning. With a roar, Gialebi's palms became claws, and with a roar, he swung out a sharp, wind-breaking chi, whistling out like a touch of cyan lightning. Facing this painless attack, Xiao Ning's figure flickered slightly, and he immediately dodged this tentative attack. The cyan claw-like attack passed through Xiao Ning's illusory figure and attacked a door in the hall. With a swish, the solid wooden door broke in two and fell to the ground. The broken part was smooth like a plane. Xiao Ning looked up at Gialebi. "I don't have many chances to attack you. If you still attack me so lightly, the next time you attack me, it will be your death." Gialebi couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He didn't see how Xiao Ning dodged the test attack just now. This means that Xiao Ning's strength is much stronger than he guessed. Xuan-level intermediate fighting skill, Wind Eagle Claw. In his palms, cyan fighting spirit quickly condensed, a circle of wind rolled up under his feet, and then carried it in the air. His body was like a cannonball, rushing towards Xiao Ning. With a wave of his palm, a strong cyan claw blade shot towards Xiao Ning. The strong wind pressure generated by the wind blade blew the tables and chairs in the hall. "Now you have thought of something. Even if you die next, you will live up to your title of Great Fighting Master." Facing Gialebi's powerful attack, Xiao Ning's calm face showed a hint of smile. He slightly extended his index finger, and the lavender soul power was released. The powerful Wind Eagle Demon Claw fighting skill instantly turned into nothingness, and the hall immediately returned to peace. With a light push of his palm, Gialebi's body suddenly floated up, and his movements were completely restricted in a lavender sphere. What's going on?" Gialebi was a little flustered and punched the purple energy barrier around his body with his fists. This didn't seem to be an ability that a fighting master could display. The purple wings were displayed, and Xiao Ning smiled and said, "How stupid are you to realize that there is a problem with my strength now? Wings, and you can mobilize the energy of heaven and earth. You are a Douhuang strongman. How is this possible?" Gialebi's eyes showed a trace of fear, but he didn't dare to believe it in his heart. A Douhuang who is less than 20 years old? What kind of monster is this? This time Xiao Ning did not give too much explanation. He simply snapped his fingers, and the purple soul energy wrapped around Gialebi began to shrink immediately, shrinking hundreds of times in an instant, turning into the size of a walnut. With a bang, a ball of blood bloomed in the air. Looking at the blood-colored ring in the air, Xiao Ning flickered a cluster of flames and shot them at the ring. The bright flames flickered, and the blood on the ring was burned and purified, revealing its own black color. The Jiale family. After putting the ring into his palm, Xiao Ning looked down at the body of Jialeku on the ground and casually released a purifying flame to it. The blazing red flame burned, burning the last body of the Jiale family into nothingness. Killing is a word with a strong bloody smell, but flames are a means to make the whole feast a little cleaner. Chapter 88, Favorability of the Snake Girl. Turning around and leaving the Jiale family, Xiao Ning came to the meter auction house. Master Xiao Ning came back so quickly, it seems that things were handled very smoothly. Gu Ni, who was guarding outside the door, said with a smile. Xiao Ning said, calmly, "Just dealing with a few minor troubles. The two snake girls have been waiting for a long time, and I have to go back to rest my old bones." Gu Ni stroked his beard and said. His fingers moved on the ring, and Xiao Ning took out a jade bottle and threw it to Guni. The strength of a 3-star grand fighter is indeed not suitable for staying up late. There is a purple heart-breaking barrier pill in this bottle, which can increase the strength of a grand fighter level person by 1 star. Guni took the jade bottle and was slightly stunned. This purple heart-breaking barrier pill is a 4th grade pill. I didn't expect that Xiao Ning could give one at will. He is worthy of being the disciple of a powerful alchemist. Ding! Guni's respect level has increased significantly, and he has gained 200 villain points. Thank you, Master Xiao Ning. Guni smiled. Xiao Ning nodded slightly, pushed the door, and walked into the reception room. After the events of the 2 villains of the Jiali and Oba families, his own hands-off management style is completely unsuitable for being a leader. These things can be handed over to Yafei, Shun'er, Queen Medusa, and other capable people in the future. As long as he is responsible for the resources, he can ensure the stable operation of his team. Master Alchemist, you are back? Seeing Xiao Ning enter, Lana immediately pulled her sister up. Xiao Ning waved his hand. You don't have to call me Master Alchemist every time, just call me Xiao Ning. How can this be? Lana thought for a while. How about we call you Master Xiao Ning from now on? Come home with me, Xiao Ning said. Bringing the 2 snake girls to Yafei's mansion, Xiao Ning arranged for them to live in the guest room and twisted the ring with his fingers to take out 2 boxes of body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid. Time is a bit tight, so I can't prepare some other clothes for you. Here are 2 boxes of body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid. Take out 2 batches and drop them into the hot spring pool not far away. Soaking your body in it can speed up your cultivation of fighting spirit. Xiao Ning smiled and put it on the wooden table. This is the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid. Lana looked at the brocade box on the table in surprise. Xinger also looked at the brocade box with great curiosity. Nowadays, who in the Jiama Empire doesn't know about the body-quenching and marrow-washing liquid? It's a magical liquid that can have a huge auxiliary effect on the fighting spirit stage. But its price has discouraged many people. It is said that a small bottle of it costs 1,000 gold coins. After a slight pause, Lana shook her head. Master Xiao Ning, this thing is too expensive. We are just 2 snake girls. Xiao Ning smiled. This medicine is from my teacher's hand, so it is our own thing. You can use it with confidence. Moreover, don't belittle yourself with your identity as a snake girl. Your origin is not something you can decide. Ding, the favorability of the snake girl Lana increased by 30, and the current total favorability is 100, life and death together. Ding, the favorability of the snake girl Xinger increased by 40, and the current total favorability is 100, life and death together. Looking at the 2 snake girls who were somewhat affectionate, Xiao Ning smiled indifferently. It's getting late. Go to bed early. Turning around and leaving, Xiao Ning walked through the quiet path and walked towards the dining area in the mansion. Looking at Yafei, who was wearing a bright red and thin pajamas, Xiao Ning felt that he had underestimated Yafei's charm. Her fair skin was faintly visible under her thin pajamas. A silver necklace hung on her slender neck, and a crystal-clear water-drop-shaped pendant hung in front of her. Her creamy skin matched her clear and bright eyes, her curved eyebrows, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, her flawless fair skin showing a faint blush, and her thin lips as tender as rose petals. Her bright red pajamas set off her exquisite figure, and her slender and well-proportioned legs were exposed to the air. Her snow-white golden lotus was 3 inches long and stepped on the ground. She wore a string of golden anklets, which made a crisp sound when she swayed slightly. Her black and smooth hair was scattered on her shoulders, making her overall image even more seductive, but a hint of anger appeared on her delicate face. How are the 2 snake girls arranged? They have been arranged to rest. Xiao Ning was not afraid at all. He walked to Yafei calmly, hugged her in his arms, sat on Yafei's chair, took a look at the food on the table, and casually picked up a piece of braised pork. Don't eat it. I'm still angry. Yafei reached out and grabbed Xiao Ning's arm, angrily said. Xiao Ning looked at the braised pork on his chopsticks, which was delicious, and sighed helplessly. He put his chopsticks on the porcelain plate in front of him, reached out and took out 2 rings and put them on the table. What is this? Yafei looked at the rings on the table with some confusion, not understanding what Xiao Ning meant. Xiao Ning explained in a deep voice, all the financial power of the Oba family and the Jiali family. Yafei reached out and covered her rose-red lips. All the property of the 2 families was here. The biggest possibility was that these 2 famous families in Wutan City were gone. Your purpose tonight is to kill them? Yafei's attention was diverted directly, and she asked in astonishment. Xiao Ning had already picked up the food and put it in his mouth. Killing people is not like killing chickens. He was a little hungry after killing hundreds of people. They have become traitors, so naturally I can't let them live. Xiao Ning said in a deep voice. Explained casually, I rescued those 2 snake women from the Oba family. You are really interesting. Yafei raised her jade hand and gently covered her jade lips, laughing softly. Xiao Ning paused for a moment. Oh? I just killed hundreds of people and rescued 2 people, and they were snake people. Isn't this interesting? Yafei explained with a smile. I don't think there is any contradiction in this. Xiao Ning put down his chopsticks and said seriously, the purpose of killing is to punish these traitors. Those who are killed are those who deserve to be killed, even though many of these people are in a confused state until they die and don't know why they are dying. But this does not mean that I am a killing machine. The 2 snake girls have nothing to do with the 2 families, so they naturally should not die. Cutting the grass and eradicating its roots is the right choice in this world. If you let a few lives go, maybe I will have to send someone to deal with the trouble for you. Yafei also put away her smile and said seriously. Xiao Ning stretched out his hand to lift Yafei's chin and smiled. I'm not that kind of saint. There are too many helplessness in this world. If those confused people want to blame, they should blame themselves for being too weak. If they are strong enough, they will not be the ones who die. Chapter 89, The Power of Blazing Flame. Why are you looking at me so blankly and not talking? Xiao Ning asked. Yafei took Xiao Ning's hand away and said with a smile, I'm just a little surprised at your maturity. It's rare for you to be so decisive at your age. Don't women hate talking about age the most? Saying that to me makes me seem too immature. With a charming smile, her delicate body trembled slightly, and the golden bells tied on her snow-white ankles made a crisp dingling sound. Don't you just like a big sister like me, brother Xiao Ning? Age is not something I can decide. Xiao Ning rolled his eyes, then looked down at Yafei, who was wearing a bold red nightgown. And your cooking is delicious, and you are so easy to raise. Who doesn't like it? Getting up from Xiao Ning's arms and sitting aside, Yafei gave Xiao Ning a reproachful look. You're not serious, sister. I'm charming, okay? By the way, I just have something serious to tell you, Xiao Ning said seriously. What's the matter? I'm going out to practice for a while recently, so I'll let the 2 little snake girls live with you first. Xiao Ning thought for a while and added, if you're bored, you can also guide them in their practice of the Dou Qi stage. Yafei frowned slightly. Why is it so sudden? Where are you going to practice? How long will it take? My strength has reached a bottleneck, and I'm ready to go for some experience. Xiao Ning thought about it carefully, then said, this time I may be away for a long time, but I will be back before Canaan. College recruits students. Canaan College recruits students. Yafei pondered for a while in her heart. That will take a long time. She stretched out her white palm and gently wiped the ring. Suddenly, a bright blue jade plate appeared in the palm of Yafei's hand, engraved with the logo of the Meidel family. Take this. If necessary, you can use this token to mobilize the financial, material, and human resources of any auction house of the Middle family. Xiao Ning took the jade token. The jade token was warm as soon as he touched it, and it was shining with a bright light. The material was extraordinary. It seems that the Middle family has not treated you badly. They actually gave you such a high-powered thing. Xiao Ning smiled and put the jade token away. It's all because of you, the eldest young master Xiao Ning. Yafei curled her lips. If I hadn't become your fiancé, the old guys in the family would never have given me such an important thing. Xiao Ning stretched out his hand to hold Yafei's palm, leaned forward, put his arm through Yafei's legs, gently picked her up, turned around and walked towards the bedroom. I'll take you to practice now, and when you are strong, slowly beat those old guys. Leaning on Xiao Ning's warm chest, Yafei raised her hand and gently hammered Xiao Ning. Are you practicing seriously? The next morning, the warm sunlight shone through the window and scattered on the ground. The room was a little messy, with red, thin pieces of cloth as thin as cicada wings thrown all over the place, which easily reminded people of a hard-working tailor's room. On the bed, Yafei lazily opened her eyes and looked directly at the pieces of her clothes. The red glow on her delicate face, which still had a trace of residual charm, suddenly spread a little more. She gently raised her head from Xiao Ning's chest, looked at Xiao Ning, who had woken up for a while, and twisted Xiao Ning's waist angrily. Your cultivation is really not serious. I don't know how many of my clothes have been torn by you. Holding Yafei's jade hand with a certain power in his palm, Xiao Ning defended himself. How is this not serious? Those clothes were torn because they could not withstand the powerful energy ripples in the cultivation, and it has nothing to do with me. Seeing that Xiao Ning could talk big without changing his face and truly experience the powerful blazing power of the meridians constantly traveling during the cultivation process, Yafei didn't want to continue to delve into this issue and murmured, "I don't know when it was. It's probably noon." Xiao Ning turned his head and glanced outside the house, judging. Although his body still had some sequelae from training and was very tired, there were still 2 snake girls in the mansion. Yafei quickly got up and took out a black gauze dress from the ring. Those 2 little snake girls will definitely laugh at me. While putting on her gauze skirt, Yafei turned her head to look at Xiao Ning, who was still lying peacefully on the bed, and said viciously, "It's all your fault." Reaching out and patting Yafei's forehead, Xiao Ning said dissatisfiedly, "How can you blame me for this? If you hadn't practiced so hard last night, how could your strength have broken through to the level of a 7-star fighter overnight?" 7-star fighter? Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yafei paused for a moment while putting on her stockings. She carefully sensed her own strength, and a smile appeared on her face. "I actually reached the level of a 7-star fighter. There are still a lot of residual effects of the Blazing Wood Spirit Pill in your body. I used the power of the Blazing Flame to condense the residual medicinal power in your meridians, and transformed it into pure and soft energy so that you can quickly absorb it and naturally break through." Xiao Ning smiled and reached out to touch the plump black silk long legs, explaining the reason for Yafei's breakthrough. Nodding as if she understood, Yafei's smile faded, and she turned her head to look at Xiao Ning. "But this is still your fault. Can't you shorten the training time?" Xiao Ning was silent. How can it be so short with extraordinary talent? A few minutes later, Yafei stretched out her hand to smooth out some fine wrinkles on Xiao Ning's collar, looking at his smooth and fair face, which was cold and angular, and his dark and deep eyes, her cheeks flushed slightly. "You shouldn't be dressed so handsomely. I wonder how many girls' hearts you will harvest?" Xiao Ning stroked a strand of black hair hanging in front of his forehead, and smiled. "Even a linen dress can't cover up my elegant temperament. It has nothing to do with dressing up." Looking down at Yafei in a black gauze skirt, Xiao Ning nodded slightly. Wearing a silver hairpin on her head, she looked elegant and graceful at first glance. The precious tulle silk skirt complemented her temperament, showing off her beautiful figure. Her momentum was so fierce that it seemed that she could burst her clothes. Her waist was as slender as a snake, swaying like a willow. Her round breasts showed her perfect lines in the thin tulle skirt, and she exuded a plump, mature, and attractive aura. "Don't look at me." Yafei felt a little embarrassed by Xiao Ning's gaze, and stretched out her hand to push him away. "What do you want to eat?" Xiao Ning smiled and shook his head. "I won't eat here for the time being. I have to go home and tell my family about the situation. They don't know about the experience outside yet." Chapter 90. Just like that? I don't believe it. After leaving Yafei's residence, Xiao Ning hurried to Xiao's house and glanced at the sun hanging in the sky. Shuner and the others should be practicing in the back mountain at this time. Crossing the Xiao family's training ground and running towards the back mountain, Xiao Ning saw 3 beauties sitting cross-legged, with a layer of faint energy of heaven and earth on their bodies. One of the 3 women was pure and lovely, one was charming, and one had plump legs and wore milky white stockings, which was extremely attractive. Sensing someone approaching, the 3 opened their eyes one after another and saw that the person coming was Xiao Ning. The 3 were more or less surprised. "Where have you been after so many days?" Xiao Yu stood up and came to Xiao Ning to question. Wearing a maple red dress, Xiao Mei walked over lightly with some confusion on her face. "I asked my sister, but she was hesitant and refused to tell me in detail." Xiao Shuner just glanced at Xiao Ning and didn't say much. She naturally knew that Xiao Ning had recently been in the mansion of Yafei, a famous beauty in Wutan City. "I may have to go out for a while recently, and this time it may be longer, so I came to inform you." Xiao Ning stretched out his hand and pulled Xiao Shuner and Xiao Mei to sit on the soft grass under the cherry tree. Xiao Yu sat down immediately, frowning slightly. "You want to leave at this time? Canaan College will come to recruit students soon. Don't you plan to go this year?" "I must go." Xiao Ning changed the subject. "But before that, I must go out and gain some experience to break through the shackles of my current realm. Don't worry, I won't delay the registration for Canaan College. I know you have your own ideas." Xiao Yu curled her lips and stopped persuading. Xiao Mei stood up and suggested, "Why don't we go home and prepare some barbecue? If we leave the Xiao family, we won't be able to eat my sister's secret barbecue." Looking at Xiao Mei, who had grown a lot taller, Xiao Ning couldn't help but smile and said, "I'm afraid it's you, a little girl, who wants to eat. You just know how to be lazy and don't want to practice." Pulling Xiao Ning's arm, Xiao Mei smiled. "Don't you think Brother Xiao Ning doesn't like to eat? Let's go." Xiao Ning pulled Xiao Shuner and Xiao Yu and walked down the mountain. After playing for an afternoon, the bright full moon hung in the sky, covering the earth with a layer of silver gauze. Xiao Ning held Xiao Shuner's hand and walked on the path in the Xiao family's garden. He turned his head to look at Xiao Shuner, who was wearing a purple skirt. Xiao Ning praised sincerely, "Shuner's sister is getting more and more beautiful." The light-colored skirt was decorated with silver silk edges, and the watercolored gauze belt was tied around her waist. She wore a violet-colored hibiscus-painted long skirt with a waist and fluttering sleeves. Xiao Shuner had a slight smile on her cheeks. Her youthful and ignorant eyes were as smooth as pearls and jade. Her eyes were as clear as the stream water under the ice, without a trace of worldly dust. Her eyelashes were long and thick, slightly curled up like a cattail leaf fan. She reached out and touched her small nose. Her pair of soft hands were slender and white. The elegant orchids embroidered on the cuffs made her 10 fingers look like scallions. Her pink lips were glittering and lightly curved into a beautiful arc. On her jade-like earlobes were light blue tassels, which were so light that they could dance slowly with a little wind. There were probably few people who didn't like such a beauty. Even Xiao Yan couldn't help wanting to use her as an experimental subject. "Is she as beautiful as Sister Yafei?" Xiao Shuner asked, turning her head. Xiao Ning thought about it carefully and said seriously, "Yafei has a charming temperament and is a rare beauty. Shuner, you have an elegant temperament like a fairy who does not eat the world. Each has its own merits." "Brother Xiao Ning." Xiao Shuner stopped and couldn't help but act coquettishly. "Why are you not flustered and explain so calmly? Shouldn't men be scared to death at this time? Yafei is my woman. Is there anything to hide? If I hesitate a little, then I am not sincere to Yafei. Does Shuner like that kind of hypocritical person?" Xiao Shuner pouted and walked forward. "Brother Xiao Ning will make specious arguments." Shaking his head, Xiao Ning's figure flashed, and he hugged Xiao Shuner in his arms. He looked down at Xiao Shuner's pretty appearance and chuckled. "Shuner, you look jealous?" Which is also unique. With a light step on the ground, Xiao Ning's figure disappeared immediately. He quickly came to Xiao Shuner's room and threw her on the bed roughly. Looking at Xiao Ning approaching, Xiao Shuner forgot that she was a strong man with cultivation. She huddled in a corner of the bed and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Brother Xiao Ning, what are you doing?" Climbing onto the bed, Xiao Ning looked down at Xiao Shuner and stretched out his hand to gently pull the silk ribbon tied in front of her. Xiao Shuner's breathing was a little rapid, and her pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. After thinking carefully, Xiao Ning said seriously, "When you broke through the Great Dou Master, the energy compression was not pure enough, and there was a flaw in your body. I am going to stimulate the jade ball acupoints for you and help you build a perfect Dou crystal." Xiao Shuner suddenly opened her eyes and said with a little disappointment, "Just like that?" Xiao Ning nodded affirmatively. "Of course it's just for cultivation. Shuner, what do you think it is?" "Then why did you untie the belt on my dress?" Xiao Shuner bit her lip and asked. "The belt on your chest-length skirt is tight on your body and binds the acupoints. I untied it just to make the Dou Qi flow more smoothly in the meridians and acupoints later." Xiao Ning thought for a while and added, "It's just untying a belt. Your dress is still on. Then how is Brother Xiao Ning going to help me?" Xiao Shuner could only ask while lying on the bed with a relaxed body. "I'm going to use my blazing flame fighting spirit to input into your jade ball acupuncture point, and use the high temperature of my fighting spirit to communicate the energy in your meridians and help purify it." Xiao Ning said in a deep voice, "This technique comes from the alchemist, and the effect is outstanding." Xiao Shuner was much more awake at this time, and frowned slightly. "Brother Xiao Ning, how did you know that I broke through to the Grand Fighter? I remember that I have been hiding it very well, and only revealed the strength of a 9-star fighter." Reaching out and scratching Xiao Shuner's nose, Xiao Ning explained, "I am an alchemist with outstanding soul perception. You, little girl, don't want your cultivation to overwhelm me. What level is Brother Xiao Ning's real strength? I can't sense it all the time." Xiao Shuner asked with a slight blush on her cheeks. 3-star Grand Fighter, 2 stars stronger than you. With my powerful fighting spirit to help you purify the fighting crystal, and with the help of the alchemist's technique, it is enough to make up for the slight defect in your fighting crystal." Xiao Ning said seriously. Chapter 91, Powerful Cultivation Method. Seeing Xiao Ning's serious words, Xiao Shuner believed his words without any doubt. Her watery almond eyes blinked gently, and she lay on the bed with some curiosity and nervousness, waiting for Xiao Ning to heal her cultivation defects. As the second most powerful little princess in the ancient family, how could there be any problems with her cultivation? When Xiao Shuner realized this, she had become numb and had no strength in her body. The bed curtains were also pulled up, and the small space was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere for a while. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning fell into the quaint room and reflected on the floor, from the messy clothes scattered on the ground and some pieces of dresses, it can be seen that the cultivation last night was intense. Xiao Shuner woke up slowly, and her pretty face still had a trace of red afterglow after the cultivation. She wiped the corners of her mouth and looked down at the white gel-like medicine liquid twisted on her fingers. Thinking of the powerful energy contained in this medicine, Xiao Shuner quickly shook her head, looked at Xiao Ning, who was still sleeping beside her, and felt a little happy in her heart. She finally, with a slight movement of her body, Xiao Shuner immediately felt a sharp pain coming from her Chongyang acupoint. With a frown on her dark eyebrows, Xiao Shuner reluctantly got up from the bed, tapped her finger on the ring, and then took out a set of cherry-pink dresses. In the past, such a simple thing as putting on clothes after a hard practice, the powerful energy residue still seemed to be wandering in her meridians, and her movements were a little inconvenient. Putting on white stockings, Xiao Shuner stepped on the floor, looking at the messy ground, especially her dress that was torn into strips of cloth, and was stunned for a few seconds. Knowing that she wanted to clean it up, it was impossible with her current physical condition. Xiao Shuner waved her arm lightly, and the ring on her finger flashed a purple light. In an instant, the messy scene on the ground disappeared and returned to its original state. The ring can actually have this function? Xiao Ning couldn't help laughing. How could he miss the strange and gorgeous scene just now? Xiao Shuner turned around suddenly, stood with her hands behind her back, and asked a little embarrassedly, "Brother Xiao Ning, when did you wake up?" "You know, I just woke up not too long ago." Adhering to the concept of making a fortune in silence, Xiao Ning said calmly. Xiao Shuner breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were already close enough, she still couldn't accept that Xiao Ning saw her dressing action. Especially when she was not feeling well, she made cute movements. "It's time to get up." Xiao Shuner turned her head to look at the sky outside the window that was gradually clearing up, and urged Xiao Ning, "Aren't you going to leave Wutan City for training today?" Xiao Ning nodded slightly, squinting his eyes, and looked out the window. "It's time to get up." A few minutes later, Xiao Shuner dressed Xiao Ning like a young wife again. Compared with many years ago, today's actions are more or less worthy of the name. "I didn't expect that Brother Xiao Ning would be so handsome after wearing this black robe." Different from the elegance that Xiao Ning brought to her in the past, the dark black clothes worn by Xiao Ning, matched with his deep eyes like the starry sky and elegant temperament, made him more stable. He lowered his head slightly and glanced at Xiao Shuner. There was a hint of mature charm on her originally pure cheeks. The two completely different temperaments made Xiao Shuner more charming. After a period of training, the meridians were opened up and the flesh and blood were strengthened, which seemed to have stimulated Xiao Shuner's physical potential, and she grew a lot overnight. She wore a silver hairpin on her hair, and the precious gauze silk skirt complemented the temperament of her whole body. At first glance, she looked elegant and luxurious, showing off her beautiful figure. In front of her body, she was round and tall, and the surging momentum of the two-star great fighting master emanated, lingering on her body, as if she was about to break through the clothes. The waist is as slender as a snake, swaying like a willow, and the rounded temples show her perfect lines in the thin gauze skirt. She is like a snow lotus in the wind, pure and flawless, which is no longer a simple beauty that can be described. It is a kind of beauty that penetrates into the bones and can only be felt and appreciated. The delicate and extremely picky cheeks, peaceful like plum blossoms in the cold winter night, noble like snow lotus, beautiful face, snow jade skin, slender and graceful figure. Everything shows that this is a rare girl in the world. On her jade legs, she wears a pair of slender white stockings, and on her feet, she wears quaint embroidered shoes, which is very playful and cute. Xiao Ning stretched out his hand and pinched the slightly chubby face, and held it in his arms. Shuner seems to be more beautiful. After leaning on Xiao Ning's warm chest for a while, Xiao Shuner raised her head, stretched out her hand to tidy up the messy long hair on her forehead, and asked softly, "What does Xiao Ning want to eat? Shuner will prepare it for you." Xiao Ning leaned over slightly, picked up Xiao Suner in a princess hug, turned and walked towards the bed. You just broke through last night, and your legs are still shaking now. You should lie on the bed and rest. Besides, I'm afraid someone outside the door wants to eat me. Xiao Ning looked outside the door with a little self-mockery. This Zijuan is really determined. She actually stayed all night. Xiao Suner raised her jade hand, slightly covered her lips like rose petals, and let out a crisp laugh like a silver bell. Sister Zijuan is not a monster. How could she eat you? Xiao Ning stared at the door, silent. The door creaked open, and Zijuan came in with a red-painted wooden tray, on which was placed a delicate jade bowl filled with medicinal porridge, steaming. The fragrance was so strong that Xiao Ning could smell it as soon as Zijuan pushed the door open. Zijuan walked steadily, but her eyes seemed to be burning with raging fire, staring at Xiao Ning closely. If eyes could kill, Xiao Ning would have been cut into pieces by Zijuan at this time. If people's thoughts could kill, Xiao Ning would have been cursed to death countless times by Zijuan, and each death would be different. This abominable Xiao family kid actually came up with so many mysterious and extraordinary ways of practicing with Miss Suner. If it weren't for the fact that I didn't break Miss Suner's holy body, I would definitely grind this kid to ashes. The closer she got to Xiao Ning, the stronger the anger in Zijuan's heart became, and her fingers couldn't help but increase some of the strength. The wooden tray was not affected by it and made a slight click. The wooden tray, which was originally intact, suddenly had the mark of a finger. Chapter 92. Leaning back on the bed, Xiao Suner looked at the wooden tray with only one bowl. Where's Brother Xiao Ning's? Miss, I added a lot of nourishing medicine to this porridge, which is most suitable for women. A man like Xiao Ning may have some side effects after taking it. Xiao Ning got up from the bed and walked to Zijuan. He looked up and down at this Dozong strongman whose age was unknown. She was wearing an elegant purple dress, bright eyes, white teeth, black eyebrows, cherry mouth, ice-like skin, beautiful posture and graceful. She was plump and well-proportioned, with white and smooth skin and a plump and mature body. She was really a charming beauty. Fortunately, she rarely walked around the Xiao family, and the one serving her was a fairy-like girl like Xiao Suner. Otherwise, it would be hard to believe that she was a maid of the Xiao family. Reaching out to pick up the jade bowl, Xiao Ning sniffed the aroma of the medicinal porridge and nodded slightly to Zijuan. You are right. Go down. Waving his hand casually, Xiao Ning turned and walked towards Xiao Suner. Perhaps when he was weak, he was a little scared of these strong guards beside Xiao Suner. However, when his strength and thoughts changed, no matter how strong Zijuan is now, her identity is a maid, and she has to do things in the style of a maid. Seeing Xiao Ning chatting and laughing with her young lady, Zijuan gritted her teeth and left quickly. After a while, Xiao Ning looked at Xiao Suner, whose face had turned red, and smacked his lips without paying much attention to manners. This medicinal porridge tastes really delicious. Aunt Zijuan just said that you can't drink this porridge. How can you be so greedy? Xiao Suner reminded. Xiao Ning laughed. If this simple medicinal porridge can affect me, then all these years of cultivation have been in vain. Looking down at Xiao Suner's slightly swollen lips, Xiao Ning stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiao Suner's soft and boneless little hand. Moreover, this medicinal porridge has been purified by you, Suner, and the medicinal effect has been basically washed away. Brother Xiao Ning, you are so mean. Suner will ignore you. Turning over, Xiao Suner pulled up the quilt and covered herself in the quilt. Xiao Ning smiled faintly, stretched out his hand and patted the quilt. I'm leaving. You have a good rest, and don't go to the mountain to practice recently. Yeah. Xiao Suner, hiding in the quilt, had red eyes and a little itchy throat. She responded as calmly as possible. If it weren't for her mission to stay in the Xiao family, she really wanted to go out and explore with Xiao Ning. She walked quickly to the gate of the Xiao family's mansion and took a look at the carriage with luxurious decoration and two magical beasts covered with black scales. Xiao Ning nodded slightly. This equipment is not bad. The middle-aged man who had been waiting for a long time beside the carriage saw Xiao Ning coming out and immediately ran over, bowed slightly, and shouted respectfully, Master Xiao Ning, I came here specially to deliver the carriage for you. It's actually a magical beast carriage, not bad. Xiao Ning nodded slightly. Mo Wen smiled, led Xiao Ning to the carriage and introduced. Master Xiao Ning, this carriage is pulled by two black flame horses, and it is incredibly fast. The special design of the carriage allows it to go at such a fast speed without making people feel shaking. Moreover, this black flame horse is extraordinary, having reached the peak of the first level. With its powerful speed and the blessing of its own flame bloodline, Even an ordinary fighting master is not its opponent. Taking off a storage ring from his finger, Ma Wen continued. It's just that this black flame horse needs to be fed some extraordinary medicinal materials every day, which are not available to ordinary people. Only an alchemist like you, Xiao Ning, is worthy of such a top-quality carriage. Looking down at the storage ring on the man's hand, Xiao Ning said calmly, "You can take this storage ring and the medicinal materials in it back with you." Knowing that Xiao Ning was an alchemist and must have a lot of more precious medicinal materials with him, Ma Wen laughed dryly and put the storage ring away. After examining the carriage, Xiao Ning turned around and asked Ma Wen, "How do I drive this carriage?" "This is extremely simple. Because it uses a powerful magic beast, this black flame horse is extremely intelligent. Master Xiao Ning only needs to tell it the direction to go." Xiao Ning stepped lightly on the ground, jumped into the carriage, and uttered 2 words, "North." After receiving the order, the 2 black flame horses dug their hooves into the ground and instantly began to accelerate, running slowly on this spacious street. After leaving the Xiao family, Xiao Ning immediately took out the Thai demon lady Mingzhu from the system space and hugged her into his arms. Mingzhu was wearing a noble purple dress with intricate patterns embroidered on the fabric. Her white skin was exposed on her chest. The bold but elegant cut made her plump figure even more graceful. After many experiments, Xiao Ning suddenly found that the knee pillow did not seem to be the most comfortable sleeping position. Holding tightly like this would be much better. The carriage galloped and soon left Wutan City, heading north. It rushed to the destination of Xiao Ning's trip, Qingshan Town. Qingshan Town, like Wutan City, is also a place close to the Magic Beast mountain range, so it is also called the Magic Beast Town. In the town, the largest group of people are naturally those mercenaries who lick blood on the blade every day. They are in groups, hugging their arms, talking on the streets, and discussing unscrupulously which women in the town are the most attractive, where the wine is the strongest, and where the magic beasts are the most fierce. Of course, Xiao Ning's purpose of coming here is not these big and strong mercenaries, but the famous girl in Qingshan Town, Xiao Yishan. It started to smoke. I tried to save it today, but unfortunately, the money for repairs is almost enough to buy a new one. Next, for a long time, I will use my mobile phone to update. This update method, which has never been tried before, may have some problems at the beginning. Typos, symbol format errors. Just like when I first updated the 3 books, I sometimes mixed up the names of the protagonists. But after a period of adaptation, all 4 books were no problem. After the bad news, it's good news. In order to have a new work tool, I plan to start 2 new books this month. Yes, you read that right, I will update 6 books a day. For this new book, I plan to update it at my wit's end, with 3 chapters as the basis. I'll get a computer to code first. It's really uncomfortable to type on this phone. Chapter Madame Lan. Master, we have arrived at Qingshan Town. Madame Mingzhu stood up lazily, raised her flawless white arms, and twisted the thin belt with her slender fingers, passing it through her neck to tie her purple belly band. Her black hair, like ink, fell naturally, contrasting with the creamy skin on her beautiful back. Because of the action of tying the belt, Madame Mingzhu couldn't help but sit up straight, and her aura was more prominent and full. Xiao Ning opened his eyes, stretched out his hand to lift a corner of the curtain, and took a look at the red sunset outside the carriage. It's already afternoon. I slept for a long time. Come back first, walking around with a beauty like you in this place. Even without the mocking aura of the protagonist, I'm afraid it will cause some unnecessary trouble. Under Madame Mingzhu's somewhat coquettish eyes, Xiao Ning put it back into the system space. He slightly tidied his clothes and got up and got out of the car. It's getting late now. Let's find a place to eat first. Xiao Yishan is very popular, and she works in Wanyaozhai in Qingshan Town. It's not difficult to find her. After walking on the wide road for a few minutes and entering the bustling street, Xiao Ning stopped in front of a restaurant that looked pretty good. Maple Forest Tavern. Looking up at the plaque, Xiao Ning twirled his ring with his fingers, took out 2 star flame grasses and threw them to the black flame horse, and walked into the tavern. There were only a few diners in the restaurant with simple and luxurious decoration. Xiao Ning was a little puzzled. Business in such a place should not be so depressed. However, it's none of my business. Xiao Ning didn't bother to think too much, stepped up to the 2nd floor, found a seat by the window and sat down. Not long after, a proprietress dressed as a young woman who looked to be in her 20s came over. "Young master, what are you going to eat?" The woman's voice was delicate. Xiao Ning turned his head from the scenery outside the window and looked at the woman in front of him in a light blue dress, a little surprised. There is such a stunning lady in this restaurant. She looks a little inferior to Yafei, but not much different from Xiao Qingxie. The lady has a delicate face and is dressed in a light blue dress. She is graceful and charming. Her eyes are full of spring, and her exquisite curves are fully revealed between her body movements. She exudes a unique feminine charm that makes people want to get close to her. Her flawless face is as beautiful as a peach and plum, like Chang'e in the moon, which makes people dare not look directly at her. Her skin is as smooth as fat, and her rosy light is as pleasing to the eye as if it is a masterpiece of nature. Xiao Ning said casually, "Just some of your signature dishes." Lan Ting nodded slightly and turned away. "Is this the reason for the poor management?" Looking at the woman's back, Xiao Ning speculated. Not many people would like such a simple and direct attitude. At a dining table downstairs, a middle-aged mercenary drank a bowl of strong liquor and laughed heartily. "Have you heard? He Meng from the Wolf Head mercenary group has become the third leader and is now a figure in Qingshan town. I knew about this big news yesterday. In addition, I also know a bigger news." A young mercenary at the side smiled obscurely. "What news?" asked curiously at the table. Gu Changfeng took a sip of wine, looked up at the graceful figure of the proprietress Lan Ting, and then whispered, "This Lan Ting is a beauty in Qingshan town. I'm afraid that only the little Dr. Fairy can be comparable to her after she grows up. This matter is known to all the mercenaries in Qingshan town. Speaking of which, this woman is also miserable. I wanted to marry the Qin family of this Fenglin tavern, but..." The young mercenary who had just entered the industry looked at the sighing senior. "I have heard of the beauty of this Lady Lan, but I know nothing about her past. Uncle Wang, tell me about it." "I'll tell you about it." Wang Teng nodded and said. Gu Changfeng patted Wang Teng beside him. "There is nothing to say. It's just that the Lan family is preparing for a marriage, and the Qin family is preparing for a wedding, a combination of the interests of the two families. It's a pity that Qin Lang died on the day of the wedding." "After saying so much, what interesting news do you know?" Wang Teng turned his head and asked Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng said, "He Meng became the third leader of the Wolf Head mercenary group, and his power has skyrocketed. He is successful in his career, so he naturally has greater demands for other things." Wang Teng smacked his lips. "I heard that He Meng coveted Madame Lan. It seems that this beauty will be sold to that wild boar. Things are different now." Gu Changfeng shook his head. "Let's eat quickly. I heard that he came here in the past 2 days. Don't get into any trouble." Wang Teng nodded, stopped chatting, and hurried to eat. "Madame Lan, He Meng?" Xiao Ning accidentally heard the discussion of several mercenaries, and his fingers naturally tapped the table. "I remember that when Xiao Yan killed He Meng, he mentioned a charming woman named Madame Lan. Now it's a year ago, could it be that person?" Bang, bang, bang. The ground suddenly shook, and several sturdy men walked in from outside the door. Especially the leader, who was fat and looked about 300 pounds. He had a traitor's hair, which was very ugly with his round face. "Lanair, little Lanlan," He Meng called out affectionately when he entered the restaurant. Glancing at the 2 or 3 tables of people eating, He Meng curled his lips and said, "It seems that they are busy in the kitchen. Let's go upstairs and wait first." Several people went up to the second floor. There were even fewer guests here. In addition to Xiao Ning, there was only 1 table. He Meng found a table and sat down at random, waiting quietly. Xiao Ning glanced at He Meng and checked his information. Strength 8-star fighter on the Hano. Skill, love beauty. The importance of beauty is above all else, and the purpose of cultivation is even more for this. 1002 villain aura. It seems that I can get another wave of huge rewards. When I looked at He Meng again, the fat figure seemed to have turned into a bunch of walking villain points. The protagonist Xiao Yan is like a leek he raises in Wutan City. He can only raise them for the time being and harvest them when they are fat. These villains are interesting. They can be directly killed, and a lot of villain auras and villain points can be obtained instantly. Soon, he will have to find Xiao Yixian to help him resolve the harm of the evil poison body, which requires a lot of villain points. After waiting for more than a few minutes, Madame Lan slowly walked up to the second floor with a wooden tray. Chapter 94. Serve others with beauty? Out of curiosity about Madame Lan, Xiao Ning also looked up the information of this person. Supporting role, Dou Qi 4th stage. No aura. Skill, serve others with beauty. Complex environment, low strength. It is difficult to maintain self-esteem, and the final outcome can only be reduced to a man's plaything. After a series of encounters, she finally showed her charming side. "Lanner, come here quickly." Seeing Lan Ting's figure, He Meng laughed and shouted. Hearing this rough voice, Lan Ting's body trembled involuntarily, and she turned around slightly with the plate. There are still dishes ordered by the guests that have not been served. He Meng frowned slightly, glanced at the people eating on the second floor, and said disdainfully, "Just these few people? Dare to be disrespectful to me? Now I am the third leader of the Wolfhead mercenary group." As he said, a smile appeared on He Meng's face again, staring at Lan Ting. "And you are the wife of the third leader of the Wolfhead mercenary group, Mrs. Lan. In the future, such trivial matters of delivering dishes can be left to the servants. I will arrange 2 younger brothers for you tomorrow." Lan Ting was a little panicked, but she didn't know how to refute. In terms of strength, she was only a person with a 4th-level fighting spirit, and in terms of power, she was just the owner of a down-and-out tavern. Even though she was extremely bitter in her heart, in the face of reality, Lan Ting could only step towards He Meng. "Other people's dishes are fine, but my dishes can't be delivered to other people's tables so easily." Xiao Ning got up and came to Lan Ting's side and called her. "Young master, don't talk nonsense. This man is the third leader of the Wolfhead mercenary group, and he has a few people with him. They are extremely powerful mercenaries. You should go somewhere else for dinner," Lan Ting advised in a low voice. Where did this ignorant young man come from? He Meng stood up angrily, looking at Xiao Ning's handsome face, and his anger rose several times. "It's still a pretty boy. Today, I will make you, a pretty boy, ashamed to face people in the future." He Meng twisted his head slightly, and a faint fighting spirit began to loom on the surface of his body. A pair of iron fists were clenched tightly, and there was a crackling sound between the joints. He Meng's pupils exuded a strong murderous aura, which penetrated his body, making the restaurant a little gloomy in the evening sunlight. The mercenaries who felt the murderous aura realized that something was wrong, took out a few gold coins and put them on the table, and didn't leave quickly. Xiao Ning took the wooden tray from Madame Lan with a smile, put it aside, and looked at He Meng with a warm smile. "Come on, I'll give you a chance to attack. Arrogant boy, I will make you regret coming to this world." He Meng smiled sinisterly, stomped his feet hard on the ground, and rushed towards Xiao Ning like a giant wild boar. He Meng was able to stand out from many mercenaries and become the third leader of the Wolfhead mercenary group. He Meng was quite capable. Looking at He Meng, who was rushing towards him with fierce energy, Xiao Ning raised his palm casually, slightly stimulated the fighting spirit in his body, and suddenly launched a fighting skill, blowing fire palm, releasing a more powerful storm force. As Xiao Ning's low-level Xuan-level fighting skill was launched, violent wind gushed out from his palm and hit He Meng's body hard. Unprepared for such a strange attack, He Meng flew backwards and fell heavily on the table where he was sitting before. With a bang, the whole table was shattered into pieces like a torn body by 5 horses. "Third captain!" Several mercenaries looked at He Meng in astonishment and worry, and reached out to pull him. He Meng barely stood up. A solemn expression appeared on his face, and he slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. After examining Xiao Ning, He Meng did not attack again, but shouted, "Look at your clothes. You look like someone from a big family. I am the third captain of the Wolfhead mercenary group, and our Wolfhead mercenary group is the first mercenary group here. If you don't want to die, don't cause yourself unnecessary trouble. Wolfhead mercenary group? Is it powerful? How come you, the third captain, can't even take my palm?" Xiao Ning couldn't help laughing. This villain is also hopeless. Either he relies on force or he wants to rely on power. "Damn it, you dare to insult me!" The calmness on He Meng's face was broken again. "Come on, all together. I don't believe that the 6 of us can't beat a teenager." He Meng raised his fist and hit his chest, and saw that the originally bronze skin gradually turned a little pale under He Meng's fist. With a sneer, He Meng clenched his fist, and his arm turned pale. Practice the rock attribute technique that is known to have the strongest defense among the attributes. With your strength, you will never be able to break my defense. He Meng stepped out again. This time, his movements were obviously faster than before. The wind pressure caused by the fierce speed blew some of the tables and chairs around. He also launched an attack with several mercenaries beside him. "Stop fighting, Captain He Meng. He's just a guest. Didn't you come here today just for that matter? As long as you let him go, I'm willing to follow you." Seeing that the situation was getting worse and had turned into a life-and-death struggle, Lan Ting stood in front of Xiao Ning and shouted loudly. He Meng suddenly stopped, waved his hand to stop his brothers, and looked at Lan Ting deeply. "You actually protected this pretty boy so much. If I just wanted to beat him to death, then now I want him to be unable to live or die and torture him to death. I, Xiao Ning, Don't need a woman to protect me. Only you will die today. Xiao Ning stretched out his hand to pull Mrs. Lan away and faced He Meng and his men. Arrogant! He Meng shouted and rushed out immediately. Looking at He Meng and the figures of several powerful mercenaries beside him, Lan Ting thought that this handsome young man who didn't know which big family he came from might die like this. She was so anxious that she fainted slowly. Xiao Ning stretched out his hand to hold Mrs. Lan in his arms, and his right hand condensed a fiery red flame, and instantly waved a few palms of the real blowing fire palm. The huge red palm was extremely fast, and it was directly imprinted on the bodies of several people, and the flames rose. Even He Meng, who had practiced the rock attribute technique, only lasted a few more breaths, not to mention the other mercenaries. In just 1 or 2 seconds, they were scattered into ashes. Kill the little villain, He Meng in advance, eliminate the protagonist Xiao Yan's chance to show off, gain 1050 villain points, He Meng's villain aura 1002, host's villain aura 1002. Chapter 95, Xiao Ning's preferences. Ding, change the fate of the little person Mrs. Lan, gain 200 villain points. After killing several small mercenaries, Xiao Ning looked down at Mrs. Lan, who fainted in his arms, and reached out to check her physical condition. She has been exhausted both physically and mentally for a long time. Today's condition seems to be a fuse that has triggered all the accumulated fatigue in her body. Looking up at the direction of the 3rd floor, Xiao Ning leaned over, hooked his arms around Mrs. Lan's plump legs, hugged her in his arms, stepped lightly on the ground, and rushed quickly to the direction of the 3rd floor. According to the perception of the soul, this seems to be where Mrs. Lan lives. Xiao Ning put her on the bed, looking at her soft cheeks, and was slightly surprised. Such a weak woman dared to face those brutal mercenaries and wanted to save a stranger like herself. Take a rest for a while. Xiao Ning covered the brave woman with a quilt, quietly walked to the window in front of the bed, and quietly looked at the scenery near Qingshan town. Unknowingly, a full moon slowly rose, like a golden disk, sprinkling a layer of light golden gauze on the ground. After a peaceful afternoon's sleep, Mrs. Lan woke up slowly. She looked at the familiar environment with her hazy eyes and couldn't help muttering, You just fainted." Xiao Ning turned and walked over, explaining, "You?" Seeing Xiao Ning's figure, Mrs. Lan's pupils suddenly shrank and she was very surprised. "You are not dead. Could it be that the He Meng of the Wolf Head Mercenary Group has a change of heart? It shouldn't be. Just a few insignificant mercenaries. If they were not given the opportunity to fight, they would not even know how they died." The 3rd leader of the famous Wolf Head Mercenary Group in Qingshan Town was like a chicken and dog that could be slaughtered at will in the mouth of this young man. Mrs. Lan looked at the young man with extraordinary bearing, reluctantly stood up, gently tidied her messy hair with her jade hands, and said in a deep voice, "Seeing your extraordinary temperament, I guessed that you were extraordinary, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. However, the Wolfhead Mercenary Group has a large number of people. One of the people you killed is the 3rd captain of the Wolfhead Mercenary Group. If they find you, they will definitely not let you go. You should leave here as soon as possible." Mrs. Lan advised sincerely. Being in Qingshan Town, she knew very well how powerful Qingshan Town was. There were as many as 100 or 200 people, and above He Meng there were the 2nd captain and the captain. Even if the young man in front of him was powerful, how could he be a match for hundreds of people? Xiao Ning waved his hand. "Since I killed him, I naturally need to completely eradicate him and get rid of this trouble. If I just leave like this, they can't find me. Won't they take you to vent their anger? I, Xiao Ning, am not the kind of person who will just walk away when I get into trouble." Thinking of her ill-fated experience, Madame Lan couldn't help but sigh and sat back on the bed helplessly. Even if the Wolfhead Mercenary Group was gone, what would it matter? A weak woman like me, with good looks, low strength, and a restaurant business, has long been a fat piece of meat in the eyes of some strong men in Qingshan Town. Don't sigh like that. Your body fainted suddenly because of mental exhaustion. Xiao Ning twisted Najee with his fingers and took out a brocade box from it. Inside is a whole box of marrow cleansing and body quenching fluid. You can use it to practice and become stronger. Although it has no healing effect, but there is a saying that heart disease is difficult to cure. When your strength improves, all your heart disease will surely disappear with the wind. Xiao Ning smiled indifferently and handed the brocade box over. This box of marrow cleansing and body quenching liquid is worth 30,000 gold coins. Madame Lan said with her legs supported, "This thing is too valuable. I can't have it." Xiao Ning smiled and slightly domineeringly stuffed the brocade box into Madame Lan's hand. Just take it if it's given to you. To be honest, this medicine is my teacher's business. It may be extremely expensive in your eyes, but to me, it's just an item that can be taken at hand. Feeling some weight on her hand, Madame Lan was surprised again when she heard Xiao Ning's words. You are actually an alchemist? Xiao Ning nodded. I came to your restaurant to eat something, but it's dark today. Can Madame make something for me? Madame Lan smiled and nodded, putting the marrow-cleansing and body-quenching liquid aside. I'm sorry for neglecting the master alchemist. I'll prepare it now. Just call me Xiao Ning. I don't deserve the words master alchemist, Xiao Ning said. How can that be? How can I call you by your name? Madame Lan thought for a moment and said, How about I call you Xiao Ning? Seeing that Madame Lan insisted on doing so, Xiao Ning nodded slightly. Following Madame Lan out of her bedroom, he came to the dining room next to her. Master Xiao Ning, wait a moment, I'll be back soon. Madame Lan bowed and said. Xiao Ning nodded slightly, opened the window next to the chair, let the cool night breeze blow on his body, and waited quietly. It didn't take long for Madame Lan to prepare a table of delicious food, and even changed into a light dress to get rid of the smell of her oil smoke. Madame Lan's delicate facial features were blended into a kind of cheek. Her jade legs were white, tender, and slender. Her thin waist was only slender enough to be held in one hand, and her round and perky skin drum. On the moon-like face that overwhelmed the country, there was a shy blush, charming, and extremely beautiful and attractive. Moreover, she exudes a faint fragrance, the unique charm of a mature woman, and the mature body fragrance that deeply seduces men. She naturally exudes a graceful and elegant demeanor with every move. The majestic and full momentum in front of her rises and falls with her breath, and is squeezed flat. Under the wrapping of the luo shang, the curves between the soft and graceful, slender waist and the slightly raised and rounded beautiful palace moon are vividly displayed. Master Xiao Ning, drink some of the orchid wine unique to Fenglin restaurant? Madame Lan smiled and poured a glass of wine for Xiao Ning. I don't drink, just pour me a cup of tea. Xiao Ning waved his hand. He had no interest in wine and even had some disgust. Madame Lan was a little surprised. It was rare to see someone who didn't drink. I'll go get the tea set. Madame Lan put down the wine pot and turned to leave. After waiting for a minute or two, Madame Lan came in with an antique tea tray, on which was placed a set of exquisite jade tea sets. This thing was left to me by my grandfather, but after he passed away, this tea set has not been used for a long time, Madame Lan said, a little depressed. Chapter 96. The Little Medical Fairy Appears. Tea sets made of Gijing Qiyu. This is a very rare material. Xiao Ning was a little surprised that Madame Lan could come up with such a top-notch thing. He had spent a lot of effort to make a similar set of tea sets, but when he rescued Ya Fei, he was blown into powder by the powerful elixir in the furnace. I don't know about this. I just know that it was made from the minerals that my grandfather picked up from the mountains. While speaking, Madame Lan moved like flowing water and made a cup of tea for Xiao Ning. Oh, I thought it was a collection of your family. Xiao Ning picked up the teacup and sniffed the tea fragrance. Madame Lan sat down, poured herself a glass of wine and drank it down in one gulp. Master Xiao Ning, didn't you believe the nonsense those mercenaries said? After a few years, there are not many mercenaries who know my true background. I am not a lady from a family, but an ordinary low-class woman. It's just that my family is already a little short of money, so I sold myself to the Qin family's only child for a happy occasion. Madame Lan laughed at herself, drank another glass of wine, and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air with a strong aroma of wine. It's just that the happy occasion turned into a disaster instead of a happy occasion. Seeing that Madame Lan was in a bad mood, Xiao Ning interrupted. Let's eat, otherwise it will get cold. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Ning felt more and more dangerous. The pot of wine was actually drunk by Madame Lan. Master Xiao Ning? Madame Lan stood up a little shakily, and her feet seemed to miss a step, and she suddenly threw herself into Xiao Ning's arms. The smell of wine mixed with the special body fragrance of Madame Lan, as if condensed into a special perfume. Looking at Madame Lan's watery almond eyes, she was slightly absent-minded for a few seconds. Madam, you are drunk. I will help you to rest. No, Master Xiao Ning, I am not drunk. Lan Ting looked at Xiao Ning deeply, raised her jade hand and hooked Xiao Ning's neck. I am really not drunk. I know what I am doing. Lan Ting lowered her head and leaned on Xiao Ning's warm chest. I am so tired. I just want to find a warm and strong shoulder to lean on. If Xiao Ning doesn't believe it, you can check my heartbeat to see if I am lying. With your ability as a pharmacist, it should be easy to sense it. Lan Ting pulled Xiao Ning's hand, trying to argue for herself. Xiao Ning broke free from Lan Ting's palm, stood up and helped Lan Ting up. Go back to the room to rest first. We can talk about it tomorrow. No, there will be no chance tomorrow. Lan Ting shook her head firmly. The gauze she was wearing suddenly slipped off, and she hugged Xiao Ning's neck with both hands and approached him suddenly. It seems that you are really not drunk. Xiao Ning once again broke away from Madame Lan's attack. He knew very well that this was most likely the influence of Madame Lan's serving people with beauty skill, which was not her intention. Madame Lan was stunned for a moment. She had already done so much, but Xiao Ning was still so calm. With red eyes, Madame Lan picked up her gauze. I know that I am not worthy of you. Wait a minute. Xiao Ning held Madame Lan's arm. In fact, you don't have to be so perfect. I prefer you to express yourself truthfully. You must be lying to me. I am a widow who has killed many people. Madame Lan said with some sobs. Let me fend for myself. Xiao Ning sighed and said, the world is like this. How can a little woman like you bear it? I think Madame is like the bright moon. Madame doesn't need to flatter me deliberately. Then what should I do? Madame Lan asked with a slight blush. Xiao Ning thought for a while and said, just as when we first met, it's fine. Just follow Madame's original temperament. Madame Lan nodded weakly. Ding, Madame Lan's skill of serving men with beauty has been broken, and 500 villain points have been obtained. Let's go back and rest first. Xiao Ning smiled and said. Madame Lan held Xiao Ning's palm tightly. Then can you accompany me for a while? Xiao Ning nodded. The skill has been broken, so there are no other obstacles. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight fell, a delicate jade foot stepped on some broken dresses on the ground. The moment she stepped, Lan Ting immediately felt a strong pain coming from her meridians. With her eyebrows slightly frowned, Lan Ting endured the pain and came to the closet and took out a new dress. After a night of practice, a flowing dress showed her exquisite figure to the fullest. Her figure is well proportioned and graceful, just like a fairy in the sky. Even without wearing a magnificent robe, Lan Ting still exudes a kind of elegant temperament of elegance, gentleness, and virtue. Although the thin fabric wrapped her plump and mature body, it could not block the graceful curves that would make any man crazy. Especially at this time, her delicate face was slightly red, and she looked so delicate and beautiful, so out of this world. The figure that almost met the golden ratio would make any man jealous, and the slender white legs were round and soft. As for her face, it was even more so that she was chosen by Xiao Ning. She was so beautiful that it made people fascinated. Xiao Ning looked at Lan Ting, who got up early to dress up, and thought of the person who practiced madly last night. She was very surprised. Didn't she know she was tired? Awake? Lan Ting asked with a smile while picking up the broken clothes on the ground and seeing that Xiao Ning had opened his eyes. Xiao Ning nodded slightly. Why don't you sleep a little longer? At this time you shouldn't have business to do. I know that there will be no wedding between the two of us. Just treat it as a diligent bride. A genius like you can't always be by my side. Even if I want to get up early, I'm afraid it won't be too many times. Lan Ting picked up all the pieces of clothes on the ground and looked up at Xiao Ning. Want to eat? I'll go down and make some for you. Looking at the gentle Lan Ting and thinking back to the crazy practitioner last night, Xiao Ning suddenly thought of a description. A lady under the bed, on the bed. Get up first, you've already gotten up. I don't want to stay in bed alone. Xiao Ning stretched and said, Okay. Lan Ting nodded. After dressing Xiao Ning neatly, Lan Ting was a little absent-minded and randomly folded the sheets carefully after looking at the plum blossoms on the sheets. Xiao Ning opened the window and looked into the distance. At this height, the line of sight was enough to see the place where the mercenaries who entered the Warcraft mountain range gathered. Among the rough mercenaries, a white figure attracted Xiao Ning's attention. This is... Xiao Ning stared at the white figure closely. After a careful look, he was completely sure that this figure was the person he was looking for. Xiao Yiqian. Chapter 97. Entering the herb gathering team. At the table, Xiao Ning put down the bowl in his hand and looked up at Lan Ting. I came to Qingshan Town for something to do, and I need to go to the Warcraft mountain range. Then I'll wait for you in Fenglin Restaurant. Lan Ting nodded slightly. Xiao Ning shook his head. This Fenglin Restaurant is no longer safe. I'm going to let you take my car and move to Wutan City. Go directly to where you live? Lan Ting hesitated a little. Wouldn't that be bad? Standing up and sitting next to Lan Ting, Xiao Ning flipped his palm and took out a storage ring and handed it to Lan Ting. What's wrong with this? I don't want to leave you out all the time. With this storage ring, you can put some necessary things in it. Storage ring? I've only heard of this thing. No one in Qingshan Town has such a valuable item. Lan Ting's face was slightly excited. Xiao Ning picked up the ring and put it on Lan Ting. Now your cultivation is only the 4th stage of fighting spirit. It may be a bit slow to collect items when you use it. Then I'll go and pack it up. Lan Ting stood up and said. Xiao Ning put his palm on the table and tapped it lightly. Fortunately, the black flame horse we rode when we came here is extraordinary, comparable to the strength of a fighting master. In Qingshan Town and Wutan City, it is no problem to subdue ordinary scoundrels. After waiting for a few minutes, Lan Ting came over with a tea tray. Since you praise this tea tray very much, I will give it to you. Just think of it as me accompanying you by your side. Xiao Ning nodded, put it into the ring, and pulled Lan Ting slowly downstairs. Is this your carriage? Looking at the extremely majestic horse, Lan Ting was a little confused. This is the first time I have seen such an extraordinary horse. Xiao Ning reached out and touched the black flame horse. This is not an ordinary horse. It is a magical beast. Its strength is comparable to that of an ordinary fighter. There are some medicinal herbs in the ring I gave you to feed it. You only need to feed them 1 herb every day. And the method of driving it is also very simple. Just tell it to go to the Midal Auction House in Wutan City. Midal Auction House? Why go to Midal Auction House? Lan Ting asked. Xiao Ning twirled the ring with his fingers and took out a token. The owner of the Mattel Auction House is one of my women. Take this token and she will give you a proper settlement. Lan Ting took the token and couldn't help but teasing. Isn't that your first wife? They are all my women. There is no difference in size. Xiao Ning looked up at Lan Ting's graceful body and laughed evilly. If you have to say something about size, then you have to write something else. You're so unruly. Lan Ting spat lightly. She was still in pain from the midterm. Okay? Xiao Ning reached out to support Lan Ting. Come, I'll help you get in the car. Looking at Xiao Ning, Lan Ting said seriously, I'll wait for you in Wutan City. After watching Lan Ting's carriage leave, Xiao Ning stayed for a few seconds before turning around and walking towards the gathering place of mercenaries in the Warcraft Mountain Range. In the Warcraft Mountain Range, Warcraft is rampant and dangerous. A single person walking in it is most likely to be attacked by Warcraft. Therefore, most mercenaries who enter the Warcraft Mountain Range, except for some skilled and courageous ones, enter in groups. Walking out of the street, Xiao Ning came to the entrance of Qingshan Town, which is also the entrance to the Warcraft Mountain Range. At the gate of the town, many mercenaries have gathered here, shouting and constantly greeting the lone mercenaries who want to enter the mountain. Wan Yaozhai is going to the Monster Mountain Range to collect herbs. Xiao Yixian is also going with us. There are only 50 places available. The strength must be above 2-star fighters. Now there are 3 places short. Following the shout, Xiao Ning walked to the middle-aged man and said, I want to join. Looking up at Xiao Ning, who was dressed in extraordinary clothes, the middle-aged man, Mu Changqing, was slightly stunned. Where did you come from, young master? The Monster Mountain Range is not a place for fun. If something happens, we can't afford it. What we want here is a 2-star fighter. I'm afraid you are still a little short. Hurry up, we are still waiting. The mercenaries waiting outside couldn't help but urge him. Xiao Ning shook his head and turned his head to look at a 2-meter-high boulder standing on the side. He suddenly raised his arm, and the doujing in his body trembled slightly, inspiring a ray of majestic Dou Qi, which quickly traveled through the meridians. 5 slender fingers were surrounded by dazzling red light and suddenly shook, shooting out 5 red beams. Everyone heard a bang, and 5 bright holes suddenly appeared on the huge rock. With such strength, it should be no problem to enter, right? Xiao Ning turned his head and smiled at the stunned middle-aged man. Nodding heavily, the middle-aged man praised Xiao Ning. It seems that you are a young master from a big family. The move just now must have the strength of a 5-star fighter. You are one of the only 3 remaining places. The reward for the mercenary is 500 gold coins in total. You will be paid half of the reward later for escorting the herb-collecting team of Wan Yaozhai. The other half will be paid when you come back. The middle-aged man explained the reward. Okay. Xiao Ning nodded. 500 gold coins did not have any appeal to him. What was important was the girl in the team, Xiao Yixian. The tragedy of this little medical fairy is like an immortal eunuch. Even if the person he loves is right in front of him, he can only look at the plums and quench his thirst. He must change this tragedy. Some mercenaries who originally had some complaints took a deep look at the smooth hole on the boulder that weighed no less than several tons and swallowed their saliva involuntarily. This young man is really powerful. He must have the strength of a 5 or 6-star fighter. He looks like he is only 17 or 18 years old. Such a person is extremely rare even in Qingshan town. With the name of the little medical fairy, it took only a few minutes to find two two-star fighters. Now that the number of people is complete, we will start to go to the Warcraft mountain range. In the silent forest, a large group of people walked quietly, and pairs of vigilant eyes kept scanning the dark places in the surrounding trees. Their palms were very nervously holding the weapons at their waists, ready to deal with any emergencies at any time. As mercenaries who have been baptized by blood in the Monster Mountain range, even though most of them are working together for the first time, they all maintain a basic tacit understanding. When their eyes cross, they can also recognize some signals representing danger and safety from each other's eyes. Xiao Ning walked casually in the team, secretly exerting his soul power to pay attention to the little medical fairy in a white dress not far away from him. Chapter 98, Encountering Monsters. This little medical fairy seems to be walking in the forest, but she keeps looking at the surrounding environment from time to time, as if she is judging the terrain. Judging from the time, the little medical fairy's trip this time cannot be for the treasure under the cliff. Is she judging the terrain and determining the treasure hunting location? Xiao Ning speculated. After walking for about 4 or 5 hours, the little medical fairy gently wiped the sweat on her forehead with the back of her hand, panting slightly, and with her soft cheeks, she looked quite lovable. Entering the Monster Mountain range, Xiao Ning could clearly feel the presence of many monsters around. However, these mercenaries had extremely rich meridians, and the path they took completely avoided the magic beasts he sensed. The ground suddenly shook violently, and this abrupt change made all the mercenaries alert. They held their weapons tightly and surrounded Xiao Yishan in the center. Xiao Ning looked up and saw a black shadow in the distance. The Earth Black Bear, a first-level magic beast, is a very difficult magic beast to deal with because of its incomparable strength and strong defense. And there are these 2 shadow magic leopards behind it, also first-level magic beasts, with extremely fast speeds. The mercenaries formed a formation and saw the magic beasts running towards them. Their faces became more solemn. It turned out to be such a magic beast. This Earth Black Bear has thick skin and flesh, and it is not easy to deal with. Not only this Earth Black Bear, there are also these 2 shadow magic leopards behind it. The old mercenary said in a deep voice, "Even if it's hard to deal with, you have to fight. Warcraft won't be reasonable." The middle-aged mercenary who was calling people, with pale yellow fighting spirits surging in his hands, was input into the long sword in his hand, and he stomped his feet heavily on the ground. Yellow-level intermediate fighting skill. Tiger Roaring Knife. Someone took the lead in the attack, and several powerful mercenaries also displayed their fighting skills. 2 of them attacked the Earth Black Bear together with the middle-aged mercenary, and the other 4 attacked the Shadow Demon Leopard. The Earth Black Bear, who was attacked from both sides, was obviously forced into a desperate situation. The Earth Black Bear roared angrily, and black light flashed on his thick arms. With a shake of his arms, he swung at the mercenaries who were attacking him with 10,000 pounds of gravity. The thick black bear paw flashed with a faint black light, and suddenly bombarded the weapons that attacked his own mercenaries. The powerful force was released, and the 3 mercenaries were instantly repelled. Under the effect of the weapon, a blood mark also appeared on the Earth Black Bear's paw. This monster is indeed a representative of thick skin and flesh, and it can actually resist weapons. After sliding for several meters and barely stabilizing his body, the middle-aged mercenary looked at his weapon that had been invincible before, but he didn't expect that it didn't play any power today. Mu Changqing hurriedly shouted, "Send a few more mercenaries to help. This monster is very powerful." Another 20 or 30 people ran out of the team, and only a small half of them were left to protect the little doctor. Xiao Ning was also in the attacking team. He carefully judged that with the number of these mercenaries, it would not be a problem to grind the Earth Black Bear to death, but it would take more time. Blowing Fire Palm. Xiao Ning seized an opportunity. The Dou crystal in his body trembled violently, and a majestic Dou Qi gushed out. A dazzling red flame appeared on his palm, and he slapped it hard. The huge flaming palm shot rapidly towards the head of the Earth Black Bear and exploded with a bang. After being attacked violently, the Earth Black Bear's head began to emit black smoke, and it fell down with a bang. "Is it dead?" Many mercenaries whispered. Mu Changqing shouted, "Don't worry about whether it is dead or not. Take advantage of its weakness, kill it, and chop off its head first." Everyone rushed forward and immediately tore the Earth Black Bear into pieces. At this time, another group also killed the Shadow Demon Leopard. It's a pity that there is no magic core. Mu Changfeng shook his head regretfully, stood up and looked at Xiao Ning. It was thanks to the fighting skills that the little brother used just now that we were able to kill this earth demon bear. The red flame palm just now must be at least a low-level, Xuan-level fighting skill, worthy of being from a big family. It seems that I misjudged it before. The little brother's strength is at least the strength of a 7 or 8-star fighter. In a world where the strong are respected, the noble birth may make people fear the identity and background behind them, but the core reason is still strength. Xiao Ning smiled and waved his hand. I was able to find an opportunity to kill this earth black bear directly, thanks to you all for entangled the demon beast, giving me a chance to make a move. Xiao Yixin is an extremely sensitive person, as can be seen from the fact that she was ready to stun Xiao Yan after discovering him on the edge of the cliff. Therefore, he did not show too much overwhelming strength, but just disguised himself as a small fighter. After walking for another half an hour, Xiao Yixin's gentle voice sounded in the team. Everyone, this is close to the herb picking area. Please take a break. After walking for so long, everyone is tired. The forward steps paused slightly, and the whole team stopped at the same time. The mercenaries turned around and looked at the white-dressed woman with a smile without any impurities, and nodded very honestly. After a quick discussion, the mercenaries who had not made a move before were on guard around, and the mercenaries who had made a move before took a rest at will. Compared to ordinary mercenaries, Xiao Ning, whose soul power can already exert the peak strength of Dou Huang, has a much sharper sense of this place. The energy of heaven and earth here is so sharp, and there are many medicinal herbs growing here. Judging from the terrain, this is a basin. Xiao Ning walked aside and sat down quietly. Based on these points, this is the medicinal basin and small valley found by Xiao Yixin. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. Looking at the mercenaries busy preparing to cook, Xiao Ning quietly left the crowd and secretly followed Xiao Yixin. Xiao Ning could clearly see that Xiao Yixin was holding a map in his hand, comparing the surrounding environment, looking for a certain place. Alas, not here. Xiao Yixin sighed, carefully put away the map in his hand and exhaled lightly. But fortunately, based on this location, we will soon find that place, and we are already very close. In the sky, a blue shadow suddenly fell like a meteor. Sensing a danger, Xiao Yixin looked up and quickly retreated about 3 meters. With a bang, a huge blue eagle fell to the ground, stirring up a layer of dust. When the dust cleared, Xiao Yixin's beautiful eyes widened a lot, and she looked at the monster that suddenly fell with a little vigilance, and her palm subconsciously touched the cloth bag on her waist. Chapter 99, Monster. Xiaolan took a closer look at the condition of the monster, and Xiao Yixin realized that the monster in front of her seemed to be injured. Walking around the monster, Xiao Yixin found a very eye-catching wound with black blood on the body of the eagle monster, with dark blue feathers. The blue eagle whimpered and tried to flap its wings. Unfortunately, the wound was attached with a strong toxin, and even its body could not withstand such a strong toxin, and its life gradually faded away. Xiao Yixin was a little reluctant, and took out 2 jade bottles tentatively and said, "You stay quietly, I have some antidotes and healing medicines here for you." The blue eagle looked up at Xiao Yixin, nodded slightly and hummed. Animals and monsters have very sharp senses. It can sense that the girl in white in front of it has no ill will towards it. Xiao Yixin was not very sure about monsters. She walked forward slowly and found that the blue eagle was lying on the ground very honestly. She felt relieved and then began to heal the blue eagle with courage. Xiao Ning looked at the scene in front of him and understood it more or less. Now it is about a year before the plot of Xiao Yixin appeared. It was when Xiao Yixin came to look for medicine today that she accidentally saved this blue eagle monster. Later, in order to thank Xiao Yixin for saving her life, the blue eagle became Xiao Yixin's mount. Your method of treating wounds is good, but the medicinal materials you use are ineffective. If you want this monster to recover from its injuries, it will probably take a long time. Xiao Ning stepped out and said to Xiao Yixin, "In the life and death crisis, a stranger suddenly appeared. Blue Eagle changed its previous quiet state and tried to react. The severe pain in its body made it tremble all over. Helplessly, it could only barely raise its head to look at Xiao Ning and roared. Xiao Yixin took 3 steps back to avoid being attacked by Blue Eagle. She touched the bag on her waist again, a smile appeared on her face, and she asked softly, "When did you come here?" Such a big thing suddenly appeared in the sky. It's hard not to see it. Xiao Ning took a few steps forward and threw a jade bottle to Xiao Yixin. "Use this ointment. It's not very effective for detoxification, but it has a miraculous effect on healing." Xiao Yixian took the jade bottle thrown by Xiao Ning, opened it and sniffed it. She found that it was indeed a good healing medicine. She relaxed her vigilance a little and reached out to comfort Blue Eagle. "Don't worry, he is not a bad person. The healing medicine he gave you will be of great benefit to your wound." Under Xiao Yixian's persuasion, Blue Eagle relaxed his vigilance a little and lay quietly on the ground again. Xiao Ning didn't get too close and stood quietly aside waiting for Xiao Yixian to treat this Blue Eagle. Whether it was the Blue Eagle monster or the little medical fairy, they were both too vigilant. Taking out a slender knife to remove the black flesh from the Blue Eagle's wound, the little medical fairy quickly took out her jade bottle and poured the detoxification liquid she had in her pocket into the Blue Eagle's wound. With a sizzle, a lot of white foam suddenly appeared on the Blue Eagle's wound. The severe pain made the Blue Eagle cry out, and his body trembled because of the burning pain. The little medical fairy quickly and agilely poured out the ointment in the jade bottle given by Xiao Ning and gently applied it to the Blue Eagle's wound. Because the Blue Eagle's wound was very large, the ointment in the entire jade bottle was completely used up, and then the Blue Eagle's wound was covered. After applying the black jade intermittent ointment, a trace of coolness flowed into the painful area, and the Blue Eagle's eyes suddenly became a little spirited. He used his claws to support the ground, and after trying a few times, he miraculously stood up. How is this possible? After pouring out the water from the water bag and washing the traces of the ointment on her hands, Xiao Yixian was very surprised when she saw the Blue Eagle standing up. With such a serious injury, it would take at least half a month or a month to recover. After taking a close look at the Blue Eagle's wound, Xiao Yixian was surprised to find that it had already scabbed. It had only been a few minutes, and the ointment she had just used was so magical. After trying to move, the Blue Eagle looked at Xiao Yixian gratefully, chirped once, and lay on the ground again. If you want to fully recover, you still need to rest. Ding! Give Xiao Yixian the black jade intermittent ointment, speed up the recovery of the Warcraft Xiaolun's injuries, change the plot direction, and get 500 villain points. Let it heal here quietly, Xiao Ning said. Xiao Yixian touched the feathers of the Blue Eagle and walked towards Xiao Ning. What is the name of the ointment you just gave me? This is the first time I have seen such a magical healing ointment. Speaking of the name of the ointment, Xiao Ning couldn't help but think of the original name, and the King of Hell lowered his head. Unfortunately, Yafei thought that the name was not very good, so she changed it to Black Jade Intermittent Ointment. The Black Jade Intermittent Ointment sold at the Mitre Auction House should be able to be sold to Qingshan Town soon. Xiao Ning explained calmly. Healing medicine is a rare treasure for towns where mercenaries gather. The market demand is huge. Using this ointment as a new product is a new way to make money. Xiao Yixian carefully examined Xiao Ning. With the help of the faint moonlight, she looked at Xiao Ning's angular cheeks as if he had been cut by a knife and an axe, and his dark black robes with an extraordinary temperament. Remember that you killed the Earth Black Bear with your powerful fighting skills? You are the young master of a big family, right? Why did you suddenly come to the Magic Beast mountain range? Xiao Yixian's bright eyes flashed with curiosity. On the Dou Qi Continent, the strong are respected and status is always empty. I want to experience the Magic Beast mountain range and improve my strength, Xiao Ning said in a deep voice. Glancing at some medicinal herbs that grew like weeds around, Xiao Ning said, There are a lot of medicinal herbs here. It's a great place. I just happen to have several medicinal herbs I need here. You know medicinal herbs? Are you a doctor too? After saving the Magic Beast Blue Eagle, Xiao Yixian had a good impression of Xiao Ning, and her vigilance was greatly reduced. Xiao Ning shook his head. No, I'm an alchemist. The ointment you just used was made by me. Alchemist? The little medical fairy looked at Xiao Ning with some respect and envy, and asked with a little confusion, how could such a respected profession come to a dangerous place like the World of Warcraft Mountains? Xiao Ning shook his head. Compared to false reputation, I believe in my own strength more. Besides, along the way, the World of Warcraft Mountains is not as dangerous as the legend says. That's because you followed an experienced mercenary team, so we avoided many powerful monsters. If you didn't know the route and rushed in, it would not be as easy as it is now. The little medical fairy explained with a smile. Chapter 100. Xiao Lan returned to the camp with a smile, and Xiao Ning said goodbye to Xiao Yixian. Arriving alone at a secluded place, Xiao Ning looked up and took in the surroundings. According to the location, this basin of medicinal materials should not be far from the place where the fragments of the map of the pure lotus demon fire were hidden. He remembered the plot very clearly. Xiao Yan followed Xiao Yishan to the basin of medicinal materials, and accidentally discovered Xiao Yishan on the edge of the cliff at night, and then discovered the hidden cave. Based on this, the cave should be not far from here. Xiao Ning closed his eyes slightly, and a purple light flashed between his eyebrows. A powerful soul power emanated and spread out in all directions, exploring the surrounding environment related to the cliff. After a long time, Xiao Ning suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand, and twisted his eyebrows. I didn't find anything. Is there something wrong with the direction I'm looking for? The wound on the blue eagle was obviously left by a rock snake bite. Rock snakes are only found on the edge of cliffs, and the only place where rock snakes may exist nearby is near that cave. After thinking carefully, Xiao Ning closed his eyes again and focused his soul power on one direction, exploring the direction where the blue eagle fell. After a few minutes, a smile appeared on Xiao Ning's face. So it was there! After a night, Xiao Ning left the herbalist team directly and came to the big blue bird for healing. I didn't look closely last night, and some things were not confirmed. Now I know that this big blue bird is the mount of Xiao Yishan, so I have to pay extra attention to it. If it is a male bird, I'd better not raise it for the time being. The beasts in the fantasy world have the ability to transform. Imagine that a future big man, who may be a sturdy man, once carried Xiao Yishan on his back. This picture is too hot to the eyes. After walking around the blue bird and taking a closer look, Xiao Ning nodded in relief. Fortunately, it was a female bird. Looking at the human swaying in front of him, the blue eagle looked at Xiao Ning with some disdain. Hasn't he seen such a beautiful monster? An ignorant human. Stopping, Xiao Ning looked at the strange look in the blue eagle's eyes, stretched out his hand and twirled the ring, took out 2 qi replenishing and strengthening herbs and threw them to the blue eagle. If you are hungry, take some herbs first, which can strengthen your recovery from injuries. Looking at the herbs falling in front of him, the blue eagle was a little disgusted. He was an eagle, a meat-eating eagle. How could he eat grass? The herbs Xiao Ning took out were naturally not ordinary ones. The rich medicinal smell emanating from them could not help but penetrate into the blue eagle's nose. The blue eagle's heart was a little shaken for a moment. Looking at the herbs in front of him, he opened his mouth slightly. It seemed that eating 2 plants was nothing. He was still guarding his wound. He ate grass not because it was delicious, but to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. After comforting himself, the blue eagle pecked suddenly and took the 2 herbs on the ground into his mouth and swallowed them in one gulp. With the powerful digestive function of birds, the blue eagle soon felt a warm feeling coming from his body. Before long, the medicinal power of the herbs acted on his body and he felt numb and itchy on his wound. The blue eagle stood up and looked at Xiao Ning, opening his mouth wide. Huh? You want more? The blue eagle nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and then,